Chapter 81. Ascending the Cloud Platform. Taiping bids farewell to Lu Ziqing before long. A group of guards from Wind Howl Mountain Manor suddenly burst in, only to witness the shocking scene of Xu Taiping holding a blade in one hand and the severed head of Lu Chun in the other. Young Master Lu. One of the guards recognized the head in Xu Taiping's grasp. Who are you, daring enough to assassinate young Master Lu? He is the son of an elder from Qingxiao sect. The guard trembled, pointing his weapon at Xu Taiping. At that moment, Xu Taiping, with his crimson hair and emerald eyes, wielding a knife and holding a head, appeared as a legendary demon, instilling fear in the guard. Xu Taiping merely glanced at the man, saying nothing. This group had been intentionally led in by Yu, so they could behold his striking appearance. Seize him. After a brief hesitation, the guards charged at Xu Taiping. He opened his mouth and exhaled a thick fog, instantly enveloping the courtyard in a dense mist. Simultaneously, he raised one hand high. A piercing eagle's cry echoed through the night sky. A massive white-headed eagle soared over the courtyard with a thunderous rush, clutching Xu Taiping's outstretched hand with one claw and lifting him into the air. At a height of 20 to 30 feet above the ground, Xu Taiping raised his palm, gathering 5 spheres of spiritual fire at his fingertips. With a swift motion, he cast these 5 spheres down into the courtyard below. Moments later, a serpent of fire shot up into the sky, engulfing the entire Wind Howl Mountain Manor in flames. He felt no sympathy for these accomplices of the tiger. Yu, Pinyin, are you unharmed? Xu Taiping grasped Yu's claw and leaped onto the back of the eagle. Chirp. The little monkey pinged and leaped onto Xu Taiping's shoulder. No, but Xu Taiping, I dislike fighting, Pinyin said with a grin. A bunch of rabble. They couldn't possibly harm me, Yu declared with an air of arrogance. That's good. Xu Taiping held Ping and close, nodding with a smile. Xu Taiping, my mother's demon core and primal demon blood will be fully digested in a month or 2. When that time comes, I will hunt down the Peacock King. Just as you did with Lu Chen today. Yu's tone suddenly turned cold. I will accompany you. Xu Taiping replied earnestly, nodding in agreement. I will go too, Pinyin shouted, raising his arm. With this proclamation, another eagle's cry reverberated through the night sky, seemingly expressing a long-suppressed rage. Lingyue, who had already emerged from the gourd, smiled upon witnessing this and then transmitted a thought to Xu Taiping. What are your thoughts? Xu Taiping glanced at the severed head of Lu Chun in his hand and nodded, saying, I may not be able to sweep away the snow at others' doors, but if it falls at my doorstep, I shall ensure it is swept away completely. Lingyue was thoroughly pleased with this response. On the path of cultivation, every practitioner inevitably confronts the question of how to respond to evil. Some choose to dwell alongside it. Others prefer to turn a blind eye, while some harbor an intense loathing for it. Xu Taiping, however, opts to cleanse the evil at his doorstep, a choice that remarkably aligns with that of Fairy Lingyue from years past. The following day, at dawn, before the Nurturing Heart Pavilion on the 7th peak. Ah, Taiping, I see you have emerged, exclaimed Qingxiao, surprised to see Xu Taiping descending from an adjacent pavilion. Yes, I have been out for some time. Xu Taiping replied with a smile. What are your thoughts? Qingxiao inquired, grinning. Very good, Xu Taiping nodded affirmatively. By the way, senior brother, Qianjiang from the 5th peak informed me yesterday that Sister Zijing will descend the mountain today. I wish to see her off, he suddenly declared. Today? I did not expect it to be so soon, Qingxiao remarked, taken aback. Would you like me to accompany you? He asked Xu Taiping. There's no need. Second senior brother, you still have to prepare for tomorrow's 3rd grand competition. I possess a passage token given by Brother Du, so I shall be fine, Xu Taiping said, revealing the token Du Qianjiang had bestowed upon him. Very well, then. Off you go. I shall return to the Nurturing Heart Pavilion. Qingxiao nodded, not pressing further. At the ascending cloud platform on the 5th peak. Lu Zijing, the hour has come. You must accompany me, a gray-feathered spiritual crane addressed Lu Zijing, its tone tinged with impatience. Please, Elder Greywing, grant me but a moment, Lu Zijing replied, glancing towards the entrance of the platform before turning back to the gray crane with a plea. You have already kept me waiting for nearly the duration of a burning incense stick, the gray crane huffed. Elder Greywing, I beseech you to wait a tad longer. Just as the gray crane seemed poised to erupt in anger, a middle-aged scholar, dressed in scholarly attire, approached the elder with a smile. With a wave of his sleeve, he presented a talisman radiating potent spiritual energy before the gray crane. Since Master Shun has spoken, I shall wait another half incense stick's worth of time. However, If we do not depart after that, I shall have to report this to the Seven Rime Hall. You are aware, Master Shun, that the penalties from the Seven Rime Hall are not trivial, the gray crane said, its voice filled with reluctance. Rest assured, merely half an incense stick. The refined middle-aged man affirmed with a smile. I am grateful for your assistance. Master, Lu Zijing expressed her heartfelt thanks to the middle-aged man. This cultured gentleman was none other than Qinji, the leader of the Fifth Peak and Lu Zijing's master. Between us, there is no notion of trouble. Qinji reassured Lu Zijing with a gentle shake of his head, his eyes reflecting deep sorrow. Having watched Lu Zijing grow over the past 6 years, their impending separation weighed heavily on him. Master, I have caused you trouble, Lu Zijing said, noticing the fatigue etched on Qinji's face. A wave of guilt washing over her. It is I who failed to protect you adequately, Qinji replied, shaking his head. After uttering these words, he turned to glance at the silent figure of his elder disciple, Du Qianjiang. Qianjiang, did you indeed make arrangements with Xu Taiping that day? He inquired of Du Qianjiang, who nodded in response. The disciple informed him of the date his junior sister would descend the mountain and presented him with a pass for woofing. The three of them were waiting for Xu Taiping. Given the recent competition among the 7 peaks, Xu Taiping would likely be too preoccupied to come. I shall not wait any longer. After glancing once more at the entrance of the ascending cloud platform and noticing the absence of visitors, Lu Zijing's expression dimmed slightly. Her desire to wait for Xu Taiping was not driven by any particular motive. She merely wished to bid farewell to a friend who had aided her and her sister on several occasions. To leave without a word would be the height of rudeness. As a friend, he would surely arrive. Let us wait a little longer. Qinji smiled reassuringly, indicating that Lu Zijing need not be anxious. However, upon hearing the term friend, Lu Zijing could not help but smile bitterly, reflecting that she likely did not hold such a status in his heart. Just then, a cry of a crane echoed from the horizon. He has arrived. Qinji's smile broadened. Upon hearing this, Lu Zijing's previously sorrowful visage brightened with joy. Soon, amidst a rush of wind, a figure leaped gracefully from the back of a spiritual crane, landing steadily on the ascending cloud platform. Senior brother Qianjiang, senior sister Zijing. Xu Taiping greeted, hastening towards them while carrying a wooden box. I was delayed and have arrived late, he said apologetically. You are not late at all. Both Du Qianjiang and Lu Zijing quickly shook their heads in unison. Is this the esteemed Peak Master Shin? Xu Taiping asked, having seen the Peak Master during the 7 Peak selection. Indeed, Peak Master Shun replied with a faint smile, devoid of any airs of authority. Disciple Xu Taiping. Greetings to you, Peak Master Shun, Xu Taiping said, bowing respectfully. No need for formalities. I must thank you for your previous comfort to Zijing. Peak Master Shun replied with a hint of gratitude in his gaze, his demeanor entirely unassuming for a Peak Master. You flatter me. It was merely a small effort. Xu Taiping shook his head. You and Zijing may converse at your leisure. I shall excuse myself for a moment. Peak Master Shin gestured to Du Qianjiang with his eyes. Peak Master, senior brother Qianjiang, there is no need for you to withdraw, Xu Taiping called out to them, then turned with a smile to Lu Zijing, saying, I have nothing specific to discuss with senior sister Zijing. I merely brought her some items that might prove useful when she is down the mountain. You wish to gift me something? Lu Zijing expressed mild surprise. Junior brother Taiping, treasures from the mountain cannot be taken down by junior sisters, Du Qianjiang interjected. It is not a treasure, Xu Taiping said, lifting a small wooden box that had been tucked under his arm with one hand, then opening the lid with the other. As the lid was raised, a dazzling golden light emanated from within the box. The onlookers were momentarily speechless. It turned out that Xu Taiping had brought a box of gold. However, Peak Master Shin soon broke into a hearty laugh and remarked, You have indeed thought this through. Taiping, this will be far more useful than any elixir or spiritual treasure down the mountain. Thank you. At this moment, Lu Zijing smiled joyfully as she accepted the box handed to her by Xu Taiping. What brought her happiness was not the gift itself, but the realization that within the vast Qingxiao sect, there were still individuals who held her in their thoughts. Lu Zijing had met her companions, and it was time for her to embark on her journey. At that moment, the gray-winged spirit crane urged her once more. Hearing this, Lu Zijing's gaze dimmed again, but she quickly forced a weary smile onto her delicate face and said, Farewell, brother Taiping. While speaking, she clutched the box of gold tightly. Farewell. Xu Taiping nodded with a smile. Outside the mountain, amidst a lush forest, Lu Zijing stood alone beneath a towering cedar tree. Above her, a spirit crane gradually vanished into the sky. As she gazed at the small path winding through the woods ahead, Lu Zijing fell into a trance. Despite her composed demeanor during her farewells to her master and others, it was merely a facade crafted to ease the worries of those who still cared for her. In truth, she remained enveloped in despair and powerlessness. She had not yet resolved how to continue living after losing her sister, her spirit bone, and being unable to avenge her grievances. I am sorry, Master, Senior Brother, and Brother Taiping. I may disappoint you once more, but this will be the last time. Lu Zijing stood motionless, murmuring to herself. With that, she set down the box of gold Xu Taiping had given her, then drew a dagger for self-defense from her waist. Unsheathing it with determination, she felt devoid of any motivation to leave the mountains and step into the mundane world. Sister, your useless younger sister has come to see you. This time, we shall never part. As she spoke, she aimed the dagger at her chest. Suddenly, amidst the silence of the forest, an odd sound akin to cracking ice reverberated. Instinctively, Lu Zijing lowered the dagger. The cracking noise continued. Listening closely, she realized the sound originated from the box at her feet, the very box Xu Taiping had gifted her. Could it be that Taiping had concealed something beneath the gold? Driven by curiosity, Lu Zijing set down the dagger, opened the box, and began to remove the gold ingots one by one. As she grasped the ingots, she was struck by their chilling cold, as if they had been preserved in an ice cellar. After removing all the gold ingots, Lu Zijing discovered a large block of ice that had cracked. Perplexed, she reached for the ice block. When she finally saw its surface clearly, her face froze in shock. Encased within the ice was a head belonging to Lu Chun. After a long moment of stunned silence, Lu Zijing suddenly sank to her knees. Soon, the forest echoed with her heart-wrenching cries. Yet, though her voice was filled with anguish, it resonated more as a cathartic release of emotion rather than a wail of despair. As the sun descended towards the horizon, casting a warm glow over the mountains, Lu Zijing, her voice hoarse from weeping, ceased her tears. Rising to her feet, she vigorously wiped the traces of sorrow from her face and gazed down the mountain path, declaring, I have no right to perish here. For the sake of our fateful sisterhood, if Taiping dared to assassinate Lu Chun, how can I face my sister with any semblance of dignity? Since this mortal shell cannot tread the path of cultivators, I shall pursue the way of martial warriors. Even if I cannot attain immortality, my journey of cultivation shall not falter. With this resolve, she gently set down Lu Chun's severed head, lifted a wooden box, and, bathed in the fading twilight, strode resolutely towards the small path at the foot of the mountain. The following day, at noon, the sun blazed fiercely over Wu Lao Pond, atop the Sword Plateau. With a thunderous crash, the figure of Master Sister Jiangji from the Seven Peaks was sent hurtling through the air, shattering the azure barrier that enveloped her and the 6 disciples, including Du Gu Qingxiao, in an instant. If only we could hold on a little longer. Just a little more, and when the time comes, Wu Peak would have surely faltered in this assault, sighed Wu Liang, the 8th disciple of 7 Peaks. His voice tinged with reluctance. Sitting beside him, Xu Taiping mirrored his sentiment, a look of regret crossing his face. This day marked the 3rd match of the 7 Peaks Grand Competition, a contest where the stakes were high. The duel revolved around the offensive and defensive formations of sword arrays, with each side drawing lots to determine their roles as attackers or defenders, creating a dynamic interplay of spear and shield. In this instance, it was evident that the shield of 7 Peaks had utterly failed to withstand the spear of Wu Peak, resulting in a complete defeat. True to form, the oft-overlooked 7th Peak had lost all 3 matches thus far, and this particular round had seen them capitulate at the very first encounter, falling to the already undermanned Wu Peak. Were I a disciple of the 7th Peak, I would surely feel an overwhelming sense of shame, wishing to bury myself in the earth. Yet, their resilience was commendable, despite suffering 3 defeats. They would undoubtedly still participate in the next grand competition of the 7 Peaks. Amidst the cacophony from Yunlu, a few disciples seated behind Xu Taiping and Wu Liang, their origins unknown, began to mock the 7th Peak with scornful jests. You lot! 8th brother Wu Liang rolled up his sleeves, ready to confront them, but before he could rise, Xu Taiping pressed him back into his seat. Let them speak. We shall demonstrate our worth in the next round and silence them. Xu Taiping smiled at 8th brother. With a heavy sigh, 8th brother lamented their current state, feeling little hope for the upcoming match. Come, let us go and meet our senior sisters, Xu Taiping said, standing and patting eighth brother's shoulder encouragingly. Eighth brother nodded gravely in response. As they descended the stairs, they overheard several disciples discussing the seventh peak. I heard that for the fourth round, the seventh peak will also participate. But didn't they lose a disciple to injury and have to find a novice to fill in? That's Xu Taiping. Indeed. Can he wield a sword? He has only been training for a few months. I doubt it. Tomorrow promises to be quite a spectacle. It is evident that at this grand contest of the seven peaks, the seventh peak has become the subject of ridicule among the disciples of the Qingxiao sect. Chapter 83. The Wuliao Pool, the persistent Sister Zijing. These fellows are as loquacious as gossiping women on the streets. Taiping, do not be disheartened. Simply give your best in tomorrow's competition. Master Brother Ba cast a stern glance at the garrulous group and then offered some words of comfort to Xu Taiping. Wu Liang, a quintessential coward in familiar settings but bold in unfamiliar territories, behaved with utmost decorum within the seven peaks. However, once outside, he transformed into a ferocious honey badger, unwilling to relent until he had bitten back anyone who crossed him. Were it not for Xu Taiping's presence, he would have already confronted those disciples. Thank you, Master Brother Ba. I shall not be troubled by their words, Xu Taiping replied with a smile and a nod. Such trivial mockery, whether during his years as an outer disciple or in his previous life among mortals, had long ceased to affect him. The only way to silence their taunts was through his performance, rendering them speechless. By the way, the topic for tomorrow's contest is inscribing on suspended objects, correct? Xu Taiping inquired of Master Brother Ba. Indeed, Master Brother Ba nodded and elaborated. You will hang a weight of iron from a flying sword and inscribe the complete Qingxiao 7 rhyme on a cliff face. You may challenge varying weights, and ultimately, the heavier the iron suspended from your sword, the greater your chances of victory. Xu Taiping nodded in understanding. Inscribing while controlling a sword was no challenge for him. Yet the task of suspending a weight of iron was uncharted territory. Senior sister, second brother. Upon descending the stairs, they encountered Senior Sister Jiang and her companions. Master Brother 8, Master Brother 9, it is time to return. Today's competition has concluded, having just faced a disheartening defeat. Both Senior Sister Jiang and Second Brother Qingxiao were not in high spirits, forcing smiles as they acknowledged the two. Their gloom was palpable, even affecting the usually optimistic Zhao Linglong. Senior Sister, have some water. Xu Taiping offered a water pouch he had prepared earlier to Zhao Linglong. She accepted it eagerly, taking several hearty gulps before stamping her foot in frustration. We were so close. Hearing this, Senior Sister Jiang gently patted Linglong's head, smiling as she consoled her. Linglong, you performed admirably. It is I who held you back. At that moment, Jiang's complexion was ashen, clearly indicating a resurgence of her old ailment. How can we blame you, Senior Sister? Zhao Linglong said with concern, embracing Jiang's arm. You should be resting, were it not for our shortcomings. You would not need to compete while injured. I am fine, Jiang softly reassured, patting the back of Zhao Linglong's hand. Senior Sister, please refrain from participating tomorrow. Let Master Brother 8 take your place. Qingxiao, walking ahead, turned back with a look of concern for Jiang. My dear sister, I am not at that point yet. At the very least, I must secure victory for the seventh peak in this fourth round. Jiang resolutely shook her head. Xu Taiping, overhearing her words, felt a flicker of confusion in his heart, pondering why the senior sister was so adamant about the outcome of this contest. Senior sister, if we do not win a single match in this competition, will there be any repercussions? He tentatively conveyed his apprehension to Zhao Linglong through a mental transmission. After a brief silence, Zhao Linglong responded, if we fail to secure even one victory, the seventh peak will lose several celestial fields and herb gardens to the Qingxiao sect, leading to a significant strain on our resources for the next 6 years. The management of these assets falls under the purview of the senior sister, who does not wish to see everyone living frugally. Thus it is imperative that we participate in this competition. Upon hearing this, Xu Taiping felt a wave of understanding wash over him. The senior sister at the seventh peak essentially fulfilled the role of a steward, overseeing all expenditures within the peak. Should the seventh peak lose a few celestial fields and herb gardens, her ability to manage resources would be severely compromised, inevitably resulting in a decrease in the availability of elixirs and medicinal herbs for the disciples. Not everyone possesses treasures like Xu Taiping's dragon gallbladder wine. The supply of elixirs directly influences their cultivation progress. At that moment, senior sister Ji suddenly turned her gaze towards the group. You all must have heard about the murder of Lu Chun, correct? She inquired. Upon hearing this, Xu Taiping's heart tightened, but he nodded in agreement with the others, replying, Yes, we have heard. The news of Lu Chun's demise had spread throughout the Qingxiao sect by the previous afternoon, and all disciples from various peaks had been questioned by the 7th Law Hall, with Xu Taiping being no exception. However, armed with an impeccable alibi, he was allowed to leave after a few casual inquiries from the Law Hall. This morning, I received word from the 7th Law Hall indicating that Lu Chun's death is highly likely connected to the red-haired blade demon. Furthermore, considering that our 4th junior brother was also injured by the same demon previously, we now suspect that the red-haired blade demon has indeed awakened. Therefore, I urge all of you to refrain from going out until the darkness descends. Ji cautioned as she walked. Xu Taiping secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Thinking to himself, it seems that the final arrangements have yielded results. I must apologize to you, brother blade demon. Taiping, make sure to return home early after your sword practice in the coming days. If necessary, I can speak to the Peak Master and Elder San on your behalf. Qingxiao advised, casting a glance at Xu Taiping. He was aware that Xu Taiping had been rigorously practicing swordplay at the moonlit pond, often late into the night, and thus felt compelled to remind him. Rest assured, senior brother, I have been returning home before nightfall, Xu Taiping replied, nodding. Despite knowing that Lu Chun was not killed by the red-haired blade demon, he remained vigilant against the threat. In recent days, he had continued to practice swordsmanship regularly, but due to his increasingly refined sword control, he now completed the 3,000 characters assigned by Elder San in merely 2 hours. Besides continually critiquing his work, Elder San had not insisted on additional practice, allowing Xu Taiping to descend the mountain before dusk. That is good to hear, Qingxiao nodded in approval. By the way, the 4th match is in 3 days. Here are the details for the upcoming competition. Make sure to review them thoroughly in your spare time. There is no need for you to feel an overwhelming sense of pressure regarding this contest. As long as you do not err, you will have fulfilled your task. The rest shall be managed by me and the senior sister. He then handed a sealed envelope to Xu Taiping, following it with a heartfelt admonition. Chapter 84. The 4th match. Lin Buyu's 7th senior brother? 3 days hence. Once again, at the Wulao pool on the main peak. However, this time, Xu Taiping stood alongside the senior sister and the 2nd senior brother by the flag of the 7 peaks on the sword platform. The rules for this contest dictate that after drawing lots, each side will sequentially dispatch 4 disciples to inscribe their names in iron. The 2 disciples competing in each round will be judged on whose sword bears the greatest weight and who completes the inscription of the 7 verses of Qingxiao first. Ultimately, the side with the most victors will claim triumph in this contest. As per the customary practice, Elder Heilung briefly articulated the rules for this match. Senior sister, junior brother. Taiping. At that moment, Xu Taiping faintly heard someone calling his name from the Yunlu viewing platform. Turning towards the sound, he discovered it was his 8th senior brother and others. Alongside several senior brothers, Xu Taiping also spotted senior sister Zijing from the 6th peak and Lin Buyu, the latter of whom was smiling and waving at them. Xu Taiping courteously returned the gesture with a wave. You must be Xu Taiping? Before he could lower his hand, a somewhat familiar voice reached his left ear. Upon turning, he found it was a male disciple from the 6th peak. This young man had a round face and was of modest height, exuding a somewhat mischievous demeanor. Xu Taiping felt a sense of familiarity, and after a moment of contemplation, a name surfaced in his mind, Lin Buyu's 7th senior brother. In the previous days of watching the matches from the Yunlu, he had often noticed this round-faced disciple enthusiastically greeting Xu Zijing and Lin Buyu. Are you Buyu's 7th senior brother? Xu Taiping blurted out. Do you even have the right to call his name? The round-faced young man shot Xu Taiping a glare. The hostility emanating from this 7th disciple of the 6th peak left Xu Taiping feeling rather perplexed. Xu Taiping, you've come to make up the numbers for the 7th peak, haven't you? The round-faced young man continued, his tone laced with mockery. Realizing the intent behind the provocation, Xu Taiping chose to disregard him, pretending he had not heard. Are you ignoring me while I speak? Suddenly, the round-faced young man kicked Xu Taiping. Zhou, what are you doing? Before Xu Taiping could react, Zhao Linglong, who had turned to speak with him, immediately confronted the round-faced young man with a stern expression. Zhao Linglong's voice was not loud, but due to their proximity, Jiang Ji and Qingxiao also overheard. What is happening? What is going on? Duga Qingxiao and senior sister Jiang, Ji, turned in unison to observe the two. This Zhou Ao has kicked Taiping for no reason. Zhao Linglong indignantly pointed at Zhou Ao. Senior sister Linglong, you misunderstand. I was merely greeting junior brother Taiping, Zhou Ao said with a grin, placing his hand on Xu Taiping's shoulder. With a sudden jerk of his shoulder, Xu Taiping forcefully shook off Zhou Ao's hand from his shoulder. The impact akin to a hammer striking iron. The pain caused Zhou Ao to furrow his brow. Brother, it is advisable to refrain from physical gestures when greeting others. Should outsiders witness such behavior, they may perceive our Qingxian sect disciples as lacking in decorum, Xu Taiping remarked, maintaining a calm demeanor as he locked eyes with Zhou Ao. He preferred to steer clear of conflicts, yet he was unafraid to stand his ground when provoked. Xu Taiping, how dare you speak to a senior brother in such a tone as a mere novice? Zhou Ao glared fiercely at him. Zhou Ao, it appears you have grown quite arrogant during our brief separation, Du Gu Qingxiao interjected, positioning himself beside Xu Taiping with arms crossed. Xu Taiping has shown you considerable courtesy. Should you dare address me in such a manner, I assure you, you will find yourself bedridden for a month. He cast a cold glare at Zhou Ao. Having heard of the latter's bullying tendencies from senior sister Zijing, Du Gu Qingxiao had typically chosen to ignore him. However, witnessing Zhou Ao's intimidation of his junior brother was a matter he could not overlook. Qingxiao, what is happening here? At that moment, the elder sister of the sixth peak, a woman of somewhat mature appearance, approached. Qingxiao remained silent, instead directing his gaze towards Xu Taiping, seeking his counsel. Second brother, it is possible I have misjudged this Zhou senior. Perhaps in his hometown, such greetings are customary, Xu Taiping replied earnestly. Upon hearing this, the elder sister of the sixth peak immediately grasped the situation. You, go over there, she commanded, glaring at Zhou Ao. Feeling somewhat disgruntled, Zhou Ao shot Xu Taiping a resentful look and retorted, relying on others for protection over such trivial matters? Just wait for the competition. You shall be embarrassed. This remark only served to deepen the chill on Du Gu Qingxiao's face. All disciples of the Qingxian sect were aware that Du Gu Qingxiao of the seventh peak was famously protective of his own. While he might overlook a few insults directed at himself, any disparagement towards his junior brothers and sisters would lead to swift retribution. Brother Qingxiao, this fellow merely has a loose tongue. He harbors no ill intent. Please do not lower yourself to their level. The elder sister of the sixth peak hastily apologized to Du Gu Qingxiao. He remained silent, once more turning his attention to Xu Taiping. Brother, I am unscathed. Xu Taiping replied with a faint smile. Although Zhou Ao had unsettled him, it was not enough to warrant a conflict between his second brother and the sixth peak, especially with the competition underway. Disciples from all peaks, please come forth to draw lots, boomed the voice of Elder Black Dragon, reverberating across the sword platform. The attention of both parties shifted to the center of the platform. Moments later, Elder Sister Jiang, Ji returned with a lot in hand. The opponent for the first match is the sixth peak, she announced with a faint smile. A collective sigh of relief swept through the crowd among the seven peaks. The strength of the sixth and seventh peaks was closely matched, making this draw the most favorable for them. Upon hearing this, Xu Taiping cast a glance towards the six peaks, only to find that their disciples were all beaming with joy, evidently pleased with their favorable draw. It was no surprise, given they were the last and second to last in ranking. He couldn't help but chuckle inwardly at the irony. However, their draw number was above ours, meaning they would be the first to designate a disciple for the competition once it commenced. Suddenly, senior sister Jiang Ji cast a worried look at Xu Taiping. Upon hearing this, Zhao Linglong and Qingxiao mirrored Jiang Ji's concern, also directing their gaze towards Xu Taiping. Senior sister, what seems to be the matter? Xu Taiping inquired, somewhat perplexed. This means, Taiping, you cannot choose the weight of the ship's iron for yourself. You must either concede defeat or select a weight heavier than the one chosen by the first disciple from Six Peaks, Qingxiao explained anxiously. Chapter 85, the fourth match. 130 pounds of suspended iron. As the match commenced, the Elder Black Dragon announced, "We invite the Six Peaks to send forth their disciple to carve the inscription." Moments later, as the disciples from 6 and 7 Peaks ascended the sword platform, the Elder Black Dragon declared the competition officially underway. Zhou Ao from the 6th Peak stepped forward, greeting Elder Black Dragon respectfully. Unsurprisingly, Zhou Ao, the weakest among them, was the first to be dispatched by the 6 Peaks. Second brother, Given Zhou Ao's cultivation, he can likely only select a weight of 100 pounds for the ship's iron, correct? Zhao Linglong remarked, observing Zhou Ao as he deliberated on his choice. Given that he was still unable to fly with his sword, it seemed indeed that the weight he could handle was around 100 pounds. Qingxiao nodded in agreement. Junior brother, what was the maximum weight of the ship's iron you could manage yesterday? Zhao Linglong immediately turned to Xu Taiping. 60 pounds, Xu Taiping replied candidly. To prepare for today's contest, the group of disciples had gathered at the 7th Peak's sword platform the previous day to test their sword-bearing capacity. At that time, Xu Taiping's sword could bear a weight of 60 pounds. It was not that he could not handle a heavier load, but anything beyond that made his head spin and his ears buzz, rendering him incapable of maintaining steady control over the sword. According to senior brother Qingxiao, this phenomenon stemmed from the cultivator's spirit, known as soul weeping. When a cultivator employs sword control, their spirit is intrinsically linked to the sword. If one were to impose heavy weights upon the sword without prior adaptation or subject it to severe impacts, it could lead to the condition of soul weeping. To alleviate such symptoms, there were no effective remedies. Only the repetitive practice over days and years which would enable the sword to bear greater weight and withstand more vigorous shocks. Thus, it typically took cultivators 2 to 3 years, or even longer, to master flying with their swords after they had learned the basics. This is why the 4th match of the 7 Peaks competition is referred to as a test of endurance, as it ultimately measures the cultivator's ability to withstand the affliction of soul weeping. If Zhou Ao chooses a weight exceeding 100 pounds, Taiping, you should concede defeat without hesitation. Participating in the 7 Peaks competition for the first time, such an outcome is of no consequence. Senior Sister Zijing spoke gently to Xu Taiping. If possible, I would prefer to attempt once more before conceding defeat. Xu Taiping responded earnestly after a moment of contemplation. He could not bring himself to surrender without even trying. It was a matter of personal pride. Very well, Qingxiao nodded at this. The reason they urged Xu Taiping to concede was to spare him the mockery of disciples from other peaks, as the symptoms of soul cry could lead to an unrestrained display of emotions if one could not endure it. However, since Xu Taiping himself was indifferent to the outcome, they felt no further concern. Let this contest serve as a form of training and experience. As long as the soul cry did not persist for too long, it would not inflict substantial harm upon the spirit. Senior Sister Jiang Ji had no objections. Well done, Zhao Linglong whispered to Xu Taiping with a wink. The disciple Zhou Ao from the 6th Peak chose a weight of 130 pounds for the ship's iron. At that moment, Elder Black Dragon's voice resonated once more. Upon hearing this, the members of the 7th Peak exchanged glances, bewildered. 130 pounds? Is this lad out of his mind? Zhao Linglong exclaimed in astonishment. Based on their understanding of Zhou Ao, his flying sword could bear no more than 100 pounds, and suddenly increasing it to 130 pounds was evidently unusual. The group turned their gaze toward the disciples of the 6th Peak, only to find their senior sister and several brothers equally astonished. Clearly, they were unaware of the weight Zhou Ao had reported to Elder Black Dragon. Could it be that Zhou Ao is trying to provoke me? Xu Taiping pondered with a hint of doubt. Although Zhou Ao had a sharp tongue, he could not possibly be that petty, especially considering he had been the one to offend Taiping first. Zhao Linglong also felt a sense of surprise. Let us first see if he can lift that piece of ship iron, Qingxiao remarked, shaking his head. He too was puzzled as to why Zhou Ao harbored such intense animosity toward Taiping. At that moment, Zhou Ao unsheathed a sword from his back with a resounding clang. The sword emanated a powerful surge of spiritual energy, clearly not an ordinary object. Then, with a resonant hum, Zhou Ao maneuvered the flying sword before Elder Black Dragon. Without a moment's hesitation, Elder Black Dragon affixed 2 pieces of ship iron, one large and one small, onto the flying sword with a fine steel cable. The instant the ship iron was secured, the surge of spiritual energy from the flying sword intensified dramatically, producing a continuous buzzing sound, as the sword trembled precariously, on the verge of descending. Meanwhile, Zhou Ao, who controlled the flying sword, began to shake violently. His arm, raised in a sword gesture, felt as though it bore a weight of 1,000 pounds, slowly pressing downward. Humph! With a muffled grunt, Zhou Ao's expression twisted as he let out a fierce roar, abruptly raising the hand that held the sword gesture. Immediately, the flying sword, which had nearly touched the ground, soared upward. Although the speed was not swift, it ultimately reached a barren spot on the opposite cliff, beginning to inscribe the Qingxiao 7 verses with deliberate strokes. The first verse of the Qingxiao 7 verses states, "Those who harm their fellow disciples shall have their spiritual bones extracted and cast into the mundane world." Zhou, reciting loudly, deftly manipulated his flying sword, inscribing upon the cliff face with swift precision. Ultimately, amidst the astonished gazes of the onlookers, he completed the entirety of the 7-character regulated verse. Even the members of the 6 peaks exhibited expressions of disbelief, not anticipating that Zhou could suspend a weight of 130 pounds. Suddenly, a resounding thud echoed as Zhou, drenched in perspiration, collapsed to his knees, gasping for breath. The sight of a cultivator from the Wanyu realm displaying such fatigue underscored the excruciating torment of the soul cry. After regaining some composure, Zhou abruptly lifted his gaze towards a cloud tower across from him, a triumphant smile illuminating his face. Following his line of sight, one could see Xu Zijing and Lin Buyu seated atop the cloud tower. He then turned to glance back at Xu Taiping's position, tauntingly challenging, "Xu Taiping, dare you step forth for a duel?" The disciples of the Qingxiao sect atop the cloud tower were well acquainted with Xu Taiping's name, and Zhou's declaration incited a wave of murmurs among them. They were taken aback to discover that Zhou bore a grudge against Xu Taiping. Chapter 86. The fourth match. Is he out of his mind? Is this lad out of his mind? Zhao Linglong muttered under her breath as she observed Zhou, who was pointing at Taiping like a rabid dog. The voice of Elder Black Dragon resonated. "Which disciple from the 7th peak will take the stage?" "Please allow us a moment to confer." Master Sister Jiang responded promptly. "You have but the time it takes to brew a cup of tea," Elder Black Dragon acknowledged. According to the rules of the competition, the side facing the challenge had a brief interval to deliberate. However, the disciples surrounding the cloud tower disregarded this, perceiving Xu Taiping's hesitance as fear, resulting in a chorus of jeers echoing around the sword platform. "What is wrong with this old 7? Who incited him to target Taiping so?" Xu Zijing's expression soured at the sound of the derision. Lin Buyu, devoid of any emotion, simply uttered, "Fool." Beside her, Xu Zijing felt on the brink of tears. She was acutely aware of old 7's petty schemes, but Lin Buyu's disinterest only served to deepen her annoyance. "I suspect Taiping may forfeit," Xu Zijing sighed. "That will not happen," Lin Buyu replied, her eyes still fixed on the book in her hands, not lifting her gaze. "How can you be so sure? The 7th peak challenger is Xu Taiping." Elder Black Dragon's voice rang out, interrupting Xu Zijing's unfinished thought. Upon hearing this, a playful smile tugged at Lin Buyu's lips, and she resumed her engrossed reading. On the sword platform, Zhao Linglong gazed with concern at Xu Taiping's retreating figure. "He knows his limits. He should be fine," Master Sister Jiang reassured her, shaking her head. "Yet I can't shake the feeling he might do something foolish." Stubbornly enduring the torment of soul cry and attempting to lift that 130 pounds of iron, Zhao Linglong remarked, her brow furrowing in apprehension. "There is no need for concern in this regard. The anguish of the spirit is far more profound than that of the body. It is not something one can simply endure at will. Most individuals would instantly succumb to faintness, as Jiang remarked. However, there are exceptions. Those who do not lose consciousness and choose instead to stubbornly persist may find themselves in peril," Qingxiao noted with a furrowed brow. Upon hearing this, Zhao Linglong's countenance shifted dramatically, for the Xu Taiping she remembered bore a striking resemblance to the type of person Qingxiao had described. Before long, the voice of Elder Black Dragon resonated once more. "Xu Taiping of the 7th peak has selected a weight of 131 pounds for the iron to be pressed." Hearing this proclamation, the disciples of the Qingxiao sect, who had initially jeered from the cloud tower, suddenly felt a rush of heat to their faces, though some remained disdainful. No need to look further. Surely, this was yet another feeble attempt to appease appearances before conceding defeat. Indeed, it was likely a matter of pride that compelled him to take the stage. As the derisive voices echoed from the cloud tower, Zhao Linglong's expression grew increasingly grim. Yet she found herself unable to refute their claims, for they had just advised Xu Taiping in a similar manner. "Pay no mind to those gossips. This time, as long as Taiping can summon his flying sword, he will have fulfilled his task," Qingxiao encouraged, observing Zhao Linglong's waning composure. "This is only the first great competition of the 7 peaks for our junior brother. In 6 years, he will surely silence them all," Zhao Linglong asserted with unwavering conviction. Indeed, the Taiping of 6 years hence will undoubtedly stand resolute. Qingxiao concurred wholeheartedly. Thus, for the sake of Taiping, they resolved that in this 7 peaks competition, they must secure at least 1 or 2 victories. Without sufficient rare treasures, no matter how hard he strives, he would never catch up to the disciples of the other peaks, declared senior Sister Zijing with firm resolve. Upon hearing this, both Qingxiao and Zhao Linglong nodded in agreement. This time, whether it be Jiangji or Qingxiao, they were both prepared to face the repercussions of their spirit strain. On the stage, Elder Black Dragon commanded, "Xu Taiping, unsheath your sword." With a neutral expression, he regarded Xu Taiping. Yes, Xu Taiping acknowledged with a nod. He then formed a sword gesture and began to channel his sword technique. With a resounding clang, the sword strapped to his back abruptly leaped from its sheath, spiraling before him. Upon seeing the sword, Elder Black Dragon's brow furrowed slightly. This sword was none other than the rusted blade belonging to the recluse Sin San, left at the moon-catching pool. The reason for bringing this sword was not due to a lack of weapons at the 7th peak, but rather Xu Taiping's familiarity with it. He did not wish to switch at the last moment. To bring this sword, Xu Taiping had assured Elder San San that he would carve 3,000 characters upon his return. Some discerning cultivators in the crowd caught sight of Xu Taiping's rusted sword, prompting laughter from some who ridiculed the 7th peak for its apparent poverty, lacking even a respectable sword, while others mocked Xu Taiping for treating the 7 peaks competition as a trivial matter, casually bringing any sword to partake in the contest. Upon the cloud tower, Lingyue, accompanied by an elderly man with a head full of white hair, was incensed after hearing the remarks of the bystanders. He furiously exclaimed, "A bunch of good-for-nothings. How dare you critique my sword?" Yet, the surrounding crowd appeared oblivious to his presence, continuing their jeers and mockery. "Xu Taiping, if you embarrass me with that sword, I shall certainly punish you to transcribe 3,000 words upon your return." The old man glared at Xu Taiping on the sword platform, teeth clenched. Achoo! Just as Xu Taiping prepared to have the Black Dragon Elder suspend the ship-pressing iron, sneezed, the flying sword before him began to tremble violently. This elicited another round of laughter from the disciples atop the cloud tower. "Xu Taiping, are you ready?" The Black Dragon Elder maintained his stern demeanor. "The disciple is fully prepared," Xu Taiping replied, touching his nose and adopting a serious tone. Upon hearing this, the Black Dragon Elder nodded solemnly. He then deftly picked up a piece of ship-pressing iron and gradually secured it to the rusted sword under Xu Taiping's control. Buzz! Almost instantaneously, the rusted sword emitted a quiver as the Black Dragon Elder's hand withdrew from the iron. Simultaneously, Xu Taiping felt as if his brain had been struck heavily, leaving him in a daze. The rusted sword suddenly plummeted towards the ground. However, this state lasted but a moment, as Xu Taiping valiantly fought against a wave of nausea and dizziness to lift the sword once more. Yet, even raising the sword just 3 feet off the ground rendered him breathless, his chest tightening, and his heart racing furiously, as if he might faint at any moment. This was the symptom of soul cry. "Xu Taiping, this is merely 100 pounds, and there are still 31 pounds to be added. Can you endure?" The Black Dragon Elder picked up another small piece of ship-pressing iron. "If you cannot withstand it, you may withdraw from the competition," he added, his tone devoid of any emotion. Xu Taiping exhaled a breath of stale air, straightened his posture, and suddenly thrust the sword upwards. With a clang, the rusted sword soared back towards the Black Dragon Elder. "I can," Xu Taiping uttered 2 words. The crowd, initially ready to witness his folly, fell silent in that moment. Without hesitation, the Black Dragon Elder affixed another piece of ship-pressing iron to Xu Taiping's rusted sword. This time, the flying sword did not descend. Yet Xu Taiping's complexion turned as pale as a sheet. At this juncture, he was entirely relying on instinct to control the sword. Fortunately, his relentless practice over the past days had rendered his swordsmanship remarkably proficient. Observing this scene, the Black Dragon Elder remained silent, simply attaching another thumb-sized piece of ship-pressing iron to the rusted sword. "Not too much, not too little, precisely 131 pounds. Please inscribe." The Black Dragon Elder instructed Xu Taiping in his emotionless voice. Chapter 87. The Fourth Contest, 131. Xu Taiping, feeling utterly powerless, nodded faintly before swallowing hard, gradually urging the rusted sword, laden with the weight of iron meant for pressing boats, toward the cliff ahead. In this instance, He had indeed overestimated his abilities and underestimated the toll that the oppressive force on his spirit inflicted upon him. He was unaware that a typical sword practitioner would ordinarily spend decades gradually adding weight. Yet, driven by his character, once he resolved to undertake a task, he would never abandon it midway. At least as long as he remained conscious, he had no intention of giving up. A bit higher, he thought. Just a little more. He pressed on. In that moment, he felt as though he had returned to the early days when he first immersed himself in the bone-washing and marrow-cleansing concoction to practice the residual glow sutra. Each time the pain threatened to make him relent, he would remind himself to endure just a little longer. Curiously, whenever he sensed himself nearing unconsciousness, a faint stream of indescribable ethereal energy would surge forth from the acupoints that had been pressed during his training, momentarily awakening his consciousness from the brink of oblivion. Could it be that the Flame Emperor's crucible technique possessed the ability to suppress the pain of soul wailing? Xu Taiping mused with a hint of delight. However, before he could contemplate further, a buzzing sound reverberated in his mind, and the sensation of dizziness and suffocation once again crashed over him like a tidal wave. Yet, due to that fleeting ethereal energy surging from his acupoints, his consciousness could not succumb to unconsciousness, which intensified his perception of the pain. In that instant, the Flame Emperor's crucible technique became a double-edged sword for Xu Taiping. "Senior brother, should we bring Taiping down?" Zhao Linglong asked, her concern evident as she observed Xu Taiping's increasingly tremulous form on stage. "It's too late," Qingxiao replied, furrowing his brow in frustration. "This lad is precisely the exception I feared. His capacity to endure pain far surpasses that of an ordinary person, and he has yet to faint. Our interference would only hinder him further." Meanwhile, the disciples on Yun Tower, witnessing his tortoise-like pace, erupted in derisive laughter. However, as the rusted long sword gradually ascended, inching closer to the spot on the cliff where the 7-character verse was inscribed, most of the mocking voices fell silent. At this moment, Xu Taiping's countenance was visible to all, his face as pale as paper, trembling uncontrollably, and his body half bent, all signs indicating that he was on the brink of collapse. Strangely, each time the onlookers believed he would succumb, he managed to draw in another breath, allowing the flying sword to rise yet again. He was merely holding on, refusing to fall. Had they not witnessed it with their own eyes, they would find it hard to believe that someone could maintain a rusted sword, weighing 131 jin, at such a height. Clang! At that moment, Xu Taiping's rusted sword finally made contact with the cliff wall. With a sharp sound, the sword began to inscribe upon the rock. The process of writing, however, remained exceedingly arduous. Xu Taiping paused for a breath after almost every stroke he made. Yet what astonished the onlookers was that, despite his slow pace, each character he inscribed was imbued with vigor, starkly contrasting with the erratic handwriting of Zhou Ao beside him. This scene did not escape the keen eye of the monk Sen-san, who displayed an unusual smile of satisfaction. Not only Sen-san, but many present felt a profound respect for Xu Taiping, who demonstrated unwavering focus despite the circumstances. In an instant, all mockery and derision faded into silence. Ultimately, amidst the astonished and bewildered gazes of the crowd, Xu Taiping, with his trembling arm, wielded the rusted sword to inscribe the final character. The little junior brother had truly accomplished his task. Even Zhao Linglong wore an expression of disbelief. Beside her, Qingxiao exhaled deeply, not out of relief for Xu Taiping's victory, but rather for his safety throughout the contest. "Come back." After finishing the last character, Xu Taiping bellowed, mustering his remaining strength to retract the rusted sword. With a whoosh, the sword, weighted down by 131 jin of iron, plummeted like a meteor, embedding itself straight into the ground before Xu Taiping. In that instant, the pressure weighing on his spirit receded like a tide, replaced by an indescribable sense of relief that coursed through his entire being. A memory surged forth. He recalled the sensation he felt during his initial practice of the Flame Emperor's furnace method of forging iron, a similar feeling of liberation. Xu Taiping's mind abruptly cleared, and he became acutely aware of the peril inherent in his previous recklessness, filled with trepidation as he thought, had I entertained even the slightest notion of retreat? Unable to withstand the soul-weeping agony, yet not fainting, my spirit would have likely suffered severe damage as well. Taiping. Just as Xu Taiping began to falter, Zhao Linglong, clad in red, along with Qingxiao and the senior sister, rushed to his side, supporting him. "Senior sister, senior brother, I am sorry to have worried you, he said apologetically. Fortunately, nothing went awry. Qingxiao checked Xu Taiping's pulse and breathed a sigh of relief. The elder black dragon cast a glance at the group before proclaiming loudly, Xu Taiping, with a weight of 131 jin, triumphs over Zhou Ao. At this announcement, the crowd erupted in astonishment. Zhou Ao, upon hearing this, kicked the nearby flagpole in frustration, exclaiming, had I known, I would have added 2 more jin. However, as soon as he uttered those words, his spirit faltered, and he began to retch uncontrollably, creating an exceedingly awkward scene. This was precisely why Qingxiao had harbored concerns about Xu Taiping losing composure. The soul-weeping affliction could lead not only to public vomiting, but potentially even to incontinence. Turning to the upcoming contests, perhaps inspired by Xu Taiping's performance, or perhaps due to the 7th Peak disciples' lack of proficiency in sword control. The 3 participants from the 7th Peak displayed remarkable enthusiasm, easily overcoming their opponents, particularly Qingxiao. During the contest with the senior sister of the 6 Peaks, I directly suspended 3,000 pounds of iron, compelling her to forfeit the match. In the 2 contests among the other 4 peaks, the 2nd Peak triumphed over the 5th Peak, while the 3rd Peak bested the 4th Peak. The 1st Peak, having been the champion of the previous tournament, did not compete in the first round. Thus, the subsequent competition for rankings will unfold among the 1st, 2nd, 3rd, and 7th Peaks. Predictably, our adversary shall be the 1st Peak. Upon the announcement of the 2nd round's roster, senior sister Ji furrowed her brow and murmured, why must our opponent be the 1st Peak? Wasn't there supposed to be a draw? Xu Taiping, having fully recovered after nearly half an hour of respite, expressed his confusion. Because the 1st Peak was the victor of the last round, they possessed the privilege to select their opponent. Given that we have never enjoyed amicable relations with the 1st Peak and are among the weakest, they will undoubtedly choose us, Ji replied with a wry smile. I have been anticipating the 1st Peak, exclaimed 2nd senior brother Qingxiao, undeterred and rather exhilarated. As the 2nd round of the contest was about to commence, Elder Black Dragon's voice resonated once more. 1st Peak, as the reigning champions, you may now take the stage to select your opponent. His gaze shifted towards the 1st Peak's position. Subsequently, the 1st Peak's foremost disciple, Yin Bing, swiftly descended onto the stage. Yin Bing, having acknowledged Elder Black Dragon, offered a respectful salute. Elder Black Dragon nodded, and then addressed the 3rd Peak, choose your opponent. Yin Bing nodded slightly, scanning the audience before his gaze landed on Qingxiao from the 7th Peak. I choose the 7th Peak, Yin Bing declared, his eyes fixed on Qingxiao with a smile. As senior sister Ji had anticipated, the 1st Peak selected the 7th Peak as their opponent. Chapter 88. The 4th match, is this true genius? Regarding Yin Bing's choice, not only Xu Taiping and his companions, but even the disciples from various peaks observing from Yunlu were not particularly surprised. Targeting the weakest adversaries. Does the 1st Peak not fear being ridiculed for their unworthy victories? What do you know? The grand tournament occurs once every 6 years. Naturally, one must select the opponent with the highest probability of victory. As long as one emerges victorious, no one will care how it was achieved. Consequently, the 7th Peak is destined to falter in the 2nd round. How could the 7th Peak possibly contend with the 1st Peak? This match lacks any intrigue. The 7th Peak is truly unfortunate. Had they not been so antagonistic towards the 1st Peak in the past, they might have secured a 2nd place. Aside from a few who believed the 1st Peak's choice to be somewhat unsportsmanlike, the majority were reveling in schadenfreude, especially the disciples from the peaks who had already lost. Witnessing the 7th Peak, which they often ridiculed, advancing to the 2nd round, felt a pang of discomfort and naturally hoped for a resounding defeat for the 7th Peak. Moreover, the more humiliating the defeat, the better, although a considerable distance separated them. The acuity of the cultivator's vision and hearing ensured that these mockeries and jeers ultimately reached the ears of the 4 disciples from the 7th Peak. Do they truly take pleasure in others' misfortunes? Zhao Linglong muttered with palpable displeasure. Do not let your temper flare. The only matter you should be contemplating now is how to secure victory in this contest. Jiangji gently patted Zhao Linglong's shoulder, speaking softly to her. Indeed, senior sister. You are right, Zhao Linglong replied, grasping Jiangji's hand. Taiping, how is your recovery progressing? At that moment, Qingxiao inquired of Xu Taiping. I have nearly recovered, Xu Taiping stated, not intending to conceal his current condition from Qingxiao. Your warrior physique has proven invaluable this time. Qingxiao remarked with a nod of satisfaction, attributing Xu Taiping's swift recovery entirely to his robust constitution. However, in a certain sense, Qingxiao was not mistaken. Xu Taiping used. In the second round, the first match featured the first peak against the seventh peak. As the first peak was the reigning champion from the previous competition, they were the first to send a disciple to the stage. After confirming the opponents, Elder Black Dragon once again announced loudly to the crowd. Upon hearing this, all eyes turned to the first peak, eager to see who they would send forth. At that moment, a tall youth with a sword on his back leapt onto the stage. Disciple of the first peak, Yi Xian, pays his respects to Elder Black Dragon. The youth bowed respectfully. This elicited a predictable response from the spectators. Surely, the seventh peak would send Xu Taiping to compete? Although Xu Taiping had previously triumphed over Yi Xian in the selection, this contest involved sword mastery, and Yi Xian's sword could now bear a weight of at least 200 pounds, while Xu Taiping had struggled with 130 pounds in their last encounter. The outcome was likely to favor Yi Xian. Due to the enmity between Xu Taiping and Yi Xian, many began to murmur among themselves, particularly those who had missed the earlier duel and were eager to witness their clash once more. Yi Xian of the first peak, what weight of ship's iron do you wish to select? Elder Black Dragon inquired. The disciple hesitated for a moment, then turned his gaze towards Xu Taiping and declared, I wish to select 262 pounds of ship's iron. At this proclamation, a stir rippled through the surrounding crowd. Although Yi Xian possessed remarkable talent, he had only been practicing for 3 years, with merely 1 year dedicated to swordsmanship. 262 pounds was no trivial amount. More importantly, this weight was precisely double that of Xu Taiping's last challenge, clearly a provocation aimed at him. The onlookers, reveling in the escalating drama, began to cheer loudly. Clang! At that moment, Yi Xian drew his sword, which gracefully arced through the air before landing steadily before Elder Black Dragon. It was evident that Yi Xian had tempered his arrogance somewhat after his previous defeat. Without further ado, Elder Black Dragon placed a 100-pound weight of ship's iron upon Yi Xian's sword. The sound of the sword vibrating echoed through the air, and Yi Xian's expression shifted from ease to strain, yet he appeared to handle it with relative composure. As he effortlessly performed, the crowd was taken aback and instinctively shifted their gazes towards Xu Taiping, their eyes brimming with sympathy. However, at this moment, Xu Taiping was more intrigued by the weight of 262 pounds than by Yi Xian's selection, pondering whether he could lift it. He mused to himself that it should be feasible. This was not an act of arrogance. Rather, the Emperor Yan's furnace art had instilled in him this confidence.
Just after recovering from the torment of soul weeping, he distinctly felt his connection to the sword had become considerably clearer.
He had even secretly tested his ability to wield the boat-pressing iron sword, and found that the symptoms of soul weeping were not as overwhelming as before. Clang! As these thoughts traversed his mind, Yi Xian's flying sword, laden with the 262 pounds of boat-pressing iron, soared forth. Although Yi Xian's complexion was as pale as a sheet, his sword flew with remarkable steadiness, reaching a height of over 100 yards on the cliff in mere moments. The sound of the sword gliding across the cliff resonated continuously. Yi Xian's effortless display left the audience of disciples in awe. Was this the hallmark of genius? Many disciples' eyes reflected a sense of despair. Yi Xian's performance today dealt a heavy blow to those who believed that diligence could compensate for lack of talent, forcing them to confront the reality that innate talent and cultivation far surpasses mere effort. Chapter 89, the fourth round, weighing 263 pounds ding. With the sound of another sword ringing, Yi Xian, who had inscribed the 7 rhyme of Qingxiao on the cliff, steadily returned his flying sword to its sheath. Thank you, Elder Black Dragon. He respectfully handed back the 262 pounds of boat-pressing iron to Elder Black Dragon. Indeed, Elder Black Dragon, who seldom praised participating disciples, nodded in satisfaction. If the sword challenge a few months prior had plunged Yi Xian's reputation to its nadir, then today's display had lifted him back from the abyss. In an instant, the cloud tower was filled with exclamations of admiration. Among the disciples present, while many could suspend iron weights of over 300 pounds, those of Yi Xian's age capable of wielding nearly 300 pounds of black iron were exceedingly rare. As Yi Xian absorbed the surrounding accolades and felt the envious gazes directed towards him, he exhaled a long sigh. His previously somber visage once again radiated an air of pride, as if declaring to all, I, Yi Xian, have returned. Subsequently, His gaze fell once more upon Xu Taiping as he proclaimed, "Xu Taiping, it is your turn." With this call, all eyes turned once again to Xu Taiping. "Perhaps today is an auspicious day," Xu Taiping quipped, maintaining an expressionless facade in response to Yi Xian's fervent gaze. "Go ahead, give it your all. And do not feel pressured." Qingxiao patted Xu Taiping on the back. Having witnessed Xu Taiping's previous performance, he refrained from further urging him to withdraw. "This round was not initially part of our plan." Master Sister Jiangji also offered Xu Taiping a smile. "Indeed, it is not solely the contest involving Xu Taiping. Even Zhao Linglong's event was not originally part of their plans. According to the initial strategy, Xi and Qingxiao intended to support this competition together. Therefore, Xu Taiping's victory would be advantageous, but his defeat would not be of great consequence. I shall endeavor to perform my utmost." Xu Taiping nodded. Although he vaguely felt that with a bit of determination, he could bear the weight of 260 pounds of iron. He had not yet tested it himself, and thus lacked certainty. Nonetheless, regardless of whether he succeeded or faltered, he had resolved that as long as he could endure, he would undoubtedly assist his elder sister and brother in this moment. Observing their isolated and helpless demeanor during the matches evoked a sense of sorrow within him. It truly is Xu Taiping, and he has indeed stepped onto the stage. As Xu Taiping approached the platform, the disciples from various peaks in the surrounding cloud towers began to jeer once more. "Xu Taiping, are you prepared to lift 263 pounds this time?" they taunted. "What a pity, it should be at least 1 pound more, if only it were 2 or 1. Having been humiliated by Xu Taiping in the previous match, they seized this opportunity to ridicule him once again. Indeed, if only it were 1 pound more. Upon hearing their derision, Xu Taiping felt no anger. Instead, he silently mocked himself. If he could truly add a pound, he would not hesitate to ask Elder Heilong to assist him in lifting 262 pounds and 1 ounce, as it would ease the burden somewhat. "Xu Taiping," the not yet dismounted Yi Xian suddenly called out to him. Xu Taiping halted and turned to face Yi Xian. "Do not disappoint me." Yi Xian's gaze was fervent as he looked at Xu Taiping. It was evident that he genuinely desired to defeat him once. Xu Taiping exchanged a glance with Yi Xian, then silently turned toward Elder Heilong. This method of provocation held no sway over him. Xu Taiping, disciple of the 7 Peaks, approached Elder Heilong. Upon reaching the elder, Xu Taiping performed his customary bow. "Xu Taiping, you must select a weight of no less than 262 pounds for the ship's iron." Elder Heilong offered no superfluous words. "I choose the ship's iron weighing 263 pounds, Xu Taiping replied without hesitation. At this declaration, laughter erupted once more from the cloud tower. However, compared to the first match, the jeers and mockery had diminished significantly. In fact, many disciples cast expectant glances towards Xu Taiping. Yi Xian's lips even curled into a slight smile. Having witnessed Xu Taiping's previous contest, he was convinced that the maximum weight Xu Taiping could manage was 150 pounds. Now, attempting to lift over 200 pounds would undoubtedly exacerbate his soul-crying affliction, likely leading to embarrassment on stage. Not only he, but numerous disciples also anticipated this spectacle. "Have you thought this through?" Elder Heilong, harboring no ill will towards the young man before him, sought to confirm once more rather than immediately announcing the decision. "I have made my decision," Xu Taiping nodded. Upon perceiving that Xu Taiping had resigned himself to his fate, Elder Black Dragon ceased his further discourse and proclaimed to the assembly with a resonant voice, "Disciple Xu Taiping of 7 Peaks, suspended with an iron weight of 263 jing." The moment Elder Black Dragon's official announcement resonated, the clamor from Yun Tower intensified. Just moments ago, there had been a suggestion to further persuade Taiping. Zhao Linglong gazed at Xu Taiping's silhouette on the stage, her expression fraught with concern. "Do you not yet comprehend your junior brother's temperament? When he is not inclined to contend, no amount of treasures before him will spur him to do so. Yet, when he resolves to fight, he will face any peril, be it a mountain of blades or a sea of flames, without a hint of retreat," Qingxiao remarked, his gaze unwavering towards the stage. "It is perhaps we, the ineffectual senior brothers and sisters, who have ignited this determination within him," sighed Senior Sister Jiangji with a wry smile. Hearing this, both Qingxiao and Zhao Linglong exchanged glances, their eyes betraying a twinge of shame. After all, this contest should not have burdened their newly initiated junior brother with such peril. Suddenly, a sharp sound of a sword echoing broke through their thoughts. They cast aside their distractions and turned their attention to the stage. There, the rusted sword behind Xu Taiping soared forth, ultimately coming to a rest before Elder Black Dragon, awaiting the attachment of the suspended iron weight. Observing this scene, Zhao Linglong became so tense she scarcely dared to breathe. Chapter 90. The Fourth Match. A reunion after 6 years with a hum, as Elder Black Dragon suspended a block of 100 jin of iron weight upon the hilt of the flying sword. The rusted blade emitted a resonant vibration. Concurrently, Xu Taiping's body tensed instantaneously. 100 jin. Elder Black Dragon cast a glance at Xu Taiping, but refrained from immediately placing the second block of iron weight. Xu Taiping understood that Elder Black Dragon was affording him a moment to regulate his breath. After taking a deep inhalation, he nodded toward Elder Black Dragon, expressing his gratitude. At this moment, although he exhibited symptoms of soul weeping akin to before, buzzing in his ears, rapid breathing, and a racing heartbeat, it remained within his threshold of endurance. Elder Black Dragon, observing Xu Taiping's current demeanor, felt a hint of surprise. After all, in the previous round, Xu Taiping had not appeared nearly as composed. Nevertheless, he refrained from commenting and promptly affixed the second block of 100 jin to Xu Taiping's rusted sword. As the second block was attached, the symptoms of soul weeping intensified dramatically. Xu Taiping felt as though his head might burst from the relentless buzzing that only he could perceive, while his heart began to race, pounding as if it sought to escape from his chest. He gasped for air, drawing in great breaths. Were it not for the occasional surge of energy from several of his acupoints, keeping his mind alert, he might have succumbed to unconsciousness. 200 jin. Elder Black Dragon's voice rang out once more. However, to Xu Taiping's ears, the sound was drawn out, taking a considerable time for him to comprehend its meaning. After exhaling a trembling breath, Xu Taiping, gripping the sword's hilt, nodded slightly, his entire body quaking, and replied with the utmost effort, "Thank you, Elder." Observing the youth before him, the usually impassive Black Dragon Elder displayed a fleeting glimmer of emotion. He slowly nodded in acknowledgement, and then retrieved 2 pieces of ship iron, one large and one small, placing them in his hands, saying, "These are the final 2 pieces of ship iron." Upon uttering these words, he carefully hung the smaller piece of iron onto the hilt of the rusted sword. Even this diminutive piece caused the rusted sword to sink downward. However, Xu Taiping merely grunted softly and gradually exerted control through the sword's hilt, lifting the rusted blade once more. At this moment, his forehead was beaded with fine droplets of sweat, and his shirt was thoroughly soaked. It is difficult to imagine such a sight belonging to a cultivator of the void realm, highlighting the terrifying nature of the soul cry syndrome. With the last piece, the Black Dragon Elder placed the final piece of ship iron onto the rusted sword. With a resonating hum, the sword plummeted suddenly, nearly crashing to the ground. Yet, just as the sword was about to touch the earth, Xu Taiping gritted his teeth and stifled a grunt, lifting the sword from the ground. The rusted sword, burdened by 263 pounds of ship iron, began to inch its way above the heads of both Xu Taiping and the Black Dragon Elder. Witnessing this moment, the expressions of the disciples who had once mocked Xu Taiping, as well as that of Yi Xian on the platform, turned grim. As fellow cultivators, they understood all too well the arduous challenge of increasing the flying sword's weight from 131 to 263 pounds. Achieving this feat meant that the young lad had already emerged victorious. Su Zian, observing from the cloud tower, appeared somewhat moved. It was evident to all that while Yi Xian relied on his innate talent, Xu Taiping was persevering against the torturous effects of the soul cry syndrome. Although the syndrome did not inflict significant damage on the soul, enduring its agony was not something everyone could withstand. Unbeknownst to them, Xu Taiping, having cultivated the emperor's body refinement technique, was acutely aware of the pain, deprived even of the opportunity to feint and escape it. Nevertheless, Xu Taiping clearly had no intention of surrendering. Like the previous occasion, he gradually urged the flying sword upward. Despite the pace being excruciatingly slow, neither the disciples on stage nor those off stage displayed any signs of impatience. Most of the disciples present had practiced sword control and understood the excruciating nature of the soul cry syndrome, making it impossible, even for the most callous, to criticize Xu Taiping at this moment. Bang! After nearly the duration of a tea break, Xu Taiping's sword suddenly struck the cliff face, the blade beginning to slide gradually against the rock. He commenced inscribing his 7-character verse. Just like last time, even at this juncture, his handwriting remained remarkably neat. So much so that it was almost embarrassing. If he failed to write it well, he would certainly face the ire of the master of the 3-3. As Xu Taiping scribbled away, he couldn't help but amuse himself with his thoughts. Meanwhile, the esteemed San from Yun Tower, upon witnessing the scene, said nothing and soared away on his sword. He had seen all that he wished to see. Moments later, after the incense stick had burned for a fraction longer, Xu Taiping finally completed his last stroke. With a flick of his sword, he summoned the rusted blade, which obediently returned, crashing down onto the platform with a thud, reminiscent of the previous occasion. The disciple has finished writing. Xu Taiping managed to stand upright, lifting his gaze towards the elder black dragon. The elder hesitated for a moment, then abruptly regained his composure, nodding solemnly. In this contest, Xu Taiping of the 7th peak emerges victorious. Upon hearing this, Yixian clenched his fists tightly, biting his lip, his eyes reflecting a deep-seated unwillingness. He stepped forward to Xu Taiping, his expression intricate, declaring, "I shall reclaim my victory." Xu Taiping, feeling frail, glanced at Yixian and shook his head. "You stand no chance." While he might have offered a nonchalant smile to others, he felt no inclination to do so in Yixian's presence. Yixian's gaze sharpened, his trembling fists poised as if ready to strike Xu Taiping. Yet he ultimately composed himself, as if having made a resolute decision, stating deliberately, "We shall meet again in 6 years at the 7th peak competition." With that, he turned and walked away. At that moment, Zhao Linglong and Qingxiao, among others, rushed onto the stage, assisting Xu Taiping to his feet. With his tension finally alleviated, Xu Taiping exhaled deeply, saying, "Senior sister, senior brother, I need to rest for a while." Upon uttering these words, his mind went blank, and he succumbed to slumber. 3 days later, in Baijiao Hall, Xu Taiping was taken aback to find that he had slept for an entire 3 days. Even more surprising was the realization that much had transpired during his unconsciousness. In Baijiao Hall, his senior sister Jiang Ji recounted the events that unfolded after he fell into a coma following the contest. Though they had triumphed over the first peak, the victory left them severely weakened, leading to their eventual defeat by the second peak. Subsequently, Xu Taiping's old ailment resurfaced, and both he and Jiang Ji were taken to Baijiao Hall. Nodding thoughtfully, Xu Taiping's gaze fell upon the mountain patrol mirror before him. Within the mirror, he beheld Zhao Linglong supporting his second brother Qingxiao as they descended from the arena, while behind them, the first peak's chief disciple Yan Bing was being carried off by Jin Heji and Huang Qi, his fate uncertain. Such hardships for his second brother. Observing Qingxiao's crimson-stained robe in the mirror, Xu Taiping's fists tightened in resolve, his desire to rapidly elevate his cultivation intensifying. The scene reflected in the mirror was the climactic final match of the 7 Peaks competition, the only bout that permitted the disciples to engage in lethal combat. He had awakened just as the contest between his second brother Qingxiao and Yan Bing reached its conclusion, fortunate enough to witness Qingxiao claim the title of Qingxian Sword Champion. However, in this contest, brother Qingxiao emerged victorious, albeit at a great cost, with visible injuries numbering in the dozens, not to mention the internal damage that remained unseen. Indeed, it is fortunate that Qingxiao is present, otherwise, our 7 Peaks would have suffered a complete defeat. Cough, cough. The eldest sister, Jiang Ji, sighed deeply and then began to cough incessantly. "Sister, you should rest. I am no longer in grave danger," Xu Taiping advised, turning to Jiang Ji. "Very well." Jiang Ji replied with a faint smile and a nod. Even in the throes of illness, her smile exuded a refreshing warmth, akin to a gentle spring breeze. Yet, just as Jiang Ji attempted to rise, she collapsed to the ground with a thud. "Sister." Xu Taiping hurriedly rushed forward to assist her. At that moment, Jiang Ji had already succumbed to unconsciousness. Left with no choice, he placed her upon his own sickbed. "Taiping." I had yet to finish my words. Just then, the white feather from the gourd suddenly transmitted a message to him. "Did Sister Lingyue give you anything before her slumber?" Xu Taiping inquired. When he had just awakened, the white feather had informed him that Fairy Lingyue had entered a deep slumber within the earth fruit, which contributed to his sense that an abundance of events had transpired over the last 3 days. According to the white feather, the urgency of Fairy Lingyue's actions stemmed from sensing that bamboo shoots had begun to sprout from the earth fruit in the courtyard. If she did not enter soon, it would be a waste of a bamboo. Xu Taiping was not particularly surprised by this. Previously, when he broke through to the door-opening realm, Fairy Lingyue had also entered a premature slumber to aid him against the extraterritorial demons, leaving him a letter at that time as well. Indeed, the white feather affirmed. Then continued, Sister Lingyue left you 2 letters in the gourd. One marked with a circle is to be opened immediately upon your awakening, while the other, marked with an X, is for you to open later. I shall summon the doctor now and return shortly. Xu Taiping nodded in agreement. With his eldest sister in a state of unconsciousness, he needed to hasten to summon the doctor from the herb hall. That cannot be. Sister Lingyue instructed you to read it immediately. There must be no delay, the white feather emphasized with a stern tone. You have no idea. It is the first time I have seen her speak with such severity, it added. Upon hearing this, Xu Taiping paused momentarily. If Fairy Lingyue had expressed herself in such a manner, it surely indicated that she had something of great importance to convey. I shall read it now. Xu Taiping declared resolutely, taking the letter from the gourd without hesitation. Upon opening the envelope, he discovered a plain sheet of paper and a folded talisman. Why did Sister Lingyue leave me a talisman? Xu Taiping felt a sudden tightening in his chest, a premonition of something ominous. He then unfolded the letter. The first sentence sent a jolt of anxiety through him. Taiping, I have been injured. It was by the red-haired knife demon. Xu Taiping stood frozen in shock, as if struck by lightning. Fairy Lingyue was injured? And by the red-haired knife demon? His mind descended into a brief tumult of confusion. However, shortly thereafter, he made an effort to calm his tumultuous emotions and continued to read. Do not worry, I am not gravely injured. I merely need to enter the realm of the earth in advance. Nevertheless, the matters I am about to disclose are of utmost importance, and you must remember them well. Firstly, if you have opened this letter within the Baiqiao hall, swiftly grasp the talisman I provided, for the red-haired blade ghost lurks within the hall. Secondly, hastily secure your door. I have inscribed another talisman upon it that can fend off the red-haired blade ghost, but several days have passed, and its power has diminished. Closing the door now will enhance its efficacy. Upon reading this, Xu Taiping hurried forward to ensure the door was firmly shut. He then continued to peruse the letter. The complete account of events, along with what transpired during your slumber these past days, I have detailed in another letter, and there is no need for you to rush for that information. At present, you must focus on one crucial point. I too have underestimated the red-haired blade ghost. Its might surpasses our imaginations, and it is targeting you. Bang, bang, bang. Suddenly, a knock resounded at the door, startling Xu Taiping. Taiping, are you awake? It is your 4th senior brother. Came a man's voice from outside. 4th senior brother? Xu Taiping furrowed his brow. His elder sister had indeed mentioned that the 4th senior brother had awakened 2 days prior and intended to visit him. However, as he contemplated whether to open the door, his gaze fell upon a line written on the letter. If your 4th senior brother comes knocking, do not open the door, do not open the door, do not open the door. It was as if the letter had foreseen this very moment, repeating the warning thrice. A chill ran down Xu Taiping's spine, prompting him to retreat into his room, disregarding the knocks and calls from outside, his eyes scanning the letter in his hand. Your 4th senior brother has not merely been injured by the blade ghost. He has become a puppet of the ghost itself. The reason you have drawn its attention is significantly tied to him, so under no circumstances should you open the door. Your situation is exceedingly perilous. You must adhere to my instructions below. Only then can we temporarily seal away the blade ghost, granting you and your fellow disciples a glimmer of hope. Chapter 92. Confronting the blade ghost. Seeking to usurp you once this ghost enters the room, it will undoubtedly compel you to engage in a duel. You may acquiesce. But 2 conditions must be stipulated. First, during the duel, you must allow it to take the initiative. Otherwise, should it draw its blade first, you stand no chance of victory. Second, during the duel, it will draw you into its domain. You must ensure that it vows within that domain not to utilize its powers during your duel. Only upon securing these 2 promises can you agree to the duel. And do not worry about its refusal. As I have mentioned, it has been weakened after our 3-day confrontation and is eager to obtain your new vessel. Thirdly, during the duel, aim to strike its nape once. This 3rd condition is crucial, for even if it agrees to the former 2, you are destined to be defeated in this encounter. However, this is of little consequence. For the purpose of your trial with the blade is to compel its true form from the vessel of your 4th senior brother, and subsequently seal it with the talisman I have bestowed upon you. The nape of its neck is the vital point. Once attacked, its true essence will inevitably reveal itself. This knowledge is derived from my 3 days of combat with it, and one must tread carefully, for any misstep could render all efforts futile. Were it not for the fact that this sealing talisman may only be wielded by the living, and having expended the majority of my strength in inscribing it, I would never place you in such peril. Taiping, take care. I hope we may meet again. Upon reading the final paragraph of the letter, Xu Taiping's expression grew increasingly grave. What manner of being could evoke such trepidation in the typically confident Lingyue? Suddenly, the knocking at the door transformed into a forceful kick. The sigil etched behind the door began to emit smoke, as if it were igniting. Although Xu Taiping was beset by many uncertainties, as Lingyue had articulated, the immediate priority was to seal the blade demon. He glanced at the folded talisman in his palm and grasped it firmly. With a resounding thud, the door to Baiqiao Hall was kicked open. The sigil behind the door erupted into flames before vanishing. Junior brother, why do you not open the door? Fourth senior brother Zhou Yidao stepped into the room, his narrow, fox-like eyes glinting with a bemused expression as they settled upon Xu Taiping. Since it is not my fourth senior brother, there is no need for us to address each other as brothers. Is there, crimson-haired blade demon? Xu Taiping sat beside the table in front of the sickbed, the spring tiger 21 resting upon his legs, his gaze composed as he regarded the crimson-haired blade demon. At this, the blade demon, possessing the form of his fourth senior brother, smirked. He placed his hand upon the hilt at his waist and strode directly across from Xu Taiping, pulling out a chair and sitting down. It seems you have been feigning sleep these past few days. The crimson-haired blade demon flipped over a teacup that lay inverted on the table. Xu Taiping took the teapot and poured a cup for him. The wraith I vanquished was formidable. Who was it to you? The blade demon inquired as he sipped his tea. Clearly, Lingyue had employed some method to lead this blade demon to believe she had perished. However, Xu Taiping maintained his composure, merely pouring himself a cup of tea before responding, "She is my sister. What are your thoughts on the demise of your elder sister at my hands?" The blade demon inquired, his smile widening as he gazed at Xu Taiping. "I wish to kill you," Xu Taiping replied, taking a sip of tea and maintaining a tranquil stare into the eyes of the crimson-haired blade demon. At this, the blade demon's lips curled into a wide grin, a fervent gleam igniting in his gaze. "This is precisely the sentiment I cherish hearing most." He fixed his ardent stare upon Xu Taiping. "Do you intend for me to become your puppet as well?" Xu Taiping questioned the blade demon. "No," the demon chuckled, shaking his head. "I wish to supplant you. What is it about me that has captured your interest?" Xu Taiping asked once more. Upon hearing the words, the blade demon remained silent, merely gazing at Xu Taiping with a beaming smile. Without any warning, he clenched his fist and struck Xu Taiping's head with a powerful blow. With a dull thud, Xu Taiping transformed into a swirl of true energy and vanished from the table, leaving the spring tiger blade to clatter to the ground. "Did your sister not inform you? The only thing I desire is your corporeal form." The blade demon lifted his gaze towards the sickbed, where, in a fleeting moment, another figure appeared beside Master Sister Jiangji, revealing Xu Taiping's true self. He had just concealed himself using the concealment grass. "However, my sister has told me that you are merely a wisp of obsession, and seizing a body is no simple feat. It requires the opposing spirit to relinquish its resistance. Otherwise, numerous complications will arise in the future." Upon being discovered, Xu Taiping remained remarkably composed. As he spoke, he rolled out of bed and returned to the table to retrieve the spring tiger blade, taking a seat once more. "Thus, I shall grant you an opportunity. If you can best me in a duel, I shall depart." The blade demon set down his teacup, his face adorned with a smile as he regarded Xu Taiping. "You are lying." Xu Taiping responded with a knowing smile. Upon hearing this, the blade demon's eyes turned dangerously cold. Yet, Xu Taiping appeared oblivious to the shift in atmosphere and continued, "From the wounds you inflicted upon my fourth senior brother, it is evident that your method of turning individuals into your puppets, or seizing their bodies, hinges upon their defeat beneath your blade. Otherwise, your only recourse is to slay them. Given how meticulously you have sought to possess me, you would not simply kill me." Having said that, he took a delicate sip from the teacup that his doppelganger had just used, casually stealing a glance at the blade demon. Noticing the silence that ensued, Xu Taiping silently sighed with relief. His previous statements were merely inferences drawn from Sister Lingyue's letter. Confirming these deductions was essential for his next move. "Your sister is quite astute. It is no wonder she managed to endure 3 days within my domain while imparting knowledge to you," the blade demon chuckled, clearly unfazed by the notion of Sister Lingyue communicating such information to Xu Taiping. Killing you would indeed be a pity, for within this sect of cultivators, finding a martial arts master of your youth is no easy task. He then turned his attention back to Xu Taiping. Xu Taiping remained silent, simply locking eyes with him. However, the blade demon suddenly shifted his gaze to Master Sister Jiangji, who lay upon the sickbed, and continued, "Aside from you, I can slay any disciple of the Seven Peaks." Chapter 93. Duel with the Blade Demon. I swear to bind myself, this is the Qingxiao sect. Xu Taiping stated coldly, "A sect that has sought me for hundreds of years without success. Do you truly believe I would fear it? That was in the past." The Blade Demon replied with a grin. "Yet, it seems you are also tied to the Qingxiao sect." Xu Taiping fixed his gaze upon the Blade Demon. "And what of it?" came the Blade Demon's icy retort. Almost simultaneously with his words, his long blade was drawn from its sheath with a resounding whoosh, followed by a blinding flash of light as he swung it toward Jiangji on the bed. However, in the fleeting moment before the blade descended, Xu Taiping had already spread his arms to shield Jiangji's bed. The blade of the knife demon abruptly halted, leaving only the quivering blade emitting a continuous tremor. "As far as I am aware, the individuals closest to you should be Zhao Linglong and Qingxiao. Am I correct?" The knife demon sheathed his blade with a swift motion and cast a mocking glance at Xu Taiping. The threat in his words was unmistakably clear. "I am willing to engage in a contest of blades with you, but two conditions must be met." Xu Taiping lowered his hands, fixing his gaze on the knife demon. The knife demon chuckled and uttered a single word, "Speak. Allow me 3 strikes, during which you shall not unsheath your blade." Xu Taiping tightened his grip on the spring tiger. Upon hearing this, the knife demon smirked and nodded, declaring, "Agreed." As the words fell, the knife demon suddenly raised his blade, slicing downwards with a swift motion. Boom! With a resounding explosion, a surge of crimson light engulfed the room like a tidal wave. When Xu Taiping regained his senses, he found himself in a world drenched in blood red. He stood upon a towering altar, surrounded by crumbling ruins, with a tumultuous sea of blood swirling below. Is this the blade domain that Sister Lingyue mentioned in her letter? Xu Taiping's heart trembled violently. According to the words of the celestial maiden Lingyue in his mind, her defeat at the hands of the knife demon was due to this very blade domain. Within this realm, the knife demon was the sovereign, the deity. Defeating him was simply unattainable. "This is my blade domain, independent of myriad worlds. Within it, I am a god." The knife demon, still embodying the form of his 4th senior brother, stood proudly at the center of the altar, arms outstretched as he proclaimed loudly. As his voice resonated, thunder rumbled ominously in the sky above. A colossal pressure imbued with the essence of destruction emanated from the knife demon, battering against Xu Taiping like a relentless tempest. "No wonder the Qingxiao sect has scoured Yunlu Mountain and yet failed to locate you." Xu Taiping endeavored to regain his composure, channeling his true energy to resist the overwhelming pressure. "Given your immense power, why do you still submit to this, Yunlu?" He inquired further. "I do not fear revealing this to you. In fact, it was only this year that I recalled my original name and the existence of this blade domain." The knife demon glanced at his own palm. "So, you now merely lack a corporeal form to fully reclaim your freedom?" Xu Taiping pressed on. "Being too clever is not always a virtue. Knowing everything yet being unable to act upon it can be profoundly distressing." The knife demon rested the blade upon his shoulder, regarding Xu Taiping with a hint of disdain. "However, is it not somewhat unfair? After all, this is your blade domain. It is impossible for me to triumph over you." Xu Taiping remarked while pacing, addressing the knife demon. "Do you believe you are worthy of invoking the power of this blade domain against me?" The knife demon shrugged and chuckled. "That remains uncertain. Human hearts are treacherous, and you are, after all, a heartless specter." Xu Taiping gripped the hilt of the spring tiger, beginning to circle the knife demon. "If you wish to engage in a contest within this realm of blades, you must first vow to bind yourself within it. Should you wield the power of this blade domain during our duel, you will undoubtedly suffer a backlash tenfold." He then presented his demand to the blade phantom. "This notion was imparted to you by your sister, was it not? Ordinary individuals remain oblivious to the existence of such binding vows within the blade domain." The blade phantom sneered. "Indeed, she is my sister. She could hardly stand idly by as you usurp me," Xu Taiping calmly replied. "In honor of your sister, with whom I can still contend a few times, I shall indeed bind myself with a vow." The blade phantom chuckled coldly. To him, Xu Taiping had entered this blade domain merely as a lamb awaiting slaughter. Acquiescing to a trivial request from him was of no consequence. He then raised his hand and proclaimed loudly, "In this contest, I shall not employ the power of the blade domain. Should I break this vow, I shall suffer a backlash tenfold." As soon as the words left his lips, the crimson world erupted into a tempest of thunder and lightning, as if the very heavens were on the verge of collapse. After a considerable pause, calmness returned. Witnessing this scene, Xu Taiping maintained an outward tranquility. Yet inwardly he exhaled a sigh of relief. Entering the blade domain and compelling the blade phantom to vow against using its power were steps accomplished. Now, it remained to see whether Sister Lingyue's assessment of the blade phantom's weakness held true. He thought to himself, "Come now, I shall grant you 3 strikes." The blade phantom planted his long blade into the ground and raised his chin, directing his gaze at Xu Taiping. Xu Taiping nodded and continued to circle the blade phantom. Just as he stepped into the phantom's blind spot, he suddenly activated the wind shadow step, leaving behind a fleeting afterimage, and swiftly unsheathed his spring tiger blade with a swift motion. With a whoosh and the sound of slicing wind, he executed a soul-chasing slash of the 7-kill blade towards the blade phantom. Clang! However, to Xu Taiping's horror, the blade phantom merely pinched his blade between 2 fingers, effortlessly nullifying his attack and firmly immobilizing his blade. With a flick, the phantom then gently tapped Xu Taiping's blade with a single finger. Boom! The violent tremor resonating from the blade numbed Xu Taiping's arms. Nevertheless, he gritted his teeth and summoned all his inner energy, swiftly drawing the spring tiger blade once more. "You have 2 strikes remaining." The blade phantom grinned, extending 2 fingers towards Xu Taiping. Boom! Without hesitation, Xu Taiping lunged forth once again, executing the full moon technique of the 7-kill blade as he circled behind the blade phantom, unleashing a strike accompanied by a blade aura spanning over a yard towards him. Yet, the blade phantom, as if possessing eyes on the back of his head, merely shifted his foot, slightly tilting his body aside, and deftly evaded Xu Taiping's attack with remarkable precision. 1 strike remains. The blade phantom chuckled, extending a single finger towards Xu Taiping. Xu Taiping nodded. This time, he refrained from rushing to strike, instead resuming his circling of the blade phantom. Upon reaching the phantom's rear, he suddenly raised his spring tiger blade, resting it against his own throat. "Blade phantom, I have not been defeated by you. I have merely succumbed to my own limitations," Xu Taiping declared with unwavering resolve. Upon uttering these words, he abruptly exerted force, plunging the long knife into his own neck. Initially, the knife demon presumed this to be some stratagem of Xu Taiping's, yet upon witnessing the gushing blood from his neck, he was instantly consumed with fury, exclaiming, "I shall not permit it. You shall not die." Chapter 94. Duel with the Knife Demon, touching the reverse scale of the evil dragon. As his voice fell, he rushed forward like the wind, seizing Xu Taiping's wrist. At the moment he grasped Xu Taiping's hand, a faint explosive sound reverberated. Suddenly, another Xu Taiping appeared behind him. The technique of the doppelganger. Boom! The doppelganger seized the knife from the real Xu Taiping's hand, sidestepped, and aimed a strike at the knife demon's neck. A smirk appeared at the corner of the knife demon's mouth as he continued to grip Xu Taiping's true wrist while raising 2 fingers to clamp down on the spring tiger knife. However, just as he managed to grasp the spring tiger knife, Xu Taiping opened his mouth and unleashed a frosty breath towards the knife demon, utilizing the ice breath technique. Yet, as the frost enveloped the knife demon, a powerful surge of blade energy erupted from him, shredding the icy breath to smithereens. Seizing this moment, Xu Taiping forcefully extracted his hand from the knife demon's grip, and golden flames surged from his palm as he struck towards the knife demon. This was the Crimson Crow Golden Flame. The knife demon, aware of the formidable nature of the Crimson Crow Golden Flame, did not engage in a direct confrontation as before, but rather retreated a step. In this fleeting moment of retreat, Xu Taiping's doppelganger pursued with a strike. 3 strikes complete. Now it's my turn. The knife demon coldly snorted, drawing his long knife with a swift motion, countering the doppelganger's blade. Boom! Xu Taiping's doppelganger shattered. In that instant of fragmentation, Xu Taiping had already summoned the Crimson Crow Golden Flame to his fist and hurled it towards the knife demon. This moment was perfectly timed just as the knife demon fully unleashed the power of his long knife, rendering him unable to withdraw in defense. Yet, the knife demon seemed unfazed, releasing a torrent of blade energy that met Xu Taiping's fist. At that moment, Xu Taiping's force had already coalesced, executing the charge of the rampant bull. His fist, enveloped in the crimson crow golden flame, rained down blows upon the knife demon. Bang! When all 108 punches had been unleashed, the knife demon's fierce blade energy was pierced through. Nevertheless, the knife demon remained unperturbed. For everything unfolded as he had anticipated. Xu Taiping's momentum waned, while the knife demon's blade energy surged. Swoosh! Without waiting for his protective blade energy to fully replenish, he swung his long knife towards Xu Taiping's legs at the instant his punches ceased. Just then, another doppelganger of Xu Taiping emerged behind the knife demon, holding a piece of concealment grass, having previously concealed itself, awaiting the moment when the knife demon's energy dissipated. The doppelganger, without uttering a word, swiftly executed a palm strike, aiming for the nape of the knife demon's neck with unparalleled ferocity. The knife demon held no trepidation towards Xu Taiping's doppelganger, believing it could withstand a few kicks without sustaining any harm. However, the critical issue lay in the position of the attack. You seek your own demise. The knife demon roared, attempting to pivot and slash at Xu Taiping's doppelganger. Yet, the timing of Xu Taiping's doppelganger's strike coincided perfectly with the moment the demon appeared ready to engage in a fierce confrontation, thereby deceiving the knife demon, who found it impossible to intervene in time. With a resounding smack, the doppelganger's palm strike landed heavily on the knife demon's nape. Compared to the force of Xu Taiping's true form's punch, this palm strike was insignificant, incapable of inflicting any injury upon the knife demon, particularly as this was merely a puppet body and not his true form. However, inexplicably, upon being struck at the nape, the knife demon erupted with fury akin to a volcano, his gaze instantly turning frenzied, reminiscent of an enraged dragon whose scales had been touched. Even if I suffer tenfold backlash, I shall end you today. The knife demon bellowed, his black hair transforming into a fiery crimson, his eyes shifting to a vibrant green. He revealed his true form. In the face of the knife demon's wrathful transformation, Xu Taiping felt no fear. Rather, he was filled with elation. For Sister Lingyue's predictions had once again come to pass. Boom! The knife demon redirected his blade, striking towards Xu Taiping. Yet, Xu Taiping did not evade. Instead, he raised his left hand high and intoned clearly, "Essence of Yangming, spirit most ethereal, seize the shadowy allure, conceal the true form." As his words fell, an ancient aura suddenly surged forth from his palm. Subsequently, rusted black chains, resembling arms, flew towards the knife demon, swiftly ensnaring him within their grasp. The 3 talismans of ghost sealing. You possess the 3 talismans of ghost sealing. The bound knife demon abruptly awakened, fear evident in his eyes. Young man, these talismans can bind me for no more than half a month. Release me quickly, and I may spare your life. Otherwise, once I break free, you shall find yourself in a predicament of living yet wishing for death. He threatened Xu Taiping, his fiery red hair swirling like flames as he spoke. Do you think I would trust you? Xu Taiping gritted his teeth, slowly bringing his hands together. As his palms converged, the chains began to draw the red-haired knife demon back towards him. Ultimately, as Xu Taiping's hands fully closed, the red-haired demon exploded into a dark light, entirely absorbed into his palm. Simultaneously, the blood-red domain of blades swiftly collapsed with a thunderous roar. In the blink of an eye, Xu Taiping found himself back in the room. He leaned against the table, gasping for breath, having appeared calm within the domain of blades. Yet he had been on the brink of collapse under the pressure of the knife demon's wrath. At that moment, his 4th senior brother suddenly collapsed onto the ground with a thud. After the demon blade was sealed, it regained its freedom. Yet awakening it proved to be a formidable challenge. Once his breath calmed, Xu Taiping opened his palm, revealing a peculiar rune inscribed within. According to Sister Lingyue's description in her letter, this symbol indicated that the demon blade had been successfully sealed. Upon seeing this emblem, Xu Taiping let out a profound sigh of relief. Although the steps he took to lower the demon blade's guard, to coax it into allowing him 3 strikes, while swearing not to employ the power of the blade domain, and ultimately revealing its true form, were all meticulously orchestrated by the celestial maiden Lingyue. Each misstep could have led to his utter doom. A single error could result in either death or being possessed by the entity. Xu Taiping murmured in trepidation. However, just as he felt fortunate for his seemingly favorable luck, The 3 talismans of sealing suddenly inflicted excruciating pain upon him. Raising his hand, he observed that the skin surrounding the rune was visibly cracking at an alarming rate. Simultaneously, the vital energy and true qi within his body began to be uncontrollably drawn in by the 3 talismans of sealing. Could this be the flaw Sister Lingyue spoke of in her letter? Contemplating this, he hastily retrieved the letter and located the segment concerning the talismans. The 3 talismans of sealing possess a significant flaw, should you truly manage to seal the demon blade. After the sealing, you must promptly return to Nurturing Heart Pavilion and open the second letter I left for you, which contains a remedy. Otherwise, your life will be in peril. Sister Lingyue's letter was indeed devoid of superfluous words. Chapter 95, Nurturing Heart Pavilion, Xu Taiping, what is wrong with you? That evening, at Nurturing Heart Pavilion. Xu Taiping, what is wrong with you? Are you all right? Upon returning to Nurturing Heart Pavilion, Xu Taiping's body began to tremble uncontrollably, his vital energy and true qi dissipating at an alarming pace. Bai Yu and Pingyan, having noticed this distressing change, anxiously inquired. Please, wait a moment. Xu Taiping stammered as he trembled, opening the green gourd to release them from within. He then produced a gourd of diluted Longdan liquor and tilted his head back, consuming the remaining half of the potent spirit in one swift motion. Although it had been considerably diluted, the medicinal potency of Longdan liquor still lingered. So Xu Taiping typically limited himself to half a gourd daily. Otherwise, he would succumb to drowsiness. However, after downing the half gourd of diluted Longdan liquor, he merely felt a slight warmth returning to his body. With a shiver, Xu Taiping exhaled deeply. Despite the continued loss of vital energy, he finally felt a degree of recovery. The condition he had just experienced was indeed the adverse effect of the 3 talismans of sealing mentioned by Sister Lingyue. Yet, even with prior knowledge, he had underestimated the toll this side effect would take on his body. In the initial moments spent at the Baijiao Hall, he merely felt a sense of physical frailty. Thus, he resolved to ensure that his senior sister and 4th brother were settled before leaving a message for Sister Linglong and returning to the Nurturing Heart Pavilion. Consequently, he lingered in Baijiao Hall for the duration of half an incense stick's burning. Yet, it was during this brief interlude that he nearly lost his life due to a deficiency in vital energy. Fortunately, in that critical moment, he instinctively took a sip of the Longdan liquor, a serendipitous act that ultimately saved him. The Sankai Feng Gue talisman resembled an insatiable abyss. No matter how much Longdan liquor he consumed, it would be immediately devoured. At this rate, even if he exhausted the power of the Longdan stone, it would still not suffice to fill this bottomless pit. Once his vitality had somewhat recovered, a wave of anxiety surged within him. Perhaps he should check what Sister Lingyue had to say in her letter. As Xu Taiping pondered this, he put away the flask and smiled reassuringly at the anxious Ping and the somewhat tense Bai Yu, saying, "Do not worry. I feel significantly better now." Upon hearing these words and observing that Xu Taiping's complexion had indeed improved considerably, both of them breathed a sigh of relief. The little monkey, Pingyan, leapt onto Xu Taiping's shoulders and quietly nestled into his embrace. Xu Taiping understood that it was worried about him, so he gently ruffled its small head before turning his gaze to Bai Yu and stating, "There is something I need to discuss with you." He then recounted the circumstances surrounding the disappearance of the knife demon and Sister Lingyue in a general manner. "What is this knife domain? I have never even heard of it," Bai Yu exclaimed, looking at Xu Taiping in astonishment. "To be honest, I still do not fully grasp the concept of the knife domain," Xu Taiping admitted, shaking his head. Even having witnessed the knife domain firsthand, he remained uncertain of its true nature. Moreover, the knife demon had sworn to bind himself and had not revealed the true power of the knife domain to him. "By the way, I did experience a period of time at Baijiao Hall when I could not sense your presence. A few days ago, Sister Lingyue also vanished intermittently. Could it be that they were both drawn into that red-haired knife demon's knife domain?" Bai Yu recalled Sister Lingyue's peculiar behavior over the past few days. During my unconsciousness, it was Sister Lingyue who engaged in a fierce struggle with that knife demon. Fortunately, it was her letter and the sealing talisman that enabled me to confine the knife demon within my body, Xu Taiping remarked, nodding. "I wondered why that old woman appeared so weak that day. It turns out she had been battling the knife demon in the knife domain while you were in a coma," Bai Yu said, realization dawning upon her. "Why didn't she at least inform me? Does she look down on me so?" She added, slightly reproachful. "It is not that Sister Lingyue did not wish to inform you. Rather, she wanted to prevent the knife demon from detecting your presence, allowing you to bring me her message." Xu Taiping shook his head. This point had also been mentioned in Sister Lingyue's letter. Upon hearing this, you felt somewhat reassured. "Is your current condition, perhaps, related to the sealing of that knife demon?" she inquired further. "Odds are, it is indeed connected to that knife demon," Xu Taiping replied. As Xu Taiping spoke, he raised his hand and glanced at the rune etched in his palm, remarking, "I sense that this seal is incessantly devouring my vital essence and true energy. It must be the price for sealing that blade ghost. You should promptly examine the second letter left by the old woman. It may contain a solution." "By you quick-witted," reminded Xu Taiping. "I returned solely to peruse this letter. You two guard this place while I venture to the fan tower." Xu Taiping nodded. Even without Bayu's prompt, he had already resolved to read the letter. Within the fan tower, Xu Taiping unfolded the second missive from the Spirit Moon Fairy. "Taiping, the fact that you can still open this letter signifies that the blade ghost has been sealed. How fortunate. It was not in vain that I expended such immense effort to inscribe that 3 talents ghost sealing rune. I can only imagine that you have many questions swirling in your mind. Fear not. Let us first discuss my sensing of the blade ghost's presence. In truth, I sensed that the blade ghost had likely fixated on you after your visit to the injured 4th senior brother, for I could intermittently perceive its aura near the Qingxiao Pavilion. Initially, I did not pay it much heed, as I have encountered many entities like the blade ghost in other cultivation realms. Such malevolent souls born of obsession are inherently bound by numerous constraints. For instance, they can only manifest at night and may only act against those who wield blades. Moreover, these malevolent spirits, born from intense fixation, often inherit a portion of their original master's cultivation techniques, rendering them exceptional sharpening stones for cultivators seeking to enhance their prowess. Thus, I had intended to await your further advancement before summoning it for a trial of skill, believing it would surely benefit you. This was the reason for my delay in informing you. However, it was only on the night you succumbed to unconsciousness due to excessive spiritual exhaustion and were admitted to the herbal hall that I sensed something amiss. The first indication came from your 4th senior brother, who awoke from his stupor as I detected the blade ghost's aura emanating from him. Unfortunately, as you were already in a state of unconsciousness, I was unable to alert you and could only observe from the sidelines. In the latter half of that night, your 4th senior brother unexpectedly approached your bedside, seemingly intent on rousing you. Upon confirming the blade ghost's unusual movement, I initially planned to utilize Ping An's body to confront it. Yet, I could not foresee that the malevolent spirit of this realm could manifest the blade domain, directly ensnaring me within its confines. It was only at that moment that I realized this blade ghost was no ordinary manifestation of a cultivator's obsession, but rather the remnant of a practitioner who had transcended to the transformation realm. For only those who have achieved the transformation realm can comprehend the blade domain. The so-called transformation realm encompasses those who have surpassed the 5th level of cultivation, with the stages in your cultivation realm classified as opening the door, gazing into the abyss, comprehending the profound, refining the spirit, and thereafter being collectively referred to as the transformation realm. According to my perception, both your master and granduncle are currently at the realm of spirit refinement, albeit one at the initial stage and the other at the pinnacle. Yet, both are still a significant realm away from the transcendental beings. Upon realizing this, a fine sheen of cold sweat broke out on Xu Taiping's forehead. He could hardly fathom what it would mean to possess a cultivation level surpassing that of his junior apprentice by at least an entire realm. Recalling the earlier scene of sealing the blade demon, a wave of trepidation washed over him. Setting aside the tumult of his thoughts, he resumed reading the letter in his hand. Once I became aware of this, it became abundantly clear to me that, in my current state, I stood no chance within this domain of blades. Thus, from that moment onward, I feigned a desperate struggle against the blade demon while secretly devising a plan to seal it. Although I am familiar with numerous methods for sealing malevolent spirits, under the present circumstances, I was left with but the 3 talismans for demon sealing. Even with this talisman, 2 conditions must be met to successfully seal the blade demon. Firstly, it must reveal its true form, and secondly, a cultivator's physical body must serve as the prison. Therefore, with no alternative, I could only place my final hope in you, Taiping, to ensure that upon your awakening, you could utilize the 3 talismans to successfully seal the blade demon. I spent these 3 days tirelessly searching for its vulnerabilities. The weakness that would expose the blade demon's true form was discovered during this time. After identifying this weakness, I exhausted all my accumulated essence to finally inscribe 3 talismans for demon sealing. I then entrusted by you with a letter for you, and that night, during my final confrontation with the blade demon, I feigned my soul's demise, leading it to believe I was truly dead, thereby completely lowering its guard against you. In truth, I have uncovered additional information regarding the blade demon, but this pertains to another realm of cultivation, so I shall discuss it with you in detail upon my awakening. Now, I must address the matter that weighs most heavily on your mind, the potential backlash of the 3 talismans for demon sealing. At this point, Xu Taiping had reached the end of one page of the letter and promptly drew the next one, continuing to read with unwavering focus. Had the situation not reached such a critical juncture, I would not have intended to deploy the 3 talismans, for this talisman is inherently imperfect. While it wields immense power against formidable spirits, allowing for the sealing of even the strongest entities at a minimal cost, the caster, too, must pay a substantial price. Firstly, the talisman itself consumes a significant amount of the caster's vitality and true energy. Should the spirit to be sealed be particularly potent, the toll becomes even greater. If the caster's physical vitality is insufficient or their true energy is lacking, they may find themselves falling into a deep slumber or even meeting their demise while sealing the spirit. Fortunately, Taiping, your foundational skills in the open door and gaze into the abyss realms are exceptionally solid. Complemented by your training in the Emperor's body forging technique and supported by the dragon's gallbladder wine, so sustaining yourself for a few days should pose no issue. Thus, I have ultimately resolved to entrust you with the 3 talismans of ghost sealing. Now, let us deliberate on how to mitigate the backlash of these talismans. There are 3 methods to suppress the repercussions of the 3 talismans of ghost sealing. The first involves replenishing your vitality through medicinal elixirs to stabilize your true energy, compensating for the depletion of your life force. The second method is to transcend to the Xian realm, utilizing your own cultivation level to suppress the backlash of the talismans. The third method is to utterly eradicate the knife ghost. The first approach, while merely delaying the harmful effects of the backlash, is the most feasible for you at present. Although you possess dragon gallbladder wine, which serves your cultivation, utilizing it on these talismans would be a misallocation of resources. Therefore, I have prepared for you a formula for a dispersible medicine, as well as a recipe for a pill. The dispersible medicine, named 8 Treasures Powder, should be consumed daily to stabilize your vitality. The pill, known as the Guardian Qi pill, will ensure that your true energy remains intact and is not usurped by the talisman. It must be taken every 3 days. The specific prescriptions are detailed in the last 2 pages of this letter. However, unlike the materials you previously purchased for the Gathering Qi pill and the Opening Meridians potion, the ingredients for the Guardian Qi pill and 8 Treasures Powder are exceedingly rare, requiring a significant expenditure of merit coins for acquisition. As for the second method, the aforementioned elixirs are merely a temporary remedy. The primary focus must be on enhancing your cultivation and refining your physique. If you can elevate your state to the intermediate completion of the Wanyu realm, the depletion of your vitality and true energy will be reduced by at least 30%. Should you progress to the Great Completion realm, the depletion could be diminished by 80%. If you manage to break through to the Xian realm, you need not worry about the loss of vitality any longer. Therefore, during this period, do not allow your cultivation to stagnate. Each increment you achieve may very well save your life. Regarding the third method, we must indeed eliminate the knife ghost. However, do not rush. Within 6 months, I shall awaken once more, at which point we can devise a strategy for its annihilation. Upon reading this, Xu Taiping inwardly exhaled in relief. Although the methods of resolution mentioned by Sister Lingyue require either substantial merit, an elevation in cultivation, or a waiting period of 6 months, they ultimately provide a means of resolution. Yet, the concluding passage of this letter tightened his heart once more. Even so, there remains another flaw in the 3 talismans of ghost sealing that cannot be resolved. Each month, during the full moon, the seal of the talismans will loosen, and the knife ghost may very well pull you back into the domain of blades. In a state of apprehension, Xu Taiping withdrew the next sheet of paper. Concerning this matter, there is no satisfactory solution. You must endure it resolutely. Remember, the knife ghost may drag you into its domain, but it would not dare to slay you therein, for the 3 talismans have bound your fates together. Your pain is its pain, and your death is its death. Moreover, once dawn breaks, the seal will re-establish its stability. Thus, Your task is to endure until daybreak during each full moon night within the knife ghost's domain. No matter how excruciating the experience may be, you must persevere. In the coming 6 months, Taiping, you may find it exceedingly difficult to endure. If there were any other alternatives, I would never resort to using the 3 talismans of sealing spirits. However, trust in me, dear sibling. If you can hold on for just another half year, at most half a year, I shall ensure that the blade demon regrets ever being born into this world. Upon reaching the final line of the letter, a faint smile graced Xu Taiping's lips. Sister Lingyue, there is no need for apologies. Were it not for you, I fear I would have already succumbed to the blade demon's control. You should focus on recuperating within the realm of the earth fruit. As he folded the letter, he shook his head. With the knowledge of how to cope now in hand, the panic that had once marred his expression faded entirely. Lingyue's guidance for his approach could be succinctly summarized in 2 points. First, to procure medicinal ingredients for concocting restorative brews and elixirs. Second, to persist in cultivating and enhancing his spiritual prowess. To fulfill the first point, he needed to earn more merit points, while the second required him to dedicate more time to his training. Both tasks were inherently part of his intended pursuits, thus presenting no real difficulty. As for the risk of the seal loosening, dragging him into the blade domain to be tormented by that demon, he could only adopt a stance of readiness. When soldiers come, I shall meet them. When water flows, I shall dam it. With the 15th of this month already passed, he realized he had nearly a month to prepare for the potential loosening of the seal. After neatly folding the letter, he gazed out at the crescent moon and murmured, "The merit points remaining to me, along with those earned from selling medicinal herbs in the garden, should suffice to purchase several doses of Bajin San and Qianjiang. However, before that, I must acquire a magical-grade alchemical furnace. After all, I cannot simply present these formulas to someone else for refinement." With that thought in mind, he retrieved a bronze mirror, eager to see if there were any lucrative tasks recently posted in the Hall of Merit, aiming to accumulate as many merit points as possible within this month. As he perused the listings, his attention was suddenly captured by a task marked with a great earth reward. The allure of this task stemmed from its substantial reward of 130,000 merit coins, and it specifically called for a martial artist of the Master Realm. My qualifications align perfectly, and the sum required is just enough to procure a magical-grade alchemical furnace. Xu Taiping deemed this task rather fitting for himself and proceeded to delve into its details. On the 9th day of the 6th month, the barrier of daunting foodie over the Yunming days is set to open, revealing multiple ancient celestial ruins. This event occurs once every 60 years within the realm of cultivation. Within the Yulu Garden of the Yunming days, several spiritual herbs are crucial for my sect's alchemical endeavors, hence the invitation to my comrades to retrieve them. However, the restrictions within the Yunming days grow more severe for higher-tier cultivators, and the area is rife with malevolent creatures such as vile serpents. Thus, my sect seeks to enlist a martial artist of the Master Realm to accompany us. Upon reaching this point, Xu Taiping could not help but furrow his brow, pondering, is this reward issued by the 6 peaks for seeking spiritual herbs and refining elixirs within the ruins? With this line of thought, his gaze descended to the very bottom of the details, where he indeed discovered that the task had been issued by the leader of the 6 peaks. The relationship between the 6 peaks and the 7 peaks is quite amicable. If there are no better alternatives, then this will suffice. I have encountered the Yunming days in various ancient texts, and it offers an excellent opportunity for enlightenment. With this decision made in his heart, a sudden chill enveloped him once more. In the span of a mere incense sticks burning, the medicinal potency of the half-pot of gentian liquor had been thoroughly absorbed by the 3 talismans of sealing spirits. Before embarking on this bounty, it would be prudent to stabilize his own vitality and promptly procure medicinal herbs on the morrow. Shivering with cold, Xu Taiping retrieved the fire gourd containing gentian stones and tilted it back, taking a generous sip. The undiluted gentian liquor coursed through him, instantly dispelling the chill that had gripped him. However, this was soon followed by the overwhelming force of the liquor, which sent a wave of dizziness through his mind. Yet, Xu Taiping quickly realized that a significant portion of the liquor's medicinal strength had been devoured by the 3 talismans of sealing spirits, leaving him with very little. No wonder Sister Lingyue reserved that 8 treasures powder and the vitality pill for me, given the rapid consumption rate of the 3 talismans. No matter how much gentian liquor I drink, it would be depleted before I could utilize it for cultivation. Realizing this, Xu Taiping's urgency intensified. As a mortal, Without the assistance of gentian liquor, the pace of his cultivation would inevitably stagnate. With stagnation, the backlash from the 3 talismans would become increasingly severe, a vicious cycle indeed. Chapter 98. The invitation from the 6 peaks at Xu Pavilion. He took another sip of gentian liquor. This time, it seemed that the 3 talismans were consuming the medicinal effects of the previous sip and did not continue their contest with him. Xu Taiping breathed a sigh of relief, remarking to himself that it was still possible to cultivate. He then bore the impact of the liquor's potency and communicated with Bai Yu and Ping In through spiritual sound transmission, informing them that he had found a solution and assigning them subsequent tasks. He then commenced meditative practices to assimilate the liquor's medicinal properties. That night, Xu Taiping consumed 6 cups of gentian liquor and diligently practiced the Danxiao technique until dawn. After a night of meditative breathing and adjustment, his vitality was once again replenished. Even though the 3 talismans continued to consume it, maintaining it for 3 hours was still manageable. With the diluted gentian liquor, he could barely ensure 4 hours of stability. Consequently, at least during the day, he would not encounter any issues. However, this was a significant drain on the gentian liquor. I must hasten to procure the ingredients for the 8 treasures powder and the vitality pill, Xu Taiping murmured while stretching. Despite the lingering sense of urgency, his nerves were no longer as taut as the previous day. In the following days, Xu Taiping's life returned to the rhythm established before the 7 Peaks competition. He practiced swordplay at the moon-drawing pond before dawn, continuing to refine his skills according to the requirements inscribed on the wooden plaque left by the master of the 3-3, correcting any shortcomings from the previous day's writing and engraving them onto the wall. However, the esteemed SNSN remained elusive, as always. Although Xu Taiping was immensely curious about the identity of SNSN, he had grown accustomed to this solitary practice of swordsmanship and refrained from inquiring further. After his sword training, he returned to Qingxiao to hone his magical arts, and in the evenings, he immersed himself in the concoction of the Qi opening elixir, diligently practicing the Di and Shiju. During this period, he occasionally tended to the medicinal garden with Bi and Ping In, shared meals, and engaged in a few rounds of chess, leading a life that remained fulfilling. Yet, whether it was he, Ping In, or Bi, they all found themselves missing Sister Lingyue. Moreover, he had finally gathered all the necessary herbs for the BZHNSN and the SHUQDN. However, these ingredients, along with a magical alchemical furnace, had nearly depleted his entire fortune. Nevertheless, after successfully preparing several doses of BZHNSN and refining a batch of SHUQDN, the anxious burden that had weighed upon him was finally alleviated. As the immortal Lingyue had mentioned in her correspondence, the combination of BZHNSN and SHUQDN, coupled with his diligent efforts to enhance his cultivation, effectively minimized the harm inflicted upon his body by the SNCIF Inguef. Now, he merely needed to take the medicine regularly, and the vitality within him would no longer diminish, eliminating the necessity of consuming the dragon gall liquor for cultivation. However, a troubling concern loomed over him: the exorbitant cost of BZHNSN and SHUQDN. Upon calculating, excluding other expenses, he would expend 2,000 merit coins daily solely on these 2 items. It was evident that, at most, within a month, he would be utterly destitute. Thus, he had resolved to undertake the bounty from Li Feng. On that particular morning, as Xu Taiping contemplated whether to visit the merit hall to accept the bounty from Li Feng, an unexpected visitor arrived before he could step outside. "What brings Sister Lingyue into my humble abode?" he mused, opening the courtyard gate to find the red-clad Lingyue accompanied by 2 individuals standing upon the Rainbow Bridge. In light of their recent defeat in the QF Grand Competition and the injuries sustained by Qingxiao and the 4th senior brother, the disciples of QF had been diligently training, with the 2nd senior brother Qianjiang even retreating for a year-long seclusion. Upon closer inspection, he recognized the 2 individuals beside Lingyue as the Peak Master of Li Feng and Sister Zijing. Acknowledging the presence of the Peak Master, he hastened to greet them, saying, "Master Ming, Sister Zijing, Sister Lingyue, it is an honor to receive your esteemed visit. Please forgive my inadequate welcome." "Do not be so formal," Master Ming replied with a casual wave and a smile. "Taiping, I have come today specifically to invite you to accompany us to the Y and M DZ and DNGT FD. Zhao Lingyue winked at Xu Taiping, Upon hearing this, he immediately understood, thinking, Sister Lingyue is here to bring me a business opportunity. However, upon further reflection, considering the amicable relations between Li Fing and Qu Fing, along with Sister Zijing's close association with Sister Lingyue, it was only natural that they would seek him out for a task in Ynming, which he was well equipped to handle. Master Ming, Sister Zijing, what business does Li Fing wish for me to undertake at Ynming? Xu Taiping inquired, feigning ignorance. He would naturally not foolishly agree without hesitation, for this business was personally delivered to him by Senior Sister Lingyue. Let us converse as we walk. I am also keen to observe your Xu Pavilion. The Master of the Six Peaks smiled at Xu Taiping. Very well, Xu Taiping nodded in acknowledgement. You must have heard of the Dongting Blessed Land and the Human Marsh, haven't you? Master Ming inquired. I have indeed heard of it, Xu Taiping replied, nodding again. And continued, the Human Marsh of Dongting Blessed Land is perpetually shrouded in a misty barrier, which only dissipates once every 60 years, unveiling the boundary. According to the customary agreements of the 9 prefectures, one can purchase a passage permit to enter the Human Marsh and seek the relics of the immortal abode. In truth, his knowledge of the Human Marsh was rather limited. It was only recently, motivated by his intention to take on that case, that he had sought out texts to familiarize himself with it. Indeed, Master Ming nodded with satisfaction, continuing, the relics within the Human Marsh abound in treasures. Yet the ancient immortal sects have established formidable restrictions throughout the marsh. The higher the cultivation level of a practitioner, the more they will be constrained by these restrictions. Conversely, formidable martial artists possess a significant advantage within. Our 6 peaks, at this juncture, require certain herbs from a medicinal garden located in the central area of the relics, which poses certain risks. Surrounding the garden are numerous ancient beasts and undead spirits. Thus, we need a martial artist capable of withstanding their attacks to pave the way for us. At this point, Master Ming halted, casting a knowing smile at Xu Taiping. Meanwhile, Zhao Linglong quickly winked at Xu Taiping. Master Ming, I have been diligently cultivating of late, and fear I may lack the time to venture to the Human Marsh. Xu Taiping said, somewhat awkwardly. Rest assured, we shall not send you on a fruitless errand, Sister Zijing interjected. Xu Taiping still bore an expression of hesitation. Taiping, for this expedition to the Human Marsh, we have placed a bounty of 130,000 merit coins at the Merit Hall, but for you, we are willing to offer 230,000 merit coins. Master Ming beamed at Xu Taiping. Upon hearing this, Xu Taiping's heart skipped a beat, inwardly acknowledging the wealth of the 6 peaks, as they had suddenly increased the offer by 100,000 merit coins. He was quite satisfied with this price. But just as he was about to acquiesce, he noticed Zhao Linglong signaling him insistently. He immediately understood that this was not yet the bottom line of the 6 peaks. Master Ming, may I have a day or two to consider? Xu Taiping hesitantly addressed Master Ming. In addition, how about 10 recovery pills and 30 chi-boosting pills? Master Ming continued to smile at Xu Taiping. Recovery pills and chi-boosting pills? Xu Taiping was once again astonished by the 6 peaks' affluence. The recovery pills were a highly renowned elixir from the Qingxiao sect, known to restore one's strength within 10 breaths, while alleviating fatigue and enhancing vitality, which Xu Taiping could certainly benefit from. Regarding the enhancing pill, 7 Peaks had previously distributed it to him on one occasion, albeit in limited quantity, merely 3 pills per month. While its efficacy is akin to that of the gathering pill, it does not quite match its potency. However, 30 of these pills could equate to a dozen gathering pills. If exchanged for merit currency, the value of these 2 types of elixirs would be no less than 100,000 merits. Aside from these rewards, prior to entering the ruins, each disciple assisting 6 Peaks would receive 10 rebound pills and 10 enhancing pills to prepare for unforeseen circumstances within the ruins. Then, the Peak Master Ming added, given your sincerity, it would be ungracious of Taiping to decline further. Despite Zhao Linglong's persistent encouragement for Xu Taiping to reconsider, he ultimately acquiesced. The rewards offered by 6 Peaks had far surpassed his expectations, rendering further deliberation unnecessary. Upon hearing this, Peak Master Ming broke into a hearty smile. In that case, let us finalize this contract. As if fearing Xu Taiping might reconsider, he promptly produced a contract. After the duration of a tea ceremony, Peak Master Ming departed with Sister Zijing from Xu Pavilion. On the Rainbow Bridge of Migu Mountain, only Xu Taiping and Zhao Linglong remained. Taiping, Senior Sister Zijing informed me that 6 peaks can indeed offer an additional 40,000 merit points. Zhao Linglong lamented with a hint of regret. Senior Sister, this is already more than sufficient for me, Xu Taiping replied, shaking his head. If you are content, that is what matters. In truth, this reward is quite generous. Seeing Xu Taiping's satisfaction, Zhao Linglong felt equally pleased. Thank you for your recommendation, Senior Sister. When Yunming's returns, I shall certainly bring you a grand gift. Xu Taiping expressed with heartfelt gratitude. Is that really necessary? Zhao Linglong scoffed playfully. Xu Taiping felt a bit bashful at her response and scratched his head. Moreover, this was not entirely my recommendation. To be precise, it was Senior Sister Zijing who earnestly requested me to bring her to seek you out, Zhao Linglong continued. Did 6 peaks approach you, Senior Sister? Xu Taiping inquired, somewhat surprised. Indeed, Zhao Linglong confirmed with a nod. Recently, with the re-emergence of the Yunming's Immortal Mansion ruins, various immortal mansions are actively recruiting personnel to venture into the Dongting Blessed Land. Warriors with spiritual bones have suddenly become highly sought after. Even those of lower realms are willing to pay handsomely for recruitment. She leaned on the railing of the Rainbow Bridge, continuing her explanation. Is it due to the restrictions within the Yunming Great Marsh? Xu Taiping asked with curiosity. Precisely, Zhao Linglong replied, leaning back against the railing to gaze at Xu Taiping. Within the Yunming Marsh lies a formidable restriction under its influence. The cultivation of practitioners above the profound realm is suppressed. Furthermore, certain demonic beasts and undead creatures within the Immortal Mansion ruins are impervious to ordinary spells, necessitating the use of martial skills to combat them. Many practitioners have met a tragic end within the ruins for these reasons. Consequently, the 9 mansions have stipulated that any expedition lacking skilled martial artists cannot enter the Yunming's Immortal Mansion ruins, even if one has purchased a passage permit. To enforce this, they may even conduct a martial skills assessment before entry. Failure to pass would result in expulsion. In these recent days, warriors possessing both spiritual essence and honed physiques have become exceedingly sought after. Our Qingxiao sect is predominantly composed of cultivators, and several elders at the realm of martial masters have already made prior arrangements with others. Thus, it has become quite challenging to enlist their services at the 6 peaks. This led them to consider me, remarked Xu Taiping. Not just the 6 peaks, but other peaks have also sought our assistance, yet all were declined by my father. Leaving only the 6 peaks, Zhao Linglong replied with a smile and a shake of her head. Who would have thought? This time, little junior brother. You are quite the coveted prize, she teased Xu Taiping. Feeling slightly bashful, Xu Taiping scratched his head upon hearing her words. However, after listening to Zhao Linglong's account, the last trace of confusion in his heart was dispelled. By the way, Sister Linglong, why don't we, the 7 peaks, venture to Yunming's? If the 7 peaks go, I would not join the 6 peaks, Xu Taiping inquired with newfound curiosity. Because we did not acquire the passage permit for the 9 prefectures. Those are exceedingly expensive, costing over 10,000 gold essence coins, Zhao Linglong replied with a look of resignation. Xu Taiping smiled wryly at her response. The so-called gold essence coins he had seen in the hands of the Yellow Sparrow. They are a form of currency circulating among the 9 prefectures, said to be vastly different from ordinary coins. However, since he had never held one, he was uncertain of the specific differences. In truth, the treasures within the ruins of the immortal abode are numerous, and under normal circumstances, a visit could yield 30 to 40,000 gold essence coins if fortune favored one. However, following this year's 7 Peaks Grand Competition, our 7th peak has suffered significant losses. The eldest senior sister is recuperating from injuries, and the second senior brother is in seclusion. Even if we were to acquire the passage permit, it would likely go unused. Zhao Linglong sighed. This was, in fact, the true reason why the 7 Peaks had no intention of journeying to Yunming's. This year marked her first formal participation in the 7 Peaks Grand Competition since her initiation, and she had harbored high hopes. Yet, after the competition, the 7th peak not only ranked at the bottom, but several senior brothers and sisters also sustained injuries. Now, wherever she goes, she can hear the jeers from disciples of the other peaks regarding the 7th peak. Though not necessarily malicious, it is still disheartening to hear. Sister, in 6 years, we shall surely reclaim our glory, Xu Taiping consoled Zhao Linglong. I believe so too. Zhao Linglong nodded vigorously, her eyes filled with determination. When 6 years have passed, with our eldest senior sister healed and the second senior brother along with you, Taiping, We will not suffer such a dismal defeat as we did this year. And you, Sister Linglong, Xu Taiping added. Upon hearing this, Zhao Linglong was momentarily taken aback, then broke into a grin, saying, Indeed, there's also me. In truth, following the Seven Peaks Grand Competition, she had felt a twinge of guilt, regretting her insufficient cultivation that prevented her from assisting her eldest senior sister and second senior brother. By the way, how is your injury, junior brother? I heard from Dr. Liu at the Baichao Hall that you looked rather unwell when you left that day. Zhao Linglong suddenly expressed concern, gazing intently at Xu Taiping. I merely experienced a bit of dizziness, likely still a remnant of that soul cry affliction. It has since completely healed. Xu Taiping gently patted his chest. Zhao Linglong, upon hearing these words, once again broke into a radiant smile. She then summoned her treasured celestial silk and, with a serious expression, addressed Xu Taiping. Since there is nothing more to discuss, I shall take my leave. This time, like my second senior brother, I intend to enter seclusion for a year. Senior sister, want you stay for lunch? Xu Taiping inquired, somewhat surprised. Each time Zhao Linglong visited Qianjiang Pavilion, she would always depart only after having a meal. Zhao Linglong paused momentarily, hesitating before she reluctantly nodded and replied, Very well. I shall finish my meal before returning to my cultivation. The following day, at the Six Peaks Ascending Cloud platform, Su Zian introduced several of her fellow disciples to Xu Taiping. Taiping, this is my third junior sister, Lu Su. This is my fourth junior sister, Nangong Hui. This is my sixth junior sister, Lu Yuxian. And as for this one, I believe no introduction is necessary. As she introduced Lin Buyu, she cast a playful glance at Xu Taiping. Lin Buyu, we meet again, Xu Taiping remarked with a smile. Meet again? We haven't seen each other for almost half a month, Lin Buyu corrected him. Xu Taiping was momentarily speechless, pondering how this girl remembered such details so vividly. Senior Sister Zian, am I the only male disciple this time? Xu Taiping shifted the topic. Although the Six Peaks were predominantly female disciples, there were indeed a few male disciples, which struck him as somewhat surprising. Dream on. Just then, a robust male disciple approached them. Xu Taiping recognized him as Zhou Ao, the seventh disciple of the Six Peaks, who had previously provoked him. Junior brother Zhou possesses the finest martial talent among the Seven Peaks, being able to lift a 1,000-pound cauldron and excelling in both spear and fist techniques. With him, we will have additional support, Su Zian explained hastily. Knowing of the tension between the two, being able to lift such a heavy cauldron is akin to attaining a general's level among martial practitioners, making him quite formidable for those who are dedicated to honing their physical prowess. Greetings, senior brother Zhou, Xu Taiping nodded, offering a respectful gesture. He was indifferent to Zhou Ao as long as he did not provoke him during their journey. Su Zian sighed in relief at this. At that moment, several calls of cranes echoed from the horizon as two celestial cranes gracefully descended upon the ascending cloud platform. Everyone, let us set forth, Su Zian declared, her spirit buoyant amidst the gusts of wind. At the Dongting blessed land, aboard a small, unmanned black awning boat gliding smoothly across the water. Propelled by a swirling mist of green energy from behind, they gradually approached the entrance of the water fortress. There are 3 entrances to the Yunming Marsh, and the one we are heading to, known as General's Pass, is the largest among them and the closest to the Raindew Garden. At the bow of the boat, Su Zian held a map, explaining to Xu Taiping and the others, by tomorrow at the latest, the barrier of Yunming Marsh will open. At that time, we shall proceed to the Raindew Garden, where our foremost task is to gather as many dragon tooth fruits from the dragon Sephora tree in the garden as possible. After plucking the dragon tooth fruit, you may help yourselves to the spiritual herbs and fruits within the garden for the duration of a single incense stick. You may take them back with you afterward, or sell them to us at 6 Peaks. However, we are bound by time. Once the incense has burned out, we must adhere to our agreement and find a concealed spot within the Raindew Garden to establish a barrier for concealment. As Su Zian stowed away the map, she assured the group of this arrangement. It was clear that the objective of 6 Peaks this time was to acquire the dragon tooth fruit from the Raindew Garden. Furthermore, the Cloud Dream Marsh does not have an exit. To leave, one must wait for 7 days until the barrier of the Cloud Dream Marsh restores itself, at which point it will automatically usher us out. She added this clarification. Is it not said that discovering the focal object of the immortal estate's formation allows for transportation out? Xu Taiping inquired, curiosity piqued. According to his understanding from ancient texts, There were two ways to exit the Cloud Dream Marsh: hiding and waiting for 7 days, or finding the focal point to be transported out. Taiping. You are unaware that while there are indeed teleportation formations within the Cloud Dream Marsh, the means to activate them are mostly in the possession of the demon beasts and the corpses' leaders within the ruins. Obtaining them is easier said than done. Sister Lu Su replied, shaking her head. Sister Lu, why share this with him? If he wishes to leave via the teleportation formation, let him find a way himself. Zhou Ao remarked dismissively towards Xu Taiping. Thank you for the reminder, Sister Lu, Xu Taiping responded, disregarding Zhou Ao and bowing in gratitude to Sister Lu. One more thing. Taiping, be vigilant. Once you enter the ruins, no one will adhere to the regulations of the 9 houses. Even if you engage in pillaging and slaughter, no one will intervene, Su Zian solemnly cautioned Xu Taiping. Just as Xu Taiping was about to respond, a sudden rush of wind pierced the air. The group alertly turned towards the sound, only to witness a massive log, thick enough for two to embrace, sweeping across the water's surface. With a tremendous crash, they watched helplessly as a cultivator aboard the foremost ship was struck by the colossal log and hurled from the vessel into the water below. Chaos erupted on the surface. Some cultivators soared away on the winds, others brandished their weapons, while some prepared talismans to exorcise the beasts. Amidst the tumult of astonished and enraged cultivators, a somewhat irreverent voice rang out from the waters. Those who fall into the water are unworthy to enter the Cloud Dream Marsh. Those who resist with spells are equally unworthy. Only those who withstand my 3 strikes may enter. Upon hearing this, a wave of uproar surged across the water. By what right? We all possess passage permits. Why are we not allowed to proceed? Protested an indignant cultivator. The rules of the 9 houses are thus. Go and inquire of your masters and sect leaders. Moreover, I do this for your own good. If you cannot withstand these few strikes, you will surely meet your demise within the ruins. The voice retorted with a mocking tone. Is that truly a strike? A cultivator seethed with anger. Is it not? It is merely a longer and thicker stick than ordinary, came the dismissive reply. The voice carried a hint of irreverence. Xu Taiping found it somewhat familiar and immediately turned his gaze towards the source. Before him, at the entrance of the water fortress, stood a formidable black bear. This bear, with its lustrous fur, measured over 10 feet in length and boasted an imposing physique. It perched atop a large wooden stump rising from the water, clutching a massive cedar log, approximately 10 yards long and as thick as 2 men could embrace. It was evident that the log recently skimmed across the water's surface was now firmly grasped by this great beast. Was it a bear demon? Initially, Xu Taiping suspected he had misidentified it, but as his gaze rose, he soon recognized a familiar figure perched upon the bear's shoulders. Huang Ke from the Qianjiang Mountains Carefree Sect. Chapter 101. Daunting Mansion. The trial from the 9 mansions to encounter an acquaintance here was quite unexpected for Xu Taiping. What audacity from this young lad. Do not mistake mere feathers for a command. I shall approach and see how you intend to impede me. Just then, a venerable, white-haired cultivator suddenly sprang from the bow of the boat, his toes barely grazing the surface before he transformed into a whirlwind, soaring across the water with a resounding crash. The sheer force of his presence stirred up immense waves upon the surface. From this display of agility alone, it was evident that the elder was at least at the realm of profound intent. Seeing this, Huang Ke at the water fortress's entrance let out a cold chuckle and raised his hand to press downwards, commanding, "Brothers, make sure to give a warm welcome to our master song from the Earthly Fiends sect." No sooner had he spoken than a blue sigil radiance appeared in the sky above the elder's head. Instantly, dark clouds gathered, and a thick bolt of lightning descended with a deafening crack. Boom! Amidst the thunderous roar, the lightning struck the white-haired elder, singeing his hair and sending him sprawling across the water. Master Song. Several disciples of the Earthly Fiends sect rushed forth, retrieving him from the water and bringing him back aboard the ship. Who else wishes to test the 5 thunder array of the 9 mansions? Come, come. I am quite free today, and I assure you, satisfaction awaits. Huang Ke, perched upon the great black bear, regarded the numerous vessels on the water with a mischievous grin. It appeared this was indeed the trial of the 9 mansions for entering the celestial ruins. Observing the elder being hoisted onto the ship, Su Zian furrowed her brow slightly and remarked, "Allow me to take this on." Xu Taiping directly sought her approval, as he had been invited by the 6 peaks for this very purpose. "Sister, let me give it a try." Before Su Zian could respond, the 7th disciple, Zhou Ao, confidently approached the bow of the boat, challenging Xu Zian with his gaze directed provocatively at Xu Taiping. Are you capable? Xu Taiping asked with concern. In his view, the great black bear was at least a royal-level beast. Even an ordinary martial arts master would likely struggle to withstand its might. Zhou, perceiving Xu Taiping's apprehension as condescension, retorted with fervor, his face flushed with emotion and tinged with indignation. Xu Taiping recognized that the young man had misunderstood him and promptly clarified, "Do not misconstrue my words. That is not my intention. However, judging by the recent blow from that formidable black bear, it is evident that you are not its match." "What did you say, junior brother? Since you wish to test your mettle, then by all means, proceed," he continued. Upon hearing this, Zhou expression became considerably more animated. Fortunately, Xu Zian stepped forward to separate the two. Seeing that Xu Zian was still on his side, Zhou's demeanor brightened significantly. Yet, just as he was about to disembark, Xu Zian cautioned him, "Know your limits. If you cannot prevail, Taiping is here to assist." Upon hearing this, Zhou stiffened momentarily, his breath quickening as he retorted, "Sister, do you also underestimate me?" Without waiting for Xu Zian to respond, he leaped from the bow of the boat with a resounding crash, declaring, "From the 9 mansions, I, Zhou, challenge you with a strike." As he spoke, he propelled himself toward the entrance of the water stronghold. The onlookers were rendered speechless. "Oh, finally, a patron has arrived. Little Black, come, come. Do not keep our esteemed guest waiting," exclaimed Huang Ke, brimming with excitement after a prolonged wait for someone to test their skills. The black bear, energized by this development, nodded solemnly and raised its enormous wooden club, turning to Huang Ke for confirmation. "How much strength should I use?" "Start with 3 parts strength. We do not want to frighten him away immediately. If he withstands it, then give him a 6-part strike," Huang Ke suggested, visibly amused. "Understood." The black bear replied with a nod, then swung the wooden club toward Zhou. Boom. As the club swept toward him, Zhou swiftly sidestepped, bracing his shoulder against the hefty log with considerable force. Bang! To the astonishment of the spectators, Zhou managed to push the wooden stick back, standing firmly on the water's surface. Many cultivators watching from a distance marveled at the sight, voicing their admiration. Xu Zian and her companions also breathed a sigh of relief. The frustration that had previously weighed heavily on Zhou dissipated, and he bellowed, "Is that all? Come again." He pressed forward, charging toward the entrance of the water stronghold. However, Xu Taiping furrowed his brow in concern, having observed that the black bear's strike this time was evidently less forceful than the previous one. He called out a warning to Zhou, "Be cautious, senior brother. That last blow did not represent its full strength. I shall force it to unleash its full power." Zhou confidently retorted. Boom. Almost simultaneously with his declaration, the black bear swung the log again. Overflowing with confidence, Zhou discarded the notion of using his shoulder, opting instead to raise his fist to strike the incoming log. Bang! Another deafening sound echoed. Yet this time, Zhou's punch was barely able to withstand the force, and he was sent hurtling backward, crashing into the water with a loud splash. 7th junior brother. Several senior sisters from Lu Feng rushed forward to retrieve him from the surface of the water. When Xu Taiping and the others finally laid eyes on him again, half of Zhou's face had been grotesquely smashed, and his body convulsed uncontrollably. "You ought to be more careful," Xu Taiping sighed. Fortunately, 3rd senior sister Su was well versed in medicine. With a few deft movements, she realigned Zhou's distorted visage and regulated the energy within him. However, despite regaining consciousness, Zhou's eyes were devoid of life, reflecting a profound sense of despair. "Is he going to be all right?" Xu Taiping expressed his concern. Lin Buyu, standing nearby, cast Zhou a disdainful glance and remarked coolly, "Do not worry. He has a knack for survival." Upon hearing this, 2 crystalline tears cascaded down Zhou's cheeks. Hey, is anyone else coming to try? Just a moment ago, it was so close. You all witnessed it. He was almost there." At that moment, Huang Ke's voice reverberated across the lake once more, inciting the cultivators on the water's surface. "Sister Zijing, let's bring the boat closer. I'll see if I can catch him." Xu Taiping glanced at Xu Zijing, already rolling up his sleeves as he spoke. "All right," Xu Zijing nodded, setting aside any doubts. She had unwavering faith in Xu Taiping's formidable strength, recalling how he had once nearly shattered Yi Xian's resolve in the Wangyijing with sheer force. She then turned to fourth junior sister Nangong Hui, saying, "Sister, continue forward." "Yes," responded Nangong Hui, standing at the stern. With a flourish of her sleeve, a gust of wind erupted, propelling their small vessel swiftly toward the entrance of the water village. "Ah, they dare to approach again. How intriguing," mused Huang Ke, who had been somewhat bored. Seeing the defeated group return, a smirk crept across his lips. "Xiaohei, sweep that entire ship down for me," he commanded the large black bear. "Understood," the bear replied in a deep tone, lifting the hefty log in its grasp. Once the ship was within range, the bear exerted its strength, sweeping the log across the lake's surface with a resounding crash. Witnessing this, many cultivators aboard various vessels exchanged sympathetic glances, sensing impending calamity for the ship's crew. A thunderous boom echoed as the log struck the black sailboat, causing it to rock violently while the water beneath it buckled. Surprisingly, not a single person fell overboard. The log seemed ensnared by the vessel, remaining steadfast. As onlookers squinted toward the bow, they soon realized that the log was not stuck. It was being held back by a young boy at the ship's prow. The clash between the ship and the bear, one man and one log, resembled a struggle of wills, locked in a stalemate upon the mist-laden waters. Only the waves stirred by the two entities surged forth, one after another, lifting the surrounding vessels. With a thunderous sound, after a brief standoff upon the water's surface, the formidable black bear suddenly exerted its arms once more, forcefully reclaiming the log from Xu Taiping's grasp. It was evident that this strike had resulted in the defeat of the great black bear from the 9 prefectures. How intriguing, how fascinating, to encounter a warrior capable of contesting strength with the little black bear. Amidst the astonished gasps from the onlookers, the initially indifferent Huang Ke was suddenly invigorated. "Little Black, continue," he urged the great black bear, his gaze fixed intently on the misty water ahead. At that moment, the surface was shrouded in fog, making it nearly impossible to discern the faces of those aboard the vessel. "All right," the great black bear nodded vigorously, after having its strike intercepted. The bear's instinctual desire for victory, inherent to its nature as a beast, surged forth. A spark of brilliance ignited in its round, glistening eyes. With a resounding roar, a powerful wave of energy erupted around it. Its claws, gripping the hefty log, sank deep into the wood. Then, amidst the deafening sound of wind, the great black bear propelled itself, nearly skimming the water's surface, charging towards the boat occupied by Xu Taiping and his companions. The tremendous force generated caused the lake's waters to churn violently. This strike was executed with at least 90% of the bear's strength. Sensing the weight of this blow, Xu Taiping did not dare to underestimate it. Positioned at the bow of the boat, he slightly bent his knees and forcefully pushed off the deck with his feet. As he leaped into the air, he unleashed a powerful strike towards the incoming log. With a resounding crash, Xu Taiping's fist collided solidly against the log. The clash of their immense powers sent shockwaves rippling across the water's surface. However, this time the standoff lasted only a fleeting moment. The massive log in the bear's grasp was propelled backward by the force of Xu Taiping's punch, ultimately slipping from its hold and plunging into the depths with a resounding splash. Xu Taiping, on the other hand, merely glided a few steps across the water's surface before regaining his balance. His punch elicited a chorus of admiration from the surrounding cultivators. "This individual is remarkably strong." Meanwhile, the great black bear, standing atop the log, gazed incredulously at its own bloodied paws. The damage it sustained was a result of Xu Taiping's formidable strength transmitted through the log. What martial master is this? Witnessing the bear's injuries, Huang Ke was equally astonished. In terms of power, his spirit companion rarely fell short of humans, let alone suffered injuries. "Da Huang, you still have one strike left, right?" The great black bear suddenly turned to Huang Quebec. "Indeed, but since you possess such strength, it is unnecessary for you to." Before Huang Ke could finish, the great black bear abruptly shook its shoulder, flinging Huang Ke into the air. Following this, it leapt from the log, its feet striking the water's surface as it thundered towards the figure ahead. "Little Black, do not act recklessly," the taken aback Huang Ke hastily pursued. Yet, before he could catch up, he witnessed the bear launch a punch towards the individual at the bow of the ship. Bang! Amidst the resounding clash of fists, Xu Taiping engaged in a fierce confrontation with the formidable black bear. The scene unfolded with a palpable intensity as man and beast exchanged blows, reminiscent of two mythical creatures locked in a deadly struggle. Wasn't it supposed to be 3 strikes? Why did it escalate so quickly? When did the people of the 9 houses become so domineering? Taiping, refrain from fighting. Let us confront the 9 houses for clarity. As the beast relentlessly pursued, Xu Zian was initially taken aback, followed by a surge of indignation. Indeed, Taiping, cease your assault. The 9 houses are utterly disregarding propriety. The other female disciples echoed her sentiments in unison. Soon, not only they but other discontented cultivators began to join in the uproar. Huang Ke, originally intending to chastise the raucous crowd for their unruliness, was suddenly struck by the name Xu Taiping as it wafted through the misty air to his ears. Xu Taiping. It was indeed him. Remembering the recent punch, Huang Ke's expression shifted from confusion to certainty. Little Black, do not engage. You are no match for him. Boom. Just as he attempted to use the soul contract to halt the bear, his words were abruptly interrupted by a thunderous explosion of energy. Immediately, a flurry of punches materialized upon the water's surface. The ferocity of the blows swept the mist away, revealing the scene clearly to the onlookers. They beheld a relatively slender youth delivering relentless punches upon the massive black bear, sending it skidding back across the water's surface, utterly powerless to retaliate. Bang! With the youth's final strike, the bear was propelled backward, soaring several feet above the water before crashing down with a resounding splash. A profound silence enveloped the river. Little Black, you cannot compete with him. This young lad resembles a monster more than the beast itself. Observing the great bear slowly resurfacing, Huang Ke sighed, finally articulating the words he had previously withheld. Brother Huang Ke, long time no see. How have you been? At that moment, Xu Taiping's voice unexpectedly echoed across the tranquil river. Nonsense. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have been dispatched to this wretched place. Huang Ke muttered under his breath, but quickly donned a cheerful facade, exclaiming, Taiping, it has been far too long. Your brother has missed you dearly. Chapter 103, General's Hollow. Young Master Qingxiao of Cloudescape Palace. General's Hollow lies nestled between 2 mountains, where it is said that during the dry season, the water recedes, transforming the area into a valley. Currently, General's Hollow has been developed into a water stronghold by the 9 houses. At the heart of this stronghold stand 2 colossal statues of generals, believed to have been erected by ancient ancestors, who were once renowned for slaying ferocious dragons in this very spot. In the hands of these statues rests a massive jade plate, which serves as a portal for entering the relics of the Cloud Dream Marsh. When the great formation of the Cloud Dream Marsh becomes unstable, this plate will automatically transport the cultivators upon it to one of the entrances of the celestial ruins. Uncertain whether the teleportation site leading to the Yuyun prefecture bears a resemblance to this one, Xu Taiping gazed at the peculiar patterns etched upon the jade plate beneath his feet, which invoked memories of the teleportation token he possessed. Little Taiping. At that moment, Huang Ke approached Xu Taiping with a playful grin, accompanied by a small black bear, its eyes swollen, a transformation from the previously encountered large black bear. Brother Huang Ke. Xu Taiping greeted him with a slight bow. You lad, you are quite fortunate. Last time you descended the mountain with the stunning 6th princess, and this time you astonishingly brought 5 back with you. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Huang Ke leaned closer to Xu Taiping and chuckled. The 6th princess? You must be referring to Sister Zijing. Xu Taiping replied with a smile. Upon hearing the name Zijing, Huang Ke's lips twitched, and a look of trepidation crossed his face. That couple, they didn't accompany you this time, did they? He glanced around nervously before quietly inquiring of Xu Taiping. He was aware that the couple held a fondness for Xu Taiping, and thus he was concerned they might follow him to the Yunming Marsh. I haven't been in contact with Sister Zijing or Brother Xiang since then. Xu Taiping shook his head. That's a relief. If that couple were to arrive, the 9 factions would have their hands full. Huang Ke exhaled deeply in relief. Which site do you plan to visit with your senior sisters in the ruins? He then asked. The Yulu Garden. Oh, that place. It's manageable, although there's a vengeful spirit guarding the entrance. Once it's distracted, you can enter, but you must act swiftly. Otherwise, you may be preempted by other sects. Huang Ke nodded in agreement. The Yunming Marsh opens only once every 60 years. Brother Huang Ke, are you not nearing 70 or 80? Xu Taiping expressed his astonishment. Otherwise, what do you expect? Your sister Zian is not younger than I am. Back in the day, I, along with your brother and her, ventured in together. Huang Ke cast a glance at Xu Zian. Xu Taiping suddenly understood. After a practitioner breaks through to the wishing shadow realm, their physical appearance ages more slowly. Thus, their true ages are not easily discerned from their outward appearance. However, you must remain vigilant of the Qianjiang Palace. It appears they have a team targeting the Yulu Garden this time. Huang Ke cautioned Xu Taiping. The Qianjiang Palace? Isn't that the fourth-ranked sect among the 9 factions? Xu Taiping was taken aback. Taiping. Before he could further inquire, his senior sister Sister Zijing approached. Sister Zijing, when will we get to celebrate your wedding with brother Qingxiao? Huang Ke inquired with a mischievous smile directed at Sister Zijing. Upon hearing this, Sister Zijing's face flushed, and she shot Huang Ke a glare, retorting, "You ought to ask him." Huang Ke chuckled even more, nodding repeatedly. Yes, I shall inquire with brother Qingxiao. Sister Zijing, is everything prepared? Noticing her discomfort, Xu Taiping promptly shifted the topic. All matters have been settled, Xu Zijing confirmed, a hint of gratitude glimmering in her eyes. The jade tablet was crafted by the 9 houses. Upon holding it, when the barrier opens and the teleportation array activates, the group can be transported to the same location within the ruins. Additionally, ensure you wear this pendant, should we become separated within the ruins. It will guide you towards the direction closest to us. She handed a jade tablet and a dark pendant to Xu Taiping. The pendant resembled an arrowhead but was much more rounded. Remarkably, when Xu Taiping held it, it instinctively pointed towards Xu Zijing. Observing Xu Zijing's neck, she too wore an identical pendant. Understanding its purpose, Xu Taiping promptly adorned it. Who among you is heading to the Raindew Garden? Step forward. Just as Xu Taiping bid farewell to Huang Ke and prepared to join Xu Zijing at the nearby teleportation platform, an arrogant voice suddenly resonated from the jade disc. Xu Taiping and Xu Zijing turned towards the sound. They beheld a youth of about 15 or 16, leisurely approaching the center of the jade disc, flanked by 2 elderly men with white hair and 3 robust middle-aged men. Behold, the young master of Qianjiang Palace has arrived, Huang Ke sighed upon seeing the boy. This impudent child was none other than Qingxiao, the young master of Qianjiang Palace. The 2 elderly men beside him were not only profound practitioners, but also masters at the pinnacle of martial arts. The other 3 were likely also masters at the Wangyu realm. The late palace master indulged his son excessively, allowing him to develop this arrogant demeanor. It is wise not to provoke him, he explained to Xu Taiping and Xu Zijing. The Qianjiang Palace is not like ordinary sects. Moreover, Qingxiao is the beloved son of the late palace master, deserving of a modicum of respect even from those of the 9 houses. The Raindew Garden is vast. We should avoid any direct confrontation with him. Xu Zijing shook her head. Xu Taiping nodded in agreement. Why is everyone silent? Who among you is going to the Raindew Garden? Step forward, or do not blame me for not granting you a chance. If you show yourselves now, I may spare your lives when I enter the ruins. Qingxiao sneered again. Many present recognized his identity and remained silent, patiently waiting for the teleportation array to activate. What, are you all mute? Or do you aspire to be the turtle in the water? Seeing this, Qingxiao scoffed with mockery. Why should we step forward just because you demand it? Who do you think you are? At that moment, Xu Zijing and Xu Taiping heard a very familiar voice. Who else but that thick-headed Zhou? Who am I? Qingxiao smirked, glancing at the burly men behind him. At this sight, Xu Taiping and Xu Zijing exchanged glances before swiftly darting forward. However, they were ultimately a step too late. As soon as Qingxiao finished speaking, one of the middle-aged men beside him surged forward like the wind, colliding forcefully with Zhou, sending him hurtling backward. Junior brother. Several senior sisters from the 6th peak gasped in alarm, swiftly leaping to catch him. Nevertheless, even so, the individuals from the Cloud Scenic Palace remained unyielding. At this moment, the 2 burly middle-aged men accompanying Qingxiao surged forward like the wind, charging towards Lin Buyu and her companions. Just then, with a rush of wind, Xu Taiping appeared before them, colliding fiercely with the 2 men. With a thunderous crash, the 2 men were sent sprawling to the ground, tumbling several times, while Xu Taiping merely staggered back a few steps. Dare to injure me? Elder Lin and Elder Sun, eliminate him. The once triumphant young master of the palace changed countenance, his expression twisting with malevolence as he pointed at Xu Taiping. The 2 elderly men, who had kept their hands concealed within their sleeves, opened their eyes in unison, their robes suddenly billowing, radiating a formidable aura. But at that moment, a sharp sound of a sword echoed. The second sister of the 6 peaks, Xu Zijing, soared to the forefront of Xu Taiping, unsheathing her sword and pointing it menacingly at the 2 elders, declaring, "Form the Azure Cloud Sword Array." As her words fell, Nangong Hui and Lin Buyu drew their swords in unison, taking their places in various positions, their overwhelming energies cascading forth. In an instant, the sword array was established. With a resounding boom, as the array took form, a violent sword energy erupted, transforming into a tempest that swept across the entire teleportation platform. The immense pressure emanating from the sword array compelled the two elders to halt. The Azure Cloud Sword Array. The round-faced elder furrowed his brow. And what of the Azure Cloud Sword? Without a Thunder Spirit root, those sword cultivators wielding it render this array mere decoration. The other elder quickly discerned the array's shortcomings. However, at that moment, Lin Buyu, the sole one not drawing her sword at the center of the array, suddenly unsheathed her long sword with a swift motion, her fingers pressing firmly against the blade as she declared in a commanding voice, "Guardians of the three realms, emissaries of the five emperors, all deities pay homage. Summon the thunder." As her words echoed, a thunderous sword aura surged skyward, manifesting as a colossal sword that towered above the teleportation jade plate. Within it crackled with thunder, the name of the thunder god concealed within. As Lin Buyu recited the final line, she pointed her sword toward the individuals from the Cloud Scenic Palace. The immense sword shadow that had loomed over the jade plate gradually aligned its blade toward the two elders. Witnessing this scene, the previously arrogant expressions of the elders transformed into caution. Even the young master, who had maintained an imperious demeanor, fell silent. "Dear friends, why must we resort to conflict?" At that moment, Huang Ke, accompanied by his spirit pet, the black bear, arrived at the teleportation platform. "Miss Xian, esteemed elders of the Cloud Scenic Palace, let us converse amicably." He approached Xu Taiping with a smile, attempting to sheath the already drawn sword back into its scabbard. "What is there to discuss? Their people from the Cloud Scenic Palace seek to harm my junior brother. Did you not witness this, Jufu?" Xu Xian remained unmoved. Xu Taiping swiftly unsheathed his blade with a sharp sound. Lin Buyu, with a pointed gesture of her sword, advanced the enormous shadow of her weapon, pressing closer towards the group. Huang Ke felt a throbbing headache, inwardly lamenting the reckless nature of the Qingxiao sect members. Upon witnessing the Qingxiao sect's stance, the members of Yunjing Palace, though still wearing expressions of disdain, exhibited glimmers of hesitation in their eyes. As the saying goes, the dazed fear the reckless, and the reckless fear those who are unafraid of death. Should a true fight ensue, they were not afraid, yet they would inevitably suffer losses, especially with their young palace master present. A group of brash youngsters. If you, the little master uncle of Qingxiao sect, could just step forward to offer an apology, we could let this matter pass. The round-faced elder gestured towards Xu Taiping. "Me?" Xu Taiping, whose spring tiger blade had once again been restrained by Huang Ke, questioned his own hearing. "You injured our people. What is wrong with offering an apology?" The long-faced elder, after glancing at the two middle-aged men who had struggled to their feet, shot Xu Taiping a scornful look. "Old fool, you harmed us first. Why should our people apologize to you?" Before Xu Taiping could respond, Lin Buyu interjected. As she spoke, a torrent of sword energy surged forth from her fingertips, expanding grandly in all directions. In terms of swordsmanship, Lin Buyu was a rare prodigy, and with the enhancement of the Qingyun breaking cloud sword formation, she held no fear of the two elders before her. This was the very confidence that allowed the Six Peaks to send their female disciples to brave the trials of the Yunmeng marsh ruins. Upon sensing the might of her sword formation, the two elders furrowed their brows once more. The young palace master snorted coldly, "Little girl, mind your words. Even your peak master would not dare to speak to us in such a manner." With a resounding clang, as soon as the young palace master's words fell, Xu Taiping unsheathed his blade once more, a powerful aura emanating from him, resonating with the intent of his sword. "Since you have said that, what is there left to discuss? Let us fight." Xu Taiping directed his blade towards the young palace master. Feeling the energy radiating from Xu Taiping, both elders and the nearby middle-aged warriors experienced a surge of trepidation. Although Xu Taiping's cultivation appeared average in their eyes, the aura of his sword and the ferocity it conveyed signified that he was indeed a desperate man. "Taiping, do not act rashly. Grant me this favor as your elder brother. I will resolve this matter for you." Huang Ke winked at Xu Taiping. With that, he cheerfully approached the round-faced elder and leaned in to whisper, "Elder Lin, there is something I wonder if I should mention." "What? Do you intend to use the 9 houses to intimidate me?" "I am not susceptible to such tactics. If it comes to it, we shall forego this celestial relic." The round-faced elder huffed. Not at all. How could I dare? I merely wish to caution you that this sword-wielding lad has some murky connections with a certain couple. Huang Ke replied with a smile. What? Could this lad be the illegitimate child of the Qingxiao sect's leader? Elder Lin furrowed his brow in disbelief. If this truly is a love child, he must weigh his options carefully, for even a starving camel is larger than a horse. The Qingxiao sect was once resplendent in its glory. No, where are your thoughts wandering? The flustered Huang Ke shook his head repeatedly. What are you trying to say? Elder Lin's expression grew somewhat displeased. Although Qianjiang Palace does not hold the same standing as the carefree sect, as one of its esteemed elders, he naturally harbored no fear of this junior. Not long ago, the matter of that couple from the Vulture Kingdom must have reached Elder Lin's ears, right? Huang Ke inquired with a smile. Upon hearing this, Elder Lin's pupils immediately constricted, his expression tinged with apprehension. Could this lad possibly be the illegitimate child of that couple? Chapter 105. What on earth happened at General's Ditch? That seems unlikely. Huang Ke hastily waved his hands. Realizing that Elder Lin was genuinely about to lose his temper, he refrained from further teasing and promptly explained. Before the immortal Haitang awakened, she was the 6th princess of the Baishu Kingdom. And it was this lad who escorted her all the way to the Vulture Kingdom. The couple felt immense gratitude towards him and did not even visit the Qingxiao sect this time. Upon hearing this, Elder Lin's expression turned grave. He was well aware of the couple's profound sense of gratitude. If they were to harm this lad today, the repercussions from that couple would surely strip Qianjiang Palace of its skin. As this thought crossed his mind, fine beads of sweat began to form on his forehead. Huang Ke, you are not trying to deceive me, are you? Elder Lin still harbored some skepticism. Without hesitation, Huang Ke presented a record of merits and demerits before Elder Lin, stating, If you do not trust me, you must surely trust this record, right? Elder Lin scrutinized it closely, his brows knitting together. After a brief moment of hesitation, he withdrew his gaze from the record, cleared his throat a few times, and turned to the young master. Young master, it seems this is all a misunderstanding. Let us consider this matter settled. As he spoke, he exchanged a knowing glance with the young master. Although the young master Qingxiao was rather overbearing, he possessed enough insight to realize that Elder Lin had learned something significant, prompting this shift in demeanor. Since you, Elder Lin, have said so, this time I shall not pursue the matter further, the young master declared with sudden magnanimity. Xu Taiping and the others behind him were taken aback, not expecting such a rapid change in attitude from this group. Since it is a misunderstanding, let your people apologize to my senior brother, Xu Taiping said, glancing at the severely swollen face of Zhou Ao beside him, then turning to the members of Qianjiang Palace. Although he was unaware of what exactly Huang Ke had conveyed to them, given that the advantage lay with his side, he could not afford to show weakness before this group, lest they be perceived as easy prey once they entered the secret realm. This was precisely why Su Zian was willing to employ the sword formation to confront the people of Qianjiang Palace. You, cough, cough, cough. The young master of Qianjiang Palace was enraged upon hearing this, but before he could finish his words, he was interrupted by Elder Lin's cough. Elder Lin then glanced at the 2 robust men beside him, who had also been injured by Xu Taiping, and said, You should apologize to the young brother. Upon hearing this, the young master of the palace immediately grew displeased. She leaned closer to Elder Lin and whispered, Elder Lin, what was that about? Why do you fear a mere disciple of the Qingxiao sect? Elder Lin quietly murmured in her ear, This lad is the benefactor of that infamous couple. The young master's expression shifted dramatically upon hearing this, and she coldly huffed before turning away, saying, You all can handle this as you see fit. I shan't involve myself any further. What did you just say to those from Qianjiang Palace? After the people from Qianjiang Palace departed, Su Zian, having dismantled the sword array, looked at Huang Ke in confusion. Xu Taiping also glanced over with curiosity. I merely informed them that Taiping is the benefactor of that couple. Huang Ke replied with a grin. Su Zian then understood. Many within the Qingxiao sect were already aware of Xu Taiping escorting Haitang to Wujiao country, including Su Zian. Sister Zijing and Brother Xiang have such formidable reputations? Xu Taiping found it hard to believe. The mere mention of their names could deter those from Qianjiang Palace, which he found perplexing. You are unaware, are you? After the couple left Wujiao country, they first laid waste to the sect behind Princess Qi, nearly reducing it to ruins. Had it not been for the protective array, the sect might have been entirely obliterated. The other 9 factions involved in that dispute have also suffered tremendous losses. It will take them decades to recover. If it weren't for the direct intervention of the sect master, I reckon the next 9 faction sword champion would be from your Qingxiao sect, Huang Ke continued, his expression filled with trepidation. Xu Taiping found himself at a loss for words. If what Huang Ke said was true, then the reactions of those from Qianjiang Palace were indeed understandable. Suddenly, a violent tremor resonated beneath their feet. The great array is about to activate. Gather closely and stand firm, lest you be scattered during the transfer. Huang Ke admonished them earnestly. Xu Zijing and Xu Taiping nodded in agreement. I have other matters to attend to this time, so I shall not accompany you inside. When we emerge, I shall treat you to drinks, Huang Ke said, bowing slightly to the two. Thank you, Brother Huang Ke, for aiding us today. Xu Zijing expressed her gratitude with a respectful bow. Her earlier display of strength was merely to avoid appearing weak before the assembly of cultivators. Otherwise, she would surely have been overwhelmed upon entering the ruins. In truth, she did not genuinely wish to become mortal enemies with Qianjiang Palace. Even if they obtained the treasures, it would create complications for the Six Peaks in the future. Thus, Huang Ke's timely intervention was fortuitous. Thank you, Brother Huang Ke. Xu Taiping also bowed respectfully. Do not be so formal. Huang Ke waved his hand dismissively and swiftly departed the teleportation platform with his spirit companion, the little black bear. Sister. At this moment, several disciples from Qingxiao sect gathered around. The teleportation array is about to activate. Do not wander about, as you may end up transported to different locations, Xu Zijing warned them. The group nodded in unison, while Lingyue sheathed his sword and quietly stood beside Xu Taiping. Thunder rumbled ominously as the tremors beneath the feet of the gathered individuals intensified, a profound and indescribable ancient aura suddenly rising from the jade plate. Xu Zijing, having ventured into the Yunmeng Marsh ruins on previous occasions, recognized this as the harbinger of the impending activation of the relic's great formation. We must hold our breaths and remain still. The grand array is about to awaken, she cautioned her companions. In that moment, however, the skies above the waters of Qianjiang Hollow darkened abruptly, thick clouds gathering, and the resounding peals of thunder echoed ominously from above. In an instant, darkness enveloped the world. An uproar erupted among the individuals at the teleportation platform. Could it be that demons are manifesting in this realm? Someone exclaimed in alarm. Xu Taiping, initially as bewildered as the rest, gazed upward in astonishment, but was soon distracted by a piercing pain emanating from the palm of his left hand. Furrowing his brow, he cautiously lifted his hand to inspect it. To his astonishment, the ghost sealing talisman, which had been embedded within his flesh, had suddenly re-emerged. The skin surrounding the symbol split open rapidly, and he felt his vital energy and true essence depleting at an alarming rate. Why would the talisman react at this moment? Bewildered, he hastily consumed a chi-preserving pill to halt the draining of his true essence. Are you unwell? Lingyue, standing nearby, suddenly turned her gaze to Xu Taiping. Well, I'm not quite sure. My vitality feels somewhat unstable, he replied evasively. Upon hearing this, Lingyue grasped Xu Taiping's hand firmly, unceremoniously channeling her true essence into him. Just as Xu Taiping was about to refuse her assistance, an overwhelming pressure descended from the clouds above. A deafening roar erupted, and a black-furred dragon, wreathed in flames, burst forth from the clouds. With a thunderous cry, the dragon unleashed a torrent of black fire toward the teleportation platform, creating a scene reminiscent of the apocalypse. What in the world is happening? Xu Taiping, disregarding Lingyue's hand, stared in disbelief at the unfolding spectacle. Chapter 106. The unexpected turn at Qianjiang Hollow. Boom. At the very moment the black flames descended, intricate runes suddenly appeared upon the teleportation platform. Concurrently, 2 colossal armored phantoms sprang forth from the nearby statues, each wielding a shield in one hand and a spear in the other. As they defended against the oncoming black flames, the enormous spears thrust toward the dark dragon. With a resounding crash, the black dragon, struck by the spears, emitted a furious roar and retreated into the clouds. Soon after, several formidable auras surged from the water's surface, charging toward the black dragon. Wretched beast, dare to cause havoc here? I shall reduce you to ashes. A voice, steeped in age and fury, thundered as a massive blade, crackling with lightning-like energy, cleaved toward the dragon's head. With a resounding explosion, the black dragon's body trembled violently, and a single head was severed by the might of that strike. The blade's radiance, akin to lightning, enveloped the massive form of the black serpent, carving deep gashes upon its body. Witnessing this scene, the assembled cultivators on the teleportation platform exhaled in relief, unable to suppress their jubilant cheers. Yet, for reasons unbeknownst to him, Xu Taiping felt an inexplicable tightening in his chest, an ominous premonition that something dreadful was imminent. Simultaneously, the sealing talisman in his left palm began to stir once more, its insatiable hunger for his vitality intensifying. Thud! At that moment, the head of the black serpent plunged into the water. Initially, the crowd paid little heed, their attention fixated on the elder wielding the blade above. However, as the serpent's head met the surface, the once tranquil lake erupted with a thunderous roar, churning into monstrous waves engulfed in raging black flames. These flames surged forth, enveloping the entire teleportation platform, swallowing it whole. Instantly, darkness enveloped their vision. In tandem, the talisman in Xu Taiping's hand reacted violently, his vitality visibly dwindling. Just as he contemplated taking a sip of his dragon's bile wine, he suddenly sensed several chilling presences infiltrating the teleportation platform. Upon closer inspection, he discerned figures draped in black robes. Strangely, the surrounding cultivators appeared oblivious to their presence, allowing them to advance steadily to the center of the platform. What is the meaning of this? Boom! Just as Xu Taiping was engulfed in dread, the teleportation platform began to tremble violently. Following this, a beam of blue light ascended from the platform. The platform is damaged, you must descend. Faintly, Xu Taiping could hear the cries of warning from outside. Yet, it was too late. The teleportation array had already activated, and regardless of how fervently Xu Taiping and the others channeled their energy, they could not escape the array's pull. Boom! With a resounding crash, a tremendous force tore them apart. However, Xu Taiping and Lin Buyu, having been holding hands, tightened their grip upon sensing the chaos, resolutely refusing to let go despite the array's relentless tugging. Do not release my hand, Xu Taiping called out to Lin Buyu. Though the nature of this anomaly remained unclear, he understood that survival was more feasible together than alone within this perilous realm. Lin Buyu nodded vigorously, clutching Xu Taiping's hand with unwavering determination. Boom! Another deafening tremor ensued, and darkness enveloped their vision as they lost consciousness in an instant. Time became an enigma, and eventually, Xu Taiping awoke, his eyelids heavy. Where am I? He glanced around, discovering that he lay upon the sloping ground of a forest, the earth a damp, reddish clay. Towering pines surrounded him, and numerous graves marked by wooden plaques dotted the landscape. The air was thick with the acrid stench of decay, and the somber skies instilled an unmistakable sense of dread. Am I within the ruins? Xu Taiping's mind swirled with confusion. According to the words of Sister Zijing, the teleportation platform at the General's Hollow should have transported them to a manor. It appears that there has been a malfunction with the teleportation device. Suddenly, he recalled the dark serpent hovering above the platform before he lost consciousness, as well as the figures that had appeared so unexpectedly. He remembered that prior to his fainting, Sister Wuyu had been holding his hand. Could it be that they had also been dispersed? Looking around, he discovered that aside from the shattered tombstones and mounds, there was nothing else in sight. As he spoke, he retrieved the pendant that Sister Zijing had given him from around his neck. Upon its removal, the pendant automatically pointed towards the depths of the forest graveyard ahead, pulsating with light. This phenomenon only occurred when there were companions nearby. Could it be that Wuyu was there? Xu Taiping felt a surge of joy in his heart. Logically, he should not have strayed too far from Lin Wuyu. First, he needed to find Wuyu, then ascertain their exact location. With a map in hand, identifying the name of this graveyard would allow him to determine his position within the ruins, after which he could rendezvous with Sister Zijing and the others at Yalu Garden. After a brief moment of chaos, Xu Taiping's thoughts began to clarify. However, just as he abruptly stood up, a wave of dizziness swept over him, nearly causing him to collapse. Curse that ghost-binding talisman for draining my vitality. This sensation was all too familiar, prompting him to swiftly retrieve the 8 treasures powder and the vitality-guarding pill from his gourd, hastily consuming them. Simultaneously, he communicated with Baiyu and Pinyin in his mind, asking, Baiyu, Pinyin, how do you feel? Baiyu, are you in the Yunming's ruins? Pinyin and I cannot sense the outside world, nor can we exit the gourd. We can only hear your voice, Baiyu responded. The little monkey chirped anxiously. Indeed, but the situation is somewhat dire. I and several senior sisters have been dispersed by the teleportation array, and I am now preparing to locate them. After swallowing a vitality-guarding pill, Xu Taiping silently nodded in acknowledgement. He also recalled what Sister Zijing had previously informed him. Spiritual beasts and pets could not be brought into the ruins. Be extra cautious. My father has warned me that the Yunming's ruins are fraught with danger. The exterior and central regions are relatively safe. Yet deep within the ruins lurk flying corpses of considerable menace. Bai cautioned Xu Taiping. Do not worry. I shall, Xu Taiping affirmed with a nod. According to his understanding, these corpses could be categorized as a type of supernatural entity, ranging in strength from the lowest level of purple corpse to the formidable flying corpse. With legendary entities such as wandering corpses, lying corpses, and undying bones beyond that. Chapter 107. The Grave Hill Ridge. Indeed, it is Sister Wu. In a certain sense, corpses are akin to martial practitioners among humans. Even the most ordinary purple corpse possesses strength and speed comparable to a martial soldier who has trained for over a decade, while white and hairy corpses are equivalent to martial generals and masters. As for the flying corpse, it is a being that even the highest martial sovereign may find challenging to confront. Unlike ordinary ghouls, the flying corpses, having cultivated to a higher state, have regained their consciousness and possess the ability to soar through the air. Some of these flying corpses have even awakened the powers of ghostly deities. However, one would hope that fortune would not be so cruel. According to Sister Zijing, such entities only manifest in the deepest recesses of ancient ruins. As Xu Taiping contemplated this, he followed the direction indicated by the pendant around his neck, stepping toward the densely packed grave mounds within the forest. At this moment, having consumed the 8 treasures powder and the guardian qi pill, his vitality had significantly replenished. Bang! Just as he stepped into the forest, an unusual disturbance erupted from within. It was as if a mechanism had been triggered. The grave mounds suddenly cracked open, and decayed, flesh-ridden hands, with bones starkly visible, emerged from within. Swoosh! Anticipating the presence of ghouls in this forest, Xu Taiping remained remarkably composed and swiftly drew his spring tiger blade. Boom! Almost simultaneously with the unsheathing of his blade, a ghoul with purple skin and rotting flesh leaped from a grave mound, swinging a bony fist directly at Xu Taiping. Swish! Xu Taiping advanced with a swift stroke, severing the ghoul's head with precision. He recalled Sister Zijing's repeated admonition that to vanquish ghouls, one must strike at their heads. Yet soon after, 3 more ghouls sprang forth from the mounds, racing toward him with alarming speed. Although Xu Taiping managed to fell 2 with his blade, one of them lifted a large stone and brought it crashing down on his back. Bang! Despite the protective barrier of vital energy and his robust physique, he staggered slightly. This blow made him acutely aware of the ghoul's formidable strength and swiftness. Even more troubling was the relentless emergence of ghouls from the grave mounds. In mere moments, 3 or 4 dozen ghouls surged from all directions, some wielding stones, others brandishing knives or axes, charging at him. Without hesitation, he cast a golden bell talisman. With a resounding boom, a radiant orb of golden light enveloped him, shielding him from the sudden onslaught of several ghouls' blades. However, Xu Taiping soon realized that even this high-grade yellow-level golden bell talisman, after enduring several assaults, had dimmed considerably, as he had learned before his arrival. Within the secret realm of Yunming Marsh, the efficacy of both talismans and magical artifacts diminished by more than 60%. Swish! Undeterred by this revelation, Xu Taiping wielded his blade with brute force, cleaving through the ghouls that obstructed his path as he charged straight toward the heart of the graveyard. He knew he must not succumb to the encirclement of the ghoul tide. They were inexhaustible, and no matter how powerful one's methods, one would inevitably be consumed bit by the relentless horde. Clang! With a metallic resonance, Xu Taiping unleashed a lethal strike from the 7 kills blade, cleaving through the advancing swarm of ghouls, reducing them to a grotesque scene of flesh and shattered bones. Simultaneously, he forcibly employed the wind shadow step, with a thunderous sound. Breaking free from the pursuit of over 100 ghouls, he sped swiftly through the forest. Although the wind shadow step was considerably constrained by the prohibitions of this realm, and the consumption of true energy surged several-fold, this was hardly a moment to dwell on such matters amidst the looming crisis. With a thunderous roar, Xu Taiping dashed forward, simultaneously shattering a golden bell talisman and swallowing a qi-enhancing pill to replenish his energy, alongside a recovery pill to restore his vitality. The relentless wielding of his blade was taking a tremendous toll, even on him. With a swift motion, He cleaved a purple zombie in two and finally reached the heart of the forest, where he spotted Lin Buyu lying on a patch of open ground. Indeed, it was his silent junior sister. Filled with joy, Xu Taiping quickened his pace. Although only a handful of corpse demons roamed this area, they were perilously close to Lin Buyu. Should he tarry any longer, she might be in grave danger. Suddenly, Xu Taiping sensed an overwhelming aura of danger approaching from behind. Instinctively, he formed a circle with his thumb and index finger, summoning the wind wall of the Zhongluan ring with a resounding boom. Just as he materialized the protective barrier, an enormous force struck him squarely in the back, shattering the golden light of the talisman in an instant and crashing down upon the wind wall. Though the wall absorbed the blow, Xu Taiping was still staggered by the sheer force, tumbling to the ground. Before he could lift his head, that immense power descended upon him once more. Despite the wind wall shielding him, his internal energy surged tumultuously under the impact. Yet this time, he managed to discern the source of his assailant. It was a heavily armored ghost zombie wielding a massive hammer, exuding a chilling white mist. Unlike other corpse demons, this one had a withered head crowned with a thick mane of hair. A hairy zombie. Xu Taiping was taken aback. The distinct characteristic of hairy zombies was their ability to regrow hair, and the longer the hair, the greater their strength. At that moment, the hairy zombie lifted its hammer again, preparing to strike Xu Taiping. However, this time, Xu Taiping was ready. As the hammer descended, he rolled to the side. The hammer crashed into the ground with a resounding thud, creating a deep pit in the earth. Now poised, Xu Taiping grasped his spring tiger blade and executed a decisive strike towards the hairy zombie. The hairy zombie's reaction was remarkably swift. Before Xu Taiping's blade could land, the massive hammer was already hurtling towards him. With a resounding clash, blade met hammer, leaving Xu Taiping's hands tingling with the impact. Yet the hairy zombie remained unfazed, swiftly raising the hammer once more to strike Xu Taiping. Faced with this assault, Xu Taiping opted not to meet it head-on. Instead, he gathered his true energy and executed the wind shadow step, narrowly evading the hammer's descent. In the same motion, he unfastened the iron weighing him down, stowing it away in his gourd. The hairless zombie is even stronger than an ordinary martial arts master, compelling him to exert every ounce of his strength. Chapter 108. Grave Mountain Ridge, the blood-clad woman in the forest. Boom. At that moment, the zombie's massive hammer once again swung towards Xu Taiping. However, with a swift whoosh, Xu Taiping, having shed the weight of the iron anchor, left behind only an afterimage as he evaded the blow and appeared beside the zombie. He then raised his blade and struck down at the zombie. With a clean slice, the spring tiger blade severed the zombie's arm that gripped the hammer. As his arm was cut, the zombie let out a furious roar and drew a long knife from his waist, swinging it violently at Xu Taiping. Yet, that strike only met the afterimage of Xu Taiping. The real Xu Taiping had already positioned himself behind the zombie. With a swift motion, he raised the spring tiger and cleanly severed both of the zombie's legs. Thud! The now legless zombie collapsed to the ground. Nevertheless, it did not concede defeat. Attempting to turn and attack Xu Taiping, Xu Taiping denied him that opportunity. Firmly grasping the hilt of the spring tiger, he brought the blade down, severing the zombie's head with a decisive stroke. With a long sigh of relief, Xu Taiping did not allow himself to relax his vigilance. The time he had just spent battling the zombie had attracted the attention of no fewer than 100 corpse spirits surrounding him, among which were several white zombies, and potentially another hairless zombie. He quickly stowed away the hammer and long knife that the hairless zombie had wielded into his azure gourd and dashed forward towards Lin Buyu. However, the speed of the corpse spirits was astonishing. In the blink of an eye, they had encircled him completely. With no other option, he had to raise his blade once more, cutting his way through the horde of spirits. Fortunately, the commotion he had created drew the attention of nearly all the corpse spirits in the graveyard, including those that had been lingering near Lin Buyu, who were now charging towards him. At least for the time being, Lin Buyu was safe from danger. Bang! Whoosh! As Xu Taiping shattered the skull of a white zombie with a punch and felled two more with a swipe of his blade, he finally broke through the encirclement of the corpse spirits once again. However, just as he prepared to employ his wind shadow step to rush to Lin Buyu's side, a sharp pain surged from the ghost sealing talisman in the palm of his left hand. This pain was far more intense than before. At that moment, an eerie, chilling wail echoed through the mountain forest, carried by a biting wind. Almost instantaneously, the group of corpse spirits that had been attacking Xu Taiping halted. standing motionless with an unsettling grin, their gazes fixated on the depths of the forest. This bizarre and chilling behavior sent shivers down Xu Taiping's spine. He yearned to rush over and rescue Lin Buyu. But both the searing pain in his palm and his instinctual awareness of danger warned him that moving forward would lead to his demise. Ultimately, he relinquished this notion and produced the concealing herb, employing the technique taught by the celestial moon fairy to obscure his own aura. Just as Xu Taiping succeeded in shrouding his form, a terrifying pressure swept through the forest like a tempest. Unlike the typical oppressive force emanating from high-ranking cultivators, this pressure suffusing the woods bore an overwhelming sense of despair and death, rendering the environment akin to the fabled realm of the underworld. Devoid of even the slightest warmth from head to toe, could it be that a great specter was afoot? A dreadful thought suddenly surged within Xu Taiping's mind. Almost simultaneously as this notion took root, a striking crimson figure emerged from the depths of the forest. Upon closer inspection, Xu Taiping discerned that it was a woman clad in blood-red garments. She was exceedingly tall, towering at least 9 feet, with long hair cascading to the ground. Her complexion as pale as parchment, yet she was enveloped in a thin veil of mist, obscuring her features from view. As she moved, a mournful wail escaped her lips, imbued with profound sorrow. Yet, this was not what troubled Xu Taiping the most. What truly captivated his attention was the manner in which the woman traversed the ground. Her feet barely touched the earth, resembling an ethereal spirit. However, through his spiritual perception, Xu Taiping realized that this woman in blood-red attire, much like the spectral beings surrounding her, possessed a corporeal form, a flying corpse. An ominous premonition gripped Xu Taiping as this term flashed through his mind. Was it not said that flying corpses only dwelled in the depths of ancient ruins? Why would one appear here? Wait, could it be that the place where I currently stand is indeed the heart of this ruin? At this thought, a fine sheen of cold sweat broke out upon Xu Taiping's forehead. Just then, the ghostly woman's gaze unexpectedly shifted towards his direction. Although he was confident in the method of concealing his presence imparted by Sister Lingyue, the immense energy consumption of this technique rendered it unsustainable for long. Thus, when that specter fixated upon him, he felt an involuntary chill run down his spine. A slight relief washed over him as the ghost soon diverted her gaze, continuing her mournful advance. However, Xu Taiping quickly realized that the specter was heading directly towards the clearing where Lin Buyu lay asleep. Was she targeting Buyu? Initially, Xu Taiping assumed the ghost was drawn to him, considering the considerable commotion he had just caused. Even if she could not detect him, she would likely investigate the disturbance. I must act. With his eyes firmly fixed on the advancing specter, Xu Taiping began to devise a plan to divert her attention from Lin Buyu, simultaneously gripping the talisman bestowed upon him by the leader of Wufeng. Bang! Just as the ghost approached within 4 or 5 steps of Lin Buyu, runes suddenly illuminated her garments, swiftly coalescing into a spherical formation that enveloped her entirely, forcefully repelling the ghost's outstretched hand away from Lin Buyu. Witnessing this scene, Xu Taiping exhaled in relief. Clearly, Lin Buyu's seemingly unremarkable attire is, in fact, a robe of considerable rank. However, in the next moment, Xu Taiping found himself utterly astonished. After being repelled, the female ghost did not retreat. Instead, with a piercing wail, her long, cascading hair suddenly lashed towards Lin Buyu, disregarding the spiritual energy emanating from her robe, and forcibly enveloped her within its tresses. Subsequently, the ghost continued to wail softly as she moved westward into the mountains. Lin Buyu's robe should provide some protection for a time. Thus, it was prudent to follow and ascertain the nature of this entity, seeking an opportunity for intervention. If no chance presented itself, he would have to confront the specter directly, striving to regain his composure. Xu Taiping swallowed a qi-gathering pill and then propelled himself after the horde of undead spirits. He was nearly certain that this female ghost was a flying corpse, though he longed to rescue Lin Buyu immediately. Engaging directly with such a formidable spirit was undoubtedly unwise, especially considering that he had not anticipated the ghost's method of abducting Lin Buyu. Caution was essential. A single misstep could spell disaster for both him and Lin Buyu. Chapter 109. Listening Wind Pavilion. 2 flying corpses and a decapitated head. Listening Wind Pavilion. After carefully tracking the ghost for half an hour, Xu Taiping lost her trail at an intersection leading to a secluded courtyard in the woods, where a simple wooden sign read Listening Wind Pavilion. With a name to guide him, everything became more manageable. Although Xu Taiping could not be certain that the ghost resided within the pavilion, the designation at least confirmed his current location. The maps provided by the 9 houses contained descriptions of most locations within these ancient ruins. However, upon reviewing the map earlier, he realized that he had not encountered this name in the peripheral or central areas. As he unfolded the map, an unsettling premonition took root in his mind. He retreated to a more concealed spot within the forest and began to search for the Listening Wind Pavilion on the map of the Yunmeng Marsh ruins. The 9 houses had previously dispatched high-ranking cultivators to investigate these ruins multiple times. Although many areas remained unexplored, some general information had been gathered. Furthermore, the map provided by Senior Sister Zijing had been acquired at great expense from the 9 houses, detailing the most perilous spots within each region. At last, he found it. Xu Taiping's gaze fixated on a location marked in the central area of the map, Pima Mountain. A large cross had been drawn over the cliff at this site, and the name inscribed there was unmistakably Listening Wind Pavilion. While Pima Mountain was not precisely at the heart of the ruins, it was certainly in close proximity. Upon comprehending the significance of Pima Mountain within the context of the ancient estate, Xu Taiping felt a chill run down his spine, a sense of foreboding settling over him. Indeed, he and Lin Buyu were not particularly fortunate in their endeavors. Subsequently, he located the position of the Rain-Dew Garden on the map, only to discover that it was nearly half a map away from the Listening Wind Tower. Clearly, such a distance would render it exceedingly difficult to reach that destination by conventional means before the relic array was sealed. Compared to venturing toward the Rain-Dew Garden, the immediate priority was to rescue the mute individual. He ceased to ponder the Rain-Dew Garden and Senior Sister Zijing, feeling that his foremost task was to devise a way to extricate the person before him. He then retrieved a small booklet from his gourd. This booklet, similarly acquired by Lu Feng from the 9 mansions, had cost even more than the map, containing records of perilous locations within the Immortal Estate's relics. Certain entries even detailed the locations of relic mechanisms and the surrounding undead. Instructions on how to deal with these undead were also provided. He hoped to find information regarding the specter of the Listening Wind Tower within its pages. As he entertained this thought, he began to sift through the booklet. Eventually, Xu Taiping's countenance brightened as he discovered a section pertaining to the Listening Wind Tower toward the end of the booklet. However, after quickly scanning half a page, his expression turned grave once more. The Listening Wind Tower had originally served as a study for the master of this immortal estate. Many cultivators seeking treasures within the relics had previously unearthed numerous advanced techniques and elixirs there. Although the contents had dwindled over the years, the extensive collection of books still promised occasional discoveries upon diligent searching. However, beginning 1 or 2 centuries ago, the Listening Wind Tower had been occupied by a male and a female flying corpse. The male was described as a green-faced behemoth with tusks, towering like a giant, while the female, adorned in blood-red garments with long flowing hair, possessed a beauty indistinguishable from that of a human woman. While the revelation that the Listening Wind Tower was indeed the lair of the female specter filled him with a sense of excitement, the realization that 2 flying corpses resided within transformed that exhilaration into trepidation. As he had calculated while tracking the female flying corpse, based on the elixirs and talismans at his disposal, along with his own strength and the qi he could manifest, he believed he could prevail, provided he could gain an understanding of the female specter and seize the initiative. This was also one of the reasons he sought to ascertain her identity. 2 flying corpses, no matter how formidable, could surely be dealt with, he reasoned. Dismissing distracting thoughts, Xu Taiping resumed his earnest study of the booklet. The 2 flying corpses acted in a most peculiar manner. The female flying corpse had a penchant for abducting female cultivators who ventured into the mountains in search of treasures, cleansing and dressing them before allowing the male corpse to sever their limbs, preserving them in jars, and then opening their skulls to plant flowers, nurturing them with their heads. The women ensconced within the jars would not perish until the flowers bloomed, meeting a tragic end. Hence, the female specter was dubbed the human head flower. Fortunately, according to years of observation from his estate, these 2 flying corpses had not developed independent will. For instance, when outside the tower, the female flying corpse would only abduct women. If a man crossed her path, she would ignore him as long as he did not obstruct her way. The male flying corpse, for the most part, remained within the Listening Wind Tower, spending his days cultivating flowers and subsequently concocting flower paste from the petals for his and the female's consumption. day after day. This monotonous existence resembles that of ants dwelling in their burrows. Thus, we harbor suspicions that the concoction derived from human-headed flowers is likely a vital element for their cultivation. Engaging in the daily rituals of planting flowers and brewing this essence is instinctual to these two ghastly entities, akin to the mundane acts of eating and sleeping among mortals. To prevent the continual enhancement of these flying corpses' powers, the 9 houses once endeavored to dispatch cultivators to exterminate them. However, regrettably, each attempt culminated in failure. Upon reflection, we surmise that the primary reason for our defeats lies in the oppressive constraints imposed by the ruins on cultivators of the profound realm and above. While those beneath this level find it exceedingly challenging to contend with these malevolent beings under the ruins' restrictions. Nevertheless, after years of diligent observation, we have gleaned insights into the strengths and weaknesses of these two fiends. As I beheld the sight of these flying corpses tending to flowers with the form of a young maiden, the urgency of Xu Taiping's desire to rescue her surged within me. Yet, I ultimately mustered the patience to suppress my discomfort and turned to the second page detailing the vulnerabilities of these two entities. Firstly, their lack of consciousness stands out. Be it the male or female flying corpse, they operate purely on instinct, devoid of thought or adaptability. Secondly, both entities succumb to slumber for the duration of a tea's brewing after consuming the flower essence. During this period, as long as one refrains from disturbing them, even within the listening wind tower, one remains safe. Thirdly, the female flying corpse possesses an affinity for the white crystal chrysanthemum found on cliffs. Any individual bearing this flower who enters the listening wind tower will not be immediately slain. Instead, she will tear off 7 petals before delivering the fatal blow. However, should one attempt to leave or make any sudden movements during this time, she will not hesitate to kill. Fourthly, the male flying corpse has a penchant for alcohol. If one offers him a drink without any hostile intent, he will spare their life. Yet, he only consumes a single jug, and once finished, he resorts to murder, favoring only the finest wines. If presented with a bottle he has previously tasted, he will immediately turn you into pulp. Over the past century, the 9 houses have exhausted their supply of suitable wines, rendering this method obsolete. Regarding the advantages of these two flying corpses, one notable aspect is their ability to levitate. The female, in particular, wields her long hair as both a weapon and a shield, capable of dispatching foes unseen. However, she harbors a profound fear of fire. Not just any flame, but true fire. As for the male flying corpse, his physique is at least that of a peak martial arts master, making him resistant to ordinary blades. He wields a seemingly unremarkable machete, yet it possesses a bizarre ability. Any object struck by it 7 times is guaranteed to break. However, a critical weakness lies in the fact that after each strike, he requires a brief pause before he can continue. Should the object he attacks manage to retaliate successfully during this interval, he must begin his assault anew from the first strike. Over the years, we have rescued numerous cultivators trapped within the tower by employing these insights. Additionally, there are 3 significant taboos when confronting these two specters. Firstly, one must never laugh heartily in the presence of the 2 flying corpses. Should one do so, these 2 ghastly beings are certain to become frenzied, exhibiting a ferocity far surpassing their usual demeanor. Secondly, it is imperative not to strike when both flying corpses are gathered in one place. There have been instances where 5 martial artists, all of whom had reached the level of martial masters and were on the verge of attaining the pinnacle of qi refining, attempted to ambush these 2 spirits, only to suffer 2 deaths and 3 injuries at their hands. This is precisely why the 9 houses are reluctant to deploy numerous individuals for a siege, for when too many skilled fighters converge, it will inevitably provoke the 2 corpses to join forces. Thirdly, one may ascend from the eastern cliff of the Pima Mountain, which leads to the garden behind the Listening Wind Pavilion, the very place where the male flying corpse cultivates flowers. If the intention is solely to rescue someone, this route could be considered for entry. However, this path is fraught with peril, as fierce winds howl against the cliff face. Thus, those who have not reached the martial master realm should not attempt it. After perusing the final line of the pamphlet regarding the Listening Wind Pavilion, Xu Taiping fell into a deep reverie. After a while, he raised his head and murmured, "If I could first attract the attention of the female flying corpse with the white crystal chrysanthemum, and then offer the dragon gallbladder wine to the male flying corpse to buy some time, perhaps I could indeed rescue Bu Yu successfully." With the contents of the pamphlet from the 9 houses swirling in his mind, he had already devised a plan. First, he would gather white crystal chrysanthemums. He immediately set his plan into motion. Although Buyu had already been taken into the pavilion, according to the pamphlet, the pair of flying corpses would not immediately use her for flower cultivation. As long as he acted swiftly, there was still time. Clang. Just as Xu Taiping prepared to depart towards the cliff, 5 cultivators suddenly emerged silently from the forest, surrounding him with swords drawn. It was evident that these individuals possessed treasures or talismans that concealed their presence. Otherwise, Xu Taiping would have surely noticed them. Fellow cultivators, what is the meaning of this? Xu Taiping placed one hand on the hilt of his sword while raising the other in a gesture of peace, indicating he meant no harm. Which sect do you belong to? Among the 5 cultivators, a slender male with elongated eyes stepped forward, smiling at Xu Taiping. Qingxiao sect. Xu Taiping pondered briefly and chose not to conceal his identity. Qingxiao sect? The 5 cultivators exchanged glances filled with disdain. Little brother of Qingxiao sect. I am Zhou Shiyu from the Gyue Sword sect. Have you perhaps come for the martial arts manuals atop the Listening Wind Pavilion? The slender, narrow-eyed disciple smiled at Xu Taiping. I am not here for any martial arts manual. I merely happened to pass by. Xu Taiping shook his head. So, are you alone then? Zhou Shiyu inquired further. One could say that. Xu Taiping surmised the intent behind Zhou Shiyu's questioning, but refrained from concealing anything. Remaining observant of the situation due to concerns that their commotion might attract the attention of the 2 flying corpses within the pavilion. Upon hearing Xu Taiping's response, the 5 exchanged another knowing smile. Little brother of Qingxiao sect, I have an unreasonable request. If you could oblige, we shall soon release you. Zhou Shiyu continued to smile at Xu Taiping, who inquired calmly, what is it? Zhou Shiyu did not respond immediately, but instead extended his hand to the side. As Xu Taiping observed, a female disciple of the ancient Yu sword sect presented a handful of white crystal chrysanthemums to Zhou Shiyu. I kindly request you, young brother, to carry these white crystal chrysanthemums into that courtyard and lure out the female ghost within. Zhou Shiyu, with a smile, extended the bouquet towards Xu Taiping, who refrained from accepting it and coldly replied, Brother Zhou, do you wish for me to walk to my death? His reaction only reassured Zhou Shiyu and his entourage further. My dear fellow, we are within the ruins of the immortal manor, where the edicts of the 9 houses hold no sway over us. You may choose to die here or in the courtyard. The choice is yours. A tall and striking female disciple pressed the tip of her sword against Xu Taiping's throat, almost touching his Adam's apple. Hey, Sun Junior sister, do not frighten the young brother. Zhou Shiyu feigned an act of pushing Sun aside, and then turned to Xu Taiping with a smile. According to the 9 house scriptures, carrying white crystal chrysanthemums into this listening wind pavilion will shield you from the attacks of the female flying corpse. As for the male flying corpse, he seldom ventures out from the back courtyard, so you need not worry. He deliberately omitted the detail that the female flying corpse would devour the one who presented the flowers after plucking their petals. Gazing at the bouquet in Zhou Shiyu's hand and the arrogant demeanor of him and his fellow disciples, who appeared to have already secured his fate, Xu Taiping ultimately made his decision and accepted the white chrysanthemums. That's more like it. From today onward, you shall be regarded as a friend of the ancient Yu sword sect. Zhou Shiyu cheerfully patted Xu Taiping's shoulder. Upon hearing the word friend, Xu Taiping scoffed inwardly. I could never befriend someone like you. Just as he prepared to enter the courtyard with the chrysanthemums, the female disciple who had previously threatened him with her sword suddenly stepped in front of him. Pinching her fingers together, she stated, to prevent any unruliness. I shall seal your mute acupoint. Xu Taiping shot her a cold glare. Young brother, it's merely a sealing of the mute acupoint. Do not be alarmed. Zhou Shiyu stepped forward to reassure Xu Taiping once more. Feigning deep contemplation, Xu Taiping eventually nodded, declaring, You may only seal my mute acupoint. Otherwise, even if you kill me, I shall not enter. Upon hearing this, Sun Junior's sister exchanged a knowing smile with Zhou Shiyu, and then, with an air of impatience, nodded in agreement. Very well, I shall seal your mute acupoint. With that, she swiftly tapped Xu Taiping's chest twice. Now go, do not dawdle. You are not behaving like a man at all. Sun Junior's sister gave Xu Taiping a forceful push on his back. Xu Taiping feigned stumbling slightly, shot a glare back at her, and then, clutching the bouquet of white chrysanthemums, stepped into the courtyard of the Listening Wind Pavilion. Brother, look at this disciple of Qingxiao sect. He truly resembles a dog. Sun Junior's sister laughed softly, covering her mouth as she observed Xu Taiping's awkward figure. Do not belittle dogs. They have their own utility. Just like today, had we not encountered this dog, the one who presented the flowers would have been chosen from among you. Zhou Xiu narrowed her elongated eyes as she gazed at the group before her. Upon hearing her words, the 4 disciples, 2 males and 2 females, immediately fell silent, as if frozen in fear. Upon entering the front courtyard of the Listening Wind Pavilion and confirming that they had evaded the watchful eyes of the disciples from the ancient Sword sect, Xu Taiping swiftly sought a secluded spot within the courtyard. There, he performed the technique of creating a clone and entrusted the bouquet of white crystal chrysanthemums to his doppelganger. Go on, he said, patting the shoulder of his clone. Xu Taiping was certainly not foolish enough to deliver the flowers himself. Chapter 111. Listening Wind Pavilion. Delivering white crystal chrysanthemums to the female flying corpse immediately, Xu Taiping's clone, cradling the white crystal chrysanthemums, made its way toward an exquisitely elegant 3-story building. After the clone departed, Xu Taiping did not hasten to leave. Instead, he concealed his presence and remained hidden in that secluded spot, quietly listening to the sounds beyond the courtyard. Approximately the time it takes to brew a cup of tea passed. A chilling aura emanated from the direction of the building. Xu Taiping cautiously turned his gaze toward the small structure. At the entrance, a woman clad in red gracefully emerged. After casting a silent glance at the bouquet of white crystal chrysanthemums held by Xu Taiping's clone, she gently extended her hand to accept them. This woman in red was, of course, the female flying corpse within the Listening Wind Pavilion. Through the eyes of his clone, Xu Taiping observed that as the female flying corpse accepted the bouquet, her previously pallid and vengeful face transformed, revealing an unexpectedly sweet smile. Her once indifferent and icy gaze softened, radiating warmth akin to the gentle rays of spring sunshine. This was no ghostly figure. She resembled an innocent maiden instead. The female flying corpse cradled the white crystal chrysanthemums in her arms, smiling as she delicately tore the petals one by one. At that moment, Xu Taiping heard footsteps approaching from outside the courtyard. The steps were remarkably light, clearly employing a special technique. Without intent to listen closely, one would hardly notice them. Undoubtedly, it was the disciples from the ancient Sword sect who had come. Xu Taiping immediately held his breath, placing the concealment grass in his palm, and his form vanished from sight. The group of disciples from the ancient Sword sect remained entirely oblivious to the change in circumstances, passing by Xu Taiping with light steps, their expressions vigilant as they advanced toward the Listening Wind Pavilion. Xu Taiping then turned and exited the front courtyard of the Listening Wind Pavilion. Although he had left the courtyard, he could still vaguely discern through the eyes of his clone that the disciples were passing by the female flying corpse one after another. As described in the 9 Prefectures Secret Manual, she remained completely unaware, continuing to tear the petals of the white crystal chrysanthemums, resembling a girl in love, lost in a sweet reverie. Having confirmed this, Xu Taiping no longer hesitated. He promptly unleashed his true energy to unblock his mute acupoint and swiftly made his way toward the western cliff. The female flying corpse had already torn off one flower. He must circumvent the western cliff and reach the back courtyard of the Listening Wind Pavilion before she could remove all 7 flowers. Then, he would have his clone present a grand gift to the disciples of the ancient Sword sect. As he contemplated these thoughts, he hastily made his way towards the cliffside. Not a shred of sympathy stirred within Xu Taiping for the disciples of the ancient Sword sect. On the cliff wall of the back courtyard of the Listening Wind Pavilion, a hand, resembling a steel claw, emerged from the rock face, blood seeping from beneath the fingernails as it fiercely gripped the stone. Subsequently, with a powerful heave of the arm, the hand hoisted a young boy's body from the depths below. Breathless from the arduous climb along the cliff, Xu Taiping finally reached the summit, standing before a courtyard wall several feet high. Although the distance was not vast, the fierce winds swirling around the cliff rendered the ascent perilous. Without his formidable physique, akin to that of a martial arts master, it would have been impossible for Xu Taiping to scale such heights in a single breath. There remained 2 white crystal daisies. Xu Taiping once again peered through the eyes of his doppelganger, confirming the quantity of the white crystal daisies, which had been torn away by the female flying corpse. He noted that after she had plucked 5 petals, the sweet smile on her face transformed into one of mournful despair, punctuated by occasional, self-indulgent sighs. Considering the shift in her expression, Xu Taiping surmised that, Barring unforeseen circumstances, she would unleash a massacre once she plucked the seventh petal. Suddenly, while standing at the edge of the courtyard wall, Xu Taiping heard a sound akin to metal striking metal. An inexplicable wave of unease washed over him upon hearing this noise. Therefore, he remained vigilant, keeping track of the number of flowers at the Listening Wind Pavilion while seeking a more concealed corner to stealthily scale the courtyard wall. Upon reaching the top, Xu Taiping witnessed a scene he would never forget. In the center of the small courtyard, a series of exquisitely arranged flower beds adorned a rocky outcrop, each containing the severed heads of young girls, from which vibrant flowers blossomed. The sight was grotesque and surreal. Yet soon, his attention was captivated by a girl lying on a table, none other than Lingyue. At that moment, she remained in a state of slumber. A slight relief washed over Xu Taiping as he noticed that her ceremonial robe was still intact, with circles of runes swirling protectively around her. This must be the male flying corpse. Xu Taiping's gaze shifted, and he beheld the imposing figure of a man standing before the table. Towering at 10 feet with a robust physique, his skin bore a grayish-brown hue, featuring a greenish face and sharp fangs. Wielding a machete in his hand, his appearance closely matching the descriptions found in the 9 houses scriptures. Suddenly, the male flying corpse raised the machete, murmuring incantations as if beseeching something. Once his recitation ceased, he gripped the machete with both hands and swung it violently towards Lingyue's neck, before Xu Taiping could intervene. The ceremonial robe enveloping Lingyue surged, and the protective runes formed a barrier before her, deflecting the deadly strike. Nevertheless, the tension etched on Xu Taiping's face remained unrelieved. As he clearly observed, the male flying corpse's recent strike, although failing to injure Lingyue, had nonetheless torn her robe, creating a gash upon her shoulder. Could this possibly be the chopping knife referred to by the 9 houses? Xu Taiping murmured, uncertain of which strike this was from the male flying corpse. He recognized that waiting any longer was unwise. He promptly closed his eyes, concentrating on the existence of his avatar. Through the eyes of this avatar, he witnessed the female flying corpse tearing off the 6th white crystal chrysanthemum, while several disciples of the ancient Sword sect timed their descent from the upper floors. Without further hesitation, Xu Taiping unleashed the last vestige of strength from his avatar and erupted into a manic laughter. Ha 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 ha. As the laughter resonated, the female flying corpse abruptly lifted her head. The mournful expression on her face transformed into one of ruthless coldness, her eyes glinting with murderous intent directed at Xu Taiping's avatar. In a flash, her hair, resembling sharp needles, surged forward towards Xu Taiping's avatar. The avatar shattered instantly, dissipating into a mist. Seemingly driven mad by the absence of a blood essence, the female flying corpse let out a pained howl, her hair wildly swirling around her. At that moment, the 5 disciples of the ancient Sword sect, who were poised to descend, witnessed this harrowing scene. "We've been deceived by that brat," exclaimed Sister Sun in shock. But scarcely had she spoken, when countless strands of hair pierced through her chest, blood trickling down drop by drop along the strands. "Sister." She reached out towards Zhou. Reacting without hesitation, Zhou delivered a swift kick to Sister Sun, propelling herself upward towards the upper floors. Boom. Sister Sun's body was torn to shreds by the female flying corpse. Immediately, the hair of the female flying corpse began to spread like a living entity, swiftly enveloping the entirety of the Listening Wind Tower, creeping along the stairs, walls, and floor. At this juncture, Xu Taiping's view was abruptly severed. The remaining disciples of the ancient Sword sect should be able to hold their ground for some time. Xu Taiping withdrew his focus and swiftly consumed a gathering energy pill. A surge of spiritual power flooded through his nearly depleted meridians. Simultaneously, he employed the avatar technique once more, handing a flask of wine to his avatar. Now, his avatar's duration had increased slightly, yet its capabilities remained largely unchanged, scouting and running errands. Bang! At that moment, another resounding crash echoed from the courtyard. Turning to look, he saw the male flying corpse delivering another blow to Lingyue's robe. Just like before, her robe successfully blocked the strike, but this time, instead of a mere tear, a substantial portion was ripped away. Witnessing this, Xu Taiping could delay no further. He commanded his avatar to leap down from the courtyard wall. Whoosh! To Xu Taiping's astonishment, almost the instant his doppelganger touched the ground, the male corpse puppet abruptly turned around, wielding a machete that sliced through Xu Taiping's duplicate with the swiftness of lightning. With a resounding crash, Xu Taiping's doppelganger shattered once more. As the doppelganger was controlled by his spirit, the destruction of two of them in quick succession caused Xu Taiping to feel a wave of dizziness, almost disrupting his concealed presence. The male corpse puppet seemed to sense something amiss and began to scan the courtyard. At that moment, however, the wine gourd held by his doppelganger fell to the ground with a loud thud. The puppet's attention was immediately captured by the gourd. As it hit the ground, the lid popped open, spilling the wine everywhere. The unique fragrance of Longdan liquor swiftly permeated the small courtyard. Although Xu Taiping himself was not well-versed in wines, according to the words of the Fairy Lingyue, even the most ordinary wine, when infused with Longdan stone, could rival the finest vintages. Upon catching a whiff of the intoxicating aroma, the male corpse puppet's previously fierce gaze softened considerably. However, instead of indulging in the drink as Xu Taiping had anticipated, he brought the gourd to his nose, inhaling its scent repeatedly. Witnessing this scene, Xu Taiping's heart began to race with anxiety. Sister Lingyue had mentioned that Longdan stones were rare even in their realm, leading him to believe that this male corpse puppet had likely never tasted Longdan liquor before. He murmured to himself, mentally preparing for a potential confrontation with the puppet. While engaging in direct combat with the corpse puppet posed significant risks, it did not imply a lack of chances for victory. Suddenly, after several inhalations, the male corpse puppet tilted his head back and poured the Longdan liquor into his mouth. Xu Taiping finally exhaled in relief. This particular batch of Longdan liquor had been heavily diluted, retaining the flavor of the original while containing negligible spiritual energy. The reason for such extensive dilution was his apprehension that the liquor's potency might enhance the puppet's strength. Should that occur, it would be a case of losing more than he gained. After downing a gulp of the liquor, the blue-faced, fanged corpse puppet suddenly displayed an expression of delight. Gazing at the gourd with surprise, he resembled a regular person encountering something they cherished. Akin to the female corpse puppet who had earlier admired a bouquet of white crystal chrysanthemums. Did these undead creatures still possess a semblance of humanity? A flicker of astonishment crossed Xu Taiping's mind, yet he quickly dismissed the notion. According to the sect's scriptures, corpse puppets were typically formed from the bodies of the deceased, their humanity long extinguished, now existing as creatures akin to demonic beasts. As if savoring the taste, after a few small sips, the blue-faced corpse puppet suddenly seized the gourd and tilted his head back, drinking heartily. Observing this, Xu Taiping felt utterly relieved. It was evident that the male corpse puppet was thoroughly pleased with his Longdan liquor. Suddenly, he gracefully leaped down, landing silently in the courtyard. The male flying corpse was utterly entranced by the Longdan wine, oblivious to the presence of another person in the yard, continuing to gulp down the potent drink. Observing this, Xu Taiping hesitated no longer and swiftly approached Lin Buyu. The robe Lin wore was evidently a sentient artifact. Upon sensing Xu Taiping's aura, it promptly retracted the protective runes enveloping Lin. Xu Taiping had witnessed such protective treasures numerous times, so he was not particularly astonished. Of course, he had no time for contemplation. After swiftly lifting Lin Buyu into his arms, he turned and dashed toward the courtyard wall. As he moved, he caught a glimpse of the male flying corpse, who had now set aside his wine gourd, staring blankly at the ground, lost in thought. Chapter 113. Listening Wind Tower. The black-robed man versus the male flying corpse drunk? Regardless of whether the male flying corpse was indeed intoxicated, Xu Taiping had no intention of slowing his pace. Continuing his rapid advance toward the courtyard wall. Boom! Just as he was nearing the wall, a violent explosion suddenly erupted from the listening wind tower ahead. A piercing, anguished scream followed, a sound so sharp it seemed capable of piercing one's eardrums. The female flying corpse was injured. Xu Taiping was filled with horror. If he heard correctly, that scream must have originated from the female flying corpse. However, he did not believe that any of the disciples from the ancient Yu sword sect possessed the capability to harm her. Boom! Before he could regain his composure, a mass of black clouds suddenly enveloped the entire listening wind tower, including the backyard, like surging waves. Xu Taiping, who had originally intended to quickly scale the wall and escape, halted in his tracks upon witnessing this. For the black cloud above him resembled exactly what he had seen at the teleportation platform. Danger! His instinct warned him that venturing outside now could lead him to a presence even more perilous than the flying corpse. Simultaneously, The seal of the ghost restraining talisman in his palm began to throb painfully. Although he still did not fully understand why the talisman would suddenly ache, he had come to realize that each time it did, it heralded impending danger. Xu Taiping, do not act rashly. I sense a terrifying aura probing this area. Do not go out. Find a place to hide. Just as Xu Taiping felt uncertain, Baiyu's voice resonated in his mind. The beast's ability to sense danger indeed surpassed that of humans. In that moment, Xu Taiping was finally reassured that his instincts were correct, just as he contemplated seeking refuge. The male flying corpse, who had been sitting on the ground, abruptly stood up as if awakening from drunkenness. Xu Taiping's heart tightened. Yet, the next moment, the male flying corpse's action startled him. He grabbed a large water vat beside him and hurled it in Xu Taiping's direction, bellowing in a gruff voice, "Dodge." Upon uttering these words, the male zombie ceased to regard Xu Taiping any further and, gripping the hatchet in his hand, dashed violently towards the courtyard entrance. Xu Taiping's heart trembled profoundly, and he pondered, has this male zombie awakened consciousness? He glanced at the large water vat beside him, then at the rushing male zombie, ultimately deciding to conceal himself. With a swift kick, he sent the water vat soaring into the air, then seated himself in a corner with Lingyue. The vat landed with a resounding thud, perfectly enveloping both him and Lingyue within its confines. Once seated inside, Xu Taiping immediately began to suppress his breath. Merely relying on the vat for concealment was undoubtedly insufficient. At that moment, the sleeves of Lingyue's robe unexpectedly began to expand, enveloping both of them entirely. Once shielded, he distinctly sensed that his aura was effectively isolated. To his astonishment, this robe turned out to be of spiritual treasure caliber, which proved immensely beneficial. With this robe to obscure his presence, he need not employ his own techniques to conceal his aura and could instead focus on gathering the crimson crow gold flame. Before he could ascertain the intentions behind the male zombie's newfound benevolence, he had to devise a means of self-preservation. His most formidable defense, without question, was the crimson crow gold flame. Swiftly, he popped 2 qi gathering pills into his mouth and began to coalesce the crimson crow gold flame in his palm, preparing for any unforeseen circumstances. Although powerful, the flame required at least the duration of a tea session for Xu Taiping to truly manifest it, not to mention the restrictions on techniques within this celestial relic. Bang! Just as Xu Taiping commenced the gathering of the crimson crow gold flame, the back door of the courtyard was suddenly smashed open. Through a small crack in the water vat, he caught sight of a female zombie with disheveled hair, crashing violently into the courtyard. The flower racks and water vats within the courtyard toppled over. The male zombie, having reached the entrance, swiftly supported the female zombie. Boom! At that moment, a mass of black mist surged in. Whoosh! Simultaneously, within the black mist, a long blade cleaved towards the female and male zombies. Without hesitation, the male zombie swung his hatchet to meet the blade within the mist. Bang! With a resounding clash, the black mist was violently dispersed by the male zombie's strike. A figure clad in black robes emerged from the dissipating mist. Was this not one of the shadowy figures from the teleportation platform? Xu Taiping immediately recognized the black-robed figure and felt reassured that his decision to temporarily hide had been wise. Clang! Just then, with the sound of vibrating metal, the black-robed man raised his long blade once more, aiming to slash at the male zombie. In that instant, the blade's shadow resembled a startled flock of birds, incessantly striking towards the male zombie. Unyielding, the male zombie wielded his hatchet to parry each attack. The shockwaves from their clash disturbed everything in their vicinity, causing even the ground to tremor rhythmically. Xu Taiping's expression grew somewhat grave. From the power and speed exhibited by the figure in the black robe and the male flying corpse wielding the knife, it was evident that both had reached the pinnacle of martial arts mastery. While he might have felt he could contend with one, facing both left him with no sense of victory. Suddenly, after clashing with the male flying corpse 6 times, the long knife in the black-clad figure's hand shattered. "You truly found that broken water," he mused, and rather than displaying anger or surprise at the severing of his blade, a look of delight spread across his face. At that moment, the male flying corpse had succumbed to madness, wildly hacking at the black-robed man with a chopping knife. What appeared to be a simple strike was imbued with a destructive force. Even Xu Taiping furrowed his brow at the sight. Just when Xu Taiping believed the flying corpse's blow would severely wound the black-robed figure, the latter effortlessly caught the strike with a single hand. Despite the murderous intent behind it, however, As Xu Taiping scrutinized the black-robed man's arm, a shiver ran through him. The skin on the man's arm resembled charred flesh.
Dark as coal, with fissures oozing a molten-like liquid. Instantly, a term most practitioners on the mountain hesitated to utter appeared in Xu Taiping's mind. Demon cultivator.
Only a demon cultivator could possess such a terrifying physique. At that moment, the black robe of the demon cultivator suddenly disintegrated, revealing a figure with skin blackened like charcoal, yet extraordinarily robust, exuding a formidable aura. Sensing the wave of destruction emanating from the man, Xu Taiping confirmed that he was indeed facing a demon cultivator. According to the sect's records, demon cultivators, much like martial artists, placed great emphasis on refining their bodies. However, their methods were gruesomely violent, resulting in physiques that appeared remarkably fearsome. At this juncture, the female flying corpse, who had been lying motionless, suddenly sprang to her feet. Her tresses transformed into countless sharp blades, lunging towards the demon cultivator. Unfazed by her attack, the demon cultivator calmly raised his other hand and struck out with a punch against the incoming hair projectiles. With a resounding impact, the female flying corpse's hair was severed in countless strands, and she was sent crashing against the courtyard wall by the force of the demon cultivator's blow. Witnessing this, the male flying corpse let out a howl, discarding his chopping knife to gather all his strength for a punch aimed at the demon cultivator. In response to this attack, the demon cultivator merely smiled, standing his ground as he allowed the punch to land upon him. With a thunderous crash, the male flying corpse's fist struck the demon cultivator's chest, yet the latter remained unmoved, with only the ground beneath them cracking under the weight of the impact. Now it was my turn. The dark sorcerer let out a cold snort, then raised his hand into a fist, which was enveloped in a swirling black mist laced with sparks, and struck heavily against the chest of the male flying corpse. Bang! The punch pierced right through the chest of the male flying corpse. Thud! With a vacant expression, the male flying corpse collapsed onto the ground. A stray dog dares to bark wildly before me? The dark sorcerer sneered, then disregarded the male flying corpse entirely, striding past it to kneel before the female flying corpse, stating, "Come, let me see how ripe your heavenly fragrance ruby fruit has become." As he spoke, he extended a finger, using his sharp, obsidian-like nail to gently slice the scalp of the female flying corpse, peeling it back. There, nestled in the center of her brain, was a crimson fruit resembling a cardamom pod. Its roots seemed to spread into every corner of her mind. At the same moment, an intoxicating fragrance instantly permeated the small courtyard. Delightful. My efforts to intrude here were not in vain. The dark sorcerer inhaled deeply, his face alight with ecstasy. The female flying corpse bore a flower in her head, while the dark sorcerer sought to cultivate the heavenly fragrance ruby fruit within her. It was no wonder that the human cultivators stood in opposition to such ghostly and dark practitioners. The scene sent chills down Xu Taiping's spine, prompting him to hasten the gathering of the crimson crow-gold flame within him. Regardless of whether the dark sorcerer would notice him, he had to prepare for contingencies. The dark sorcerer did not immediately pluck the heavenly fragrance ruby fruit from the female flying corpse's head, but instead produced a palm-sized cloth bag. With a swift tug at the bag's opening, the female flying corpse was drawn inside. Then, the dark sorcerer lifted the bag and turned his gaze toward the male flying corpse. Although I have little fondness for fruits cultivated from male corpses, they should fetch a handsome price if sold. As he spoke, he approached the corpse of the male flying corpse, which belonged to the once renowned leader of the water-severing blade, Duan. He squatted down before it with a smile. As he spoke, he lifted the cloth bag once more, ready to open it again. Just as he pulled the bag's opening apart, the male flying corpse, kneeling before him with a gaping hole in its chest, suddenly opened its eyes wide. Boom! The moment its eyes snapped open, a tremendous and magnificent pressure surged forth, akin to a roaring torrent of a great river crashing down upon the courtyard. Bang! The dark sorcerer's skin burst under this overwhelming force. Nonetheless, he struggled to retreat a few steps, desperately channeling the demonic energy within him to shield himself against this terrifying pressure. With a swift motion, the dark sorcerer drew a long sword, entirely black, from his waist. At the same time, he gripped tightly the cleaver from the male flying corpse with his other hand. "Who are you?" he asked the suddenly awakened male flying corpse in an icy tone. "Me? Who am I?" The male flying corpse glanced at the gaping hole in its chest, then slowly rose to its feet, finally lifting its gaze to the dark sorcerer. Did you not just say so? It regarded the dark sorcerer with indifferent eyes. No, it's impossible. The sorcerer's pupils suddenly widened. Disbelief etched across his face. Old friend, come here. The male figure, seemingly frozen, suddenly extended a hand towards the sorcerer. No sooner had he spoken than the axe gripped by the sorcerer emitted a sharp, resonant sound, as if attempting to break free from his grasp. However, the sorcerer refused to let go, acutely aware that if this truly was that person before him, the consequences of allowing him to wield the axe would be dire. Old friend, how could a mere demon minion restrain you? You are the blade of Qianjiang. The male figure maintained his outstretched hand, his gaze fixed resolutely upon the axe, his voice booming like a bell. In an instant, a blinding flash of light erupted from the axe in the sorcerer's hand, followed by a roar that seemed to echo the fury of 1,000 years, resounding through the heavens and the earth. Boom! Amidst the explosion, a torrent of blade energy erupted from the axe, shattering the sorcerer's entire arm into smithereens. Thud! The freed axe crashed heavily into Qianjiang's hand, reminiscent of two old friends sharing a long-awaited handshake. Chapter 115, Listening Wind Tower. I shall not cut without severance. I refuse to believe it. You cannot be Qianjiang? The sorcerer swallowed a blood-red fruit. A surge of demonic energy suddenly erupting from within him, swiftly converging upon his severed arm. In the blink of an eye, his arm regenerated. Once transformed into a corpse spirit, one cannot regain their memories from life. Who are you truly? The sorcerer brandished the axe, as the demonic energy around him thickened. His body undergoing a transformation, his skin, once resembling black coal, suddenly radiated a cold, dark sheen akin to mysterious iron. You will soon believe. Qianjiang raised the axe in his hand. As he did so, the rust on the axe blade began to flake away, revealing a blade as clear as autumn waters, the previously jagged edge gradually sharpening. In an instant, the axe shed its tarnish, revealing its true form. Even if you truly are Qianjiang, I do not believe you retain your former strength. At that moment, the sorcerer stuffed another fruit into his mouth, gripping the hilt of the dark blade with his other hand. Boom! The instant he grasped the blade, Xu Taiping felt an overwhelming illusion, as if this entire realm was cradled within his grasp. Having practiced with the blade for 2 or 3 years, he understood well that what the sorcerer held was the very force of heaven and earth. Transforming the might of the cosmos into one's own power is one of the highest pursuits of every cultivator. Faced with the sorcerer's blade intent, Qianjiang merely pushed the vertically held axe forward with a gentle motion. Boom! A fierce wind surged forth, akin to an arrow released from a taut bowstring, crashing against the sorcerer. In that single push, the borrowed might of the sorcerer's blade was shattered by Qianjiang. Swish! At the same time, Qianjiang's axe, without warning, sliced down towards the sorcerer. I refuse to believe that I, the great demon lord, cannot best you, a mere corpse spirit. The sorcerer gritted his teeth, gripping the blade with both hands as he met Qianjiang's strike head-on. Boom! The clash of blades resonated through the air as the dark cultivator was sent soaring by Qianjiang's strike, colliding heavily against the wall of the rear courtyard. It was indeed Qianjiang. As the dark cultivator abruptly flipped to his feet, a look of sheer astonishment appeared on his face for the first time. Swish! In an instant, Qianjiang's blade descended once more upon him. Bang! The cultivator raised his hand in an attempt to block, only to be hurled backward yet again. Swish! Swish, swish! Qianjiang, relentless as a shadow, unleashed 3 consecutive strikes upon the dark cultivator. The third strike shattered the weapon in his grasp, leaving a deep gash across his chest. Had it not been for this dark body being tougher than tempered steel, he might have been cleaved in two by that very blow. Swish! Just then, as another sharp sound sliced through the air, Qianjiang's blade reappeared above the dark cultivator's head. In that moment, even Xu Taiping, who was covertly observing the battle, felt an overwhelming certainty that even if Qianjiang's blade were to strike a mountain, it could cleave it in twain. If Xu Taiping could sense such power, one could only imagine the dread felt by the dark cultivator. Bang! The dark cultivator summoned all the demonic energy within him and slammed both palms forcefully onto the ground. Boom! Amidst the resounding tremor, a black stone door, exuding a stench of blood, erupted from the earth, positioning itself between the dark cultivator and Qianjiang's blade. However, even this stone door, conjured from all his demonic energy, could not withstand the might of Qianjiang's strike. Clang! With a resonant clash, The stone door was bisected by the water-cutting blade held in Duan Tianya's hand. Yet, it seemed the dark cultivator had anticipated this, for the moment the stone door emerged. He transformed into a cloud of demonic energy and swiftly fled the courtyard. Faced with the escaping dark cultivator, Duan Tianya did not pursue. He simply raised his blade and proclaimed, "When confronted by mountains, I cleave mountains. When faced with waters, I part waters. In heaven and earth, there is nothing I cannot sever. I sever that which cannot be severed." Upon uttering these words, Xu Taiping felt a tightening sensation at the back of his head, as if he too were caught beneath the edge of Duan Tianya's blade. There was an eerie illusion that even if he were to escape this small courtyard and flee from the peak of hemp, he could not evade the cutting edge of Duan Tianya. This singular strike by Duan Tianya harnessed the entire momentum of the peak of hemp. Suddenly, a chilling thought emerged in Xu Taiping's mind. For most cultivators, to borrow the force of heaven and earth for a single strike was considered a significant achievement, while to harness the momentum within a radius of several feet was already extremely rare. Yet here was Duan Tianya, who had assimilated the entire force of the peak of hemp as his own, had he not witnessed it with his own eyes. Xu Taiping would have found it utterly unbelievable that such an existence could exist in the world. Swish! At that moment, a flash of blade light descended from the heavens, slicing directly through the dark energy that sought to escape. Boom! Amidst the thunderous roar, the dark energy was shattered into fragments. The dark cultivator, trapped within that energy, plummeted to the ground with a thud. Swish! At the instant the dark cultivator's body fell, the blade in Duan Tianya's hand transformed into a myriad of blade shadows, crashing down upon the dark cultivator's form like a surging tide. Boom! The entire courtyard trembled beneath the onslaught of blade shadows. The body of the demonic cultivator was reduced to a grotesque mass of flesh upon the ground. The air was thick with the lingering aura of the blades, refusing to dissipate. Boom! However, after delivering that strike, Duan Tianya suddenly sank to his knees, a torrent of murky black blood gushing from the hollow in his chest. His once robust physique withered in an instant. In the blink of an eye, he transformed from a monstrous figure with a fearsome visage into an elderly man with a head full of white hair. Snap! The broken water blade slipped from his grasp, as his emaciated arm could no longer wield it. Boom! At that moment, an ominous energy surged from the pool of flesh belonging to the demonic cultivator. To Xu Taiping's astonishment, he noticed that, as this malevolent energy rose, the scattered pieces of the cultivator's flesh began to amalgamate at a visible pace. In an instant, half of the cultivator's face was reformed. Duan Tianya, you have grown old. You failed to extinguish my divine essence with a single strike. The half-faced demonic cultivator bellowed in a grotesque fury. Duan Tianya appeared unfazed. He did not regard the cultivator, but rather bent down to retrieve the cultivator's cloth bag, struggling to open it and release the corpse of the female flying corpse. Indeed, I have aged long ago, he remarked tenderly, as he reached out to smooth the disheveled hair of the female flying corpse with a look of affection. Duan Tianya, do you have anything left to say? Speak now, or forever hold your peace. The demonic cultivator sneered, his head fully reassembled as he spoke. Upon hearing this, Duan Tianya lowered his hand and, with great effort, turned his head. Yet, he did not gaze upon the cultivator's head, but rather towards the water vat, grinning as he said, "Child, could you do an old man a favor?" The demonic cultivator's demeanor shifted to one of wariness, his attention drawn to the vat. What favor? Not long after, a youthful voice emanated from within the vat. "Burn this filth for me," Duan Tianya replied with a smile. After a considerable pause, another voice echoed from the vat. All right. Chapter 116. Duan Tianya, the threat of the nameless demonic cultivator. As he opened the water vat, Xu Taiping rose, cradling Lingyue in his arms. He surveyed the courtyard, noting the grotesque mass of the nameless demonic cultivator's flesh to the east and the former male flying corpse, Duan Tianya, to the west. The cultivator was in the process of reconstructing his body with demonic energy, while Duan Tianya, with a smile, regarded him while holding the female flying corpse. Though the fierce battle between the nameless demonic cultivator and the old man had concluded at least a tea's worth of time ago, the scars of the blades and the pervasive aura of destruction served as a stark reminder of the earlier confrontation's terror. Xu Taiping's presence instantly shifted the nameless cultivator's expression to one of gravity, for until just moments ago, he had been oblivious to Xu Taiping's aura. Boy, Do you wish to meddle in affairs that do not concern you? The nameless demonic cultivator threatened coldly, hastening the pace of his bodily reconstruction. As he spoke, he deliberately unleashed the unique malevolent pressure characteristic of demonic cultivators. For an ordinary person, merely facing this aura of malice might have instilled a sense of fear. However, for Xu Taiping, who had previously encountered the sinister intentions of the blade demon, this was hardly anything to be concerned about, merely an act of self-preservation. Xu Taiping responded with remarkable calmness. Since his existence had already been exposed by Duan Qianjiang, it was certain that if this demonic cultivator did not perish, it would be he who met his demise next. Could you perhaps lower your master? He inquired softly regarding the robe that enveloped Lin Buyu. Initially, upon lifting the water jar, his intention had been to place Lin Buyu gently on the ground, yet the robe around Lin Buyu had ensnared them both together. Upon hearing Xu Taiping's question, the robe suddenly wrapped around Lin Buyu and slid down onto Xu Taiping's back with a tearing sound. What was once an embrace transformed into a carry on his back. That will suffice, Xu Taiping nodded with a hint of resignation. He then placed one hand on the hilt of his spring tiger blade at his waist, while subtly concealing the other hand within his sleeve, advancing step by step toward the nameless demonic cultivator. Boy, do you know who I am? Seeing Xu Taiping disregard his threat, the nameless demonic cultivator's tone grew increasingly frigid. I have no desire to know, Xu Taiping replied, shaking his head as he continued to move forward. Though he appeared at ease, he was under significant pressure. Each step was meticulously measured in his mind, for he was acutely aware that even if this nameless demonic cultivator's body had been destroyed, he might still possess certain methods unknown to Xu Taiping. Humph. The nameless demonic cultivator snorted coldly, a flicker of anger flashing in his eyes. His irritation stemmed not from Xu Taiping's response, but rather from the latter's caution. Each seemingly relaxed step was taken within the blind spots of his vision, rendering him unable to discern any flaws. Have you heard of the Nine Hells? The nameless demonic cultivator proceeded to question Xu Taiping. Upon hearing the term Nine Hells, Xu Taiping's brow furrowed slightly. He had encountered this name multiple times in the records of the Qingxiao sect. The Nine Hells was one of the most formidable demonic cultivator factions in this realm, and a significant reason for the establishment of the Nine Houses in the cultivation world was to counteract the influence of the Nine Hells. However, what concerned Xu Taiping more was that after Su Chan's defection from the Qingxiao sect, she had joined the Nine Hells, and there were even rumors that she had become the foremost among the 7 demon sovereigns of the Nine Hells. Since you are aware of the Nine Hells, you must also comprehend the consequences of offending them, correct? Any cultivator who stands against the Nine Hells, no matter where they flee, will inevitably be found. And not only will you suffer the consequences, but those around you will also be implicated. Noticing a shift in Xu Taiping's expression, the nameless demonic cultivator's face lit up with delight, prompting him to continue with his threats. Have you ever encountered Xu Chan? Xu Taiping disregarded the nameless demonic cultivator's threats and retorted with a question of his own. Upon hearing the name Xu Chan, the nameless demonic cultivator's pupils suddenly constricted, and he coldly replied, "Is the name of the demon sovereign something you can casually utter? Master Xu Chan truly resides within the Nine Hells." Xu Taiping was momentarily taken aback. He had merely asked a casual question, not expecting to actually learn of Xu Chan's whereabouts. At that moment, the nameless demon cultivator also realized he had let something slip, and with a gaze filled with murderous intent, he declared, "I shall grant you one final opportunity. Sever that old man's head, and I will overlook this matter. Should you choose to join the Nine Hells, I may even assist in your introduction." "I have no interest," Xu Taiping replied, shaking his head. He then halted in his tracks, his hand gripping the hilt of the spring tiger with sudden intensity. With a swift motion, he drew the blade, unleashing a powerful strike towards the nameless demon cultivator. Upon witnessing this, a smirk crept across the demon's lips. In an instant, a mass of flesh near his head coalesced into a dark claw, which lunged ferociously towards Xu Taiping's chest. Yet, with a resounding bang, Xu Taiping, wielding the spring tiger, shattered into a mist, dissipating into the air. In the next moment, Xu Taiping's true form emerged behind the nameless demon cultivator, exhaling a chilling breath of frost. Crackling sounds of ice crystals echoed as the demon's recently formed head, along with the surrounding flesh, became encased in ice. With a thunderous strike, Xu Taiping executed a bullhorn crash towards the frozen head of the demon cultivator. Just then, A surge of demonic energy pierced through the ice, coalescing into a claw that lunged at Xu Taiping's fist. However, as the claw extended, Xu Taiping transformed his punch into an open palm and then into a pointed finger, directing it straight at the demonic claw. Amidst the explosive winds, the claw formed from demonic energy was pierced by the razor-sharp gust emanating from Xu Taiping's fingertip, causing it to shatter. "Is this your trump card?" he mused. At that moment, the demon's frozen head suddenly broke free from its icy prison, morphing into a blood-red eagle claw that once again reached for Xu Taiping. Chapter 117, Duan Tianya, at least lend a hand. Those seasoned in dealings with demon cultivators would surely recognize that this claw represented the demon's inner demonic seed, akin to the demon core of the beast clans or the golden core of cultivators. Although Xu Taiping had never encountered such a thing, he could sense from its aura that this was likely the nameless demon cultivator's last resort. Without hesitation, he withdrew his right hand from his sleeve. A flame resembling a crow suddenly manifested above his palm. Though it was merely the size of a thumb, the moment the crow flame appeared, the temperature in the courtyard surged. Even Duan Tianya, who had previously exhibited indifference, revealed a look of astonishment upon seeing the crow flame. Not to mention the nameless demon cultivator, who was now mere feet away from the fiery apparition. The moment the crow flame emerged, the nameless demon cultivator attempted to retract his demonic seed, but it was too late. Xu Taiping, utilizing a flicking motion,
concentrated the crow flame at his fingertip and lightly flicked it towards the demon seed. With a tremendous explosion,
a golden flame struck the demonic seed and transformed into a towering pillar of fire that shot skyward. However, what Xu Taiping did not anticipate was that even with the demon seed destroyed, the nameless demon cultivator had managed to escape by merging a strand of divine essence into the demonic energy. Faced with the escaping demonic energy, Xu Taiping had initially relinquished the thought of pursuit, yet his right hand, marked with the ghost sealing seal, inexplicably rose of its own accord. Subsequently, a tremendous force emanated from the seal on his palm, drawing back the strand of divine essence hidden within the demonic energy. The moment the divine essence was absorbed into the ghost sealing seal, it transformed into a wailing ghostly visage, incessantly pleading with Xu Taiping. However, at that moment, Xu Taiping was unable to control the ghost sealing seal, and thus paid it no heed. With a resounding crash, the ghostly face was entirely sealed within the seal. Yet, in the next instant, Xu Taiping's vital energy began to be consumed by the ghost sealing seal at a visibly alarming rate. Was this not a case of coercive exchange? Initially, upon realizing that the ghost sealing seal could deal with the demon cultivator, Xu Taiping felt a glimmer of hope, but now he found himself tempted to utter profanities. It was indeed the 3 talents ghost sealing talisman. Had he known of its existence, he would have avoided such complications. Duan Tianya seemed to recognize the talisman in Xu Taiping's hand, his face displaying an expression of astonishment. With his vital energy rapidly depleting, Xu Taiping had no time to inquire why Duan Tianya had said such a thing. He hastily retrieved a qi-preserving pill and swallowed it, followed by a packet of 8 treasures powder. Boom. Just then, an exceptionally terrifying aura suddenly manifested in the air above the listening wind pavilion's courtyard. In an instant, dark clouds enveloped the area. It was the black flood dragon nurtured by the 9 Nether, specifically tasked with monitoring demon cultivators. "Young man, step back." Duan Tianya rose again, gripping his broken sword. Boom. As he spoke, a fearsome black flood dragon emerged from the clouds, unleashing a torrent of black flames upon the listening wind pavilion below. Before Xu Taiping could react, the frail Duan Tianya suddenly tightened his grip on his long knife and slashed downward at the black flood dragon. With a thunderous sound, the black flames were scattered by Duan Tianya's strike. Cough, cough, cough. Yet, after delivering this blow, Duan Tianya suddenly knelt on one knee, beginning to cough violently. It was evident that his body had reached its limits. Boom. The black flood dragon seemed to sense this weakness and descended from the clouds, its massive tail sweeping towards Xu Taiping and the old man below. "Run." The old man stood once more, forcefully pushing Xu Taiping aside, then brandishing his blade once again to confront the black flood dragon. Bang! Duan Tianya struck the black flood dragon back once more. At this moment, Xu Taiping's vital energy had just begun to recover, and he realized he could not be of significant assistance, yet he was unwilling to retreat. At the very least, he would contribute in some way. With such thoughts in mind, Xu Taiping gathered the last remnants of his true energy into his Tsungwan ring, launching a sea-splitting strike toward the sweeping tail of the black flood dragon. Boom! A straight blade of condensed wind surged forth, crashing down upon the tail of the black flood dragon. However, Xu Taiping's attempt to split the sea faltered due to an insufficient infusion of true energy, merely dislodging the tail of the black serpent. Observing this, the serpent swiftly turned around, its gaping maw poised to engulf both Xu Taiping and Duan Tianya. Run! At that moment, Duan Tianya forcefully shoved Xu Taiping aside once more, resolutely brandishing his sword to confront the beast. Realizing the dire situation, Xu Taiping ceased his resistance and prepared to flee with Lin Buyu. Yet, upon scanning the surroundings, he discovered that Lin Buyu had vanished. Clang! As he searched for Lin Buyu's figure, a clear and resonant sound of a sword echoed through the air. Following the sound, Xu Taiping beheld a graceful silhouette that had mysteriously positioned itself between him and the elder. Upon closer inspection, he recognized the figure as Lin Buyu. Suddenly, Lin Buyu brought her fingers together and pointed emphatically at the black serpent. In an instant, a tremendous surge of sword energy erupted from her fingertip, manifesting as a flurry of sword shadows that pierced towards the serpent from all directions. With a thunderous crash, the black serpent was sent flying by the strike, retreating swiftly into the dark clouds above as if attempting to escape. Witnessing this, Lin Buyu extended her palm and forcefully grasped at the mass of dark clouds, exclaiming, "Heaven's rift!" In that very moment, the myriad sword energies crisscrossed the air, relentlessly assaulting the serpent that sought to flee. From below, gazing upwards, it appeared as though the entire sky, along with the serpent, was splitting apart. Boom! In the next instant, under the relentless tearing of the countless sword energies, the black serpent's body shattered completely, disintegrating into fragments that plummeted to the ground. Chapter 118. Duan Tianya. The fated mortal boy staring at the familiar yet strange figure before him, Xu Taiping found himself at a loss for words. What is happening to me? At that moment, Lin Buyu turned to him, smiling. Upon seeing her smile, Xu Taiping's confusion swiftly morphed into wariness, prompting him to take a step back before solemnly stating, "You are not Lin Buyu." As he spoke, he swiftly drew the spring tiger knife from his waist. Hearing this, Duan Tianya also raised his weapon, standing alert beside him. "I am Lin Buyu," the woman replied with a hint of dissatisfaction. "You are not," Xu Taiping insisted, his expression grave. "Then enlighten me, how am I not?" The woman furrowed her brow. When Buyu speaks, she does not use such a tone, nor does her smile appear so frivolous. "You are certainly not her." Xu Taiping became increasingly convinced that the person before him was not Lin Buyu. At his words, the woman paused in surprise, then scowled. "You think my smile is frivolous? How dare you?" However, her demeanor suddenly stiffened, and with evident displeasure, she remarked, "Damn girl, can't you let me stay out a bit longer?" Upon finishing her sentence, her expression and gaze transformed dramatically, reverting to the cold visage Xu Taiping was familiar with. This left Xu Taiping even more astonished. Through the gaze of light emanating from her eyes, he could ascertain that the girl before him was indeed Lin Buyu. How could one person possess two utterly distinct demeanors? Xu Taiping found himself somewhat bewildered. "Buyu?" he tentatively inquired of the girl. "It is I," Lin Buyu affirmed with a nod. Her voice was calm, devoid of any other emotion. "What you witnessed earlier was also me, another version of myself awakened by the memories of a past life." Before Xu Taiping could pose a question, Lin Buyu preemptively elucidated. "Awakened memories of a past life?" Xu Taiping pondered, suddenly struck by a bold conjecture, especially in light of her recent feat of slaying the malevolent serpent. "Buyu, are you also an exile from the celestial realm?" he asked with a hint of caution. "To be precise, the exile you refer to is another incarnation of mine, Lin Bian," Lin Buyu replied, nodding before shaking her head. "You foolish girl. How could you divulge such a crucial matter to an outsider?" Before Xu Taiping could fully process her words, Lin Buyu's expression shifted once again, tinged with dissatisfaction. "Xu Taiping is not merely an outsider," she remarked, her demeanor returning to one of tranquility. "Moreover, I am aware of many of your secrets, Xu Taiping." A slight smirk graced her lips, filled with a hint of pride as she regarded him. Upon hearing this, Xu Taiping felt an immediate tightening in his chest. Although Lin Buyu had not explicitly revealed what she knew of his secrets, he sensed that her words were not intended as mere threats. "You know my secrets, and I know yours. If you do not expose my secrets, I shall not expose yours. How does that sound? Lin Buyu proposed playfully. Rest assured, I will not disclose this matter to anyone. Xu Taiping replied earnestly, shaking his head. I trust you. Lin Buyu nodded, seemingly unfazed by the prospect of her secrets being revealed. Young lady, is your soul fragment derived from the moment you unsealed the path and awakened the memories of the celestial exile? At that moment, Duan Tianya, who had been slumped on the ground, unexpectedly inquired with a hint of astonishment. Yes, Lin Buyu openly confessed before him, recognizing that Duan Tianya was clearly at death's door. Who would have thought that, as my time draws near, I would encounter not only a young man who has attained enlightenment with a mortal body, but also a fated individual, Duan Tianya exclaimed, his face lighting up with joy. Upon hearing this, both Lin Buyu and Xu Taiping displayed expressions of surprise. Young man, lend me your hand. Let us go to the Listening Wind Pavilion. There are matters I wish to discuss with you and that young lady, Duan Tianya said without further explanation, laboriously rising to his feet and extending his hand towards Xu Taiping with a smile. Listening Wind Pavilion, 3rd floor. Xu Taiping assisted Duan Tianya into a chair, while Lin Buyu placed the corpse of the female flying corpse on an adjacent chair beside Duan Tianya. I appreciate your help, young friends. Duan Tianya offered a faint smile to the two, his demeanor somewhat frail. It's nothing, Xu Taiping responded, shaking his head. Although he harbored numerous questions, he refrained from pressing for answers, opting instead to await Duan Tianya's own revelations. Lin Buyu then brought over 2 additional chairs. Please sit. After settling into her own seat, she nudged the other chair towards Xu Taiping. Thank you, he acknowledged, taking a seat. Upon seeing him settled, she retrieved a book from her sleeve and began to peruse it, seemingly indifferent to the elder's impending discourse. You, young man, do you still have that wine? Duan Tianya inquired, smacking his lips, a hint of embarrassment coloring his question. The mention of wine suddenly jogged Xu Taiping's memory, prompting him to retrieve a gourd of liquor while asking, Elder Duan, is your awakening of past memories within the body of the flying corpse related to this wine? After much contemplation, he discerned this as the sole possibility, considering the fact that even the esteemed Lingyue fairy held the dragon gallbladder wine in high regard. Indeed, it seems you've come to that conclusion, Duan Tianya chuckled. The dragon gallbladder wine, a treasure I have sought in vain throughout my life, yet I never anticipated finding it in such a manner. He gazed skyward, a look of nostalgia washing over his features. Dragon gallbladder wine. Upon hearing Duan Tianya's words, Lin Buyu's other half, Lin Bian, could not help but leap from Lin Buyu's consciousness, her eyes betraying a glimmer of greed. However, she was swiftly pulled back into the depths of Lin Buyu's mind. If you persist in this manner, you shall never escape again, Lin Buyu warned her counterpart. Chapter 119. Duan Tianya, the apothecary of the 9 nether demonic cult. Upon this revelation, Xu Taiping distinctly sensed that the fleeting greed within Lin Buyu had vanished entirely. Is it truly precious? She inquired of Xu Taiping. More than precious. In this world, true dragons no longer exist. Each sip of dragon gallbladder wine is a treasure, and there have been cultivators willing to exchange a celestial weapon for but a single cup. Yet they found it unattainable. Duan Tianya laughed, interjecting before Xu Taiping could respond. Perhaps it is not a matter of unwillingness to trade, but rather a fear of doing so, Xu Taiping remarked as he handed the diluted gourd of dragon gallbladder wine to Duan Tianya. Though he could not claim complete trust in Duan Tianya, he sensed little malice and, being aware of the elder's impending demise, did not mind offering him another gourd of wine. Upon receiving the gourd, Duan Tianya's eyes sparkled with appreciation. Meanwhile, Lin Buyu returned to her focus on the book in her hands. In truth, the dragon gallbladder wine does not awaken the memories of the deceased. Its effect on me arises from a fragment of my soul that was sealed within the waters of oblivion, Duan Tianya explained, patting the ancient's sword at his waist. During our previous drinking session, a few drops spilled upon the blade, which allowed my residual soul to awaken. Yet, knowing my essence is but a remnant, I am aware that I cannot sustain this for long, which is why I refrained from hastily confronting the demonic cultivator and instead waited for the opportune moment to act. Hearing this, Xu Taiping found clarity in some of the uncertainties that had clouded his mind. For instance, why was Duan Tianya sitting on the ground in a daze? And why did he choose to hide? Thus, Master Duan, your request for me to conceal myself was, in fact, a precaution against that demonic cultivator, was it not? Xu Taiping inquired tentatively. Indeed, Duan Tianya replied with a smile, nodding his head. My fractured soul, along with that flying corpse, can at most muster the strength to deliver a single strike, and I cannot ascertain whether that blow would suffice to vanquish the demonic cultivator. Hence, I could not allow you to leave. He did not attempt to disguise the fact that retaining Xu Taiping was driven by his own selfish motives. Xu Taiping, however, did not take offense, for he understood that even if he had fled at that moment, he would likely face the relentless pursuit of the demonic cultivator shortly thereafter. At that moment, Duan Tianya took several swigs of liquor, a look of sheer delight gracing his features as he remarked, at the brink of death. To indulge in a flask of Longdan liquor, I have no regrets in this life. Can Longdan liquor not heal your wounds, Master Duan? Xu Taiping hesitated momentarily before voicing his question. It cannot. Duan Tianya shook his head weakly. My life is one borrowed. Not even Longdan liquor, nor even Longdan stone, can restore it. Xu Taiping nodded in understanding, then ventured to ask another question that lingered in his mind. Master Duan, how did you come to be at this celestial relic? Upon hearing this, a bitter smile appeared on Duan Tianya's face. To be candid, I too am quite eager to uncover the answer to that question, he replied with a sense of resignation. Subsequently, amidst Xu Taiping's puzzled gaze, Duan Tianya recounted to him and Lingyue a brief history of his life alongside the woman beside him. According to Duan Tianya, he was once the master of the 9 Houses Heavenly Blade sect 700 years ago. The woman beside him was named Lu Yushi. They initially shared a master-disciple relationship, which gradually blossomed into deeper affections over time, yet societal constraints prevented them from becoming Dao partners. Eventually, Duan Tianya relinquished his title and journeyed overseas to cultivate in other realms. This journey not only brought him close to a breakthrough in his cultivation, but also led him to acquire several ancient sect legacies in a hidden realm, during which he incurred enmity with the 9 Nether. In a confrontation with a demonic sovereign from 9 Nether, he managed to inflict severe injuries upon his opponent, yet suffered irreparable damage himself, leaving him with little time left. In order to prevent his profound techniques from being lost to time, he endured countless hardships to return to the 9 Houses and the Heavenly Blade sect. At that time, the sect's master was none other than his former disciple, Lu Yushi. He intended to pass on his entire legacy to her, but little did he know that Lu Yushi had long harbored grievances regarding past events. Subsequently, under the instigation of another disciple, Qianjiang, she clashed with him. This led to decades of turmoil within the Heavenly Blade sect, during which both he and Lu Yushi sustained grievous injuries, while Qianjiang, the opportunist, reaped the benefits, seizing his lifelong legacy and deceiving Lu Yushi in the process. Perhaps no one could have anticipated that the once mighty Duan Tianya of the Heavenly Blade sect would spend his final days in the desolate depths of a dark abyss. For a decade, I could have ended my life at any moment. Yet, I refrained, as a glimmer of hope lingered within me. A hope that the door to the cellar would swing open, and she would emerge from its depths, walking towards me. In his final words, Duan Tianya extended his hand, gently brushing against Lu Yu's pallid cheek. Upon awakening, I beheld you, recalling the years spent within this ruin, where I coexisted with the corpse spirit and Master Yu. He withdrew his hand, a bitter smile gracing his lips as he turned to Xu Taiping. According to your account, it seems that after the demise of both you and the esteemed Lu Yu, your bodies were forged into corpse spirits and ensconced within this relic. Nurturing the Qianjiang fruit? Xu Taiping speculated after listening to Duan Lao's narrative. It appears to be the case, Duan Tianya replied, his expression tinged with sorrow. Who harbors such animosity towards you both, even beyond death? Xu Taiping inquired, brow furrowed. It can only be him, my second disciple, Qianjiang. Moreover, he has likely allied with the 9 Nether, for only the demonic cultivators of 9 Nether possess the expertise in such vile methods of nurturing medicinal herbs. Duan Tianya's countenance darkened. Furthermore, based on my understanding of 9 Nether and past experiences, this entire celestial estate has transformed into their medicinal garden. They utilize corpse spirits as vessels, feeding upon the flesh and blood of treasure-seeking cultivators from various realms to cultivate various blood medicines akin to the Qianjiang fruit. Today, it must be the day of ripening for these blood medicines, prompting them to orchestrate such a grand endeavor for harvesting. Upon hearing this, Xu Taiping's expression grew grave. Even Lingyue, who had previously shown indifference to these matters, raised his head to regard Duan Tianya. If it were merely ordinary blood medicines, it would be manageable, perhaps granting 9 nether a few more demon lords. However, should they be nurturing that particular blood medicine within this celestial estate, it could spell calamity for the 9 realms. Duan Tianya furrowed his brow. Which one? Xu Taiping pressed. Duan Tianya's demeanor turned markedly serious as he addressed Xu Taiping, the Black Lotus, also known as the Demon Lotus, which can elevate a demon lord to a demon sovereign. Chapter 120. Listening to the Wind Tower, I shall strike once more. The Demon Lotus? Xu Taiping was not entirely unfamiliar with the term. After all, it was for the purpose of severing the Demon Lotus and its roots that my junior uncle and Uncle Baihong ventured to the Northern Territory, a quest that nearly cost them their lives. Yet, the true nature of the Demon Lotus remains elusive to Xu Taiping even now. To elevate their cultivation, demonic cultivators must resort to horrendous secret arts, and each level requires a specific blood medicine. The quality of this medicine determines the success of their ascension and even the potential after the breakthrough. For instance, the Qianjiang juyin fruit, which was cultivated on both myself and my disciple, is a necessary blood medicine for certain demonic cultivators transitioning from demon monarch to demon lord, while the demon lotus is essential for a demon lord's ascent to demon sovereign. The cultivation of the demon lotus is fraught with difficulty. Some demonic cultivators have been known to nourish a single lotus with the lifeblood of an entire nation. However, in contrast to the flesh and blood of mere mortals, the corporeal essence of cultivators is the most nourishing sustenance for the demonic lotus. Thus, practitioners of dark arts often devise schemes within various celestial ruins to lure cultivators into their traps, transforming them into nutrients for the lotus. Duan Tianya meticulously explained this to Xu Taiping. If indeed there exists a demonic lotus within the ruins of Yunmeng's, it is likely that among the intruding dark practitioners, there will be entities of the demon sovereign caliber. Xu Taiping expressed with a hint of trepidation. That is unlikely. Duan Tianya shook his head. The ruins of Yunmeng's have been present since my youth, although the formations and barriers within are not as potent as they once were. Should a being of the demon sovereign realm attempt to force their way in, the barriers would undoubtedly strive to eliminate them without mercy. He elaborated for Xu Taiping's understanding. Upon hearing this, Xu Taiping felt a sense of relief wash over him. Just a mere demon lord had proven to be so formidable. Encountering a demon sovereign would surely mean certain death. Elder Duan, there is something about the Yunmeng celestial ruins that perplexes me, Xu Taiping suddenly remarked with an expression of confusion. What is it? Duan Tianya inquired. Despite being a celestial ruin, why are there only wraiths and similar entities within? Xu Taiping questioned. Duan Tianya chuckled heartily before explaining. In the ancient celestial ruins, initially, there were merely mechanisms and some guardian spirit beasts. However, as more cultivators ventured to explore, the number of those who perished within increased. The corporeal forms of these cultivators are often extraordinary, resulting in a significantly higher probability of becoming wraiths compared to ordinary corpses. Consequently, over time, these celestial ruins became increasingly dominated by wraiths. Xu Taiping nodded in understanding. Regarding the matter of the demonic lotus, I merely wish to offer a word of caution. Once you acquire what you seek, it is imperative to find a secure place to conceal yourself, for no one can ascertain the actions of those from the 9 nether. If possible, please also alert the cultivators outside. Should a demon lord truly emerge from the 9 nether, the 9 realms shall undoubtedly face a cataclysm. At that time, not only ordinary people but even cultivators may find themselves facing a grim fate. Duan Tianya spoke with earnest gravity. Thank you for the warning, Elder Duan. Xu Taiping noted solemnly. Gilon. Duan Tianya then took another sip of wine, revealing a contented expression as he mused aloud. Today, having shared 2 jars of Longdan wine with you, it would be remiss of me not to express my appreciation. He then turned his gaze towards Xu Taiping's hand, which bore the ghost sealing talisman. Young man, the seal you possess contains the malevolent spirit of a blade cultivator's obsession, he inquired with a smile. How did you discern that? Xu Taiping asked, astonished. Upon our ascent, its sword intent has been incessantly provoking me. Duan Tianya grinned widely. You can sense its sword intent? Xu Taiping questioned, somewhat incredulous. Unfurl your palm. Let me see your ghost sealing talisman, Duan Tianya urged with a smile. Xu Taiping, still skeptical, reluctantly opened his hand. With the palm opened, the seal of the ghost-slaying talisman emerged, accompanied by several unhealed cracks nearby. Lin Biyu, curious and wide-eyed, leaned closer to Xu Taiping, intently observing the palm. Is this the thing that has been consuming your vitality? She inquired. Yes, Xu Taiping nodded. Does it hurt? Lingyue asked again. A little, he replied candidly. Witnessing this scene, Qianjiang wore a knowing smile. Child, make way, he said, shifting his chair closer to Xu Taiping. Lingyue straightened up, her face betraying no emotion. Duan Lao, what do you intend to do? Xu Taiping could not help but ask, noticing Duan Lao's fixed gaze on his palm. It dares to provoke me. I shall respond in kind, Qianjiang declared, taking Xu Taiping's hand. He extended a finger and gently traced it over the ghost-slaying talisman. In that instant, a sharp blade intent surged through the entire listening wind tower, akin to a tidal wave, before converging at his fingertip, striking towards the talisman. Suddenly, Xu Taiping seemed to hear the ghost within the talisman roar defiantly. Defiant? If so, I shall strike again, Qianjiang grinned. And with Xu Taiping's astonished gaze upon him, he lightly grazed the talisman once more. Though it was merely a gentle stroke, Xu Taiping distinctly heard the resonant clash of blades. A more acute blade intent began to flow from Qianjiang's fingertip. Simultaneously, he sensed another violent blade intent attempting to burst forth from his palm. Yet, as Qianjiang's finger glided over his palm, that tumultuous blade intent was swiftly quelled. Although it was not a direct confrontation, Xu Taiping could feel that Qianjiang's blade intent effectively suppressed that of the ghost. Once subdued, the seal on Xu Taiping's palm receded into his skin, and the talisman's consumption of vitality became almost imperceptible. Thank you, Duan Lao, Xu Taiping expressed earnestly. Clearly, the two strikes just executed by Qianjiang had assisted in mitigating the backlash from the talisman. Compared to your 2 jars of Dragon Gall wine, this is nothing. Qianjiang shook his head, before breaking into a series of violent coughs. Chapter 121, Listening Wind Tower. Duan Lao gifts a blade and a blade manual. As the coughing subsided, he suddenly spoke with a hint of melancholy. The blade intent of that ghost is remarkable. If I could face it directly, there would surely be something to gain. Alas, I fear I may never wield a blade again. His murky eyes cast a wistful glance at his own rough, scarred hands. Upon hearing this, the broken water blade at his waist emitted a low, buzzing vibration, seemingly reprimanding him for such disheartening words. Old friend, one cannot resist the passage of time. Qianjiang gently patted the long blade at his side. Master Duan, has your cultivation reached the realm of transformation in your lifetime? Xu Taiping inquired, his curiosity piqued upon witnessing Qianjiang's ability to subdue the blade demon. Transformation? No, Qianjiang replied, shaking his head. Throughout my life, I have only reached the pinnacle of spirit refinement. He then smiled with a hint of pride, leaving Xu Taiping in suspense. But what? Xu Taiping pressed for clarification. I have killed, Qianjiang grinned, his expression brimming with pride and arrogance. Though merely 3 simple words, they eclipsed all extravagant rhetoric. Do not be so astonished. In the eyes of a blade practitioner, there are only those who can kill and those who cannot. There exists no concept of spirit refinement or transformation. Observing Xu Taiping's expression, Qianjiang chuckled and shook his head. I have learned from your words, Xu Taiping acknowledged. Though it was but a casual remark, it encapsulated the true essence of blade cultivation. Young man. Qianjiang suddenly raised his gaze, addressing Xu Taiping. What is it, Master Duan? Xu Taiping asked, puzzled. Would you like to learn my blade technique? Qianjiang inquired with a smile. Xu Taiping was taken aback for a moment, then earnestly nodded. I would. Qianjiang chuckled heartily at Xu Taiping's candor. Come closer. He beckoned, gesturing for Xu Taiping to lean in. Following his instruction, Xu Taiping inclined his head. Qianjiang extended a finger and lightly tapped the center of his forehead. As a buzzing filled his ears, pages of blade techniques fluttered into Xu Taiping's mind like snowflakes. In my lifetime, I have achieved nothing. Yet I believe I am unrivaled in the art of the blade, even compared to those in the realm of transformation. However, as you are not a disciple of the Heavenly Blade sect, I cannot impart their techniques to you. Yet today, I shall share this set of blade techniques with you, which I developed over decades in solitude after being expelled from the Heavenly Blade sect. It is not considered the sect's technique. The initial purpose of this technique was to confront the abyss and avenge the grievous injury inflicted by that demon sovereign. Thus, I named it the demon-slaying blade. Qianjiang explained with a smile. Thank you, Master Duan, for bestowing this blade upon me. Xu Taiping expressed his gratitude earnestly. Though he had only glimpsed the demon-slaying blade techniques briefly, they left him utterly awestruck. He had never imagined that the art of the blade could be practiced in such a manner. The blade at your waist is commendable. Yet ultimately it is but a mundane weapon, incapable of unleashing the full might of my techniques, Duan Qianjiang remarked, as he unfastened the broken water blade from his waist. My old friend may have a temper, but it is the finest blade in the world. I hope you will treat it well, young man. He then held the blade with one hand, presenting it to Xu Taiping. As he spoke, the long blade emitted a mournful wail, as if reluctant to part from its master. Xu Taiping hesitated. Master Duan, even 10 jars of dragon gall liquor would not be worthy of this blade, he responded gravely, firmly declining the offer. The bond embedded in a blade is profound. He truly felt unworthy to bear such a legacy. But you are deserving. Du-Nt New York did not retract his hand gripping the knife. Instead, his gaze towards Xu grew ever more resolute. With mere mortal flesh, even the greatest of fortunes cannot propel one to this stage without indomitable perseverance. Having traversed realms for several centuries, I would never mistake the truth. He then confidently added, How did you discern my mortal essence? Xu could no longer suppress his curiosity upon having his identity as a mortal revealed once more. In my most disastrous encounter across the realms, I was vanquished by a mortal cultivator. The essence of your strikes bears an uncanny resemblance to his. As Du-Nt New York spoke, he forcefully pressed the broken water knife into Xu-Taiping's embrace. Who was he? Xu-Taiping inquired, cradling the knife with intrigue. In Yun Prefecture, within the Xliang Kingdom, he guarded the Zhnhi Tower for 9 centuries, slaying countless abyssal generals, and single-handedly confronted the demon lord, instilling fear in generals Qianjiang, who dared not invade Xliang for 900 years. Du-Nt New York spoke with profound reverence in his eyes. A mere mortal can stand against the demon lord? Xu-Taiping's eyes suddenly sparkled. Young man, you may be unaware that while the path of a mortal cultivator is fraught with difficulty, once they embark on this journey, their resolve often surpasses that of ordinary cultivators. Thus, in other realms, it is predominantly mortal cultivators who withstand the onslaught of demonic forces, making them the most despised by demons. Du-Nt New York's expression turned grave. Xu-Taiping had never fathomed that in other realms, mortal cultivators could achieve such remarkable feats. If possible, I hope that one day, you will lead this old friend of yours once again against the demon lord of Yun Prefecture, so that when the centuries have passed and the world has forgotten Du-Nt New York, they will still remember my demon-slaying blade and this old friend of mine. Du-Nt New York flashed a grin at Xu-Taiping, upon realizing that Du-Nlo truly held high hopes for him. Xu-Taiping ceased to decline and solemnly declared, Though I cannot ascertain if I will reach that pinnacle, I, Xu-Taiping, shall never disgrace your swordsmanship or this blade. Du-Nlo. Excellent, excellent. Du-Nt New York responded with a hearty laugh. I once thought this demon-slaying blade would accompany me to the grave, yet in my twilight, I have found a worthy successor. Heaven has been kind to me, he said with a sense of nostalgia. At this juncture, Du-Nt New York suddenly raised his hand, drawing a pile of letters and a wooden box into his grasp. Much of the valuable knowledge within this tower has been pilfered, but the letters from the owner of this Tingfeng Tower, pertaining to his exchanges with a certain celestial being regarding cultivation insights, may still hold some value. If you and the young lady can contemplate them deeply, they may aid you in your future endeavors. As Du-Nt New York spoke, he divided the stack of letters into 2 portions, presenting one to Xu-Taiping and the other to Lnby. Simultaneously, he opened the wooden box, retrieving 2 jade bracelets from within. The jade bangles, indeed, are the core artifacts of the Listening Wind Tower. Upon entering the study, you need only clasp your fingers together with the hand adorned with the jade bangle to activate the teleportation array, allowing you to be transported to various locations within the celestial ruins. As Duan Qianjiang spoke, he handed the 2 bangles to Xu Taiping and Lingyue. Chapter 122, Listening Wind Tower. Who is the destined one? Thank you, Elder Duan. Xu Taiping expressed his gratitude, genuinely elated. With these bangles, he would be able to teleport directly to rendezvous with his companions in the Rain-Dew Garden and Sister Zijing. Thank you. Even Lingyue, usually inscrutable, spoke up in acknowledgement. There is no need for thanks. Without the 2 of you, I fear I would not have the chance to see my disciple again. Qianjiang replied with a smile, shaking his head. He then pointed to the jade bangles in their hands, saying, "These bangles also possess a history. They were tokens of affection between the master of the Listening Wind Tower and his beloved. As long as the two individuals wearing the bangles hold hands with a united heart, they can invoke a powerful incantation concealed within the bangles. These bangles possess such capabilities?" Xu Taiping was taken aback. "Shall we try it?" Lin Buyu, equally curious, inquired, holding the bangle towards Xu Taiping. "Yes," Xu Taiping replied without much thought, believing that having a means of self-defense was always prudent. Observing their lively exchange, Qianjiang couldn't help but smile faintly. "Elder Duan, why do you refer to the reincarnated soul as the destined one?" Lin Buyu suddenly directed her gaze at Qianjiang. Although she had been mostly silent, she had retained the memory of his earlier words spoken in the courtyard. Qianjiang did not respond immediately, instead casting a significant glance at Xu Taiping. Upon meeting that gaze, Xu Taiping understood and nodded, saying, "I shall excuse myself for a moment." "No need," Lin Buyu shook her head, reaching out to hold Xu Taiping's hand. "This is your secret. It would be inappropriate for me to overhear." Xu Taiping looked at Lin Buyu with a hint of concern. "You did not shy away from discussing your own mortal matters," Lin Buyu pointed out, her expression one of rightful insistence. "Indeed, it is not much of a secret. In a sense, you both share a common plight," Qianjiang remarked with a grin. Upon hearing this, Xu Taiping refrained from further comment and nodded in silence. "During my travels across the realms, I discovered a rather intriguing phenomenon. The two types of practitioners most despised by demonic cultivators are the mortal souls and the reincarnated souls. Upon encountering either, they would seek to eradicate them," Qianjiang recounted after sipping his drink, his tone reflective. "Why is that?" Lin Buyu's alter ego, Lin Bian, suddenly interjected. "You, as an exiled immortal, have not heard of this." Qianjiang discerned that Lin Bian was the one asking the question, not Lin Buyu. "My seal of understanding has not been fully unraveled," Lin Bian replied with a sense of resignation. "Ah, that explains it." Qianjiang nodded in realization, then added with a chuckle, "In truth, even if you were to unravel your seal, you might still remain oblivious, for I too stumbled upon this knowledge purely by chance." Continuing, he no longer played coy and directly explained to Xu Taiping and Lin Buyu. "The demonic cultivators disdain mortal souls. I surmise that mortal soul cultivators possess a resilience of spirit that surpasses that of ordinary practitioners. They cannot be seduced, only slain. As for the heavy soul, according to information I fortuitously acquired, it is said that a certain demon lord perished at the hands of a heavy soul cultivator and prophesied before his demise. Within the realms of this world, a cultivator with a heavy soul shall inevitably arise, destined to be the bane of demonic cultivators. Even those terrifying entities residing in the abyss of 9 hells shall fall because of this individual. Thus, the demonic cultivators refer to all heavy souls as the destined ones." For Xu Taiping, the weight of Qianjiang's words was overwhelming. The various realms he mentioned, the world they inhabited, and even the abyss of 9 hells were all foreign to him, not to mention the destined individual capable of causing the downfall of such fearsome beings. However, this was merely a prophecy. Lin Buyu remained remarkably composed. To demonic cultivators, this was indeed an ethereal prophecy. After all, many heavy soul cultivators had emerged over the years, yet none posed any threat to the demon race. But for heavy soul cultivators, this was a nightmare, as countless had been secretly eradicated by the demonic cultivators due to this prophecy. Therefore, little girl, do your utmost to avoid revealing your identity as a heavy soul before the demonic cultivators, Qianjiang earnestly advised Lin Buyu. "Thank you," Lin Buyu nodded. Prior to this day, she had not realized the peril of exposing her identity as a heavy soul. She merely thought she might be regarded as an anomaly, never anticipating that the demon race would take notice of her. At that moment, the female flying corpse, who had been sitting motionless in the chair, Qianjiang's disciple, Lu Yu, suddenly straightened her posture. Her bones began to crack audibly, and the sunken parts of her body gradually began to restore. "Young man, girl, you must leave now," Qianjiang said with a bitter expression as he looked at Xu Taiping. "The flying corpse is undying. No matter how grievously injured, it shall eventually recover," he explained to Xu Taiping and Lin Buyu. Xu Taiping and Lin Buyu exchanged glances before asking Qianjiang, "What about you, Elder Duan?" In a short while, This remnant of my soul shall dissipate into nothingness, truly becoming a lost soul, utterly transformed into a corpse demon, Duan Tianya replied quietly, his gaze fixed on the female flying corpse without turning his head. Young man, before you leave, could you do one more thing for an old man? He suddenly recalled something and turned to Xu Taiping. What do you require, Elder Duan? Xu Taiping nodded. The man had cleared their doubts, gifted them a blade along with its blueprint, and had willingly handed over the coordinates of the teleportation array. Out of gratitude, he felt it was his duty to assist. Could you help me retrieve 7 white crystal chrysanthemums from the cliff to the west? Duan Tianya requested. Xu Taiping was taken aback. He had not anticipated that Duan Tianya's request would be so simple. However, your disciple, upon seeing the flowers, may well be driven to madness. Xu Taiping recalled the fate of the disciples from the ancient mountain sword sect. During our last separation, I had instructed her to remain in place, awaiting my return as she plucked the petals from the 7 white crystal chrysanthemums. Yet, I deceived her and vanished for centuries. Duan Tianya cast a gaze filled with remorse at the female, flying corpse beside him. This time, I shall not break my promise. He smiled, reaching out to smooth the disheveled strands of her hair. Chapter 123. The Rain-Dew Garden. Are we surrounded? Half a fragrant incense later, within the study of the Listening Wind Tower. According to the small booklet from the 9 houses, this seemingly ordinary study harbored special significance in every arrangement. Any careless disturbance would result in being ensnared by the formation. The corpse of Zhou Shiyu from the ancient mountain sword sect, lying by the door, served as the most compelling evidence. Xu Taiping moved Zhou Shiyu's body aside and stood at the center of the study alongside Lin Buyu. I glanced at the map. The nearest teleportation location to the southwest is the Rain-Dew Garden. We need only face southwest to be transported there, he informed Lin Buyu. Lin Buyu tucked away the letter in her hand and extended her wrist adorned with a jade bracelet towards Xu Taiping, nodding in agreement. Xu Taiping confidently took Lin Buyu's hand. We should arrive at the Peony Pavilion in the Rain-Dew Garden. Upon arrival, we must remain vigilant for any ghostly beings or ambushes from other sect practitioners, he cautioned Lin Buyu. Upon hearing this, Lin Buyu nodded and gently lifted her palm, pinching a talisman between her fingers, saying, even if there are demonic cultivators lying in wait within the pavilion, this mystical level spirit shield talisman will sustain us for a moment. Xu Taiping's face brightened at her words, and he nodded, declaring, then there is no issue. However, why is there no reaction from the teleportation array? Soon, he discovered another problem. Lin Buyu grasped Xu Taiping's hand, suggesting, could it be that you are holding too lightly? That is a possibility. Xu Taiping pondered this. Out of concern for being overly presumptuous, he had merely held Lin Buyu's hand gently, lacking the firmness with which she held his. This grip should suffice. Yet, just as Xu Taiping intended to tighten his hold, Lin Buyu intertwined her fingers with his, asserting with an air of conviction, yes, it does seem so. Xu Taiping was momentarily taken aback before nodding in affirmation. In that moment, he could distinctly feel the warmth emanating from Lin Buyu's palm, the delicate texture of her skin, and the pulses of spiritual energy flowing from the bracelet at her wrist. Undoubtedly, this was indeed the correct method to activate the teleportation array. Boom. At that instant, a violent surge of spiritual energy emanated from beneath their feet. Suddenly, the surrounding scene began to blur. Just as the teleportation array activated, Xu Taiping glanced towards the corridor opposite the study, catching sight of Duan Tianya, cradling a bouquet of white crystal chrysanthemums, quietly awaiting the awakening of the female, flying corpse before him. Good luck, old Duan, Xu Taiping murmured, on the windowsill of the Listening Wind Tower. At that moment, it seemed to be the same time as now. The increasingly frail Duan Tianya leaned against the chair, the evening glow casting its warm rays upon his face, causing his ghostly figure to sizzle with an eerie sound. Yet he remained oblivious, wearing an expression of sheer enjoyment. Suddenly, a sharp sound echoed, as the female flying corpse beside him abruptly opened her eyes, her hand darting forth to grasp his throat. You are awake. Despite being choked, Duan Tianya displayed not a hint of agony. Instead, his face radiated a nervous joy. With a crack, the female flying corpse's fury intensified, her grip tightening as if she were about to crush his neck. A gift for you. Struggling, Duan Tianya lifted his hand, presenting a bouquet of white crystal chrysanthemums to the female corpse. His eyes were filled with tension, reminiscent of a youth revealing his affections to his beloved for the first time. As before, Upon seeing the white chrysanthemums, the furious expression on the female corpse's face dissipated, replaced by a sweet smile. She took the flowers and began to tear them petal by petal, as was her custom. Duan Qianjiang watched quietly, then smiled and declared, "Yue, this time, I shall not evade you any longer." Finally, as the last petal of the final white chrysanthemum was torn away by the female corpse, a heart-wrenching wail echoed throughout the listening wind pavilion. In the rain-dew garden, unlike some ghostly places within this celestial ruin, the peony pavilion remained untouched due to its intact barrier. Inside the pavilion, fragrant grasses flourished and peonies bloomed under the setting sun, resembling a fairyland. However, while the barrier protected the peony pavilion from the undead, it could not prevent inquisitive cultivators from entering the garden. "Brother Lu, as I said, it is impossible for anyone to teleport here. Treasures at the array's core are not so easily acquired," a burly man grumbled to another muscular companion beside him. Had Xu Taiping been present, he would have recognized these two as the subordinates of the Cloud Scene Palace's young master, who had previously attacked Zhou Ao at the teleportation platform. "Do not let your guard down. Those two disciples from the Qingxiao sect might indeed come this way. The male disciple is manageable, but if that female disciple who commands the Breaking Cloud Sword Array reunites with the group of female disciples in the front courtyard, they might escape." Just as the two spoke, another disciple from the Cloud Scene Palace across the pavilion suddenly warned. "Indeed, Brother Song." After receiving a reprimand, the two immediately bowed in obedience and resumed their patrol around the octagonal pavilion. For disciples from the Cloud Scene Palace surrounded the modest pavilion. Boom. At that moment, a violent wave of energy surged from within the pavilion. Has someone truly teleported here? The four disciples from the Cloud Scene Palace were taken aback in unison. "Be cautious. If someone teleports here, upon hearing my command, immediately throw talismans to injure them," Brother Song commanded sharply. The other three disciples, upon hearing this, clenched talismans tightly in their hands. Boom. As the sound of a sudden explosion echoed, two figures appeared in the pavilion, hand in hand. One was a slender youth, while the other was a girl of striking beauty and elegance. Who else could they be but Xu Taiping and Lin Buyu? "Indeed, it is you two." Upon recognizing them, Brother Song's expression relaxed. After all, he was well aware of their cultivation, and with 4 against 2, and the aid of talismans, he believed victory was assured. "You two have been surrounded. Why do you not surrender promptly?" Brother Song coldly snorted at Xu Taiping and Lin Buyu. "Surrounded?" Lin Buyu turned to Xu Taiping. "It seems so." Xu Taiping nodded, placing his hand on the hilt of his Chuanhu blade. Chapter 124, Yulu Garden, The Besieged Sisters. With a resounding thud, Xu Taiping's fist shattered Brother Song's protective aura, causing his armor to crack and sending him flying a full yard off the ground. All 5 disciples of the Cloud View Palace, masters of martial arts, lay sprawled on the ground. The entire encounter lasted merely the time it takes to brew a cup of tea. "I wanted to test this out as well." Lin Buyu raised her wrist slightly, glancing at the jade bracelet with a hint of regret. "No need," Xu Taiping replied with a faint smile, then delivered a heavy kick to Brother Song. Using the 1,000-fold strength technique, the kick contorted Brother Song's face, leaving him unable to utter a sound. These individuals possessed the physique of martial arts masters, yet their strikes lacked intent and momentum, merely a hollow shell. Xu Taiping remarked, having previously faced opponents like flying zombies and demon lords. Encountering these seemingly formidable yet ineffectual martial cultivators left him with an overwhelming sense of pent-up energy. It must be your influence. For cultivators, these individuals are tough-skinned and thick-fleshed. Without employing some potent techniques, it is difficult to inflict harm upon them. Lin Buyu nimbly approached Xu Taiping. "Indeed," Xu Taiping nodded, acknowledging Lin Buyu's assessment. In this secret realm, cultivators who focus solely on techniques without tempering their bodies are indeed at a disadvantage. "Who ordered you to guard this place?" Xu Taiping lightly kicked Brother Song's chin. "Humph." Before Brother Song could utter a word of defiance, Xu Taiping stomped down heavily on his head. Employing the 1,000-fold strength once more, the pain was excruciating for Brother Song, leaving him feeling as though his skull might shatter. "Who ordered you to guard this place?" Lin Buyu echoed Xu Taiping's inquiry. Brother Song appeared to want to hold on, but without a word, Xu Taiping raised his foot again. "Do not step on me. I will speak." Sensing Xu Taiping's imminent strike, Brother Song's pupils contracted, and he instinctively shouted. "Hurry up," Xu Taiping urged. A sense of foreboding crept into his mind. leaving him impatient to waste no further time with these individuals. Yes, it was the young master and 2 elders. Where are they? They are in the front courtyard. What are they doing in the front courtyard? They encircled your senior sisters in the medicinal garden located by the dragon-hued tree in the front courtyard, demanding the surrender of the dragon-tooth fruit. Brother Song stammered. Were there any casualties? Lin Buyu coldly inquired of Brother Song. And no, at least not before we arrived here. He hastily replied, sensing the chill in Lin Buyu's tone. Buyu, let us inquire as we walk, Xu Taiping suggested, casting a glance at Lin Buyu. She nodded in agreement. Relying solely on your junior lord and 2 elders, it is impossible for them to contend with my senior sisters from Qingxiao sect. Have you employed any other means? Xu Taiping questioned, lifting Brother Song as if he were a mere chick, dragging him towards the front courtyard. I don't know. Clang. I'll talk. Brother Song, clearly reluctant to answer, was met with a swift strike from Lin Buyu's sword, piercing his kneecap. Though one appeared simple and the other seemed indifferent to worldly affairs, both were ruthless when dealing with adversaries. The 2 elders, apart from being peak martial arts masters, were also adept at manipulating corpses and spirits. Upon entering the secret realm, they had controlled over 30 corpses using secret techniques, including 2 furry zombies and 7 or 8 white zombies. As for our junior lord, despite his seemingly carefree demeanor, he had reached the pinnacle of the Wangwo realm and was proficient in the art of music, capable of slaying with the sound of his zither. After receiving Lin Buyu's sword strike, Brother Song became much more compliant, recounting the details with great clarity. 2 furry zombies and 7 or 8 white zombies are far more challenging than ordinary warriors, Xu Taiping frowned. You only need to bring me into the sword formation. Lin Buyu reminded Xu Taiping. Indeed, that is feasible. With Lin Buyu in the formation, the power of the breaking cloud sword formation would be formidable enough to face so many corpses. However, I have never encountered the art of killing with music. Rushing into battle may be perilous, Xu Taiping pondered. Suddenly, Lin Buyu knocked Brother Song unconscious with the hilt of her sword and called forth her soul fragment, Lin Bian. Did you not mention that you possess a divine ability to harm with flute music? Lin Buyu asked. I refuse, Lin Bian replied flatly. 3 pigs trotters. Lin Buyu earnestly negotiated with Lin Bian. Could you refrain from revealing my secrets in front of others? Lin Bian retorted angrily. I merely mentioned 3 pigs trotters. You insolent girl, you infuriate me. Watching Lin Buyu argue with herself, Xu Taiping found the situation both peculiar and amusing. Ultimately, they concluded their transaction at the price of 5 pigs trotters, with Lin Bian agreeing to lend her assistance once, using her flute to counter the junior lord's zither. Since merely playing the flute would not reveal too much, Xu Taiping did not oppose the proposal. Just then, a deafening explosion erupted from the front courtyard. Just a wall away. I will go take a look. Xu Taiping swiftly exchanged a few words with Lin Buyu before grasping the concealment grass and leaping onto the courtyard wall. Peering inside from atop the wall, he beheld a colossal ancient tree before which Su Zian and her companions were being cornered by a horde of corpse demons. Behind that throng stood the young master of Qianjiang Palace alongside 2 elders. Just as the disciple surnamed Song had remarked, one of the elders wielded a command flag, incessantly directing the corpse demons to assault the broken cloud sword formation laid down by the disciples of the 6 peaks. The young master, meanwhile, floated 7 or 8 feet above the ground on a banana leaf fan, with an ancient guqin resting upon his legs, occasionally plucking a string or 2. Due to the considerable distance and the cacophony, Xu Taiping could not discern the melody clearly. However, he noted that each time the music resonated, the sword formation exhibited various vulnerabilities, clearly indicating that someone within the formation was being influenced by the sound. Simultaneously, Xu Taiping observed that Zhou Ao, one of the 7 disciples of the 6 peaks, was covered in blood, shielding Su Zian from the sudden onslaught of the corpse demons. His senior sister and the others could not hold out much longer. At that moment, Lin Buyu's voice echoed beside Xu Taiping. Chapter 125, Raindew Garden. I still want to play the flute. When Xu Taiping turned to locate the source of the voice, he found himself alone. It was only when a delicate hand adorned with a jade bracelet reached out from thin air that he realized Lin Buyu was crouched beside him. Without a doubt, her magical attire was concealing her presence. Can you, perhaps, stealthily infiltrate the sword formation using this attire? Xu Taiping was about to inquire, but as if reading his thoughts, Lin Buyu promptly refuted him. In other places, perhaps, but in this secret realm, This robe, like the concealment grass in your hand, can only provide invisibility for a brief span. Lin Buyu elucidated. We shall adhere to the original plan. Xu Taiping nodded in agreement. From the true fire talismans he had scavenged from the Qianjiang palace disciples, Lin Buyu handed 4 talismans to Xu Taiping. Thank you, he expressed, knowing that such items were indeed invaluable. I will lead the way, and you follow closely behind. Do not overthink it, just charge forward. Xu Taiping advised Lin Buyu. I still wish to assist you in playing the flute, Lin Buyu suddenly interjected. Apologies, I almost forgot you, Xu Taiping replied with a wry smile. Bang! Just as they conversed, the ground trembled violently. Both of them instinctively looked up towards the courtyard, and there they saw, under the control of the 2 elders, 2 zombie-like creatures, one wielding a broad sword and the other a spear, charging towards the position of the 6th peak's 6th sister, Lu Yuxian. Among the female disciples, Lu Yuxian possessed the weakest cultivation, and it was evident that the people from Qianjiang Palace intended to exploit her as a breach to shatter the broken cloud sword formation. Bang! However, in that critical moment, Zhou Ao, bloodied and battered, suddenly hurled himself directly at one of the zombie creatures with great force. Yet before the indomitable form of the hairy zombie, which was harder than wrought iron, his collision seemed akin to a futile attempt to strike a stone with an egg. The hairy zombie merely paused momentarily, while he was sent hurtling backwards. Boom! Just as Lin Buyu and Xu Taiping, in perfect synchrony, leaped into the courtyard to offer support. The hairy zombie that had collided with Zhou Ao suddenly erupted in a blaze upon its head. In that instant, as Zhou Ao was flung away, he had managed to slap the last of his true fire talismans onto the zombie's forehead. Although the power of the true fire talisman was significantly diminished in this realm, insufficient to vanquish a hairy zombie, it nevertheless bought Su Zian and the others precious time to adjust their sword formation. Clang! Accompanied by a resounding sword cry that split the air, Su Zian, standing in for the formation's focal point, unleashed a strike that sent one hairy zombie flying, leaving a gaping wound across its chest. The offensive from Qianjiang Palace subsequently faltered. Observing this, Lin Buyu and Xu Taiping exchanged knowing glances. The moment to strike had arrived. They then surged forth, maintaining a distance of 3 to 4 feet apart, their forms as swift as the wind, charging towards the young master of Qianjiang Palace. With a sudden flourish, just as they closed within 100 yards of the young master, he drew his spring tiger blade from his waist. At that moment, the 2 elders of Qianjiang Palace sensed Xu Taiping's presence. Boom! As they turned, they beheld Xu Taiping, raising his spring tiger knife, its blade radiating a fierce aura that extended for 2 to 3 dozen yards, cleaving towards the young master. This strike was the 5th form of the 7 kills blade, its power ordinary, yet its momentum formidable enough to intimidate those unversed in the art of the blade. Witnessing this, the 2 elders responded simultaneously, their robes billowing as they struck forth, their palms meeting Xu Taiping's blade shadow with the force of thunder. Boom! In a tremendous crash, Xu Taiping's blade shadow dissipated upon impact. The 2 elders immediately sensed something was amiss, yet it was too late. Xu Taiping had already withdrawn his blade, his figure like the wind, racing towards the rear of the corpse demon horde where the broken cloud sword formation lay. Lin Elder, Son Elder, the young master of Qianjiang Palace bellowed. The 2 elders promptly brandished their command flags, summoning several white zombies that had been attacking the sword formation to converge upon Xu Taiping. Whoosh! At that moment, Xu Taiping's blade surged forth like a rainbow. Wielding the spring tiger knife, he executed the 7 kills technique to perfection. Wherever his blade shadow passed, the heads of the corpse demons fell. Was it not said that one's cultivation would be suppressed within the secret realm? How could his blade technique possess such formidable power? The young master of Qianjiang Palace was taken aback. The technique he employed relied upon martial skill, with most of its power stemming not from true qi, but from the strength of his own corporeal essence. Lin Elder gritted his teeth, realizing that this young man had refined his corporeal essence to the pinnacle of martial mastery. The other elder, while continuing to command the corpse demons to besiege Xu Taiping, furrowed his brow. At that moment, Lin Buyu's concealed figure became visible as the duration of his invisibility spell ended. It is that female disciple, Lin Elder exclaimed in astonishment. Stop her. We must not allow her to enter the formation. Upon gazing at Lin Buyu's appearance, the 3 individuals were struck with astonishment. They were acutely aware that once Lin Buyu entered the formation, the destructive force of the breaking cloud sword array would at least double. A prospect they were keen to avoid. You two obstruct them. At this moment, the two elders simultaneously waved their command flags, summoning the two hair zombies back from the breaking cloud sword array. With a swift whoosh, the two hair zombies, draped in long hair, moved like twin gales. One wielding a knife and the other a spear, both launching an assault on Xu Taiping. These two hair zombies represented pinnacle masters of martial arts, and combined with their iron-hard bodies impervious to pain, they could easily thwart Xu Taiping under normal circumstances. Boom. Just then, a surge of murky energy exploded within Xu Taiping's body. He released a mass of stagnant energy that had been confined within a pressure point. This release lightened his body by at least 1,000 pounds. Consequently, his already swift speed multiplied several times, leaving behind a fleeting shadow as he crashed violently into the two hair zombies advancing towards him. Unlike Zhou, Xu Taiping's physique had endured a perpetual burden of 2,000 pounds, further tempered by the emperor's body refinement technique, rendering his resilience superior, if not equal, to that of the hair zombies. With a thunderous clash, the two hair zombies were sent staggering backward from Xu Taiping's impact. Bang! Bang! Simultaneously, Xu Taiping unleashed a series of powerful strikes, sending the two hair zombies flying. Witnessing this spectacle, the two elders from Qianjiang Palace stood agape, momentarily at a loss for words. Could it be that his martial prowess had ascended to the realm of martial supremacy? Elder Lin murmured in disbelief. Meanwhile, closely following Xu Taiping, Lin Bian cursed inwardly. Is this boy insane? How dare he use stagnant energy to temper his physique? One misstep could leave his bones shattered. Whoosh. Bang. At that moment, Xu Taiping swung his blade and punched, toppling and sending the two white zombies flying, clearing a path ahead. Without looking back, he called out to Lin Buyu, "Don't hold me back." Lin Buyu issued a warning to the currently controlling Lin Bian. "You insolent girl. How dare you speak to me in that tone?" Despite her displeasure, Lin Bian quickened her pace to keep up with Xu Taiping. Just then, an unusual melody resonated, with sound waves weaving like threads, ensnaring Xu Taiping's limbs. Bang! One of the white zombies, wielding a hammer, struck Xu Taiping squarely in the chest, causing him to stumble precariously. Gritting his teeth against the excruciating pain, Xu Taiping summoned his strength to break free from the invisible bindings of sound waves, then cleaved his sword down upon the white zombie's head, splitting it in two with a resounding crash. "Lin Bian, are you utterly useless? If you cannot handle this, allow me to take over," Lin Buyu exclaimed, her temper flaring upon witnessing Xu Taiping's injury. Chapter 126. Rain Dew Garden. Silent Guardian enters the sword formation. Understood. Although Lin Bian's tone was laced with impatience, a flicker of guilt shone in her eyes. Just moments ago, she could have easily neutralized the Little Palace Master's sound wave technique, but she chose to observe the extent of Xu Taiping's physical capabilities, opting instead to remain a bystander. At that moment, the sound of the Little Palace Master plucking the strings echoed once more, and waves of sound transformed into whirling blades, rushing towards Xu Taiping with a thunderous whoosh. This sound wave technique wielded music as a weapon, employing minimal true energy. Thus the restrictions imposed by the immortal estate's constraints were negligible. This time, Lin Bian did not hesitate. Almost simultaneously with the sound of the strings, she lifted a bamboo flute to her lips. As she matched Xu Taiping's movements, she played two simple yet resonant notes. These notes, carrying the force of piercing air, flew forth to intercept the sound waves that had morphed into blades. It was as if two scissors effortlessly severed the blades formed from the Little Palace Master's sound waves. Could she also be proficient in sound wave techniques? The Little Palace Master was taken aback. Just then, Lin Bian's flute notes rang out again, this time elongated and profound. They resembled the rolling waves of the ocean, seemingly calm from a distance. Yet when these seemingly innocuous tides surged right before you, you would realize they towered dozens of feet high, capable of engulfing you. The Little Palace Master experienced this realization as well. By the time he noticed the layers upon layers of sound waves abruptly transforming into a tsunami before him, it was already too late. Boom! The jarring sound of colliding waves erupted, and the strings in the Little Palace Master's grasp snapped. Amidst this chaos, Xu Taiping had carved a bloody path through the corpses, emerging before Sister Zijing and the others. Taiping Bian. Upon seeing the two, Sister Zijing's face lit up with surprise. Boom! However, before they could respond, The two elders from Qianjiang Palace controlled two cadaverous beasts to charge once more at Xu Taiping and Lin Bian, while the nearest dozen corpses also rushed towards them. Snap! Xu Taiping snapped his fingers, and fierce gusts of wind surged forth from the Zhongluan ring, automatically locking onto the nearest few corpses, striking them with great force. Boom! Yet within this relic, even the Zhongluan ring faced significant constraints. Xu Taiping's full force attack with two fingers merely sent them careening aside. Had this been outside, aside from a few white zombies, the remaining corpses would have been obliterated into pieces. Fortunately, after this strike, the corpses blocking the two were cleared away, revealing Xu Zian and the others within the sword formation ahead. Do not let them escape. At this moment, the two elders from Qianjiang Palace had also caught up. They flanked from both sides as the two corpses leaped high above Xu Taiping's head, their blades and spears descending in unison. Hold my hand. Xu Taiping extended his hand towards Lin Bian. At this moment, Lin Bian, who was controlling Lin Buyu's body, abruptly halted mid-sentence. With a calm gaze, he nodded at Xu Taiping and firmly grasped his outstretched hand. The instant Lin Buyu tightened her grip on Xu Taiping's hand, he suddenly summoned all his strength and forcefully hurled Lin Buyu towards the shattered cloud sword array behind them, simultaneously shouting at Xu Zian and the others. Catch her! With a resounding crash, the force of the throw was immense, easily surpassing 10,000 pounds, and in an instant, Lin Buyu was propelled into the cloud sword array where Xu Zian and the others stood. Elder Lin from Qianjiang Palace had already discerned Xu Taiping's intentions. As Xu Taiping prepared to launch Lin Buyu into the sword array, he commanded the spear-wielding zombie to throw its long spear at Lin Buyu. However, the speed of Xu Taiping's throw was too rapid, and even the spear hurled by the zombie could not catch up. With a loud bang, as the collision echoed, Xu Zian within the sword array harnessed its power to dissipate the impact of Lin Buyu's entry and reached out to catch her. Yet, despite the support of the sword array, she was still pushed back repeatedly by Lin Buyu's force, showcasing the immense strength of Xu Taiping. But soon, her initial surprise transformed into elation, and she looked at Lin Buyu with excitement, asking, "Can you enter the array?" "Yes," Lin Buyu affirmed with resolute eyes and a vigorous nod. Meanwhile, the two elders from Qianjiang Palace, who failed to prevent Lin Buyu from entering the array, erupted in fury, unleashing their formidable aura at the cost of their true essence. "You wretched child, prepare to die." One elder, in a fit of rage, summoned flames in his palms and angrily struck towards Xu Taiping. The other elder maneuvered behind Xu Taiping, drawing a massive axe from his sleeve, his muscles bulging as he swung the axe down upon Xu Taiping. Anticipating the ambush from both adversaries, Xu Taiping, at the moment of throwing Lin Buyu, swiftly popped two returning pills into his mouth and gripped the hilt of his spring tiger blade, twisting his body to deliver a powerful slash. In that instant, his form split into 7 blade shadows, appearing almost tangible as they sliced from 7 directions. This was the 7th strike of the 7 kills blade. With a thunderous crash, though the 7 blade shadows shattered under the assault of the two elders, they effectively obstructed their attack. Just then, Xu Taiping exhaled a thick mist, enveloping the area within a radius of 4 to 5 zhang in fog. This was the mist borrowing technique, pushed to its limits within the ruins of the immortal abode. "Do you think such a mere mist can deceive me?" Elder Lin scoffed coldly, and with a mere thought, he sensed Xu Taiping's presence within the fog. As he spoke, he abruptly turned, just in time to see Xu Taiping charging towards him with a fist raised. "Die!" Elder Lin sneered, then once more struck down with his fiery palms towards Xu Taiping. With a resounding impact, Xu Taiping was sent flying. However, Elder Lin quickly realized that after being struck away, Xu Taiping's figure suddenly vanished from sight. "No, this is his doppelganger." He suddenly awoke, but it was already too late. With a swift sound, a blade of light flashed before his eyes, then struck heavily at his chest. Chapter 127, The Rain-Dew Garden. Has the dragon tooth fruit been stolen? This strike lacked any ostentatious techniques. It was merely swift and forceful. Even though Elder Lin possessed a layer of protective energy and wore soft armor, he was still cleaved open to the bone by this lightning-fast, immensely powerful blow. However, Elder Lin was indeed a high-ranking cultivator of the Qianjiang Palace, despite being gravely wounded. He endured the excruciating pain and summoned all his strength to strike at Xu Taiping. Boom! Although this desperate blow was powerful, Xu Taiping had no intention of lingering in battle. After landing his strike, He immediately swallowed an energy-boosting pill and, shrouded in mist, launched an attack on another elder. The counterattack of a high-ranking cultivator on the brink of death is truly formidable. Elder Sun, be cautious of this one's doppelganger. Bang! Realizing this, Elder Lin promptly warned Elder Sun, but as the words escaped his lips, he heard the dull thud of a fist striking. Following that, a series of booming sounds erupted, akin to rolling thunder. Struggling to control his injuries, Elder Lin sensed the situation with his divine consciousness, only to be struck with horror. He perceived that the disciple of the Qingxiao sect attacking Elder Sun had not only sealed off Elder Sun's chance for retaliation, but was also augmenting the might of his punches with successive layers of intent, thereby intensifying their power. Boom! At that moment, a fierce wind surged, sweeping the dense fog from the courtyard. Once the mist cleared, Elder Lin beheld the young master of the palace standing at the center of the yard with a banana fan, while Elder Sun was cornered against the wall by the boy's relentless punches. Moreover, the force of the boy's strikes had escalated to a terrifying degree, prompting an involuntary thought in Elder Lin's mind. Can this even be considered martial skill? Elder Lin, command all the corpses and spirits to surround and eliminate that boy. Suddenly, the young master of the Qianjiang palace bellowed, then wielded the banana fan, forcefully fanning towards Xu Taiping. Boom! A violent gust of energy surged forth from the fan, akin to an invisible giant hand, striking heavily at Xu Taiping. However, Xu Taiping's fist merely hesitated for a moment before he smashed through the oncoming gale with a single punch, once again delivering a heavy blow to Elder Sunday Bang. Amidst the resounding shock, Xu Taiping's punch, like a battering ram, directly shattered Elder Sun's protective energy and struck heavily against him. Initially, Elder Sun believed that his soft armor would at least withstand Xu Taiping's blow, but he did not anticipate that Xu Taiping's overwhelming force would penetrate his armor, violently impacting his muscles, bones, and even his internal organs. Elder Sun, pale from pain, spat out a mouthful of blood. As his entire body erupted in a mist of crimson, the force of Xu Taiping's punches remained unrelenting, even escalating to a terrifying realm following his recent strike. Indeed, this was the final blow of Xu Taiping's bull charge formation, the 108th punch. Not only Elder Sun perceived it, but also the young master of Qianjiang Palace and Elder Lin felt its weight. "You insolent wretch," Elder Lin bellowed. Then, at great personal cost, summoned all nearby corpses to swiftly charge at Xu Taiping. Meanwhile, the young master Qingxiao raised a fan, wielding it with both hands, and forcefully swept it down towards Xu Taiping. With a thunderous roar, a tempest akin to a waterfall cascaded down upon Xu Taiping. Yet, Xu Taiping did not flinch. As he launched his punch, he summoned the power of the Zhangwan ring, conjuring a wind wall around himself. He was acutely aware that once they deciphered his punching trajectory, he would have no further opportunity to unleash 108 punches. Concurrently, he trusted that assistance would come to shield him from the impending strike and the surrounding corpses. With unwavering focus, Xu Taiping delivered his 108th punch, striking forcefully against Elder Sun's chest. The accumulated power of 108 punches, a reservoir of strength, converged upon this singular blow. Bang! A dull thud echoed as Elder Sun's garments tore, erupting into a crimson mist, and he shot backwards like an arrow released from its bow. Before he could hit the ground, his body disintegrated into a gruesome spectacle. Wretch! Elder Lin's eyes bulged in fury, unleashing another roar. The horde of corpses that had approached Xu Taiping now howled in unison, lunging at him with ravenous intent. Simultaneously, the tempestuous wind descended from above. Should Xu Taiping withstand these dual onslaughts, even if he survived, he would undoubtedly be grievously wounded. Just then, a sharp clang resounded, shattering the tension. A colossal sword shadow swept across Xu Taiping's head, dispersing the gale, and then erupted into a flurry of razor-sharp sword qi, raining down upon the advancing corpses. Xu Taiping turned his gaze to see Lin Biyu suspended in the air, wielding a long sword to activate the formation. He sighed in relief. His unrestrained punches were made possible by his faith in Lin Biyu's ability to clear surrounding threats. Qingxiao sect, await my vengeance, for I, Qingxiao, shall repay this grudge. Realizing the precariousness of the situation, Qingxiao grasped Elder Lin and activated the fan, propelling them away. Taiping, do not pursue. Xu Taiping was about to chase after them when Sister Zijing called out from behind. To be able to fly within this immortal estate, that fan must be a celestial treasure. If Qingxiao retaliates desperately, it could spell trouble for you. At that moment, Xu Zian landed beside Xu Taiping. What if he goes out and publicizes this matter, provoking retaliation from the Qianjiang palace? Xu Taiping inquired. Do not underestimate us, Qingxiao. Xu Zian replied with a dismissive smile. Moreover, we currently have an even more pressing matter to attend to, she continued, furrowing her brow. A more pressing matter? Xu Taiping questioned, somewhat perplexed. Given that the people from Qianjiang Palace had already been driven away, and that there was nothing within the Rain-Du courtyard that posed a threat to the Qingxian sect, he found it difficult to discern what could be of greater urgency. During our recent skirmish with the people from Qianjiang Palace, the dragon-tooth fruit we had harvested was snatched away by a corpse-like creature that emerged from the garden. Xu Zian explained, her expression troubled. Chapter 128, Dragon-tooth fruit. The cellar within the ruins. It is right here, she indicated, pointing to the entrance of a cellar situated in the center of an abandoned courtyard within the Rain-Du garden. At that moment, the entrance to the cellar was obstructed by several large stones, adorned with 2 talismans. When the people from Qianjiang Palace were attacking outside, that creature suddenly appeared and seized the dragon-tooth fruit from my hands before fleeing into this cellar, said Lu Yuxian, the 6th sister, with a face full of remorse. It is not your fault. Even the records of the 9 houses did not mention the presence of such creatures in this garden. They must have emerged in recent years. Xu Zian gently reassured Lu Yuxian, patting her shoulder. Did you and the other sisters place these stones and talismans here? Xu Taiping asked Xu Zian. Given the urgency of the situation and the presence of Qianjiang Palace outside, we had no choice but to seal the cellar. Xu Zian nodded in affirmation. As long as that creature remains inside, there should not be any significant issues. With so many of us here, a mere creature should not pose a problem. However, there is one concern. Xu Zian suddenly frowned. What concern? Xu Taiping looked at Xu Zian in confusion. When I pursued it earlier, I discovered that this cellar is fortified with restrictions more formidable than those of the celestial ruins. Once inside the cellar passage, one cannot utilize their true energy or spiritual power. Furthermore, I observed that when the creature fled inside, it raised several stone doors along the way. Without the ability to use true energy, none among us could accomplish such a feat, Xu Zian elucidated to Xu Taiping. Upon hearing this, everyone turned their gaze towards Xu Taiping, for it was evident that among those present, only Xu Taiping, a martial arts master, possessed the capability to enter the cellar. Then let me go down, Xu Taiping readily agreed, understanding that the 6 peaks had engaged him for this very purpose. Seeing Xu Taiping's swift acceptance, Xu Zian breathed a sigh of relief. Confronting a creature alone without the ability to wield true energy was no trivial matter. Here, take this bottle of rebound elixir and this bottle of qi-enhancing pills, Xu Zian said as she handed 2 vials of elixirs to Xu Taiping. I also have 2 high-grade yellow-rank golden bell talismans, as well as a low-grade true fire talisman, which should suffice for a brief encounter. Several senior sisters subsequently presented their talismans and elixirs to Xu Taiping, one by one. Thank you, 3rd sister, 4th sister, 6th sister. With these 2 bottles of elixirs gifted by Sister Zian, I shall have more than enough. The treasures like talismans are of little use against the prohibitions below. Xu Taiping felt somewhat overwhelmed by the enthusiastic attention of his senior sisters. By the way, Sister Zian, can this cellar be located on the 9 states map? He inquired of Xu Zian. No, the Rain-Du garden is vast, and many areas have fallen into disrepair. Had we not chased after that hairy zombie, we might never have discovered this cellar, Xu Zian replied. Thus, this cellar may pose greater dangers than we anticipate. If you are unwilling to descend, we shall not compel you, she added. Had it not been for the theft of the dragon-tooth fruit, she would have preferred to spare Xu Taiping from venturing down. Sister Zian is overthinking. It should not be that perilous, Xu Taiping chuckled, shaking his head. Based on his prior understanding at Duan Tianya's place, apart from the depths of the ruins, there were virtually no flying zombies in other areas. I will go down together. At that moment, Lin Buyu stepped forward. Upon hearing Lin Buyu's intention to descend, the senior sisters immediately voiced their objections. I possess this protective robe passed down by my master. In a critical moment, I can pull him back, Lin Buyu insisted. Hearing this, Xu Zian pondered seriously for a moment. Then, seeing Lin Buyu's determination, she finally nodded. Then Buyu, you may descend as well, to keep an eye on Taiping. Xu Zian was aware of the origins of Lin Buyu's robe and understood that as long as they did not encounter a flying zombie, they would likely face no significant issues. Within the cellar passage, Xu Taiping said to Lin Buyu, "Buyu, I can handle this alone. Perhaps you should go back up." "It is not my desire to descend. It is Lin Bian who believes there may be valuable items in this cellar," Lin Buyu responded. "Impudent girl. Why would you reveal such confidential matters to him?" Lin Bian interjected. "Without him, would you be able to obtain anything?" Lin Buyu calmly retorted. "What exactly did you sense, Sister Bian?" Xu Taiping inquired, having grown accustomed to Lin Buyu's spontaneous remarks. "The aura of spiritual herbs. If I am not mistaken, this cellar was once a place for storing spiritual herbs in the Rain-Dew Garden," Lin Bian replied, somewhat reluctantly. "Spiritual herbs that have banished immortal values so highly must possess considerable quality, I presume?" Xu Taiping thought to himself, somewhat astonished. However, he did not dwell on it. For him, the primary objective of this venture was still to assist the Six Peaks in obtaining the dragon-tooth fruit. Boom. Bang. After raising 3 heavy stone doors, Xu Taiping and Lin Buyu finally entered the interior of the cellar. "Kid, these stone doors must weigh nearly 10,000 pounds. And you managed to lift them solely with your physical strength. What technique do you employ for body refinement?" Lin Bian asked Xu Taiping. "If Buyu wishes to know, I can share it with her," Xu Taiping replied, brushing off the dust from his clothes and turning back to smile at her. The reason for such a statement is that he is acutely aware that Lin Buyu would never inquire. "Indeed, I do not wish to." Lin Buyu nodded earnestly. "With whom?" "Lin Bian, do you truly align?" Lin Bian ground his teeth in frustration. Bang. Just as Lin Buyu engaged in a verbal spar with herself, Xu Taiping raised a stone door. Whoosh. However, the moment the stone door was lifted, a gust of wind carrying a hint of decay surged forth, and a pair of glowing green eyes materialized before them. It was a long-haired zombie. Swish. In an instant of eye contact, the zombie brandished a long sword and, without a word, lunged at Xu Taiping. At that moment, Xu Taiping was struggling to hold the heavy stone door aloft. It was nearly impossible to counter this attack while maintaining his grip. In that critical moment, Lin Buyu boldly stepped forward and collided heavily with the long-haired zombie. With a resounding thud, aided by her robe of maneuvering, she succeeded in staggering the creature. However, due to the vast disparity in strength, her frail form was sent flying. Chapter 129, Dragon Tooth Fruit, Disciple of the Celestial Abode Relics? Fortunately, the protective robe cushioned her fall, minimizing any significant injury. Yet, her bold maneuver had completely captured the zombie's attention. With a sharp sound, the zombie deftly wielded its long sword and aimed a thrust at Lin Buyu. Though the strike was a mere ordinary sword technique, the speed was astonishing, concentrating all its power at the blade's tip. Thus, even with the protective robe shielding her, Lin Buyu was still sent hurtling backwards by the force of the sword. Boom. Just then, Xu Taiping had fully lifted the stone door, and in a flash, he dashed towards the zombie like the wind, swiftly drawing his blade to confront the long-haired creature. Bang! The clash of sword against blade sent the zombie tumbling backwards. Xu Taiping himself was pushed back several steps by the force transmitted from the zombie's sword. He was somewhat taken aback. After all, he was not only devoid of any protective gear, but had also released the stagnant energy from one of his acupoints, which should have greatly enhanced his strength compared to an ordinary zombie. Clang! At that moment, the zombie charged again, its swordplay exquisite and intricate. Xu Taiping found himself at a loss for how to counter it. Ultimately, he resorted to brute strength, executing a powerful strike. Again, a resounding bang echoed as the zombie was sent flying by Xu Taiping's blow. However, to Xu Taiping's astonishment, he discovered 2 deep gashes on his wrist and chest from the encounter. Judging by the depth of the wounds, had his body not been sufficiently resilient, these strikes could have proven fatal. This caused Xu Taiping to regard the zombie with newfound respect. "Young man, this zombie's swordsmanship is ancient and profound. It is highly likely that in life, it was a disciple of this celestial abode sect. You might devise a method to incapacitate it temporarily while I use my flute to control it," a voice echoed behind Xu Taiping. From the tone of the speaker, it was undoubtedly Lin Bian. Xu Taiping nodded, and then with a sudden burst of strength, he dashed towards the recently risen hairy zombie like a gust of wind. Before it could stabilize itself, he unleashed a flurry of punches upon its joints, shattering them completely. The hairy zombie fell to the ground, yet continued to emit furious roars. However, even for a zombie, it would require at least the time it takes to brew a cup of tea for those shattered joints to mend. "Sister Bian, Do you think this hairy zombie could be a disciple of this celestial estate? Xu Taiping inquired, squatting down to scrutinize the creature while not turning his head. The sword technique you just employed resembles some ancient styles from my memory. It's rare for modern cultivators to wield swords in such a manner. Lin Bian replied with an unusual seriousness. As she responded to Xu Taiping, she retrieved a bamboo flute and began to play softly. As the flute's melody filled the air, the malevolent glare in the zombie's eyes visibly dissipated. Seeing this, Xu Taiping felt a weight lift from his chest and began to examine the zombie's features closely. Upon their initial encounter, he noticed that this hairy zombie was quite different from those he had encountered outside, for its body appeared nearly intact, devoid of any visible damage. After a thorough inspection, he found that aside from its pallid and gaunt complexion, it seemed no different from an ordinary person, judging by its attire and the tattered earrings. It appeared to be a woman. No wonder Sister Zijing emphasized that it had transformed from a female corpse, Xu Taiping murmured quietly. At that moment, the music from the flute ceased, and the zombie's gaze turned vacant, staring blankly upwards. As long as we refrain from any aggressive actions towards her, she will ignore our presence for the duration of an incense stick and resume her daily routine as usual. Lin Buyu approached Xu Taiping. However, judging by the tone, it was likely Lin Bian who spoke. What else can a corpse do apart from seeking blood? Xu Taiping wondered curiously. That pertains to ordinary zombies. If it were a powerful cultivator's corpse transformed into a zombie, even if their soul and memories were lost, their physical form would retain some semblance of their former life. Especially the repetitive tasks they perform daily, Lin Bian elucidated. So, you intend to glean insights related to this celestial estate by observing what this zombie does? Xu Taiping conjectured. I detest arrogant little imps who think themselves clever. Lin Bian shot Xu Taiping a disdainful glance. Yet, at that moment, her body was immediately taken over by Lin Buyu. Ignore her. Let us proceed, Lin Buyu instructed Xu Taiping. Xu Taiping nodded, then clapped his hands and stood up, stating, let us first search for those dragon-tooth fruits. Prioritizing the discovery of those fruits is far more pressing than unraveling the secrets of this celestial estate. Lin Buyu nodded in agreement. She retrieved a jade box from her sleeve. As the lid opened, the previously dim cellar was suddenly illuminated as brightly as day. Inside the jade box lay a luminous pearl. Let us search separately, Xu Taiping remarked quietly, reflecting on Lu Feng's wealth, while casting a glance at Lin Buyu beside him. I shall explore the east, while you take the west. Lin Buyu nodded in agreement. As they had previously speculated, this cellar indeed served as a repository for medicinal herbs. However, the majority of the herbs had long since decayed, indicating they had been stored for an extensive period. Yet, what puzzled them was that despite their thorough search, they found no trace of the dragon-tooth fruit that the hairy zombie had seized. Suddenly, just as they were at a loss, the hairy zombie abruptly rose from the ground and hopped past Lin Buyu and Xu Taiping, completely disregarding their presence. Exchanging a glance, Xu Taiping and Lin Buyu silently decided to follow. Soon, the hairy zombie stopped beside a shelf at the eastern end of the cellar. She reached out, moved a wooden box aside, and then rhythmically knocked 3 times on the wall behind it. Immediately, the sound of rumbling mechanisms echoed throughout the cellar. They then watched as the ground in the center of the cellar began to shift, revealing a dark entrance. Indeed, there is another layer, Xu Taiping exclaimed with surprise. Glancing at Lin Buyu, we must thank my mother for this. Lin Buyu was about to leap forward, but was firmly held back by Lin Buyu. Xu Taiping nodded in understanding. Chapter 130. The dragon-tooth fruit and the trapped disciple in the cellar. Upon descending to the second level of the cellar, Xu Taiping was immediately enveloped by a rich aroma of spiritual herbs and spotted the dragon-tooth fruit resting on a table in the center. Alas, we have arrived too late. After searching through the area, Lin Buyu, who had been released to find herbs, let out a deep sigh, filled with regret. Many of these herbs were over 1,000 years old. Such ancient spiritual herbs were now exceedingly rare in the cultivation world. However, due to their prolonged storage, they had either rotted or lost their potency, rendering them useless, a true waste of resources. As she spoke, she gently set down a withered spiritual herb with a hint of sorrow. Hearing her words, Xu Taiping felt a sense of loss as well, realizing that if they had had the 1,000-year-old spiritual herbs as nourishment, the dragon fruit would surely yield even more extraordinary treasures. Previously, a 400- or 500-year-old fire Ganoderma had enabled the dragon fruit to unearth the dragon gallstone on Yunlu Mountain. Thus, With a millennium's worth of spiritual herbs, they might unearth something even more precious. Nevertheless, finding the dragon tooth fruit would suffice to fulfill their mission. Just as Xu Taiping was about to suggest returning to Lingyue, he suddenly noticed that the female hairy zombie had halted in front of a shelf, seemingly fixated on something. After a long moment, she finally moved on. Could it be that there was something of significance here? Xu Taiping approached the vacant shelf, and as if guided by an unseen force, reached out to pat it. However, before his hand could make contact with the surface, it was obstructed by an object. By touch, he discerned it to be a wooden box covered with cloth. Clearly, something of significance was concealed beneath this shroud, perhaps a treasure of extraordinary value. Intrigued, he attempted to remove the cloth. In an instant, an exquisitely crafted box emerged upon the shelf, while a piece of gray fabric materialized in his hand. Indeed, a delightful discovery. Xu Taiping exclaimed in joy, calling out to Lingyue to come and see. Have you found something? Lingyue hurried to his side. There is a hidden box here, Xu Taiping replied, draping the cloth back over the wooden box, rendering it invisible once more. Lingyue's eyes sparkled with curiosity. Let us open it, she suggested, her face radiating intrigue. Xu Taiping nodded and opened the unlatched wooden box. The moment it was revealed, an indescribable fragrance permeated the cellar, and within the box lay 2 emerald-hued pills, quietly resting. Grass reversion pills, Lingyue exclaimed, her excitement spilling over. What are grass reversion pills? Xu Taiping, unfamiliar with the elixirs, inquired. They are an ancient and exceedingly rare alchemical creation. Consuming one enhances the purity of a cultivator's vital energy for 6 months, significantly accelerating the process of refining it. Some have even reported increases of 3 to 4 times, Lingyue explained. 3 to 4 times. Xu Taiping's heart raced at the prospect. If this were true, he could potentially break through to the next level within a year. Yet, following the cataclysm that befell the ancient cultivation world, many recipes, including that of the grass reversion pill, had been lost to time, with only a few sporadically discovered in remnants of celestial abodes. The sect I was part of before my transformation was fortunate enough to possess one, Lingyue added, her tone unusually solemn. Then I shall take one, and you can have the other, Xu Taiping declared, retrieving one pill and offering the second along with the box to Lingyue. This is your find, you must claim it. Before she could protest, Lingyue was interrupted by Lingyue's insistence. Were it not for your keen eye, I might never have discovered this second layer of the cellar. Xu Taiping pressed the box into her hands and resumed his search in the cellar. That lad is quite generous. You have a good eye for character, Lingyue murmured, observing Xu Taiping as he rummaged about. Of course, she replied earnestly, tucking the grass reversion pill into her sleeve. Meanwhile, Xu Taiping continued his exploration. After a thorough search, he stumbled upon a dusty alchemical furnace nestled in a corner. Do you also possess the ability to refine pills? Seeing Xu Taiping so elated, Lin Bian inquired with a hint of curiosity. Do you possess some knowledge? Xu Taiping nodded affirmatively. This alchemical furnace is rather ordinary. It barely reaches the level of a magical artifact. However, it will suffice for your practice. Lin Bian gently tapped the furnace and made her assessment. It is adequate for my needs, Xu Taiping expressed his satisfaction. According to Fairy Lingyue's earlier assertion, the alchemical pills he currently required could be produced with a furnace of this caliber, unlike those of the artifact level that would shatter after just a few uses. After scanning the surroundings, Lin Bian suddenly exhibited a tinge of disappointment. She had anticipated discovering a greater abundance of spiritual herbs, but realized that the existence of this celestial abode far exceeded her expectations. With most of the herbs having succumbed to decay, these dragon tooth fruits seem to have been harvested during the last fruiting by that hairy zombie. Let us each take 15, and the rest can be given to the 6 peaks, she suggested, pointing to the pile of dragon tooth fruits on the table. That works. Xu Taiping agreed without objection. The acquisition of a single grass huandan and an alchemical furnace had already surpassed his expectations. What are the effects of the dragon tooth fruit? Xu Taiping asked Lin Bian, his curiosity piqued. The dragon tooth fruit is a primary ingredient in the concoction of thunder avoidance pills. After reaching the Xian realm, practitioners must undergo a trial of 5 thunders to stabilize their realm and facilitate further breakthroughs, which necessitates the use of thunder avoidance pills. If ingested alone, it can temporarily elevate your vitality beyond physical limits. For someone like you, capable of delivering a blow of 10,000 pounds after consumption, It should enable a strike nearing 20,000 pounds. However, the backlash once the effects wear off can be quite severe, with some practitioners even perishing due to excessive vitality. Thus, it should only be used in dire circumstances, Lin Bian explained, offering both information and caution. Xu Taiping nodded in understanding. He was not one to court death recklessly, but he anticipated that after breaking through to the Qian realm, he would be able to utilize the dragon tooth fruit. Just as the two were preparing to leave the cellar, carrying the batch of dragon tooth fruits to find senior Sister Zijing and the others, a sudden flurry of writing sounds echoed within the cellar. They turned towards the source of the noise and beheld the female zombie, who, after wandering the cellar for a while, produced a bare brush and began to inscribe upon a stone table. Although the brush bore no ink and the table lacked paper, her prolonged repetition of the action had etched discernible lines into the hard rock surface. Lin Bian and Xu Taiping lowered their heads in unison, intrigued by the neatly arranged characters inscribed on the stone. To my esteemed master, today marks the 107th year that I, your disciple, have been trapped in this cellar. The restrictions of the cellar sever the connection to the spiritual energies of heaven and earth, sealing away all my cultivation. I am powerless to open the heavy stone doors and, for the past 2 years, have been unable to nourish this body with true essence. This vessel is at its last gasp and may not withstand this year. The remaining 2 pills of grass still rest with you. However, my frail body renders their consumption futile, even detrimental. Thus, Master, this may well be the final letter from your disciple. I long for you dearly, as well as for my senior brothers. I find myself plagued by regret, lamenting the decision that kept me from departing alongside you. This solitary century has been an unbearable torment. Though you warned me of the perilous journey ahead, I held steadfast in my belief that you and my brothers survived, surely discovering a means to resolve the calamity of the void. It is merely that the distance you traversed prevents your swift return to gather your disciple. The celestial order exhibits such injustice. Our Taishan sect has consistently acted in righteousness, repelling the relentless assaults of the 9 abyss demons and rescuing the dawn of countless lives from despair. Without our presence, the entirety of the Sumi realm would have succumbed to desolation. Yet, why are we, the Taishan sect, beset by this calamity of the void? Where did we falter? Should we have allowed the 9 abyss to invade the Sumi realm, permitting those wicked forces to prey upon the weak? Is our adherence to integrity the very reason we suffer at the hands of these malevolent beings? Master, I refuse to accept this fate. I would rather perish at the hands of the 9 abyss demons than succumb to a suffocating demise beneath the earth, crushed by this calamity of the void. Why does the celestial order exhibit such cruelty? In anticipation of the unforeseen, in case you and the others are unable to return, and should the first to discover this place be someone else, I offer this message to the fortunate stranger who encounters this letter. Stranger, though I know not whether you are benevolent or malevolent, the mere act of reading this letter binds our destinies. Therefore, I beseech you to convey a message to the realm you inhabit. The calamity of the void has not yet concluded. Do not heed the whispers of the void, nor disregard the laws of the great Tao. Otherwise, the calamity shall descend upon your land, and both you and your domain shall be reduced to celestial ashes. Moreover, you must eradicate all mortal cultivators, forbidding their practice. While there is no concrete evidence, the ancient prophecies of our Taishan sect suggest that the existence of these mortal cultivators contravenes the laws of the Tao and may well be the very source of the calamity of the void. Though this letter is but a brief missive, it has wrought profound upheaval for Xu Taiping and Lin Biyu. The Sumi realm, Taishan sect, 9 abyss demon domain, and the calamity of the void, particularly the final decree to eliminate all mortal cultivators, cast the two into a prolonged silence. I do not believe it. Lin Biyu finally declared after an extended pause. What do you not believe? Xu Taiping inquired, raising his gaze to Lin Biyu. Everything in this letter, Lin Biyu replied. You foolish girl, you cannot dismiss the entire letter simply because of the decree to eliminate all mortals. Lin Bian interjected. You must not believe it either, otherwise. Do not expect to emerge again, Lin Biyu commanded Lin Bian. Very well, very well. Whatever you say stands, Lin Bian replied with a tone of resignation. Observing their exchange, Xu Taiping smiled softly, feeling deeply moved. However, Sister Bian, have you ever heard of the so-called Taishu Liangjie, or the Shumi realm and Taishan sect mentioned in the letter? Although Xu Taiping was addressing Lin Biyu, his inquiry was directed at Lin Bian. I only know that our realm is referred to as the Qianjiang realm. and the expanse we inhabit is known as Jinwu. Beyond Jinwu, the Shangqing realm encompasses 4 other domains: Yuyuan, Jiuming, Xianhuang, and Chenghuang. Yet, I have never encountered the term Xumi realm, let alone the Taishan sect within it. As for the concept of Fangu being some chaotic root of the Taishu Lianjia, that is utterly foreign to me, Lin Bian replied candidly. Upon hearing this, Xu Taiping felt a slight sense of relief. According to Lin Bian, at least in this Shangqing realm, within Jinwu, Fangu was not subjected to hostility from the cultivation world. Therefore, could it be that the Taishan sect is a foreign sect unknown to us? He sought further clarification from Lin Bian. Who can say? Based on certain ancient texts I have perused, Jinwu is situated at the lowest tier among the 6 realms and is also the smallest. The subsequent realms, Yuyuan, Jiuming, Xianhuang, and Qingxiao, progressively ascend in size and stature. It is rumored that entry into Qingxiao may indeed lead one to a path beyond our realm. Yet, even within this modest Jinwu, we might spend our entire lives in pursuit of its mysteries, let alone those beyond the 5 realms. Lin Bian spoke with a tone steeped in melancholy. Xu Taiping appeared contemplative upon hearing this. Perhaps I could inquire with Fairy Lingyue when I return, he mused inwardly. However, there is an ancient legend I have heard that bears some relation to this. Suddenly, Lin Bian added, "What is it?" Xu Taiping asked, perplexed. It is said that in ancient times, humanity was entirely ignorant of cultivation, and the entire Shangqing realm was under the dominion of several immensely powerful ancient beasts, relegating humans to mere livestock for their blood. Until one day, 6 colossal stone tablets descended from the heavens, inscribed with 300 source methods, which serve as the foundation for all our current cultivation practices. With these source methods, humanity gradually liberated itself from the rule of the ancient beasts, establishing the present era of human governance. Moreover, besides these 300 source methods, the final inscription on the tablets bears a statement unrelated to the techniques. In the world, spiritual bones are divided into 4 grades. First grade heavenly spiritual bones, second grade golden spiritual bones, third grade mysterious spiritual bones, and fourth grade white spiritual bones. All others are considered common bones, devoid of the means for cultivation. It is this very phrase that gave rise to the classification of spiritual bones and the notion of common bones being unfit for cultivation. However, by the time of the ancient epoch, after tens of thousands of years of exploration, common bones had also developed methods for cultivation, and thus, the significance of this matter was gradually forgotten. Yet, judging by the contents of the letter today, it seems that the admonition inscribed on the tablets was not merely a casual remark, but rather a warning to us. Upon hearing this, Xu Taiping furrowed his brow. Is the stone tablet still in existence? He queried Lin Bian. As early as tens of thousands of years ago, the stone tablet was destroyed, shattered into countless fragments, some of which were collected by various major sects, transforming into individual spirit bone tablets. Lin Bian responded, "So that's how the spirit bone tablets came to be." Xu Taiping remarked, somewhat astonished. However, although this stone tablet indeed existed, whether it contained the 300 source laws or truly bore the admonitory words was unknown. When you eventually break through to the transformation realm, you may venture to the Yuyuan sky. It is said that within that realm, a certain sect preserves an intact ancient stone tablet. Lin Bian continued. Thank you for the information, Bian sister. Xu Taiping silently noted her words. However, I advise you to destroy this letter, even if its contents are true. It originates from this immortal estate's relic and is in the hands of the disciples of this relic's sect. If it were to reach the outside world, it would undoubtedly become an excuse for the cultivation community to criticize mundane bone practitioners. Lin Bian further cautioned Xu Taiping. Xu Taiping nodded in agreement, as this was precisely his intention. Regardless of whether it was this letter or the corpse spirit, he wished to show it to the spirit moon fairy, as it might lead to some clues. If possible, I would also like to take this corpse spirit with me. He then turned to Lin Buyu. If I can carry it away, that would be the cleanest solution. But do you have something to contain it? A regular spatial ring cannot accommodate a corpse spirit. Lin Bian frowned. Hearing this, Xu Taiping produced a green gourd, removed its lid, and directly absorbed the stone table and the female corpse spirit into it. Although the white feathers and piece within the gourd could not emerge, placing some items inside posed no problem. Your gourd. Upon witnessing this scene, Lin Bian's eyes instantly brightened, yet before she could finish her words, control of her body was seized back by Lin Buyu. Proceed, Lin Buyu instructed Xu Taiping. After retrieving the dragon tooth fruit, On the evening of the third day, within the rain-dew garden, at the entrance of a secluded courtyard, several corpse spirits seemed to have caught the scent of humanity, cautiously inching towards the courtyard entrance. This desolate ground, aside from wild grasses and shrubs, was littered with broken walls and remnants, resembling a small maze. At that moment, Xu Taiping was concealed behind a fragment of wall, his hand resting on the hilt of his sword, breath held, as he awaited the approach of a shaggy corpse spirit wielding a large blade and with long hair flowing. Illuminated by the moonlight, Xu Taiping observed the shadow of the shaggy corpse spirit gradually drawing closer. Finally, when the shadow's head aligned with that of the wall, Xu Taiping suddenly drew his sword and pivoted. With a swift motion, his blade struck precisely at the head of the shaggy corpse spirit as it emerged. The shaggy corpse spirit instinctively attempted to evade. Yet, as Xu Taiping's long knife descended, an aura of blade intent entwined with the surrounding terrain, akin to a chain, firmly ensnaring the shaggy corpse spirit. With a whoosh, accompanied by the sound of slicing wind, Xu Taiping's spring tiger blade cleanly severed the head of the shaggy corpse spirit. Subsequently, he employed the same method to decapitate the wandering corpse spirits scattered across the desolate ground. In the span of merely half a stick of incense, the entire expanse of barren land was purged of its ghastly spirits. Having mastered the art of wielding the demon-slaying blade, the task of banishing these wraiths became significantly more manageable. After employing the true fire talisman to dispose of the remnants, Xu Taiping sheathed his blade and murmured softly to himself. One wonders if Senior Sister Zijing and the others have nearly completed the formation of their array. He glanced back toward the concealed courtyard behind him. The day before yesterday, upon emerging from the cellar, he and Lingyue had promptly delivered the dragon tooth fruit to Senior Sister Zijing. The return of the dragon tooth fruit, not only recovered but also in doubled quantity, had filled the hearts of the Six Peaks sisters with joy, as they incessantly expressed their gratitude towards Xu Taiping. Inquiries regarding the events that transpired within the cellar were met with mere casual questions. Following the successful harvest of the dragon tooth fruit, the group from the Six Peaks commenced their next phase of planning, seeking a secure location to establish a protective barrier, awaiting the day when the grand array would once again activate. Indeed, the strategy of the Six Peaks was to set down a protective barrier, enduring until the day the ruins of the Yumen's immortal mansion would be accessible once more. For this purpose, the sisters had been tirelessly engaged from that evening until noon today, completing the arrangement of their formation in this secluded little courtyard of the rain-dew garden. This was information he had gleaned while having lunch. Naturally, while the sisters busied themselves, Xu Taiping was not idle. He stood vigil at the entrance of the courtyard, simultaneously absorbing the teachings of the demon-slaying blade transmitted by Duan Qianjiang, occasionally practicing his skills against the wraiths, as he had just done. Over the course of these 2 days, he had nearly comprehended the introductory sections on blade intent and blade momentum. Although it was merely the preliminary content, it had proven immensely beneficial to Xu Taiping, particularly the section on blade momentum. Previously, he had only understood the concept of accumulating intent to generate momentum and utilizing that momentum to vanquish foes. Yet he had been oblivious to the possibility of leveraging intent to borrow momentum from others, the terrain, and even the heavens, thereby ensnaring and eliminating adversaries. In summary, the experience had been profoundly rewarding. Moreover, as he occasionally dispatched a wraith or two, the sisters of the Six Peaks grew increasingly warm towards him, frequently bringing him sustenance during his night watch. However, Lingyue had not engaged in much conversation with him since their exit from the cellar, engrossed as she was in the array's arrangements. Taiping. Just as Xu Taiping contemplated returning to inquire about the sisters' progress, a familiar voice resonated behind him. Upon turning, he beheld Xu Zijing. Senior Sister Zijing, he greeted, rising to approach her. How fares the formation of the array? It is nearly complete. Xu Zijing replied with a nod and a smile. The protective array we are establishing, known as the Golden Scales Formation, employs 7 precious Kirin bones as its foundation, complemented by 7 artifact-grade array flags and supported by over 100 spirit stones to replenish the array's spiritual energy. Once activated, it will be impenetrable even to entities of the flying corpse caliber, sufficiently robust to sustain us until the array reopens. With a buoyant spirit, Xu Zijing eagerly conveyed this information to Xu Taiping. Your efforts are greatly appreciated, Senior Sister. Upon hearing these words, Xu Taiping silently sighed in relief. The completion of the formation signified that their task was nearing its conclusion. It was not that he was eager to return, rather. The impending half-month deadline for the loosening of the sealing talisman loomed ever closer, and he feared that any disturbances here could jeopardize their mission. The sole drawback of this formation was its intricate setup and the protracted time required for activation. Fortuitously, your presence had been instrumental, otherwise. Had two feral corpses appeared as they did yesterday, they would have undoubtedly been forced to halt the formation's arrangement. Xu Zian expressed her gratitude sincerely. Sister Zian, you are far too courteous, Xu Taiping replied, shaking his head. He continued with utmost honesty. Originally, the Six Peaks summoned me precisely for these tasks, and moreover, if anything were to happen to you, how could I face second senior brother? In his eyes, Sister Zian's safety surpassed the importance of the Six Peaks mission. What do I have to explain? Sister Zian's cheeks flushed slightly, and she swiftly shifted the topic. Taiping, you needn't keep watch outside tonight. The grand formation will be activated by tomorrow morning at the latest. Junior Sister Lu and the others have prepared some food and drink. After 3 nights of vigil, come inside and rest. Upon hearing this, Xu Taiping pondered seriously for a moment, ultimately shaking his head. Sister, although it is the final night, we cannot afford to be careless. Hearing this, Xu Zian did not immediately counter him, but instead contemplated deeply. Second sister. At that moment, Zhou Ao, the 7th junior disciple of the Six Peaks, hurriedly approached them. 7th junior, why are you out here? Xu Zian inquired, puzzled. Second sister. I'll take the night watch tonight. Allow junior brother Taiping to rest, Zhou Ao said, scratching his head, somewhat embarrassed. Xu Zian did not agree right away but turned to Xu Taiping, asking, what do you think, Taiping? Xu Taiping also refrained from answering immediately, looking at Zhou Ao instead. Are you capable? Had he heard this question in the past, Zhou Ao would surely have been incensed. However, through their recent interactions, he had come to understand Xu Taiping's character and realized that the inquiry was merely for confirmation, devoid of malice. Besides, during this expedition to the Yunming Marsh ruins, Xu Taiping had saved his life twice. Rest assured, junior brother Taiping, while my swordplay and fist techniques may not match yours, dealing with 1 or 2 white corpses should pose no issue. Should I encounter a feral corpse, I will alert you immediately. Even if I cannot defeat it, I can certainly evade it for a while, Zhou Ao assured earnestly. It must be said that following this experience, Zhou Ao had significantly tempered his previously arrogant demeanor and adopted a more composed attitude. Then I shall leave it in your hands tonight. Xu Taiping considered for a moment before handing a communication talisman to Zhou Ao. Given his assurances, it would be unreasonable for him to decline further. Besides, he desired to return indoors for a bath and a change of clothes. That night, all was tranquil. After finishing his meal and bathing, Xu Taiping diligently practiced refining his meridians and acupoints until dawn broke. Junior brother Taiping. As he rose and stepped out of the room, several senior sisters had already begun to bustle about in the courtyard. Some were counting the spoils from their recent expedition into the secret realm. Others were organizing the items needed for the coming days, while a few were inspecting the various array nodes. Taiping, why aren't you sleeping a bit longer? At that moment, Xu Zian had just passed by Xu Taiping with Lin Buyu. No need. I'm going outside to take a look and relieve brother Zhou Ao. Xu Taiping replied, shaking his head. Yes, he can return. The integration of the Jinlin array nodes has gone exceedingly well, and we can activate the array at any time. Xu Zian nodded in agreement. Would you like to eat? 6th sister made these, Lin Buyu said, presenting a bun expressionlessly to Xu Taiping. Thank you, Buyu. I shall sample 6th sister's culinary skills, Xu Taiping said with a smile as he accepted the bun without a second thought. Boom. Just as he took a hearty bite and walked towards the courtyard, a sudden, violent tremor erupted from outside. Simultaneously, Zhou Ao's voice reverberated through the communication talisman. Thundering above the courtyard, sisters, it's a demon cultivator. Activate the array, activate the array, activate the array. His voice was filled with terror and urgency. After a brief moment of stunned silence, Xu Zian grabbed her long sword and drew it with a swift motion, declaring, activate the array. Hardly had her words left her lips when a surge of sword chi shot into the sky. Instantly, the 7 array nodes they had set up within the courtyard blazed with golden light, and pillars of golden radiance ascended with a thunderous roar, forming a massive golden barrier that enveloped the entire courtyard. Bang! Almost at the moment the array was activated, a figure crashed heavily against the top of the barrier. The senior sisters of the Six Peaks immediately recognized the identity of that figure, seventh brother Zhou. Simultaneously, a burly man with long golden hair, whose rugged visage and towering physique resembled that of an iron tower, appeared above the barrier, standing atop a swirling mass of dark mist. It's a demon cultivator. Xu Zijing, having previously encountered demon cultivators, instantly recognized the identity of the brawny man. Chapter 134. The demon cultivator arrives. Seal the demon soldier's spear. Open the array, or let him die. The robust man suddenly drew a dark spear from the black mist, his voice booming like thunder as he threatened everyone while raising the spear in a menacing gesture aimed at Zhou. Hearing this, the female disciples of the Six Peaks turned their gazes towards Xu Zijing. In that moment, Xu Zijing found herself in a precarious dilemma. Zhou had grown up before her eyes. Despite his less than pleasant demeanor, she could not bear to watch him perish right before her. Sister, open a gap in the array. I will guard it. Lin Buyu stepped forward. I will too, Xu Taiping said as he moved closer, hand resting on the hilt of his sword. Then I leave it to you both, Xu Zijing ultimately resolved, choosing to trust the two. With a gentle slash of her sword towards the barrier where Zhou was located, a gap appeared in the golden barrier. Zhou's body then fell through that opening. Whoosh! At that very moment, the brawny blonde man, standing atop the serpent of magic, seized the opportunity and hurled his spear with great force. Boom! The strike landed just before the barrier closed once more, aimed directly at Zhou's chest. Clang! In a split second, Lin Buyu transformed into a flash of sword light, intercepting the black spear with a swift slash. Bang! The tremendous shockwave sent Lin Buyu's sword flying, but he was undeterred. Just as he prepared to summon Lin Bian, risking his identity to block the spear, Xu Taiping leaped into action, shouting as he slashed down upon the spear. Bang! Utilizing the terrain, he managed to divert the spear's descent while attempting to restrain its trajectory. However, the power emanating from the spear was overwhelmingly formidable. In mere moments, it broke free from Xu Taiping's control, continuing its relentless path towards Zhou. Yet, in this fleeting instant, Xu Taiping abandoned his blade, pivoted sharply, and grasped the spear with both hands, unleashing his entire vitality to hold it fast. Whoosh! Even so, the spear surged forth from his grip. Fortunately, thanks to the combined efforts of Lin Buyu and Xu Taiping, the spear lost its aim, plunging heavily into the ground before Zhou. Boom! The moment the spear struck the earth, the entire courtyard trembled, the ground where it pierced sinking several feet into the soil. Xu Taiping glanced at his hands, realizing that the skin on his palms was nearly torn apart, a testament to the spear's immense power. Buzzing. Just as everyone believed Zhou was saved and the immediate danger averted, the colossal black spear began to vibrate violently, emitting an ear-piercing hum. After a series of tremors and resonant sounds, several female disciples from the Six Peaks began to spew blood. This was no ordinary weapon. It was a true demonic artifact that needed to be dealt with. Xu Zijing, who was controlling the formation, suddenly shouted. Crack! Without hesitation, Xu Taiping grasped the spear once more and yanked it from the ground. Buzzing. However, the moment he withdrew the spear, it trembled violently, causing his skin to crack and leaving him briefly deafened by its hum. Bang! Xu Zijing and Lin Buyu attempted to assist, but the demon cultivator above the formation raised a fist shrouded in dark energy and brought it crashing down upon the array. Boom! That seemingly unremarkable punch concealed a terrifying force that shook the golden barrier of the formation. Don't mind me. Guard the formation. Do not let him breach it. Xu Taiping bellowed, sensing Lin Buyu and the others rushing to his aid. He could sense that, at this moment, the cultivation level of the demonic practitioner was at least that of a demon lord, should he breach the formation and with the assistance of the demonic serpent. Even if Lin Buyu were to summon the power of Lin Bian, it would likely be impossible to save everyone present. Understanding Xu Taiping's thoughts, Lin Buyu promptly addressed Xu Zijing. Senior sister, the golden scale formation is not yet fully activated. Let us first establish the breaking cloud sword formation to counter that demonic practitioner. Xu Zijing glanced at Xu Taiping, who was straining to lift the demonic spear while gradually dragging it outside the courtyard, and nodded in agreement. Let us stabilize the golden scale formation before aiding Taiping. With a resonant sound of a sword cry, Lin Buyu and the others once again formed the breaking cloud sword formation. and a colossal sword shadow subsequently cleaved towards the demonic practitioner, who was still striking the formation with his fists. With a thunderous bang, the demonic practitioner staggered back several steps, his fists' momentum dissipating. However, he quickly roared at the demonic serpent below him. "I will break the formation. You must shield me from their swords." Following this, the demonic serpent let out a fierce roar and unleashed a jet of black flames towards Lingyue and his companions within the formation. Lingyue swiftly activated the sword formation once more, slicing through the plume of black flames. Yet, in that brief moment of respite, the muscles of the demonic practitioner suddenly swelled, and with a powerful strike, he hammered down upon the golden scale formation. The still incomplete formation shuddered violently, revealing signs of instability at several nodes. Unfortunately, Lingyue and his companions were entangled with the demonic serpent, rendering them unable to intervene. And they could only watch helplessly as the golden scale formation was gradually compromised. Xu Taiping in the courtyard also recognized this alarming development. However, he was already straining to control the demonic spear in his hand, leaving him little energy for anything else. Yet, witnessing the formation's gradual loosening, he could not remain idle. As he continued to drag the spear out of the courtyard, his mind raced, searching for a solution to the predicament. At that moment, the long-dormant sealing talisman in his left palm began to throb with pain. This familiar sensation sparked a realization in Xu Taiping. If the sealing talisman could bind the souls of demonic beings, might it also be able to seal this spear? He sensed that the spear, much like a spiritual weapon, possessed its own spirit, and its formidable power was undoubtedly linked to this spirit. Though it was akin to drinking poison to quench thirst, it appeared to be his only option. Resolutely, Xu Taiping grasped the demonic spear with his left hand and began to softly chant the sealing incantation. Buzzing almost instantaneously upon the incantation's utterance, the spear in his grasp began to tremble violently, thrashing like a wild beast attempting to escape his hold. Yet, Xu Taiping would not allow it to break free. Chapter 135. The Arrival of the Demonic Practitioner. The fearless shall prevail. With firm hands gripping the spear, he thrust it forcefully into the ground, resolutely refusing to let go, regardless of its violent struggles. In a fleeting moment, Xu Taiping felt as though the ghost sealing talisman on his left hand had awakened, resembling a famished beast ravenously devouring the malevolent energy emanating from the demonic spear. Ultimately, a distorted visage of a human face materialized upon the spear, seemingly threatening Xu Taiping with furious roars. Yet, before it could unleash further cacophony, it was consumed by the talisman in his grasp. With the vanishing of this malevolent visage, the aura of slaughter that enveloped the spear dissipated entirely, transforming it into an unremarkable long spear. Observing this, Xu Taiping, bloodied yet relieved, let out a sigh of relief. However, his brow soon furrowed once more, for he sensed the ghost sealing talisman beginning to rapidly absorb his life force. Let it be. Even if I exhaust my vitality to the point of death, it is preferable to being slain by a demon cultivator, he pondered, simultaneously consuming a packet of 8 treasures powder and a sustaining pill to mitigate the loss of his vitality. Bang, 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 bang. At that moment, the ground of the courtyard trembled violently once again. Looking up, Xu Taiping beheld the golden-haired demon cultivator, who suddenly sprouted an additional pair of arms from his back, launching a relentless barrage of punches against the barrier of the golden scale formation. Xu Taiping's brow knit tighter as he cast a glance at the formation flag planted within the courtyard, noticing the surrounding spiritual energy waning precariously, as if on the verge of collapse. If this continued, the golden scale formation would surely be breached before it could fully activate. Contemplating this, he glanced at the ghost sealing talisman mark on his left palm and resolved, rather than awaiting death passively, it was better to take a gamble. With that, he grasped the now inert long spear, swiftly consuming several recovery pills, and aimed the spear's tip at the golden-haired demon cultivator, who was preparing to strike once more. Leaning back, he summoned all his strength and hurled the spear towards the demon cultivator's head. Boom! The spear shot through the air with a piercing sound, aimed directly at the demon's skull. Yet, in the blink of an eye, the golden-haired cultivator abruptly sidestepped and seized the spear in one hand. Bang! Despite his grip on the spear, the force behind it caused the demon to stagger back several steps. The might of Xu Taiping's throw exceeded 10,000 pounds. As a fellow cultivator constrained by the prohibitions of the Yunmeng's Immortal Mansion's relics, The demon cultivator could not afford to underestimate such power. However, his astonishment at Xu Taiping's strength was swiftly eclipsed by his fury at the destruction of his weapon. "You dare to destroy my night demon spear?" He glared at Xu Taiping. "Believe it or not only can I obliterate your night demon spear, but I can also annihilate you." Xu Taiping, looking up with a smile filled with provocation, faced the golden-haired cultivator. Arrogant, the demon cultivator suddenly leaped from the demonic serpent, delivering a punch upon the barrier above Xu Taiping's head. Observing his reaction, Xu Taiping immediately deduced that this demon cultivator was likely treading the path of fury leading to demonic transformation. According to Duan Tianya's narrative in the preface of Demon Slayer Blade, this type of demon cultivator is most susceptible to losing reason due to their own emotions. However, it is precisely this volatility that causes their power to intensify with the surge of anger, rendering it a double-edged sword. "Who dares to challenge me to a duel?" The golden-haired demon cultivator coldly regarded Xu Taiping. "What is there to fear? Yet, I wish to compete solely in physical prowess and vitality. Should you agree, you may solemnly pledge to bind yourself." Xu Taiping replied confidently to the golden-haired demon cultivator. "Are you attempting to provoke me into a vow of self-binding, thereby buying time for these cultivators?" The golden-haired demon cultivator grinned slyly. "Naturally, otherwise, why would I risk my life to engage you one-on-one?" Xu Taiping answered matter-of-factly. Observing Xu Taiping's candid response, the demon cultivator hesitated, for his mission was to annihilate all disciples of the Qingxiao sect who had entered the immortal estate. What? A demon cultivator renowned for his formidable physique fears a mere human cultivator? Xu Taiping continued to taunt. His provocations were inspired by Duan Tianya's assessment of such demon cultivators in Demon Slayer Blade, as brawny yet simple-minded. "Fear you?" The golden-haired demon cultivator initially scoffed, then traced a sigil in the air with a fingertip imbued with demon blood, declaring, "For this duel, my demonic form suffices." He then patted the head of the demonic serpent and commanded, "Continue to assault this barrier. I shall retrieve that boy's head and join you shortly." With that, he leaped towards the entrance of the courtyard. "Boy, emerge. My patience is finite. If I reach 10 and you have yet to appear, our agreement is null and void. I shall breach this grand formation and then tear you apart." The golden-haired demon cultivator bellowed like thunder. "Taiping, do not act rashly, though your physique is formidable. How can it compare to that of a demon cultivator?" Upon hearing the demon's roar, Xu Zian suddenly called out to Xu Taiping with a hint of anxiety. "Indeed, we can hold out for at most the duration of half a stick of incense, after which the golden scale grand formation will fully activate, and we shall no longer have to fear him." "Taiping, wait a moment longer," urged several other senior sisters. In truth, it was precisely because the golden-haired demon cultivator was aware of this that he consented to Xu Taiping's challenge of physical combat. Xu Taiping did not respond to the others, but instead glanced at the formation flag within the courtyard, which now exuded no spiritual energy. Silently contemplating, "I fear we may not endure even half a stick of incense." If possible, he certainly would prefer not to confront the demon cultivator directly at this moment. However, the current circumstances left him no choice. He then examined the ghost sealing seal in his palm, and with a sudden grip, he declared, "If it comes to martial techniques and physical strength, I do not fear that demon lord. Otherwise, I would do a disservice to Sister Lingyue for teaching me this imperial body refinement technique." Of course, had he not possessed great confidence in the physique he had painstakingly honed, he would not even consider using such a method to buy time. The sigil in his hand and the unsealed impurities within 2 of his acupoints were his assurance. With that thought, he said nothing further and resolutely stepped out of the courtyard. To master my blade technique, the foremost principle is to remain unafraid. Upon stepping out of the courtyard, he suddenly recalled a phrase from the preface of the knife manual spoken by Duan Tianya. With a trembling hand resting on the hilt, he exhaled deeply and recited the latter half of that phrase. "Those who are fearless can be invincible." Chapter 136, The Battle of the Demon Cultivator. Breaking the fist with the blade's might outside the courtyard, upon seeing Xu Taiping cross the barrier and emerge, the golden-haired demon cultivator suddenly grinned, revealing a mouth full of beast-like sharp teeth. "Should I commend your bravery or chastise your foolishness?" The demon cultivator crossed his arms and regarded Xu Taiping with the gaze one might cast upon an insignificant ant. "You may praise my courage or scold my naivety, yet it bears no relevance to me." Xu Taiping's hand rested firmly on the hilt as he locked his gaze upon the golden-haired demon cultivator, beginning to pace around the barren ground before the courtyard. At that moment, this demon cultivator presented an entirely different demeanor from the one Xu Taiping had encountered at the Listening Wind Tower. Compared to that previous demon, this golden-haired figure was more robust and imposing, emanating a palpable sense of pressure simply by standing there. Moreover, the physique of this demon cultivator was far more formidable than that of the one at the Listening Wind Tower. His bronze skin shimmered with a metallic sheen under the sunlight, and the texture of his skin resembled that of a beast rather than a human. Yet, the structure of his bones and the distribution of his muscles were akin to those of a martial artist, embodying a physique refined to the pinnacle of martial prowess. This physique reminded Xu Taiping of Fan Shi, but in comparison, he distinctly felt that the golden-haired demon's robustness, from the pronounced muscles to the bulging veins and even the individual hairs, was a crystallization of vitality, ready to be transformed into overwhelming power at any moment. To muster the courage to step forth amidst human cultivators indeed signified a measure of bravery. Yet to challenge a demon cultivator on the basis of physique was merely the act of a fool with a hint of audacity. The methods we demons employ to refine our bodies are beyond the comprehension of your kind, chuckled the golden-haired demon cultivator. With that laughter, he advanced a step and assumed a boxing stance. Such a simple gesture sent chills down Xu Taiping's spine, triggering an instinctual urge for survival that urged him to distance himself from this individual, reminiscent of his encounter with the knife ghost. Nevertheless, he suppressed the primal instinct to flee, halting his steps, hand firmly gripping the hilt, and his gaze fixed intently on the golden-haired demon cultivator. Do you understand why I agree to your terms, even though I know you are merely stalling for time? The golden-haired demon cultivator slightly lowered his body, his aura shifting from an outward projection to a contained, ominous presence, his unwavering eyes locked onto Xu Taiping. Because you cannot truly delay time. His expression suddenly turned icy, and with a swift motion, he unleashed a punch that struck like a cannonball. In that instant, as the golden-haired demon cultivator's fist flew forward, Xu Taiping drew the spring tiger blade with great urgency, executing a long-prepared strike aimed at cleaving through the demon's fist. Bang! A resounding tremor erupted as Xu Taiping's blade was shattered in an instant by the golden-haired fiend. Simultaneously, his spring tiger blade was deflected, and the fiend's other fist, already poised for action, struck heavily against Xu Taiping's abdomen. Despite the dual protection of the Zhongluan Ring's wind wall and the Danxia technique's Qianjiang armor, he was still forced to retreat several steps from the impact, the wind wall and Qianjiang armor crumbling almost immediately. This demonstrated the extraordinary power behind the fiend's blow. Before Xu Taiping could regain his footing, the golden-haired fiend reappeared before him, delivering a direct punch to his face. In a flash, Xu Taiping sidestepped the attack and raised his spring tiger blade, his mind racing with the essence of the borrowing momentum technique from the demon-slaying blade. The sway of grass and trees could serve as momentum. The collapse of courtyard walls could provide force. Even the fall of mountains could be harnessed. In an instant, every blade of grass, every stone, every shattered wall, and every gnarled tree in that desolate land flashed vividly in his mind. With a swift motion, as he swung his blade, the imagery in his mind manifested, causing the grass and trees to dance wildly in the wind, bricks to plummet violently, remnants of walls to shatter, and the courtyard to collapse. Even the nearby hill transformed into a torrential flow of mud and debris, burying everything in its path. In that moment, accompanied by a resonant hum of the blade, the visualizations coalesced into a formidable momentum that infused Xu Taiping's strike aimed at the golden-haired fiend. The fiend sensed something amiss, yet the sudden emergence of Xu Taiping's blade momentum left him little time to react. Ultimately, he opted to meet the incoming strike with his own fist. However, this time, the fiend's punch was almost effortlessly shattered by Xu Taiping's blade momentum, sending him soaring back. Exposing his chest, the spring tiger blade cleaved through the air, striking deep into the fiend's torso. The golden-haired fiend was propelled backward, staggering several steps before regaining his balance. A gaping wound visible on his chest. Witnessing this scene, several senior sisters from Lufeng were left astonished. Had Taiping truly inflicted harm on the fiend? The sixth sister's disbelief was palpable. Xu Taiping had truly grasped the art of leveraging momentum. Xu Zian, possessing some understanding of the principle, quickly discerned the significance of Xu Taiping's strike. Lin Buyu also exhaled a sigh of relief. They must swiftly deal with this demonic serpent to make the most of the time Xu Taiping had garnered for them. At that moment, Sister Zijing called out to her companions with clarity, urging them to unleash the full power of the breaking cloud sword formation to confront the demonic serpent, which continued to assault the barrier. Simultaneously, Xu Taiping launched another slash at the fiend. The fiend, barely stabilizing his footing, could only feebly attempt to counter the blade with his fist. Yet, having mastered the art of leveraging momentum, Xu Taiping's blade had grown immensely heavy. Even the robust golden-haired fiend found it impossible to withstand the onslaught, and within moments, numerous wounds appeared across his chest. However, just as Xu Taiping's momentum surged, the aura surrounding the golden-haired demon cultivator abruptly intensified, and 2 additional arms sprouted from its back. Bang, bang, bang. The fists of these new arms rained down upon Xu Taiping with reckless abandon, akin to a tempest. With a resounding thud, the hard-won momentum Xu Taiping had carefully built was shattered by the sheer brute force of the golden-haired demon. My master had once advised me to wield intention to control momentum, yet that approach did not suit me. Nurturing strength through intention, accumulating power through intent, and shattering all techniques with sheer force is the path of martial arts I pursue. After creating some distance from Xu Taiping, the golden-haired demon surveyed its wounds, then looked up at Xu Taiping with a wide grin. As it spoke, it raised a hand to remove 2 massive iron rings from its wrists, hurling them to the ground. Bang! The rings struck the earth with a force that sent vibrations coursing through the ground. Xu Taiping furrowed his brow, for he could sense that the weight of just one of those rings exceeded the entire set of heavy iron weights he typically bore. Moreover, identical rings adorned the demon's 4 arms and 2 ankles, indicating that this golden-haired demon was enduring a weight 6 times greater than what he himself bore to temper its physique. Bang! Boom! As the golden-haired demon cast the final iron ring to the ground, its already imposing frame abruptly swelled in size once more. A wave of pure vitality surged forth, rippling across the desolate landscape like ripples on water. From a distance, the golden-haired demon appeared akin to a legendary giant of ancient lore. I never anticipated that I would remove this mountain-anchoring iron here. However, engaging with you human cultivators is far more intriguing than grappling with those wooden-like corpse spirits. The golden-haired demon grinned at Xu Taiping, its eyes brimming with fervor. It had long since disregarded any orders from above. Its sole focus was on how to pummel the youth before it into a mere puddle of flesh with its fists. This demon must be the martial demon mentioned in the ancient blade scripture of Old Duan. Xu Taiping mused internally while binding his hand to the spring tiger blade with strands of blood spider silk. In Old Duan's demon-slaying blade techniques, this infatuated martial demon was referred to as a demonic martial apprentice or martial demon. These individuals were often martial fanatics before succumbing to the allure of demonic practices when their martial advancement stagnated. According to Duan Qianjiang, such demon cultivators are the most challenging to confront, as they require no motivation to oppose you. They solely desire to surpass and annihilate you. Boom. After exchanging a glance, the golden-haired martial demon suddenly left an afterimage in its wake, reappearing directly before Xu Taiping, delivering a powerful punch downward. Clang. Xu Taiping's reaction was swift. Almost instantaneously upon the demon's appearance, he executed a slicing strike with his blade. Bang! Amidst the resounding tremors, the golden-haired warrior and Xu Taiping retreated several paces. Although unscathed, Xu Taiping experienced a moment of trepidation, for he realized that the golden-haired warrior had indeed shattered his blade's momentum solely through the sheer force of his vitality. Despite Xu's ability to leverage the terrain around him, it was evident that the might of the golden-haired warrior's earlier punch was formidable. Bang! 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 Without granting Xu any moment for contemplation, the warrior's fists began to rain down upon him like a torrential downpour. Under the tremendous force of those blows, the remnants of this desolate land were reduced to mere dust, leaving deep impressions upon the ground. Finally, after enduring a barrage of dozens of punches from the golden-haired warrior, Xu Taiping's spring tiger blade was sent flying from his grasp. His arms, once steady, were now battered and torn. Is this all you can muster? I am still unsatisfied. The golden-haired warrior laughed maniacally upon witnessing this scene, and then, with renewed vigor, he intensified the force of his fists, striking heavily towards the now defenseless Xu Taiping. In battle, even when an opponent is cornered, the warrior's spirit compels one to fight with all their might. This is the ethos of the martial realm. Not far away, Lingyue and her companions, who were fending off the onslaught of the demonic serpent, beheld this spectacle and began to call for Xu Taiping to return to the formation. They believed that even without someone to delay the golden-haired warrior, the golden scale formation could at least hold for a while longer. However, Xu Taiping showed no inclination to retreat into the courtyard. He awaited that very punch from the warrior. The punch appeared relentless, exuding sheer determination. Yet it also left the warrior with no room for retreat. Once unleashed, he would not retract it until his foe was vanquished. Boom. At last, to the horrified gazes of Sister Zijing and the others, the golden-haired warrior's fist landed heavily upon Xu Taiping's form. Just as they prepared to abandon their defense against the demonic serpent to rescue Xu, they were startled to see Xu Taiping's figure dissipate into a cloud of mist. Simultaneously, a silhouette identical to Xu Taiping materialized beside the golden-haired warrior and delivered a punch towards his head. Bang! With a resounding crash, the warrior's head snapped backward, causing him to stagger. Yet, this was merely a fleeting impact. With just this force, it was unlikely to topple the warrior's formidable physique. Boom, boom. The warrior abruptly straightened his posture and clenched his fists once more. However, before he could utter another word, Xu Taiping suddenly unleashed two bursts of murky energy from his surroundings, followed by another powerful punch that struck the warrior's head. With a dull thud, the warrior was sent reeling backward. Xu Taiping had unleashed the pent-up energy from two of his acupoints, releasing waves of pressure that rivaled that of the warrior. After months of being constrained, simultaneously, Xu Taiping perceived the sound of cracking emanating from the depths of his soul, akin to something shattering within the very core of his being. Having gained a comprehensive understanding of the human emperor's body forging technique, he felt not trepidation but rather elation upon hearing this sound. It heralded the breaking of a significant constraint binding his soul to his corporeal form. According to the teachings of the human emperor's body forging technique, the soul, in its protective capacity, restricts the physical strength a martial artist can exert within certain limits. For instance, a weight of 10,000 pounds is considered the pinnacle for a martial artist. Regardless of the robustness of one's physique, a single punch cannot exceed that threshold. The section of the human emperor's body forging technique dedicated to breaking these soul constraints was now at play. At that moment, the martial fiend appeared to be in a frenzy. After stabilizing his stance, he let out a thunderous roar. Yet, just as he raised his fist, Xu Taiping struck him with a powerful blow to the head. This punch, fueled by strength that had surpassed the 10,000-pound limit, sent the martial fiend crashing to the ground, creating a significant crater upon impact. Nevertheless, even in such a state, the fiend's demonic form remained unscathed. Xu Taiping was not particularly surprised. He swiftly consumed a handful of recovery pills and unleashed the bull charge formation. As per the guidance of the celestial maiden Lingyue during his training in the human emperor's body forging technique, although his soul's constraints had been lifted, his body had not yet been sufficiently tempered. Prolonged exertion beyond his limits could lead to bodily collapse, necessitating a swift resolution to the confrontation. With a series of resounding impacts, Xu Taiping unleashed the bull charge formation, pummeling the golden-haired martial fiend's head with relentless ferocity. From a distance, he appeared as a furious bull, dominating his opponent with unbridled strength. The bull charge formation of junior brother Taiping seemed to have grown even more formidable. This power likely exceeded 10,000 pounds. Had he perhaps transcended the supreme martial realm? The disciples on Six Peaks gazed in astonishment as tremors reverberated through the ground. However, Sister Zijing and Lingyue sensed that Xu Taiping was employing some form of mutual injury technique in his battle against the martial fiend. With a resolute shout, Lingyue consumed a pill and summoned his inner energy, channeling the power of the breaking cloud sword formation to deliver a decisive strike against the demonic serpent. Aiming to repel it and provide support to junior brother Taiping, Xu Zijing's commanding voice rallied the distracted disciples back to focus. Meanwhile, after delivering 100 punches, Xu Taiping acutely felt the toll on his body from exerting strength beyond his limits. With each swing, his muscles and bones creaked, reminiscent of an old, dilapidated house. In stark contrast, the golden-haired martial fiend, despite being battered and bloodied, consistently managed to recover in remarkably short intervals. He detected this unmistakably. The golden-haired warrior of the martial arts. After straining to raise his hand and clench his fist to shield his mind, he broke into a bizarre grin. No, this is futile. Without an invincible physique, Even if one could shatter the shackles of the divine soul through sheer will, it would be impossible to surpass me. With a thunderous roar, he braced himself against Xu Taiping's fist and rose to his feet, emanating a formidable aura that nearly deflected Xu Taiping's strike. However, at this moment, Xu Taiping had not only enhanced the strength of his fist, but also mastered the control of his force. Thus, despite the resistance, his momentum remained unbroken. Bang! Following a dull thud, Xu Taiping's fist struck the golden-haired warrior once more, forcing him to lean backward, depriving him of the opportunity to gather strength for a counterattack. Roar! Just as he unleashed 4 or 5 consecutive punches, with his momentum nearing its zenith, the golden-haired warrior suddenly threw back his head and let out a fierce howl. In an astonishing display, a pair of arms sprouted from his back, and with 6 arms now at his disposal, he met Xu Taiping's 106th punch with a forceful barrage. Boom! 6 fists against 1. Although the golden-haired warrior staggered under Xu Taiping's blow, he ultimately managed to break free from the latter's overwhelming force. What comes around goes around. Taste my fist, he bellowed, unleashing another onslaught with his 6 arms, raining down punches upon Xu Taiping. Bang! Amidst the resounding impact, 2 of the golden-haired warrior's arms were shattered by Xu Taiping's might, yet he stood resolutely in place. This was the 107th punch of the bull's charge. Yet, this was merely a prelude. Despite the loss of 2 arms, the golden-haired warrior laughed heartily. Though he had suffered injury, he had gained precious time to gather strength beneath Xu Taiping's relentless assault. With a booming laugh, he concentrated the tempestuous energy of his fists into a singular force. Drawing forth every ounce of strength from his body to converge upon the 4 fists he hurled towards Xu Taiping. Boom! As his fist swung forth, an immense power sent tremors through the ground. Yet, Xu Taiping's own force was equally formidable. With over 100 punches accumulated, his momentum surged to its peak, manifesting his most powerful bull's charge. Yet, he remained acutely aware that a single punch would not suffice to topple the golden-haired warrior. In fact, relying solely on his former strongest punch would be utterly inadequate. For even if this strike could harm the warrior, he would ultimately exhaust himself and perish at the latter's hands. He needed a greater force, a more potent will, and an even more formidable momentum. With this thought, he suddenly crushed a dragon-tooth fruit that had long been resting in his mouth, and the entire layout of the Rain-Dew Garden vividly materialized in his mind. He would draw strength from the dragon-tooth fruit, harness the essence of the Rain-Dew Garden, and borrow intention from his future self. With the determination of a mortal frame to vanquish demons, and the will of a mortal body to seek the Tao. Boom! In an instant, the dragon-tooth fruit ignited Xu Taiping's vital energy, causing the very essence of Yulu Garden, the grass, the trees, the bricks, and the stones, to converge into the force of his fist. This surge of vitality harmonized with the earthly might borrowed from Yulu Garden, fused under the will of his mortal frame, coalescing into a formidable force that could sweep away all in its path, channeling into his fist. With a resounding crash, the golden-haired demon warrior's 6 arms were severed, and Xu Taiping's punch pierced through his chest. Even the ground behind him was cleaved by the tremendous force of Xu Taiping's blow, creating a vast chasm. How could a mere mortal, an insignificant cultivator, possibly injure me? The golden-haired demon warrior gazed in disbelief at the gaping wound in his chest. So it was that punch just now. You exhausted your vitality, depleting your divine essence, wagering your future against me. Upon witnessing Xu Taiping's current weakened state, the golden-haired demon warrior suddenly chuckled. You are still inferior to me. As he spoke, he retrieved a blood pill and consumed it. Almost immediately, the void in his chest began to mend at a visibly rapid pace. I may not be your equal. The tremendous effort behind that punch failed to slay you, yet it was sufficient. With a pale complexion, Xu Taiping raised his head and smiled, then suddenly pressed his left hand against the golden-haired demon's forehead. With a thunderous roar, the demonic energy within the golden-haired demon surged like a torrent into Xu Taiping's palm, where it was ensnared by the ghost sealing talisman. From the very beginning, Xu Taiping's intention was never to slay this demon. His scheme was solely to render the golden-haired demon temporarily incapable of resistance, thus preventing him from escaping the talisman's binding. You cannot seal me. The golden-haired demon warrior flung his head back violently, attempting to break free from the talisman's grip. Xu Taiping summoned the last remnants of his strength, gripping the demon's head tightly to thwart his escape. Given the current circumstances, his choice to inflict grave injury before sealing the demon proved wise. Had he revealed the ghost sealing talisman initially, the demon would undoubtedly have broken free. However, Xu Taiping miscalculated. Although the ghost sealing talisman could bind the demon, it would also deplete his own vital energy, an immense quantity at that. The already limited vitality of Xu Taiping was swiftly drained, nearly causing him to lose consciousness. He quickly downed a mouthful of dragon gall liquor, followed by a packet of 8 treasures powder and a guardian chi pill. Yet, even with these efforts, he still fell short of the vitality required to maintain the seal. The golden-haired demon warrior seemed to sense this weakness, disregarding his self-binding spell. He relentlessly summoned the demonic energy within him, striving to escape the ghost-sealing talisman. Just as Xu Taiping felt victory slipping away, the water-cutting blade, which had been hanging at his waist, suddenly leapt from its sheath, hovering before him and emitting a resonant hum. Xu Taiping was momentarily taken aback, then cautiously reached out to grasp it. As he grasped a surge of immense and pure power coursed through his entire being. Simultaneously, an inexplicable vision emerged in his mind. He beheld who wielded with an enigmatic posture, striking down upon a monstrous entity. Having previously studied these techniques, vividly recalled the precise movements contained within its manual. Does it enable me to vanquish demons? A sudden thought ignited in his mind. As if in response to his contemplation, he emitted a resonant hum once more. Despite lingering doubts, having witnessed the weapon's formidable power, resolved to take the risk, relying solely on what undoubtedly deplete his vital energy to seal this demon. He released his grip on the demon's head and clasped the hilt of mentally replaying the blade technique that had briefly appeared in his mind. With a fierce determination, he prepared to strike. Yet, the golden-haired demon, having escaped his seal, did not flee. Instead, it unleashed a torrent of malevolent energy and lunged at with an open maw. In that fleeting moment, as the demon's jaws closed in, swung with unyielding force, cleaving the creature in two. Astonishingly, after being bisected, the golden-haired demon could not regenerate as it had previously through its dark energy. Truly, this is the demon-slaying blade, marveled in awe. Stop! A sudden, thunderous rebuke echoed through the air. Glanced upward to see a mass of dark clouds rapidly approaching. Humph! The boss has arrived. You cannot escape, the bisected demon sneered. Remained silent, stepping forward once more, raising ready to sever the demon's head. I command you to cease. From the depths of the dark clouds, a tall figure emerged, once again directing a fierce reprimand toward. Return. That has been fully activated. Concurrently, S voice rang out from the courtyard behind him. Without hesitation, executed a swift strike, decapitating the golden-haired demon. Fool! Observing this scene, the towering figure in the sky erupted with a thunderous roar. Did not spare him a glance. Instead, he hastily stowed the demon's corpse and its possessions into his gourd before turning to dash into the courtyard, which was on the verge of being enveloped by As he entered, a colossal blade shadow cleaved across the sky, striking the barrier of Even with its protective magic, the courtyard trembled, causing the disciples within to feel an overwhelming surge of energy. Do not presume that a mere barrier can contain me. The chilling roar reverberated, quickly swallowing fought to suppress his rising energy as he gazed upward. A young man clad in purple robes, with flowing white hair, stood atop the head of a demonic serpent, coldly surveying the scene below. Could this be the demon sovereign? The mere thought of this name caused beads of sweat to emerge on Xu Taiping's forehead. At the foot of the forgotten peak of the Qingxiao sect, the anxious voice of Meng Feng, the leader of the sixth peak, echoed, Little Shirshu. The 9 nether demonic cultivators have invaded the ruins of the Yunming Marsh's immortal manor, and several disciples from the 6 peaks are trapped within. We implore you to come to our aid. Silence lingered atop the mountain for an extended period. Zhao Xixiang, what should we do? It seems Little Shirshu is still in seclusion and reluctant to intervene, Meng Feng said, his expression one of desperation as he glanced at Zhao Qian, the leader of the 7th peak. Scratching his head, Zhao Qian finally raised his voice, calling out, Little Shirshu, Xu Taiping from the 7th peak is also trapped inside. We beseech you to emerge and rescue us. Once again, silence prevailed on the mountain. Just as the two were about to lose hope, a voice suddenly erupted from the peak, laced with anger. Zhao Qian, you are utterly useless. I've only been in seclusion for a few days, and you managed to lose people. Meng Feng looked at Zhao Qian in astonishment upon hearing those words. Zhao Qian appeared utterly dejected. It is my fault. And I implore you, little Shu, to save those children. Understood, you may return now. Came the voice from the mountain once more. Let us go, let us go. Since little Shu has agreed, there should be no issue, Meng Feng began to say, but Zhao Qian hurriedly pulled him away. Meanwhile, at the summit of the Forgotten Peak, the slender figure of Qingxiao sat beside a tranquil pool, sipping wine. My old friends, I cannot venture to that cursed place of Yunming Marsh. So I must trouble you once more. He glanced at the fish swimming in the pool. As if understanding his words, the fish swam eagerly to his side, awaiting his command. Long Yuan, Qianjiang, it is up to the two of you this time, Qingxiao said with a smile, addressing the fish. Upon hearing this, a blue fish and a purple fish joyfully emerged from the water. Go forth, Qingxiao gestured with his hand. With a splash, the blue and purple fish leapt from the pool, transforming into two formidable swords of energy that shot through the air with a thunderous roar. Remember to ask that lad and lass if they wish to return or accompany you to slay demons, the little Shu called out, gazing at the two swords soaring into the clouds. In response, the swords resonated with a magnificent sound, soaring like two dragons through the sky. Chapter 140. Protect the Grand Array. How does Taiping feel? How is Taiping? I do not know. The door has not yet opened. Consuming the dragon-tooth fruit. This little junior from the 7th peak is more ruthless than brother Qingxiao. In the small courtyard of the Rain-Dew Garden, several female disciples from the 6th peak were quietly discussing Xu Taiping, casting glances toward the rear courtyard. If it weren't for Junior Taiping this time, we would all perish here. At this moment, Zhou Ao, who had been silent, finally spoke. The others nodded in agreement. 7th junior brother, you should go take a look. One suggested. Yes, indeed, check on Taiping and see how he is faring, another echoed. Since senior sister Zijing did not allow us to go, as a fellow male disciple, you should be fine. Zhou Ao nodded in acknowledgement and then stepped towards the rear courtyard. At the entrance of the courtyard stood senior sister Zijing and senior sister Buyu. Zhou Ao greeted the two with a nod. Su Zijing slightly inclined her head in response, while Lin Buyu seemed oblivious, her gaze fixed upon a stone house in the courtyard. This stone house was originally intended for discussions of critical matters, and with the door shut, no sounds could be heard from within. How is your injury, 7th junior brother? Su Zijing inquired. Zhou Ao had recently endured a direct blow from a demonic cultivator, and his injuries were considerable. I am mostly fine, as a martial artist. These minor flesh wounds are inconsequential, Zhou Ao replied with a shake of his head. Nevertheless, the pallor of his face and the frailty of his voice betrayed his attempt to maintain composure. Without uttering a word, Su Zijing gently patted Zhou Ao's shoulder. Senior sister, how is junior brother Taiping? Zhou Ao asked Su Zijing. I do not know, she replied, shaking her head with a sigh. He has not emerged from the stone house, and despite calling out a few times, there was no response. Upon hearing this, Zhou Ao's expression shifted to one of concern. There cannot be any issues, can there? He asked anxiously. I am uncertain as well. Master repeatedly cautioned me before leaving, advising against consuming the dragon-tooth fruit. And it seems the consequences are indeed severe, Su Zijing said, furrowing her brow. Suddenly, a loud crashing sound erupted from within the stone house. Bang! Bang! Moments later, the noise resumed, reminiscent of fists pounding against the ground and walls. Senior sister, I should go in and check. We cannot let anything happen, Zhou Ao urged with mounting worry. Just as he spoke, Lin Buyu drew her sword and barred the courtyard door. No one is allowed to enter until Taiping emerges, she stated in a detached tone. This was his instruction before entering. Seeing Zhou Ao's confusion, Su Zijing quickly provided an explanation for Lin Buyu's actions. Subsequently, the group outside the courtyard heard more sounds of fists striking the walls and ground, accompanied by muffled groans of pain. In that moment, even Zhou Ao could deduce that Taiping was enduring the agonizing backlash of the dragon-tooth fruit within the stone house. However, they were unaware that Taiping was suffering far more than just the repercussions of the fruit. He was concurrently grappling with the torment of the ghost-sealing talisman draining his vitality, the agony of overexerting his body beyond its limits, and the mental strain caused by the excessive consumption of dragon gall liquor. The pain from the dragon-tooth fruit's backlash was, in fact, the least of his worries. After a prolonged silence, the sounds of collision ceased within the stone house. The muffled groans of suffering faded away. Senior sister Zijing, senior sister Buyu. You may enter now, came the voice from within. At that moment, Xu Taiping's voice echoed from within the stone house. I have endured. Upon hearing this, Xu Zian let out a long sigh of relief, and Lin Buyu's indifferent expression softened slightly. Senior sister, may I enter with you? Observing Xu Zian and Lin Buyu stepping towards the backyard, Zhou Ao suddenly inquired of Xu Zian. Please, come along. Xu Zian nodded in agreement. Lin Buyu, however, did not look back and proceeded directly to the entrance of the stone house. Inside the stone house, despite having mentally prepared herself, Xu Zian was still taken aback by the scene before her. The walls and floor of the stone house were marred with bloodied fist prints, and a palpable aura of violent turmoil pervaded the air. The greatest shock, however, was reserved for Xu Taiping himself. At that moment, Xu Taiping's complexion was as pale as parchment, and he appeared as if he had been soaked in blood, his garments entirely stained crimson. What astonished Xu Zian and Zhou Ao the most was Xu Taiping's physique. His once well-proportioned body had now become emaciated. They could hardly fathom the agony that could lead to such drastic weight loss in less than the span of a single incense stick. Taiping, how do you feel? Xu Zian asked, her eyes filled with concern. I am fine now. I apologize for worrying you, senior sister, Xu Taiping replied, struggling to rise to his feet. Zhou Ao promptly stepped forward to support him. Thank you. Xu Taiping nodded slightly in appreciation. The gratitude should be mine, Zhou Ao responded, looking somewhat abashed. Third senior sister made some roast goose, and there's half left for you, Lin Buyu said, handing Xu Taiping a piece wrapped in oiled paper. Thank you, Buyu. I am quite hungry, Xu Taiping replied with a smile as he accepted the half-roast goose and began to devour it heartily in front of Lin Buyu. The fact that he still had an appetite reassured Xu Zian completely, and her tone brightened. Come, let us go to the dining hall. I shall have third senior sister prepare you more food and also boil a pot of hot water for a medicinal bath, a unique formula from our 6 peaks. Afterward, you will surely feel revitalized. Seeing Xu Taiping enjoying his meal, Xu Zian felt a great weight lift from her heart, her demeanor becoming more cheerful. Suddenly, as they stepped out of the stone house, a thunderous roar echoed above them. Looking up, they saw the previously clear sky now shrouded in ominous clouds. Chapter 141. Protecting the Great Formation, the true words of the Wind Tower Master. With a crash, a black dragon emerged from the clouds, unleashing a torrent of black flames toward the courtyard where Xu Taiping and the others stood. Although the flames were ultimately intercepted by the Jinlin Formation, those below could not help but feel a surge of trepidation. Has that demon cultivator not given up? Xu Taiping glanced at the black dragon overhead, then turned to Xu Zian beside him. No, Xu Zian shook her head, her face fraught with worry. It seems he is using that black dragon to probe the formation's weaknesses, searching for a way to breach it. Can we not do something? Xu Taiping inquired. Unless we are forewarned of where they intend to strike, we can only stand idly by, powerless to act. Xu Zian expressed her helplessness. Xu Taiping nodded in response. Truly, she is a formidable demon cultivator of the demon lord level, he murmured. Such a practitioner is evidently far more challenging to contend with than the previous simple-minded, brawny blonde demon. How many days remain until the Yunming's formation reopens, and we are transported away? Xu Taiping then inquired of Xu Zian. 2 days remain, Xu Zian replied. 2 days? Can this formation withstand such time? Xu Taiping expressed concern. If they were to forcibly break the formation, the Jinlin Formation would not fear them. However, it is worrisome that the demon cultivator might uncover the method to dismantle it. Xu Zian shared the same apprehension. Let us not dwell on such matters. When soldiers arrive, we will meet them with arms, and when water comes, we will dam it. Your immediate priority is to heal, she advised Xu Taiping. He nodded in agreement, realizing he indeed needed to recuperate his vitality. That evening, while Xu Taiping was immersed in a medicinal bath, cultivating his energy, he was suddenly startled awake by a knock at the door. Who is it? He inquired, opening his eyes. It is I. A cool, feminine voice responded from outside. It was Lin Buyu. Please wait a moment. Xu Taiping quickly rose from the bath, using his internal energy to disperse the moisture from his body, and hastily donned his clothes. Where is she? Upon opening the door, Xu Taiping was surprised to find the doorway empty. Just then, as he was about to step out in search of her, Lin Buyu materialized before him. Clearly, she had just concealed herself with her magical robe. Is there something you wish to discuss at this late hour, junior sister Buyu? Xu Taiping invited her inside. The Jinlin Formation likely cannot endure until the Yunming's teleportation array is reactivated, Lin Buyu stated directly. Why do you say that? Xu Taiping asked, puzzled. Although the demon cultivator sent the black flood dragons to probe several times today, each attempt was in vain, evidently failing to discover the means to break the Jinlin formation. It was Lin Bian who mentioned this. Lin Buyu replied. Then, she immediately adopted a more relaxed demeanor, explaining to Xu Taiping with a hint of impatience. Earlier today, I observed that the black flood dragons attacked from varying locations each time. It is evident they are testing something. In the final few attempts, after altering their attack sequence and intensity, certain formation nodes exhibited signs of weakness. If this pattern continues, it will not be long before they discover the method to breach it. Is there a remedy? Xu Taiping asked, furrowing his brow. The Jinlin formation is their last bastion. If it were to be breached, he truly lacked confidence in facing a demon cultivator of the demon lord level. There is none. Lin Bian shook her head. I came to discuss potential countermeasures following the formation's breach. Lin Buyu then reclaimed her physical form. But the opponent is a demon lord. Xu Taiping genuinely could not conceive of any remedy. Could it be that you, Sister Bian, have a hidden plan? He then inquired with curiosity. Do not harbor any intentions against me. My divine essence has already been nearly depleted from the previous battle against that magical serpent at the Listening Wind Tower. Even if I were able to intervene, in my current state, I would be no match for a demon sovereign, Lin Bian remarked. Upon hearing this, Xu Taiping was even more perplexed and immediately turned to Lin Buyu with a puzzled expression, asking, Then what is the remedy you mentioned? Lin Buyu suddenly raised her right hand, pulling back her sleeve to reveal a jade bracelet on her wrist. The jade bracelet of the Listening Wind Tower? Xu Taiping instinctively lifted his left hand, revealing a matching jade bracelet on his wrist. Old Duan once mentioned that within these bracelets are several true words left by the master of the Listening Wind Tower. Perhaps these words can save our lives. Lin Buyu explained. Upon hearing this, Xu Taiping slapped his forehead in realization. If you hadn't brought it up, I would have almost forgotten about this. I wish to see what these true words are and their power. Lin Buyu stood up and extended her hand towards Xu Taiping, articulating the purpose of their meeting that night. Very well, I, too, am eager to witness this. Xu Taiping nodded and naturally took Lin Buyu's hand. We must interlock our fingers, Lin Buyu reminded him. Yes, I understand, Xu Taiping replied, intertwining their fingers tightly. Boom. Almost instantaneously upon their fingers intertwining, the two jade bracelets on their wrists began to emanate intense waves of spiritual energy. Following this, a series of images related to the capabilities of these bracelets flooded into their minds, reminiscent of the transmission jade slips they had previously utilized. There were 3 true words in total: hearts linked in spirit, when seas run dry and stones decay, and jade and stone burn together. The first true word, hearts linked in spirit, enables the user to perceive each other's thoughts and those of any sentient beings within 100 feet, lasting for 1 day. The second true word, when seas run dry and stones decay, allows the user to accelerate the depletion of spiritual energy in all things within 100 feet according to their state of mind, until they decay, lasting for 1 hour. The third true word, jade and stone burn together, can inflict severe damage upon enemies within 100 feet, potentially leading to their demise, even those who have reached the transformation stage. However, the 2 bearers of the bracelets would turn against each other, and this effect would last for the duration of a stick of incense. Xu Taiping summarized. However, only one can be chosen at a time. 2 cannot be simultaneously enacted. Furthermore, regardless of which true word is used, it cannot be employed again within half a month. Lin Buyu added, if you are not averse to turning against me, we could attempt jade and stone burn together. It might allow us to vanquish those demon cultivators directly. Xu Taiping jested. I am indeed averse, Lin Buyu firmly rejected. Then let us disregard that true word, Xu Taiping said, seeing Lin Buyu's resolute stance, and he nodded seriously. Agreed, Lin Buyu replied with a subtle smile. All that remains for us is the bond of our hearts and the unwavering promise of eternal devotion. However, according to the transmission scroll within the jade bracelet, the incantation of eternal devotion is not entirely invulnerable to opposition. As long as one escapes beyond 100 feet from each other, the effect will cease. Yet, within the confines of the formation, it proves somewhat cumbersome to execute, making it more suitable for direct confrontation with our adversaries. Xu Taiping pondered deeply. Choosing the bond of our hearts, should we uncover the method by which the demonic cultivators breach the formation, we could devise a remedy. Lin Buyu regarded Xu Taiping with earnestness. I share your thoughts, he affirmed. Xu Taiping nodded. As long as they could ascertain the next move of the demonic cultivators, they could prepare accordingly. Suddenly, a rumbling thunder echoed through the skies. It was evident that the demonic cultivators were once again assaulting the formation. Lingyue and Xu Taiping exchanged glances and, in perfect harmony, clasped each other's hands, reciting in unison the incantation of eternal devotion. As the incantation unfolded, their thoughts and intentions intertwined, manifesting vividly in each other's minds. Lingyue was somewhat taken aback to find that upon holding hands, Xu Taiping's mind was devoid of any distractions, his focus solely on the demonic cultivators outside. We must go out, Xu Taiping declared, pulling Lingyue along without a trace of curiosity about her thoughts at that moment. Lingyue found this intriguing. On the rooftop, they stood side by side, gazing upward at the demonic dragon in the sky. As usual, a demonic cultivator stood atop the dragon's back. Yet, this one was not the silver-haired man who had claimed to be the demon lord, but rather a youthful figure adorned with a single horn and a robust tail. Since yesterday, this demonic cultivator had appeared 3 times, and I surmise that in addition to the demon lord, there are 3 other demon monarchs in the vicinity. Lingyue communicated directly with Xu Taiping through their shared thoughts. Dealing with just 3 demon monarchs is already a formidable challenge, not to mention the presence of a demon lord behind them. We must resolutely defend the golden scale formation. Xu Taiping nodded in agreement. Just then, with a resounding tremor, a luminous black flame struck fiercely against the golden scale formation once more. A ripple of golden waves spread above their heads. Although the formation remained intact, it evidently showed signs of weakening compared to the morning. Particularly after the assault, the rate at which the formation absorbed spiritual energy for replenishment had noticeably slowed. Nevertheless, at that moment, Lingyue and Xu Taiping's focus was not on this matter. They awaited the thoughts of the demonic cultivator above. According to the demon lord's deduction, the next point of attack would likely be the dining hall. Should that point show signs of instability, the entire formation's spiritual energy would falter, allowing for a direct breach. As they observed the young demonic cultivator preparing to depart, Xu Taiping and Lingyue initially anticipated leaving empty-handed. However, unexpectedly, the demonic cultivator divulged a thought just before his departure. They utilized such a method to breach the formation, which surprised Xu Taiping. The formation I serves as both the source of the grand array's power and the point of vulnerability. However, due to the myriad of overlapping large and small formation eyes, it is generally uncommon to employ such a method. A single miscalculation in the deduction would necessitate starting over. To dare to use this method indicates that the demon lord is no ordinary adversary. Suddenly, Lin Baiyan's voice echoed in Xu Taiping's mind, lacking any understanding of formations. Xu Taiping found Lin Baiyan's words somewhat perplexing. Once we discern the next formation they intend to attack, what can we do? Xu Taiping directly posed the question that lingered most in his mind. A more prudent approach would be to reinforce the defenses of that formation when the demonic cultivators strike again. If we were to be bolder, we could persuade Xu Zijing to prepare in advance, gathering the power of all formation eyes to retaliate against the demonic cultivator through the formation at the dining hall. However, this would leave the other formation eyes vulnerable. Should the demonic cultivators choose to target another eye, the consequences could be dire. Lin Baiyan chuckled. I shall persuade Sister Zijing. After pondering for a moment, Lin Baiyan took it upon herself to convince Xu Zijing. Regardless, we must at least convince Sister Zijing to bolster the defenses at the dining hall's formation eye. Xu Taiping nodded in agreement. At this juncture, Lin Baiyan was the only one capable of persuading Xu Zijing. You should tend to your injuries while I approach Sister Zijing. If it truly comes to breaking the formation, we must protect as many as we can. Lin Baiyan released Xu Taiping's hand, earnestly advising him. Clearly, she had already prepared herself for the worst outcome. Xu Taiping nodded solemnly, realizing he too must ready himself for the most unfavorable results. The following morning, as the sun fully rose, the demonic cultivators did not launch another attack. This brought a sigh of relief to the disciples of the 6 Peaks, save for Lin Baiyan and Xu Zijing. Sister, Lin Baiyan said after finishing a piece of steamed bread, casting a serious glance at Xu Zijing. Very well. After contemplating throughout the night, Xu Zijing finally made her decision. Xu Taiping, who quietly observed this exchange, was quite curious about how Lin Baiyan managed to persuade Xu Zijing. Taiping, how is your recovery progressing? Xu Zijing suddenly directed her gaze at Xu Taiping, who was consuming porridge. It has improved considerably, Xu Taiping replied, clenching his fist, the waves of power radiating from his grip. Xu Zian visibly relaxed at this. In the event the grand formation is breached, do not concern yourself with us. Take Bian and flee. She suddenly conveyed this thought to Xu Taiping. After a moment of serious consideration, Xu Taiping nodded. If it truly came to that, he feared he would only be able to protect one person during their escape. Even then, evading the encirclement of the demonic cultivators might not be guaranteed. Subsequently, Xu Zian began instructing the disciples of the Six Peaks to manipulate the formation eyes, subtly shifting the grand formation's power towards the dining hall's formation eye. Taiping, can you draw a bow? After breakfast, 7th junior brother Zhou Ao suddenly approached Xu Taiping. I can, Xu Taiping nodded. Previously, I chanced upon several formidable bows within the remnants of a celestial palace. While they may not be treasures per se, their power is indeed considerable. However, my strength allows me to draw only half of their potential. Zhou Ao presented a bow and a quiver of arrows before Xu Taiping. Thank you. Xu Taiping expressed his gratitude as he accepted the bow and arrows. Without hesitation, he knocked an arrow and drew the bowstring, eager to test its might. To his astonishment, as Zhou Ao had indicated, although the bow emitted no discernible fluctuations of spiritual energy, its material was remarkably unique, making it difficult to fully draw without exerting maximum effort. Taking a deep breath, Xu Taiping relinquished the constraints on his physical strength, suddenly unleashing an immense force exceeding 10,000 pounds, and with a resounding twang, he successfully drew the bow. You truly can draw this bow, Zhou Ao exclaimed, his face alight with surprise and envy. I can barely manage it myself. I reckon drawing it once would require me to consume a recovery pill. Xu Taiping shook his head. Although he could draw the bow, it necessitated releasing the limits of his spirit over his physical strength, which would inevitably lead to overexertion. I believe this bow can injure that demon serpent. You should give it a try shortly, Zhou Ao suggested to Xu Taiping. Very well, Xu Taiping replied just as a thunderous rumble interrupted him from above. Looking up, he was startled to see 3 demon serpents and 4 demon cultivators, among whom was the white-haired man who claimed to be a demon lord. Without delay, Xu Taiping aimed the drawn bow at the foremost demon serpent and enveloped the arrow with a layer of icy energy from his danxia, true qi. With a swift whoosh, the arrow shot forth from the bowstring, striking directly at the head of the leading demon serpent. With a tremendous crash, the arrow embedded itself deeply into the serpent's skull, the force causing its head to tilt backward. Excellent, Zhou Ao cried out in admiration, his eyes reflecting profound respect. The sisters stationed at various formation nodes nearby witnessed this scene, their spirits uplifted. For the past day, they had been powerless against the looming threat of the demon serpents, and Xu Taiping's shot undoubtedly offered them a moment of relief. Xu Taiping himself was equally astonished. He had not anticipated that this seemingly ordinary bow could indeed inflict harm upon the demon serpent. Yet, he was acutely aware that even with this bow, his influence over the current situation remained quite limited. The key lay in whether the voices they had heard the previous night were accurate. As these thoughts coursed through his mind, he nocked another arrow, this time aiming at the demon cultivator who bore horns and was positioned above a demon serpent. This was the very cultivator whose thoughts Xu Taiping and Lin Biyu had overheard the night before. Suddenly, a flame of true qi erupted from his arrow, and with a flick of his fingers, he released it, sending the arrow soaring toward the demon serpent beneath the young cultivator. However, before Xu Taiping's arrow could strike the magical serpent, the young demon cultivator suddenly leaped into the air, wielding his spear like a darting dragon as he forcefully thrust it toward the arrow. With a resounding crash, Xu Taiping's arrow was deflected by the spear. Yet the young demon cultivator was also pushed back by the immense force of the arrow, and had it not been for the magical serpent catching him, he would have surely fallen to the ground. Although Xu Taiping's arrow did not alter the outcome of the day's battle, it successfully drew the attention of several demon cultivators above. 2 magical serpents soared directly above Xu Taiping, unleashing a furious roar directed at him. The overwhelming sound waves penetrated the protective barrier, crashing down upon Xu Taiping like a tidal wave. Thanks to his robust physique, he remained largely unaffected. Beside him, Zhou Ao nearly collapsed to the ground. Brother Zhou, you should return to your quarters. I can handle things here, Xu Taiping said, glancing at Zhou Ao. Although reluctant, Zhou Ao nodded and swiftly made his way to a nearby room. After tossing a recovery pill into his mouth, Xu Taiping once again nocked an arrow. This time, he aimed directly at the white-haired man. The white-haired man sneered, but said nothing, merely raising his hand to direct the young demon cultivator to guide the black magical serpent toward the dining hall. Witnessing this, Xu Taiping secretly rejoiced, convinced that the voice he had heard the previous night was indeed accurate. However, he did not reveal his feelings and maintained his composure, keeping his arrow trained on the white-haired demon cultivator. Seemingly intent on diverting the crowd's attention below, the white-haired demon cultivator smiled and beckoned Xu Taiping, saying, "Come." Xu Taiping's lips curled into a faint smile as he tightened his grip, drawing the bowstring into a perfect crescent. The immense power within the bowstring created ripples that resonated around it. Yet, he did not release the bowstring immediately. Instead, he quietly awaited the opportune moment. Suddenly, the magical serpent under the young cultivator's command unleashed a torrent of black flames toward the array at the dining hall. Xu Taiping noticed the white-haired man's expression subtly shift as he sensed the commotion. However, as a roar, reminiscent of a dragon's cry, erupted, the white-haired man's face abruptly froze. In the next moment, a beam of golden light surged skyward from the dining hall, transforming into a golden Qianjiang that seized the magical serpent along with its fiery breath. Damn it, how could they see through our plan? The white-haired man's thoughts echoed in Xu Taiping's mind. After the manifestation of the truth-seeing ability, even without holding hands, Xu Taiping and Lingyue could still communicate their thoughts as long as they were not too far apart. With a decisive action, Xu Taiping released his arrow. Though the white-haired demon cultivator managed to catch the arrow, distracted by another threat, he was nonetheless pushed back several steps by the force behind it. It was precisely these few steps that caused him to miss the opportunity to assist the young demon cultivator and the demon serpent. Watching helplessly as the golden Qianjiang conjured by the Jinlin formation severely wounded them. Realizing that the objective of his arrow had been achieved, Xu Taiping immediately withdrew his bow, preparing to rendezvous with Lingyue and Sister Zijing to discuss the next course of action. At that moment, the thoughts of the white-haired demon cultivator resonated once more in his mind. Humph. I initially intended to use this group as bait to lure out the big fish from the Qingxiao sect. It seems that this is no longer necessary. I shall summon the blade of slaughtering immortals and wipe them all out, especially since the demon lotus is about to mature. Chapter 144, Slaughtering the Demons. Halt these two flying swords outside the Yunming Marsh. Huang Ke was in a state of utter disarray. What on earth is happening in the 9 prefectures? How could the people from the 9 Netherrealm breach our defenses? Don't just stand there in silence. Give me a straightforward answer. Can the 9 prefectures open the barrier or not? What are we waiting for? Lives are at stake. Listening to the furious rebuke from those before him, Huang Ke felt as though his head might burst. His spiritual pet, the small black bear, trembled uncontrollably, clutching his pant leg and cowering behind him. Yet, he found himself powerless. There were only 2 methods to enter the immortal ruins. One was through the ancient teleportation array at the entrance, and the other required a cultivator of the divine refinement realm to personally intervene, at the cost of exhausting their own cultivation to forcibly breach the barrier. However, the ancient teleportation array would not open for another 3 days, and these individuals could not possibly wait that long. As for the divine refinement experts, even if the 9 prefectures sought to summon them, it would entail a tremendous cost, and they would not act lightly. Let us hope that negotiations proceed swiftly. Otherwise, if something happens to the disciples inside, the 9 prefectures' reputation will be irrevocably tarnished, Huang Ke thought anxiously. Having just received a message from above, it was true that the 9 prefectures were currently seeking assistance, but due to the ongoing negotiations over compensation, the appointed individual had yet to arrive. Young friend Huang Ke. At that moment, a middle-aged scholar approached Huang Quebec. Who are you? Huang Ke did not recognize him. I am Jing Yun, the vice palace master of Qianjiang Palace. I possess a method to open this barrier and rescue the disciples of the 9 prefectures. Jing Yun smiled as he spoke, deliberately raising his voice, which caused the previously clamorous cultivators to fall silent, all eyes filled with anticipation. Ah, it is the vice palace master Jing Yun. May I inquire what strategy you have to breach this barrier? Huang Ke regarded Jing Yun with skepticism. Upon hearing of the turmoil in Yunming Marsh, I sought permission from the palace master to bring forth the sacred artifact of Qianjiang Palace, the cloud crossing boat, Jing Yun replied, producing a palm-sized jade boat from his sleeve. As the boat emerged, a powerful surge of spiritual energy enveloped the entire teleportation platform. The cloud-crossing boat of Qianjiang Palace was a heavenly-grade spiritual treasure. It might indeed have the capability to penetrate the barrier of the Yunmeng ruins. Perhaps it truly can. Let us test it immediately. The crowd began to murmur excitedly. Then, may I request the Vice Palace Master to lend us the cloud-crossing boat? The 9 prefectures shall offer generous gratitude in return. Huang Ke tentatively inquired of Jingyun if he could contribute to the rescue of the disciples from the 9 prefectures. Yunjing Palace would naturally feel obliged. However, my young friend Huang Ke, you may not be aware that our Yunjing Palace's Cloud Fairy, each time it is employed, incurs a cost of 10,000 spirit stones, which is quite burdensome even for us to bear alone. Therefore, I wish to request that you negotiate with the 9 prefectures. After our Yunjing Palace ventures into rescue, could we perhaps be granted an additional qualification for one of our disciples to enter the immortal gourd realm? Upon hearing this, Huang Ke's lips twitched slightly. He thought to himself, this old fox is attempting to raise the stakes. How could the activation of the Cloud Fairy possibly demand 10,000 spirit stones, while also seeking a place in the immortal gourd realm? Such audacity is akin to a lion's demand. My young friend Huang Ke, the urgency of rescuing lives takes precedence. Please acquiesce to this minor request. Indeed, the quota for entering the immortal gourd realm is determined by the 9 prefectures, so what difference does one more make? Although many felt that Yunjing Palace was indeed attempting to exploit the situation, the gravity of the current circumstances compelled them to side with him. Elder Jingyun, please hold on. I must consult with the higher-ups regarding this matter. Huang Ke suppressed his dissatisfaction, offering a polite smile to Jingyun. Nevertheless, he surmised that the 9 prefectures would likely acquiesce, as the present situation was dire, and even a gesture of appeasement towards the various sects would be beneficial. Presumably, Elder Jingyun had calculated this as well. Suddenly, a thunderous roar erupted from the clouds above as Huang Ke was preparing to send a message via a jade slip to inform the 9 prefectures of Yunjing Palace's request. 2 flying swords, one after the other, sliced through the thick cloud cover and soared above the ruins of the Yunmeng Zhe Immortal Mansion. From the vantage point atop the transmission platform, these 2 swords appeared to have opened a door to the heavens. Simultaneously, a magnificent and overwhelming pressure cascaded down from above. However, this pressure did not instill fear. Rather, it resembled a sudden spring rain, evoking a profound sense of reverence from deep within. With a resounding crash, as the onlookers were momentarily stunned, the 2 flying swords effortlessly breached the barrier that the 9 prefectures had established above the ruins. It is worth noting that even the demonic serpent from the 9 hells had initially failed to penetrate this barrier. Oh no! As he watched the 2 swords advance with relentless force, Huang Ke's heart tightened. He promptly sent a message to the elders of the 9 prefectures who were hidden in the shadows, instructing, "Elders, intercept these 2 flying swords." These elders had been stationed by the 9 prefectures to guard the transmission platform and would not reveal their identities unless absolutely necessary. No sooner had he spoken than 6 formidable auras surged from 3 surrounding transmission platforms, all racing towards the 2 flying swords. However, as the 2 swords converged their radiant light, their energies intertwined in midair, coalescing into a torrent of sword energy that surged forth towards the 6 figures. With a thunderous impact, the 6 guest elders of the 9 prefectures were sent flying by the overwhelming force of the sword energy, leaving the surrounding cultivators in shock and awe at the spectacle. Although the 6 esteemed guests of the 9 mansions do not possess the cultivation of the divine refinement realm, each is at least a pinnacle expert of the profound understanding realm. The fact that they were so decisively defeated when they acted in unison left them utterly astonished. May I inquire the names of the 2 esteemed immortals? One of the guests, an elderly man with white hair and an ethereal demeanor, respectfully clasped his hands towards the 2 flying swords. This guest, named Lu Bai, was the most skilled among the 6. Despite his humiliating defeat from the recent strike, he was convinced of the strength of his opponents. He could also sense that the 2 swords bore no trace of malevolence, clearly forged by righteous cultivators. I am Long Yuan. I am Qingyang. The voices of a man and a woman resonated from the 2 long swords. The man's voice was deep and resonant, while the woman's was imbued with a valiant spirit. Upon hearing these voices, the cultivators below erupted in astonishment. While ordinary spiritual weapons could also possess a degree of sentience, Only celestial weapons could give birth to sword spirits with self-awareness. Thus, it was evident that these two flying swords were celestial weapons, endowed with formidable sword spirits. May I dare ask, on whose command do you come? Lu Bai queried, trembling with apprehension. The realization that these were swords born of sword spirits significantly heightened his trepidation. We come at the behest of our master, Lu Daoxian of the Qingxiao sect, Long Yuan answered in a booming voice. The mere mention of Lu Daoxuan's name caused a palpable shock among all present, including the 6 esteemed guests. Although the Qingxiao sect ranked last among the 9 mansions, the name Lu Daoxian was not unfamiliar to the gathered cultivators. In fact, it had been an object of admiration for many in their youth. Once it was confirmed that the 2 swords were sent by his revered junior uncle, Lu Bai felt a wave of relief wash over him. His junior uncle was known for his integrity and would never engage in any actions detrimental to the 9 mansions. He discreetly wiped the sweat from his brow and once again bowed respectfully towards the 2 flying swords, asking, "Might I inquire, esteemed Long Yuan and Qianjiang, what brings you to the Yunming Marsh?" "We are here for 2 purposes. First, to escort the disciples of Qingxiao sect home. Second, to eradicate the demonic beings of the 9 nether within the ruins." Long Yuan and Qianjiang spoke in unison, their voices echoing like thunder across the Yunming Marsh. The proclamation of exterminating the 9 nether demons within the ruins struck the crowd like a heavy hammer, instilling dread in their hearts. Even the most skilled sect experts present could not guarantee the complete annihilation of the demons within the ruins. "If there is no other matter, please clear the path." Long Yuan's voice rang out once more. As he spoke, the sword vibrated with urgency, seemingly urging Lu Bai to comply. "Yes," Lu Bai responded immediately, stepping aside and signaling the other 5 guests to make way. "Esteemed immortals, the great formation of the Yunming Marsh ruins has already closed. Forcing it open may not be as simple as it seems." He cautioned the 2 flying swords. "It is not difficult," Long Yuan replied succinctly, and then the sword sliced through the air, departing with purpose. Qianjiang followed closely behind, exhibiting a speed and might that rivaled Long Yuan. Instantly, the gazes of the crowd converged upon the 2 flying swords, eager to witness their method of breaching the formation. With a resounding clang, the swords once again intertwined their luminous blades and soared skyward, vanishing into the clouds in the blink of an eye. Suddenly, as the spectators pondered the delay of these swords' return, a thunderous roar resonated from above the clouds. Forthwith, they beheld a beam of sword light, as thick as 100 feet, cascading down from the heavens like a waterfall from the 9 skies. The entire Yunming Marsh trembled in response. The dense mist enveloping the ruins of the immortal estate was cleaved apart by the sword light emanating from Long Yuan and Qianjiang, revealing the once concealed relics to the astonished eyes of the onlookers. With a swift whoosh, the 2 beams of sword light darted into the Yunming Marsh ruins at lightning speed. It was only then that the gathered cultivators reacted, hastily taking to their swords or riding the winds, racing towards the opened relics. However, the barrier of the ruins only parted for a fleeting moment, allowing merely the fastest few dozen cultivators to follow the 2 swords into the domain. Among these cultivators, naturally, was not Jing Yun, the deputy palace master of Yunjing Palace. "Young friend Huang Ke, what news from the 9 houses?" Jing Yun remained fixated on the matter of the quota for the immortal gourd paradise. At this moment, Huang Ke was in high spirits. "Please hold on," he replied, glancing at the jade slip in his hand before sighing. Initially, they agreed, but upon hearing that Jiushu was involved, they all reneged. Isn't that infuriating? Yet, Jiushu ultimately sent only 2 swords. They may not stand a chance against the 9 nether demonic clan. Jing Yun remained undeterred. That was my response as well. But guess what they said? What did they say? They said that even if Jiushu sent a pig, it would still manage to vanquish that group of demonic cultivators. Huang Ke replied, bemused. Though embellished, the sentiment conveyed by the master of the 9 houses was roughly accurate. Jing Yun, upon hearing this, forced a smile, then clasped his hands and said, "In that case, I shall personally enter to retrieve my disciples from Yunjing Palace." "Please, go ahead." Huang Ke maintained a courteous smile. However, once Jing Yun turned away, his countenance darkened, and a glint of malice flickered in his eyes as he thought to himself, what of Jiushu? Merely an old relic, lingering in the spirit refinement realm for so many years without progress. His lifespan will inevitably dwindle, and then your Yunlu Mountain Qingxiao sect shall await division. Within the immortal estate ruins, as dusk descended, A massive shadow of a black blade loomed ominously over the golden formation, cleaving through the golden Qianjiang conjured by the formation's spiritual power with a single strike. This formidable blow, of course, was delivered by the hands of the white-haired demon lord. Just moments ago, Xu Taiping and Lingyue harnessed the power of the golden to thwart the white-haired demon lord's insidious plan to gradually erode its defenses. In response, the white-haired demon lord, accompanied by several demonic cultivators, launched a frenzied assault on the golden. Fear not, for our golden possesses the ability to absorb external attacks and convert them to our advantage. The more ferocious the onslaught, the longer we shall endure, Xu Taiping declared, unperturbed by the relentless barrage above. Upon hearing her words, Xu Taiping and Lingyue exchanged a worried glance, their eyes betraying their concerns. Unlike Xu Taiping, the two had previously overheard the white-haired demon lord's thoughts. They understood that his current violent assault was not aimed at breaching the, but rather a means to buy time for the summoning of the slaying, immortal blade. It was imperative to find a way to inform Sister Zijing promptly, allowing her to adjust the golden according to their strategy. Let us communicate through our minds, Xu Taiping suggested, as their telepathic connection remained intact, facilitating their clandestine exchange. I have a plan, Lingyue responded. What plan? Xu Taiping inquired. We could incapacitate her, then have Lin Bian cast an illusion spell on her, Lingyue replied. Are you suggesting that you have done this before? Xu Taiping asked incredulously. Indeed, Lingyue affirmed with a serious nod. Upon receiving confirmation, Xu Taiping casually glanced at the back of Xu Taiping's head and noticed a sizable bump forming there. This is quite useful, he mused, his expression revealing a mix of skepticism and intrigue. It is evident, Lingyue added, sensing Xu Taiping's doubt. Regarding the slaying immortal blade, Sister Zijing, do you truly have no knowledge of it? Xu Taiping queried. It should be akin to that long spear we encountered earlier, a type of demonic weapon. I have not heard specifics, but the demon lord's confidence in its ability to breach the golden suggests it is at least a second-tier demon king weapon. After reconfirming, Xu Taiping resolved to proceed with their plan. He silently conveyed to Lingyue, we must adhere to our strategy. Lingyue subtly nodded in agreement, and then turned to Xu Taiping. Sister, there is a matter I wish to privately discuss with you, she said, her eyes gleaming with anticipation. Let us speak indoors, Xu Taiping replied without hesitation. A wave of guilt washed over Xu Taiping as he watched the two figures enter the room, one after the other. Yet, as thoughts of the slaying immortal blade resurfaced, his demeanor shifted, and he adopted a more serious expression. According to Sister Zijing's prior explanation, demonic cultivators categorize their weapons into 5 tiers. First-tier demon god weapons, second-tier demon king weapons, third-tier demon general weapons, fourth-tier demon soldier weapons, and fifth-tier demon minion weapons. While the second-tier demon king weapons are not as formidable as the demon god weapons, they possess power at least equivalent to celestial-grade spiritual treasures. Moreover, each demon king weapon harbors a unique demonic essence, which, when unleashed, is beyond the capacity of ordinary cultivators to withstand. Thus, the only course of action available to them was to summon the full might of the golden scale formation to repel the white-haired demon sovereign before the ominous artifact was unleashed, and then retreat with the disciples of the 6 Peaks into the fortified cellar. Upon learning that the white-haired demon sovereign intended to employ the demon blade to annihilate the celestial barriers, this was their sole method of self-preservation. However, a significant dilemma loomed. Once they took refuge in the cellar, they would likely be unable to be transported out when the grand formation was activated due to the restrictions imposed by the cellar's enchantments. This was the very reason they had previously shunned the cellar as a sanctuary. Yet, now they were left with no alternatives. If escape proved impossible, they would have to endure a confinement of 60 years within, a prospect far from favorable. Gazing at the overcast sky above, Xu Taiping murmured to himself. His ghost sealing seal awaited the intervention of the spirit moon fairy. Suddenly, Xu Taiping felt the ground beneath him tremble violently, reminiscent of the legendary earth dragon stirring. Although the other disciples of the 6 Peaks sensed the disturbance, their focus remained fixated on the demon cultivators above, rendering them oblivious to the quaking earth below. Ever vigilant, Xu Taiping's thoughts immediately turned to the demon blade. Could it be that the demon blade was emerging from the depths of the earth? A foreboding premonition surged within him. Just then, Xu Taiping and Lingyue emerged from the room, one following the other. Taiping, we must devise a means to retreat into that cellar. Xu Ziyuan stated gravely, not pausing in her stride. Upon hearing these words and observing the slight smirk on Lin Buyu's lips, along with a glimmer of satisfaction in her beautiful eyes, Xu Taiping instantly realized that Lin Buyu's persuasion had borne fruit. It's all thanks to my senior sister's arrangements. Xu Taiping refrained from further discussion, bowing slightly to Xu Ziyuan. Just at that moment, the ground beneath them trembled once more with a fierce intensity. Concurrently, the thoughts of the demon cultivators above began to echo incessantly in the minds of Xu Taiping and Lin Buyu. The sacrifice is complete. The demon blade is about to emerge. Fortunately, we found a few cultivators to serve as offerings. Once the demon blade appears, the grand formation shall surely be shattered, and these individuals will meet their demise. I desire the youngest female disciple. Do not contest with me for her. I shall claim the youngest male disciple. Listening to the increasingly crude thoughts of the demon cultivators above, Xu Taiping and Lin Buyu's expressions grew increasingly grim. Senior sister, we can no longer afford to wait, Lin Buyu said, her face set in a cold demeanor as she regarded Xu Ziyuan. Indeed, Xu Ziyuan nodded. Accompany me to manipulate the grand formation. I possess a method to merge the powers of the golden scale formation with the breaking cloud sword formation, which will undoubtedly catch that group of demon cultivators off guard. At this moment, Xu Ziyuan was indeed in a lucid state, albeit infused with a thought concerning the demon blade imparted by Lin Buyu. The adjustments to the formation proceeded smoothly. Due to the absolute trust the disciples of the Six Peaks placed in Xu Ziyuan, no one questioned her decisions. And within the span of a single incense stick, they successfully recalibrated the golden scale formation. After consuming the power of the golden for a full force strike, we broke the cloud sword formation, utilizing its flying technique to swiftly retreat to the entrance of the cellar. Throughout this process, it was imperative that we did not exhibit even a moment's hesitation. Once everything was meticulously arranged, Xu Ziyuan discreetly conveyed instructions to everyone via a communication talisman. According to the words of those demonic cultivators, the deadly blade of extermination would emerge within the span of a tea time. At that moment, Xu Taiping exchanged a silent glance with Lin Buyu. Lin Buyu slightly nodded and communicated to Xu Ziyuan, Sister, there is no need to wait any longer, let us proceed. Upon hearing this, Xu Ziyuan nodded in affirmation, her gaze fixed intently on the few demonic cultivators above. Just as those cultivators unleashed another assault, commanding several demonic serpents to attack the great formation, she abruptly drew her sword with a swift motion. Boom! The instant the sword was unsheathed, beams of golden light surged from the formation's focal points within the courtyard, illuminating the previously darkened sky as bright as day. What were these cultivators attempting to accomplish? Under the night sky, the white-haired demon lord had been attempting to control the awakened blade of extermination beneath the ground with his divine soul, only to be startled by the sudden brilliance of the golden. Boom! Before he could ponder further, the golden shifted from defense to offense. Under the command of several female disciples from the Six Peaks, streams of golden light coalesced into a golden Qianjiang holding a gigantic sword in its mouth, which then struck the demonic cultivators and their serpents. The suddenness of this attack, coupled with the fact that the demonic serpents had not yet fully recovered, resulted in 2 of the 3 serpents being wounded, while the foremost demonic cultivator was bisected by the blow. Bang! Just as the Qianjiang prepared to pursue its advantage, the white-haired demon lord raised his hand and struck down with a knife, intercepting the golden Qianjiang. Even he was forced to retreat several steps from the impact of the Qianjiang's sword. However, through this strike, he discerned that this was merely a desperate gamble by the disciples of Qingxiao's sect. Once the formation's focal points were activated, the spiritual power of the golden would be depleted with each strike. Were it not for the earlier summoning of the blade of extermination, perhaps you would have truly succeeded. With a cold snort, he suddenly turned his palm over, raising his arm and declaring, Blade of extermination. As soon as the words left his lips, a roar, akin to that of an ancient beast, erupted from the depths below. Following this, with a resounding thud, a colossal beast composed of countless gleaming swords and blades surged forth from the ground with a terrifying roar. In an instant, the courtyard where Xu Taiping and the others stood transformed into a mountain of glimmering blades. Roar! The beast, formed entirely of blades, raised its head and let out a deafening roar. In that moment, the ground morphed into a sea of blades, with swords rising like towering waves, crashing towards Xu Ziyuan and the others above. Demonic King's army. Witnessing this scene, The previously confused disciples of the Six Peaks, who had been uncertain about Xu Xian's desperate maneuver, felt their confusion morph into relief. Do not panic, proceed as planned. Xu Xian, having witnessed the ways of the world, swiftly regained her composure after a brief moment of astonishment. She summoned the full power of the formation's core and struck downward with her sword towards the Demon King, the Slaughter Immortal. With a thunderous roar, the full force of the Golden was unleashed, solidifying the once ethereal Golden Qilan, which began to sprout scales. The Golden Qilan, sword in mouth, charged fearlessly towards the ocean of blades below, ultimately piercing downwards with a resounding impact. In a violent clash, the wave of blades was cleaved apart by the Golden Qilan's strike, the golden sword light driving straight into the beast's forehead. The Slaughter Immortal let out a furious roar, shaking the ground beneath as a domineering aura of destruction surged forth, accompanied by countless blades soaring into the sky. In an instant, the Golden Qilan's phantom shattered. Observing this, the white-haired demon lord's lips curled slightly. Though his power was shackled by this realm, the Demon King's weapon was not. However, that grin soon faltered. For at the very moment the Qilan's illusion disintegrated, a dazzling beam of sword light burst forth from the encirclement of the Slaughter Immortal, darting away in an instant. They had initially intended to escape using this method, the white-haired demon lord suddenly realized. Underestimating the prowess of the 9 nether demon lords and their weapons was a grave mistake. Yet, a cold smile crept across his face as he vanished from his position, reappearing directly above the Slaughter Immortal. With a flourish of his hand, he commanded, "Swallow the sea." As the words left his lips, the Slaughter Immortal transformed into a colossal whale composed of countless blades. With a thunderous roar reminiscent of ancient times, the whale leapt from the ground, aiming to engulf Xu Taiping and his companions within its gaping maw. The fierce winds battered Xu Taiping and Lin Buyu's faces as they exchanged a glance, rendered speechless by the abyssal mouth of the demon god. Just as Xu Taiping felt cornered, a piercing sword cry tore through the night sky, resonating throughout the celestial ruins. The two, hand in hand, gazed upwards in astonishment. In the pitch-black heavens, 2 brilliant beams of sword light descended like shooting stars from the firmament, crashing down upon the whale formed by the Slaughter Immortal. With a sharp whoosh, the 2 flying swords converged over the sea of blades, forming a colossal sword that cleaved down upon the whale's head. This was the celestial weapon of that esteemed being. The white-haired demon lord jolted to attention amidst the anguished cries of the Slaughter Immortal. In terror, he pressed his hand upon the remnants of the Slaughter Immortal and clenched tightly. With a thunderous boom, the massive form of the Slaughter Immortal transformed into a gigantic sword adorned with countless fang-like spikes in his grasp. Without a glance at the dual swords approaching him, the white-haired demon lord wielded the weapon and struck fiercely towards the sword light where Xu Taiping and the others stood. With a thunderous boom, a colossal wave composed of countless dark blades surged violently towards Xu Taiping and his companions. The sound of clashing metal echoed as 2 flying swords abruptly redirected their blades, momentarily conjuring myriad sword lights that cleaved through the immense wave of sharp edges. With a resounding crash, the wave, formed of innumerable blades, was reduced to powder by the twin swords. A burnt smell of scorched iron lingered in the air. However, the white-haired demon lord seized the opportunity created by the 2 swords intercepting the attack and fled into the night with the remaining few demonic cultivators, disappearing in the blink of an eye. Disciples of Qingxian sect, we have come at the behest of our junior master to escort you home. Those who wish to depart may do so immediately, announced the voice of Long Yuan's sword. Meanwhile, Qianjiang's sword ascended, cleaving a rift in the air, through which a beam of light descended upon the gathered crowd. Undoubtedly, that was the exit. The disciples, still in a state of shock, were momentarily taken aback. But upon hearing that their junior master had come to rescue them, they erupted into joyous cheers. Before the excitement could die down, the voices of Long Yuan and Qianjiang echoed again. Disciples present, Xu Taiping and Lin Buyu, who had not yet released their grip on each other, turned towards the 2 flying swords. Although they instinctively responded, confusion marred their expressions. "Do you 2 wish to leave at once, or will you remain with us?" Qianjiang inquired. "Remain for what purpose?" Xu Taiping asked, perplexed. "To eradicate the demonic horde of Zhi Yuan." Long Yuan's deep voice reverberated with a hint of fury beneath the night sky. The 2 exchanged glances, and without a moment's hesitation, nodded resolutely, declaring, "I choose to stay." Chapter 148. In the Taishan Hall, Nieshu. Become the Demon Lord Senior Sister. Are we truly letting Buyu and Taiping follow those two swords? Will there be any issues? The third junior sister, Lu Su, expressed her concern to Xu Zian, gazing at the two swiftly darting sword lights that occasionally intersected in the night sky. What issues could arise? Those are the Longyuan and Qingxiao of our junior master, Xu Zian replied, shaking her head in awe. Senior sister, do you know the origins of these two swords? Zhou Ao suddenly asked. Curiosity etched on his face as he looked at Xu Zian. When our junior master was young, he was infatuated with swords, collecting the finest blades in the Qianjiang pool at Moang Peak, among which Longyuan and Qingxiao were his favorites. At this point, Xu Zian paused, a glimmer of reverence in her eyes, before continuing. During the battle against the demon lord of Jiuyou, he wielded these very swords. Upon hearing this, Zhou Ao and several female disciples from the sixth peak displayed expressions of astonishment. Regrettably, that battle not only thwarted our junior master's path to transcendence, but also severely wounded Longyuan and Qingxiao, confining them to the Qianjiang pool. Seldom brought forth by our junior master thereafter, Xu Zian sighed. It is no wonder that the earlier demon lord feared those two flying swords so intensely. Zhou Ao recalled the terror that had crossed the white-haired demon lord's face upon seeing them, realization dawning upon him. Thus, for Taiping and Buyu, this presents an extraordinary opportunity. We should hasten to depart from this celestial relic and await their return outside. Xu Zian's expression turned grave once more. Although several demonic cultivators had been repelled by Longyuan and Qingxiao, the threat still loomed over them. In the shadows of the night, amidst the howling winds, Xu Taiping wielded Longyuan like a beacon of light, traversing the vast expanse of the celestial ruins, vanquishing one demonic cultivator after another. The might of Longyuan was beyond the realm of his imagination. With a resounding crash, another demon lord and his monstrous serpent were cleaved down by Xu Taiping's sword. As he and his blade finally arrived at the heart of the celestial ruins, the Grand Xian Hall. This majestic palace dominated an entire mountain peak, with steep, straight steps leading directly to its summit, resembling a path to the heavens. At that moment, Lin Buyu, holding Qingxiao, dispatched the last of the obstructing demonic cultivators and joined Xu Taiping. They exchanged a brief glance, but refrained from speaking. Suddenly, a tremendous explosion reverberated from the gilded hall above. Simultaneously, a sinister aura cascaded down from the peak like a waterfall. I have obtained it after 3,600 years. I, from the nine hells, have finally acquired this black lotus. The voice of the white-haired demon sovereign echoed from the mountaintop. Senior Longyuan, should we not take action? Xu Taiping inquired. There is no need. Longyuan replied calmly. I have heard that once a demon sovereign consumes the demon lotus, they can ascend to become a demon master. Lin Buyu interjected. That may hold true elsewhere, but not here, Qingxiao countered. Xu Taiping and Lin Buyu exchanged astonished glances. Long before the nine houses discovered this relic, our little master uncle had led us into this place, nearly losing his life at the gilded peak. Longyuan explained to the two. Do not rush, observe slowly. Qingxiao added. Despite the tempest of emotions swirling within them, both maintained their composure and nodded silently. At that moment, a luminescent, dark energy column surged skyward from the Grand Xian Hall's gilded apex. Following this, waves of demonic energy cascaded down like a tide from the summit. However, as these demonic forces sought to infiltrate Xu Taiping and Lin Buyu's bodies, Longyuan and Qingxiao simultaneously unleashed a resonant sword cry. Two powerful sword energies transformed into formidable columns, soaring into the sky, sweeping away the demonic energy and the phantoms that accompanied it. Yet just then, a cascade of razor-sharp blades descended from the peak, crashing heavily upon the sword energies enveloping Xu Taiping and Lin Buyu, engulfing them entirely. Undoubtedly, this must be the Demon King's weapon, the blade of celestial slaughter. Triumphantly, I, Nieshu, have finally ascended to the position of Demon Lord, becoming the first of my kind in the 9 nether realms in a millennium. The raucous laughter of the white-haired demon sovereign reverberated from above. In an instant, the blade of extermination began to retreat like a receding tide, ultimately transforming into a long sword adorned with vicious spikes, now firmly grasped in my hand. At that moment, I appeared as an entirely different being. My once white hair transformed into a lustrous black, and my physique morphed into that of a youthful young man. around 17 or 18 years of age, exuding an aura of coldness and lethal intent. A formidable pressure emanated from me, palpable even to Xu Taiping and Lin Buyu, who stood far atop the peak. Boom. At that very instant, wielding the blade of extermination, I thrust the sword downwards towards Xu Taiping and Lin Buyu. Despite the distance of over 1,000 zhang, the moment I unleashed my strike, the entire mountain seemed to transform, embodying me as I wielded the menacing blade of extermination, slicing towards Xu Taiping and Lin Buyu. Yet, in the face of such a terrifying attack, Longyuan and Qingxiao remained unmoved, as if they were mere spectators to a theatrical performance, though a hint of confusion lingered in their hearts. Xu Taiping and Lin Buyu chose to place their trust in Longyuan and Qingxiao. Bang! In a tremendous shockwave, I, wielding the blade of extermination, severed the sword energy that enveloped Longyuan and Qingxiao, protecting Xu Taiping and Lin Buyu. Boom! Immediately thereafter, the blade of extermination morphed into a colossal whale, lunging towards Lin Buyu and Xu Taiping with voracious intent. Buzzing. Just then, an intense droning sound resonated in Xu Taiping's ears. He witnessed the scene before him distort, and though his vision felt untroubled, everything appeared shrouded in a mist, akin to gazing at the moon's reflection in water. Nieshu, too, sensed the anomaly. The blade of extermination, which had been poised to strike, suddenly shattered in my grasp, scattering like startled birds taking flight into the woods. In that fleeting moment, my expression shifted from one of contempt to sheer terror. I abandoned thoughts of Xu Taiping and the others, transforming into a swirling mass of shadow, desperately seeking to flee from the peak of the Taixian Hall. Chapter 149, Taixian Hall, Uncovering the Secrets of the Taixian Sect. Boom. Almost simultaneously with my escape, an intense wave of spiritual energy surged from within the grand hall atop the peak. As this aura emerged, Xu Taiping instinctively felt a prickling sensation at the nape of his neck, overwhelmed by an urgent desire to flee the area. However, before he could act, a tongue-like appendage suddenly darted out from within the gold-plated hall, swiftly ensnaring the swirling mass of demonic fog that was Nieshu, dragging me back into the depths of the hall. A heart-wrenching scream echoed from the golden summit, undeniably belonging to the white-haired demon sovereign. No, the white-haired demon lord, Nieshu. What, then, could this be? Xu Taiping gazed up at the golden peak, pondering his bewilderment for a long time before articulating the questions that plagued his mind. Due to the considerable distance and the peculiar force that shrouded the scene before him, everything appeared to be a blurred haze, preventing him from discerning the true nature of the object. He could only make out a rough silhouette. Consequently, he turned his gaze towards Lin Buyu, who shook his head in response. Clearly, like Xu Taiping, he too had failed to identify what it was. No one knew what it could be. Finally, Longyuan spoke, stating that their young master had encountered it many years ago, and even then, they had been unable to ascertain its true form, despite being much closer. Qingxiao chimed in, noting that once a demon lord or any being of transformation level appeared within this secret realm, that entity would inevitably emerge to consume it. Longyuan added, "So you were not at all worried about Nieshu obtaining the demon lotus?" Xu Taiping suddenly realized that this object might be a restriction originally set by the sect within this relic, akin to the restrictions present within the relic itself. He then posed another question. It is not without such a possibility. Longyuan did not refute this speculation. Let us proceed. At that moment, Qingxiao flew to Lin Buyu and gestured for her to grasp his hand. Above lies a significant opportunity bestowed upon you both by our young master. One that is fortuitous yet elusive. Sensing the concerns in their hearts, Longyuan offered an explanation. Xu Taiping and Lin Buyu exchanged glances and nodded in agreement. At the peak, within the Taixian Hall, the great doors stood wide open, and vibrant clouds of mist swirled within, resembling the chaotic scene from the legendary moment of creation. Each time that entity appeared, such phenomena manifested within the Taixian Hall. Once inside, one could witness the secret treasures of the Taixian sect, methods, artifacts, and elixirs, but these treasures could not simply be taken upon sight. They were contingent upon fate. Some might leave empty-handed, while others could collect many. Longyuan elucidated this to Xu Taiping and Lin Buyu, who were astonished to learn that the true treasures of the Taixian sect were concealed in this very place. The colorful clouds will dissipate within the span of a tea light, so you too must hurry inside. Should you have any questions, we will address them upon your return. Qingxiao urged them. Both nodded in unison and stepped into the grand hall together, placing their trust in their young master. As soon as Xu Taiping set foot inside the hall, he was met with a fierce gust of wind that swept towards him. So strong it made it difficult for him to keep his eyes open, compelling him to shield his face with his hand. Once the wind subsided, he lowered his hand and opened his eyes. Upon doing so, he discovered himself seemingly suspended in a void, with starlight cascading from above, some even landing at his feet. However, upon touching the ground, these stars vanished into thin air. Just then, another spark of starlight descended, seemingly poised to land at Xu Taiping's feet once more. Almost instinctively, in that fleeting moment before the starlight touched down, he stepped forward and reached out, capturing the glimmering light in his grasp. After Xu Taiping spread his palms, he discovered that the cluster of starlight he had held transformed into a jade slip. Upon closer inspection, he noticed a line of small characters inscribed on it, a stone's throw from the ends of the earth, a secret technique of the Taishan sect. Could this be the esoteric method that Elder Longyuan spoke of? Xu Taiping's heart trembled at the realization. He reached out once more to grasp the descending starlight. But this time, he grasped at nothing. Although he had felt he caught it, upon opening his hand, there was nothing to show for it. No wonder Elder Longyuan and the others had mentioned relying on luck. After several futile attempts, Xu Taiping recalled Longyuan's words, and his heart was suddenly at ease. However, he was not one to be insatiably greedy. Having acquired a secret technique was already a source of great satisfaction. Whether he could seize more was left to fate. After another series of empty grasps, Xu Taiping sensed that the time was drawing near, so he withdrew his hand and prepared to await the dispersal of the colorful mist. Just as he was contemplating this, two brilliant orbs of starlight, akin to fiery spheres, plummeted from the sky, hurtling straight towards him. With his prior experience, Xu Taiping remained remarkably composed, believing that these two orbs would either pass through him or dissipate entirely. Bang! To his astonishment, the two fiery orbs struck him squarely in the chest like powerful punches, causing him to emit a muffled grunt and stagger back several steps, his head spinning. When he regained his senses, he saw a sheet of paper and a jade slip, both enveloped in golden orbs of light, floating before him. The formula for the grass-reverting pill and the manual for the Qingxiao Great Sage Fist? His heart raced upon recognizing the names of these items. The grass-reverting pill needed no introduction, and he had previously heard the Fairy Lingyue mention the Qingxiao Great Sage, the foremost martial cultivator of the demon race, who had single-handedly dominated much of the cultivation world with an indestructible body. While the Qingxiao Great Sage Fist may not have directly descended from him, the audacity to bear his name and be sealed by the Taishan sect in this place surely indicated a connection. Xu Taiping's heart brimmed with excitement as he mused. Fist techniques, body techniques, and elixirs, all areas in which he had dabbled. Could it be that the Taishan sect's profound heritage sensed this and bestowed these treasures upon him? Suddenly, another thought struck him. Boom! Just as Xu Taiping pondered this, the multicolored mist within the hall abruptly dissipated, and his vision cleared. What awaited him? Had he made any gains? At that moment, Longyuan and Qianjiang flew into the hall in succession. Yes, Xu Taiping replied without reservation. I have obtained. Just tell me the number, Longyuan interjected. 3. Xu Taiping nodded in response. Remarkable. Congratulations. Upon hearing this, both Longyuan and Qianjiang appeared quite pleased. Then, two swords flew toward Lin Buyu. Little girl, how about you? Qianjiang inquired of Lin Buyu. 5. Lin Buyu replied after a moment of contemplation. Chapter 150. Encountering the Blade Demon. Thief, prepare to meet your end. Xu Taiping's expression turned to one of astonishment upon hearing this. He initially believed that acquiring 3 items would be commendable. Little did he know that Lin Buyu had astonishingly obtained 5. Longyuan and Qianjiang appeared equally astonished, swirling around Lin Buyu before expressing their sentiments. No wonder our junior uncle remarked that you are a person of great fortune. Lin Buyu remained remarkably composed. Perhaps their presence in the Taishan palace was indeed influenced by his fortune. Xu Taiping pondered silently upon hearing Longyuan's words. You two must not divulge anything that transpired within the Taishan palace to outsiders. If anyone inquires about the origins of your techniques or treasures, simply state that they were acquired within the secret realm. Otherwise, it may invite calamity, Longyuan cautioned once more. Rest assured, Senior Longyuan, we shall not disclose this matter to the outside world. Xu Taiping responded earnestly. Lin Buyu also nodded in agreement at that moment. Let us depart. "We shall escort you both outside," Longyuan declared with a resonant sound of his sword, signaling Xu Taiping to grasp the hilt. Qingxiao similarly flew to Lin Buyu's side. However, just as they were about to ascend on their swords, a thread of black mist, as delicate as a hair, inadvertently slipped into the sealing talisman within Xu Taiping's palm. A shiver coursed through Xu Taiping involuntarily. "What is it?" Lin Buyu inquired. "It is nothing. I must merely be fatigued from the excessive consumption of vitality," Xu Taiping replied. Shaking his head, he then tightened his grip on the hilt of the Longyuan's sword and glanced at Lin Buyu, saying, "Let us go." Above the ruins of the Taishan sect's immortal abode, Longyuan and Qingxiao guided Xu Taiping and Lin Buyu, soaring side by side through the air. Gazing downwards, they beheld the sprawling remnants of shattered walls and the dilapidated grand palaces atop the mountains, each a testament to the former splendor of this sect. A surge of inexplicable melancholy welled up within Xu Taiping as he contemplated this. Even such a powerful sect could succumb to the relentless passage of time. Did the everlasting life that cultivators pursued truly exist? His thoughts drifted back to the letter left by the young disciple in the cellar. At that moment, Lin Buyu suddenly conveyed a message to Xu Taiping through her jade bracelet. Upon hearing her, Xu Taiping looked down. Battling the howling winds, he spotted a small building on the mountain below. It was none other than the Listening Wind Pavilion, where they had stayed a few days prior. Initially, Xu Taiping presumed Lin Buyu was merely alerting him that they were passing over the Listening Wind Pavilion, until he noticed, within the courtyard that had once been adorned with human-headed flowers, 2 flying corpses seated at a table, dining. It was then that he comprehended Lin Buyu's intention. Xu Taiping turned to Lin Buyu with a smile, and a rare smile graced Lin Buyu's face in return. On the 4th day after returning to the Qingxiao sect, within the stone tower of the Qiyue Pavilion, after dedicating 4 full days, Xu Taiping finally stabilized his vitality and attended to his injuries, recuperating significantly. However, during these days, he had not solely focused on healing. Upon his return, he, along with Lin Buyu and several senior sisters from Lu Feng, had visited the Hall of Merits. Due to the significant disturbances originating from the Cloud Dream Marsh, their emergence has sparked considerable speculation, even prompting inquiries from the elders of the Seven Rime Hall regarding the relics of Cloud Dream Marsh. Fortunately, the leaders of the 6 peaks, Meng and Zhao, managed to deflect much of the ensuing chaos, allowing him the respite to return to the moon nest and tend to his injuries in peace. Overall, his expedition to the immortal estate of the 6 peaks proved remarkably fruitful, leaving both the Merit Hall and the Seven Rime Hall with little grounds for criticism. Particularly, upon witnessing the abundance of dragon-tooth fruits and the array of weapons and treasures unearthed from the immortal estate, even the most vocal critics found themselves rendered speechless. According to the regulations of the Qingxiao sect, the items brought forth by Xu Taiping from the relics would be submitted for conversion into merit points for the disciples. Thanks to his habit of collecting items during his explorations, Xu Taiping anticipated that even by surrendering a mere fraction, he could still garner at least 200,000 to 300,000 merit points, a delightful surprise indeed. Undoubtedly, his most significant gains from this journey were the treasured blade and the sword manual bestowed by Duan Tianya, along with the 3 remarkable artifacts acquired within the Taishan Hall. While there was no urgency to organize the spoils from the immortal estate, the pressing matter at hand was how to confront the impending retribution from the sword demon that night. With this thought, Xu Taiping raised his hand to examine the ghost sealing talisman in his palm. Previously, Duan Tianya had utilized 2 forms of sword intent to keep the sword demon within the talisman subdued for a time. However, after Xu Taiping had consumed the demonic energy from both the cursed weapon and the demonic cultivator using the talisman, the backlash had intensified once more. Today, the talisman bore 2 enormous gaping wounds, from which blood energy surged forth, accompanied by an exceptionally potent aura of murderous intent. It was evident that this bloodlust emanated from the sword demon itself. With such a heavy aura of malice, enduring it tonight would likely prove challenging. Xu Taiping closed his hand and exhaled deeply. According to Sister Lingyue, the ghost sealing talisman would become unstable on the 15th of each month. While the sword demon would not breach the seal, it could still draw him into its domain of blades. As for what would occur upon being ensnared in that realm, the answer was all too apparent. The sword demon's obsession lay with blades, and tonight, he would attempt to engage in a contest of swords with it. Although he was certain he would be outmatched, the opportunity to practice swordsmanship with such an entity even if only to be brutally defeated, would undoubtedly yield some insights. Xu Taiping reflected on this as he had spent the past few days thoroughly examining Duan Tianyah's demon-slaying blade. Despite the many areas he found perplexing, he had gleaned some understanding, and he hoped that if he could contend with the sword demon tonight, it might prove beneficial. First, he should inform Bai Yu and Ping Yin. In the event of unforeseen circumstances, it would be prudent for them to be prepared. With that in mind, he slapped his cheeks and rose to his feet. Although, according to the letter from Fairy Lingyue, the presence of the ghost sealing talisman would ensure his safety even if drawn into the sword demon's domain. It was wise to take extra precautions against any potential unforeseen events. However, if he can endure the trials posed by the blade demon tonight, and allow himself to assimilate some of the gains from the treasures within the celestial ruins, facing the blade demon again next month will certainly not be as harrowing. As night fell within the stone tower, Xu Taiping retrieved the grass elixir from the cellar and promptly consumed it. Although this elixir was intended to enhance his cultivation speed, it also possessed the remarkable ability to augment spiritual energy, bolster vitality, and strengthen the soul. After ingesting the elixir, Xu Taiping followed with a dose of 8 treasures powder and a guardian chi pill before resting the spring tiger blade upon his lap and settling into a meditative posture. He intended to wield the blade of water severance, yet, regrettably, it had refused to unsheath after aiding him once. Having done all that he could, he steeled himself for the impending confrontation. "Come forth, blade demon. Let us see how you intend to torment me." Xu Taiping exhaled deeply, his gaze resolutely fixed upon the luminous moon outside his window. Boom! As if responding to his declaration, a palpable wave of murderous intent emanated from the sealing talisman in his palm. Simultaneously, a voice, ancient and filled with wrath, thundered in his ear, "Thief! Enter and meet your demise." Chapter 151. Encounter with the Blade Demon. Will he survive the night? Boom! As the furious roar reverberated, the world around Xu Taiping transformed into a crimson landscape. When he lifted his head, he found himself amidst a blood-red realm. Beneath him lay a towering sacrificial altar, surrounded by crumbling ruins, with a surging sea of blood encircling the altar. Though this was his second venture into the domain of blades, Xu Taiping's eyes remained wide with horror. Boom! Just as he stood to seek the whereabouts of the blade demon, a violent force, accompanied by a suddenly materialized fist, struck heavily against his chest. Instantly, Xu Taiping was propelled backward like a cannonball, crashing against a fragment of the altar's wall. Before he could regain his footing, a towering figure with fiery red hair loomed above him, descending with a heavy stomp. Bang! The resounding crash shattered Xu Taiping's form like fragile foam. Undoubtedly, that was a mere projection of himself. With the sound of his doppelganger shattering, his true self, concealed by the cloaking grass, suddenly materialized before the red-haired blade demon, delivering a formidable strike akin to a cannonball. Reacting swiftly, the blade demon sidestepped Xu Taiping's punch aimed at his face. Yet, in that fleeting moment, Xu Taiping's other fist struck unannounced against the demon's abdomen. Bang! The red-haired blade demon was lifted off his feet by Xu Taiping's blow, stumbling back several paces before finally regaining his balance. Clearly, he had not anticipated that within a mere month, Xu Taiping's martial prowess had advanced significantly. Even now, when unleashing the ultimate technique of the green ox fist, Xu Taiping could do so silently. Boom! Just as the red-haired blade demon steadied himself, Xu Taiping surged forward once more, delivering another powerful strike aimed at the demon's chest. Swoosh! Yet, before Xu Taiping's fist could land, the red-haired blade demon had already unsheathed his blade, executing a swift slash toward him. Bang! Yet this time, Xu Taiping's body shattered once more like fragile foam. Indeed, it was still his doppelganger. Boom! At the moment of the doppelganger's disintegration, the true form of Xu Taiping, having already appeared behind the blade demon, felt a sudden surge in energy. His fists transformed into a multitude of shadows, crashing down upon the back of the crimson-haired blade demon with overwhelming force. Roar! What Xu Taiping did not anticipate was that the blade demon merely spun around and let out a fierce roar. Waves of violent blade energy erupted like a tempest from the blade demon's form, crashing heavily upon Xu Taiping. With that single roar, Xu Taiping's momentum shattered. Countless blade energies sliced through his protective aura, cleaved his icy armor, and severed his flesh and bone. In the blink of an eye, Xu Taiping had become a figure drenched in blood. One cheek was sheared away, an arm severed at the shoulder, and deep, bone-exposing gashes marred his chest and thigh. The blade domain was not an illusion. The injuries sustained within it would manifest vividly upon one's spirit, a trauma unseen yet as profound as any physical wound. Before absolute power, all your efforts are but futile. In the eyes of the old man, at this moment, you are merely a jester. The blade demon raised its chin, gazing down with an air of arrogance at Xu Taiping. Yet you dare not kill me. Bloodied and battered, Xu Taiping grinned, his half-mangled visage rendering him grotesque. Whoosh! As soon as the words left his lips, the blade demon, in a fit of fury, swung its massive hand, unleashing a blade of energy that cleaved Xu Taiping's form in two. Yet even in this bisected state, Xu Taiping still clung to life. According to the words of the Spirit Moon Fairy, within the blade domain, if the domain master chooses not to let you die, even if you are reduced to a pile of flesh, you shall not perish. But I can make your existence worse than death. The blade demon settled down before Xu Taiping, coldly observing the severed half of his body. Unseal the ghost-binding talisman. It then commanded Xu Taiping with an authoritative tone. I cannot unseal it. Xu Taiping grinned. Swoosh. Almost instantly after his words, a sharp long blade sliced cleanly through Xu Taiping's head, dividing it along the line of his eyes. With his consciousness still intact, Xu Taiping acutely felt the agony radiating from every wound on his body. This pain was unlike that induced by the bone-washing elixir and dragon gall liquor. It was far more real, so tangible that Xu Taiping could distinctly sense the tearing of his flesh. Unseal the ghost-binding talisman. The crimson-haired blade demon reiterated its icy command. I cannot unseal it. Xu Taiping's mouth opened and closed slightly. At this, the blade demon's gaze turned even colder. With a mere flick of its hand, Xu Taiping's severed limbs began to reassemble. Swoosh! At the very moment his body came together, Xu Taiping unhesitatingly drew the spring tiger blade and swung it fiercely at the blade demon. Whoosh! Before Xu Taiping's blade could descend, a flash of light as swift as lightning severed the hand that clutched the knife. Boom! Without a weapon, Xu Taiping resorted to his fists, launching a strike at the crimson-haired knife specter. Yet, as before, his arm was swiftly cleaved in two by the specter's blade before it could fully rise. Throughout the ordeal, Xu Taiping failed to discern how the crimson-haired specter executed such a strike. Do not harbor thoughts of enduring through this night, the specter sneered, casting a mocking glance at Xu Taiping before gesturing towards the heavens. Outside, a day passes, but within my domain, it can stretch to a year. This means I can torment you for an entire year. A year, indeed. At least there was hope. Xu Taiping managed to grin once more. Swish. No sooner had he spoken than half of his face was sheared away by the specter's blade. The crimson-haired specter proceeded to personally inflict agony, breaking Xu Taiping's fingers, tearing through flesh, and plucking out his eyes. Every conceivable form of torture was unleashed upon him, repeated ceaselessly, one after another. Chapter 152. Encountering the Knife Specter. You could never outpace me, Huff. As his battered body regenerated once more, Xu Taiping exhaled deeply. At that moment, he was uncertain how much time had elapsed, only knowing that he had perished at least 30 times within this knife domain. Here, death referred to the brief unconsciousness following the severe trauma to his spirit. Had he not undergone the trials of the bone-cleansing elixir and dragon gall liquor beforehand, the torment might have shattered his very soul. Are you beginning to find this tedious? Rising from the ground yet again, Xu Taiping smiled at the crimson-haired specter, though his eyes were glazed and his voice frail. Betraying the brink of his collapse, he managed to utter those words with a smile. The specter's expression darkened. According to his original plan, he intended to break Xu Taiping's spirit through relentless torment, then slowly seek a way to breach the seal of the ghostly symbol. Yet now, Xu Taiping's endurance of pain far exceeded his expectations. Boom! At that moment, a fierce wave of energy emanated from Xu Taiping. The crimson-haired specter looked up to see Xu Taiping surrounded by swirling knife energy, his trembling hand once again resting upon the hilt of his blade. Conserve your strength. Your blade cannot outpace me, he remarked irritably, casting a cold glance at Xu Taiping. Despite his words, he placed his hand on the hilt, his gaze fixed unwaveringly upon Xu Taiping. Before tormenting Xu Taiping, it had become a habitual action for him to engage in a duel of blades. Who could say? On Xu Taiping's pallid face, the corners of his mouth lifted slightly. While gripping the hilt of the spring tiger blade, he began to pace around the specter. Swish! Just as Xu Taiping took his seventh step, he suddenly drew his sword from its sheath, a streak of blade light slicing rapidly towards the specter. However, in the fleeting moment when Xu Taiping drew his blade, the figure of the crimson-haired blade demon suddenly transformed into a fleeting shadow, vanishing from sight. Simultaneously, a glimmer of cold steel materialized at Xu Taiping's chest. With a sharp clang, the piercing sound of metal reverberated, and Xu Taiping's chest was sliced open. Only then did the crimson-haired blade demon materialize before him. "I mentioned that your blade would never surpass mine," he stated. "True, at this moment, you are faster. But soon I shall catch up." Before the blade demon could finish his sentence, Xu Taiping interrupted, gesturing towards the demon's chest. Upon looking down, the blade demon noticed a slender scratch adorning his chest, from which beads of blood began to seep as he touched it. Observing the crimson droplets on his fingers, the blade demon's expression darkened ominously. Though it was merely a trivial wound, it nonetheless confirmed the undeniable truth that Xu Taiping had indeed injured him. With a surge of indignation, the crimson-haired blade demon cleaved Xu Taiping in half with a single stroke. Concurrently, a torrent of blade energy manifested as a multitude of razor-sharp knives, methodically dismembering Xu Taiping's form as if in a gruesome execution. This time, Xu Taiping could no longer suppress a cry of agony. Yet, the blade demon's grim demeanor remained unyielding, his gaze fixated on the nearly invisible wound on his chest. Moments later, Xu Taiping's body restored itself to its previous state. The blade demon remained silent, his eyes locked onto Xu Taiping, his hand poised on the hilt of his sword. Xu Taiping looked up at the demon, a faint smile gracing his lips as he remarked, "It seems you are no longer bored, esteemed predecessor." He was acutely aware of the shift in the blade demon's expression. With a long exhale, Xu Taiping again placed his hand upon the hilt at his waist, his gaze unwavering on the crimson-haired blade demon. Long before entering the domain of blades, he had resolved that should he be unable to escape the blade demon's realm, he would treat it as his crucible, striving to extract value from every cut he endured. Just moments prior, after having perished beneath the blade demon's blade dozens of times, he had finally discerned a fleeting opening in the demon's subtle movements and successfully inflicted a cut upon his chest. Though this strike had not inflicted significant harm, it marked a promising beginning. The previous wound had merely been a stroke of fortune. The crimson-haired blade demon came to a halt, adopting a stance to draw his blade. His icy gaze directed at Xu Taiping. "I too wish to ascertain whether that previous strike was indeed mere chance." At this juncture, Xu Taiping ceased his pacing. In an instant, as his words lingered in the air, the blade demon's sword erupted from its sheath, a blinding flash of steel appearing before Xu Taiping as if by teleportation. However, Xu Taiping seemed to have seen through the crimson-haired blade demon. As the blade was about to cleave him in two, he slightly shifted his body to one side, then with a swift motion, drew his sword from its sheath and struck at the demon. With a loud thud, Xu Taiping's body was ultimately severed by the crimson-haired blade demon. Yet due to his evasive maneuver, the blow did not claim his head, allowing him to maintain control over the long sword in his grasp and strike back at the demon. The blade of the Qianjiang knife left a 3-inch long wound on the demon's chest just before its figure transformed into a fading shadow. Although this strike did not inflict severe damage upon the demon, it was nonetheless a visible wound, one that could be perceived with the naked eye. This time, the demon did not immediately attempt to slay Xu Taiping. Instead, after gazing down at the wound on its chest for a considerable time, it raised its head and aimed a strike at Xu Taiping's head. However, unlike before, it did not torment Xu Taiping with a flick of its wrist. It restored Xu Taiping's body to its former state and then assumed the stance of drawing its sword once more. Witnessing this scene, Xu Taiping felt a sense of relief. Indeed, the demon's greatest obsession remained the sword. Chapter 153. Encountering the blade demon as dawn approaches. At this moment, the blade demon was evidently stirred by the fact that Xu Taiping's sword had struck it twice, awakening its competitive spirit and willingness to engage in a sword duel with Xu Taiping. Previously, it had regarded Xu Taiping with disdain, unworthy of its attention. With a swift motion, Xu Taiping was the first to draw his sword. In that instant, he harnessed the momentum of the demon-slaying sword, consolidating the power of his strike while adjusting the angle of his blade based on prior observations. However, The crimson-haired blade demon's speed was astonishing. Before Xu Taiping's sword could descend, it had already landed a blow on his head. Nevertheless, just before Xu Taiping's head fell, he managed to bring the Qianjiang knife down in front of the demon. Having learned from the previous two encounters, the demon cautiously avoided Xu Taiping's long sword as it struck. Yet, when it lowered its sword to inspect its shoulder, it discovered that Xu Taiping had indeed managed to inflict a cut upon it. While the wound was minor, for a being of the demon's perfectionist nature, such a mistake was unacceptable. Once more, the demon raised its hand, reviving Xu Taiping again, no longer preoccupied with tormenting him. Its sole focus was now on how to perfectly slay Xu Taiping with a single stroke. Not again. Xu Taiping suddenly lowered his sword and smiled at the demon. What do you mean? The demon, upon hearing this, was instantly enraged. In an instant, thunder rumbled overhead and the surrounding sea of blood surged. I'm a bit tired. Let us continue next time. Xu Taiping nonchalantly sat down, sprawling on the ground. You cannot do that. The demon snorted coldly, unleashing a torrent of sword energy that sliced through Xu Taiping. The pain elicited cries from him. Yet, no matter how the demon tormented him, he steadfastly refused to continue the duel, not for any other reason, but because he was acutely aware that with his current swordsmanship, should the blade demon exert even the slightest seriousness, he would be utterly incapable of inflicting any harm, let alone have the opportunity to strike. If such were the case, the blade demon would undoubtedly lose interest in competing with him and instead focus solely on tormenting him until his very spirit shattered. More importantly, he sensed that the sealing power of the ghost sealing talismans was gradually intensifying. Dawn was approaching. After being resurrected by the blade demon once more, Xu Taiping suddenly flashed a grin at the demon. Boom. At these words, the blade demon erupted in fury, his aura of blades surging forth, intent on tearing Xu Taiping apart once again. However, as his blade energy erupted from within, a series of runic inscriptions struck him like fists, thudding against his form and dispersing his blade energy while binding him like chains. Child, do not think that surviving this time grants you liberation. When the next full moon arrives, I shall ensure your spirit shatters and your heart collapses. The blade demon coldly fixed his gaze upon Xu Taiping. Next time, I hope to witness your true swordsmanship, esteemed predecessor, and not this mercy you've shown to a junior tonight, Xu Taiping retorted with a grin, deliberately provoking the demon by gesturing towards his chest. He aimed to incite the blade demon into believing that only by slaying him without a scratch could he claim genuine victory. Bearing such a mindset while competing with Xu Taiping would entrap the blade demon, making Xu's responses far more composed. Child, when we meet again, I shall ensure you are unable to smile. As the blade domain began to collapse, the enraged blade demon roared at Xu Taiping. Boom. With that roar, the blade domain crumbled entirely. When Xu Taiping regained his senses, he found himself back within the fan tower. A beam of sunlight streamed through a ventilated window, illuminating his face, which bore no trace of color. At that moment, Xu Taiping's chest heaved violently, beads of sweat cascading from his forehead and cheeks. Even after emerging from the blade domain, the torment he endured for countless days still left him experiencing phantom pains throughout his body. Gasping for breath, Xu Taiping lay back on the ground, his body rigid. Had he not managed to inflict a wound on the blade demon during a moment of carelessness, and had the torment continued unabated, he might not have survived until dawn, his spirit shattered. Xu Taiping murmured with a heart full of trepidation. He had believed that even the most brutal torture could be endured through sheer willpower, yet when pain becomes endless, he realized that even the most resolute spirit could falter. Nonetheless, this encounter proved two significant truths. First, the blade demon's primary objective in drawing him into the blade domain was to induce his spiritual collapse, thereby allowing him to break free from the ghost sealing talismans. Second, the blade demon possessed an overwhelming obsession with victory. He sought not only to surpass his opponent, but to do so in a manner that was flawless. As Xu Taiping contemplated, he retrieved a precious Bob Bazhen powder and a shochi pill, placing them both into his mouth. Simultaneously, he took a sip of Longdan liquor. Almost immediately, the blood energy within him, which had been nearly depleted, began to show signs of revival. However, come the next full moon, if I am unable to inflict any harm upon him, he will surely lose interest in me. Turning instead to devise ways to torment my spirit to the brink of collapse, he murmured, his brow furrowed. In the ensuing month, He resolved to temporarily set aside other forms of cultivation and concentrate solely on comprehending the demon-slaying blade. Even if he could not triumph over him, he at least wished to pique his interest in his swordplay. It would be even better if he could injure him once or twice more. Suddenly, Xu Taiping sat upright. Chapter 154. The Demon-Slaying Blade, First Form. The Harmonious Chorus of Cicadas. He had already come to the realization that defeating that blade specter within the realm of swordplay was an impossible feat for him. Thus, rather than considering other techniques, it was more prudent to specialize in swordsmanship. Just as this evening, as long as he could demonstrate even a modicum of talent in the blade specter's most prideful technique, it would surely divert the specter's attention. Naturally, he could not allow his progress in cultivation to falter. The Fairy of Lingyue had also mentioned in her letter that one method to prevent the sealing talisman from devouring his blood energy was to enhance his cultivation. After consuming the Qiaohai Dan last night, he planned to practice the Danxiao formula for a week or two, to ascertain whether the speed of refining true energy could indeed be doubled. Without hesitation, he crossed his legs and began to meditate and practice. With the blade specter present within the sealing talisman, he dared not to let down his guard. Every increment in his cultivation over the next month would serve as an additional guarantee of his survival. In the blink of an eye, a month had passed. In the courtyard of Xu Pavilion, in front of the fan tower, a clearing awaited. Whoosh! The white feather, sharper than a blade, suddenly slashed horizontally towards Xu Taiping. Wrapped in an ethereal aura, the wing moved with extraordinary speed, appearing to cleave the entire courtyard in half from a distance. Clang! In an instant, as the white feather wing descended, Xu Taiping swiftly drew his sword from its sheath. A magnificent blade light manifested, taking the form of a colossal sword shadow that met the white feather wing head-on. Bang! With a resounding clash, the sword shadow shattered, and the white feather wing was thrust back. Yet, it quickly regained its composure, its claws gripping the ground tightly, and its pair of wings, akin to twin blades, began to slash rapidly towards Xu Taiping. Almost simultaneously, Xu Taiping left behind an afterimage in his original position, and then, streams of blade light danced through the courtyard like snowflakes, parrying nearly every strike from the white feather. In that moment, the sounds of collisions echoed throughout the courtyard. Bang! As Xu Taiping successfully countered the final strike from the white feather, both combatants staggered back several paces before regaining their footing. However, once Xu Taiping steadied himself, he suddenly assumed a peculiar stance, balancing on one foot, while raising the hilt of his Qianjiang knife high above his head. Boom! In the very moment when Xu Taiping raised his blade in that peculiar posture, the spiritual energy of the heavens and earth within a 30 zhang radius around him trembled violently. A force of nature began to condense this spiritual energy into Xu Taiping's long knife. Subsequently, he struck down with the blade. With a sound reminiscent of a cicada's cry, the strike transformed into a slender blade shadow over 10 zhang long, slicing through the air towards Baiyu. Although Baiyu's eyes revealed a flicker of surprise at this blow, he did not falter. At the instant Xu Taiping unleashed his strike, Baiyu summoned all his spiritual power, once more flapping his wings vigorously to meet the blade's edge head-on. Boom! However, the blade shadow conjured by Baiyu's wings was almost instantly shattered beneath Xu Taiping's strike. What filled Baiyu with dread was the oppressive force of the blade that preceded the actual strike, as if it weighed 1,000,000 pounds, pinning him in place and rendering him immobile. Xu Taiping, you damned fool, stop! As he watched the blade shadow descending towards his head, helpless to resist, Baiyu could no longer contain his outrage. Just as his words fell, the thin blade shadow, stretching over 10 zhang, abruptly froze before him, then exploded with a thunderous roar. The ensuing shockwave stirred up a cloud of dust around them. Once the overwhelming force bearing down on him dissipated, Baiyu felt a mixture of frustration and inexplicable relief. Xu Taiping, is this what you call the demon-slaying blade? He exclaimed, transforming into the size of a sparrow and landing atop Xu Taiping's head. Indeed, Xu Taiping nodded, reaching up to grasp Baiyu from his head and tossing him aside with ease. This is the first form of the demon-slaying blade, the cicada's cry. This Duan Tianya is truly an extraordinary individual, capable of devising such an enigmatic technique, Baiyu remarked, flapping his wings with a look of dejection. Indeed, it took me over a month to master this form, and I have yet to reach the realm of 100 cicadas singing in unison as described in the manual. Xu Taiping acknowledged with a nod, his voice brimming with reverence. The deeper he delved into the demon-slaying blade, the more he marveled at the profound expertise of the venerable Duan Qianjiang in the art of the blade. What does 100 cicadas singing in unison mean? Baiyu inquired with curiosity. In simple terms, it means that a single strike can be as lethal as 100, Xu Taiping replied, sheathing his sword without lifting his gaze. Isn't that a bit excessive? Baiyu felt a shiver run down his spine. That single strike had nearly brought him to ruin. If 100 more were unleashed, he would be rendered utterly defenseless. It seems it is time for me to begin practicing the Sky Eagle Claw, Baiyu thought, sensing the urgency as he realized Xu Taiping was rapidly catching up to him in strength, even as his own martial skills began to falter. By the way, are you meeting that blade demon again tonight? Baiyu suddenly asked Xu Taiping, his tone turning serious. Chapter 155, The Blade Demon. Preparation for this month during the last full moon. Although Xu Taiping said nothing, his frail and near-death state could not escape Baiyu's keen eyes. Is there truly no way for me to enter the blade domain alongside Pinyin? Baiyu inquired, her gaze laden with concern. Currently, it appears impossible, Xu Taiping replied, shaking his head. If it were feasible, he would indeed desire Baiyu and Pingin's assistance. But the blade domain lay entirely under the control of the blade demon, and he could not permit them to enter. Rest assured, I have prepared for nearly a month this time. I will not be caught in such a predicament as before, he reassured Baiyu, noting the worry etched across her features. Perhaps the demon-slaying blade will surprise the blade demon. He then playfully shook the hilt of the sword at his waist. Observing Xu Taiping's calm demeanor, Baiyu felt an inexplicable sense of shame. Just take care of yourself. I shall keep watch over you tonight, she declared before taking flight, calling out to Pinyin outside. Little Pinyin, let us go catch some spirit herbs. Of course, but you mustn't sneak a taste. You insufferable monkey, who would dare to steal? Listening to the commotion outside, Xu Taiping felt an unexpected sense of reassurance. Even if he were to lose, he would not let his spirit shatter. There remained many matters awaiting his attention. He stretched lazily and made his way back to the fan tower. It was time to practice the Danxia technique. In truth, this past month had been relatively tranquil for Xu Taiping. The merit points and elixirs promised by the Six Peaks had already been credited to his account. Coupled with the merit points earned from the weapons he collected in the ruins, his total now surpassed 500,000. However, such merit was fleeting. After procuring materials for a month's supply of 8 treasures powder, guardian chi pills, aperture opening decoction, and gathering chi pills, he was left with only 100,000 merit points. The ghost sealing talisman was indeed an insatiable abyss. Yet, with the assistance of the grass-returning pill, his true essence had grown at more than double the speed over the past month, while his chi reservoir expanded significantly. At this rate, he would reach the middle stage of the Wangu phase within a month at most. Consequently, the ghost-sealing talisman's consumption of his vitality had noticeably slowed, alleviating some of his pressure and allowing him to focus more intently on his cultivation. Moreover, he continued to rise before dawn each day to practice swordsmanship at the moon-lifting pool. As before, the 3-3 master remained elusive, still offering guidance solely through written messages on wooden boards. However, due to Xu Taiping's progress, the errors the master pointed out had gradually diminished. Nonetheless, Xu Taiping did not allow himself a moment's relaxation. He remained diligent in inscribing each character with his sword. Yet, thanks to his improved speed in sword inscription, he found himself with more spare time than ever. After each sword practice, he would return to Qianjiang to assist Baiyu Ping in tending to the medicinal garden. They would share a meal before dedicating 1 or 2 hours to thoroughly studying the newly acquired techniques, Tian Yi and Qingxiao de Shengquan. Subsequently, he would reinforce his understanding of the Qi Wu Jin Yanju and the clone technique, among others. The esoteric nature of the Tianshu sect's secretive techniques, Tian Yi and Qingxiao de Shengquan, surpassed even that of the Demon Slayer blade, prompting Xu Taiping to refrain from hastily practicing them. He intended to first read through both techniques before delving deeper. Among these methods, his progress with the Qi Wu Jin Yanju had been the swiftest, enabling him to condense a sphere of Qi Wu golden flame within the span of a tea brew, with the quality of the flame significantly enhanced. For him, the Qi Wu Jin Yanju had truly become a formidable weapon. Aside from these, Xu Taiping devoted the majority of his practice time to the Demon Slayer blade. Unlike his earlier superficial readings, this past month had been spent meticulously studying the first form, Ming Chan. His performance during the spar with Baiyu in the courtyard reflected the fruits of his labor over the month. However, Xu Taiping felt a sense of dissatisfaction. In his eyes, his Ming Chan was merely a shell devoid of spirit, requiring at least 3 to 6 more months of refinement to stand a chance against the Blade Demon. Yet, with the full moon approaching, he had no choice but to face the inevitable. According to Lingyue, engaging with the Blade Demon within the Blade domain was the best way to hone one's swordsmanship. However, each strike would entail the agony of being dismembered, a cost far too great to bear. Xu Taiping could only manage a wry smile. Even to this day, he still experienced phantom pains throughout his limbs and organs, a testament to the torment inflicted by the Blade Demon that night. He resolved not to dwell on such thoughts, but to focus on the full moon night ahead. Rising from the meditation mat, he gently patted his cheeks to dispel distractions and center his mind. At that moment, he had circulated the Danxiao technique through several great cycles. Feeling the true qi within his energy center swell, the vitality within his body had markedly improved, thanks to the enhancement of his true essence and the timely consumption of medicinal pills, rendering him far from the weakness he had previously endured. Overall, his condition tonight was vastly superior to that of a month ago. As the appointed hour neared, Xu Taiping first glanced at the moonlight outside before looking at the ghost sealing talisman that had begun to manifest in his palm. He murmured softly, and as before, a wave of murderous intent began to seep from the talisman, gradually permeating the stone chamber. However, compared to the last time, Xu Taiping remained considerably calmer tonight. He disregarded the spreading malice from the ghost sealing talisman and opened the iron gourd, retrieving the Chun Hu Dao. Suddenly, as Xu Taiping grasped the Chun Hu and prepared to secure it at his waist, a flash of blue light shot forth from the gourd, striking his chest with a resounding thud. Looking down, he discovered it was the Duan Shui bestowed upon him by Senior Duan Tianya. Duan Shui, are you also here to face the Blade Demon with me? He tentatively inquired of the enchanted weapon. However, the broken water remained unresponsive, simply lying quietly in his hand. Xu Taiping reached out to draw the knife, hoping to see if he could extract the broken water, yet it remained stubbornly lodged, just as before. The last time he had not brought the broken water was precisely because he could not pull it free. Never mind, I shall take it with me. Without further contemplation, Xu Taiping secured the broken water at his side. At last, we meet again. As that familiar, aged voice echoed, the scenery around Xu Taiping began to gradually transform into a blood-soaked tableau. Indeed, we meet again. Xu Taiping smiled as he raised his head, his gaze fixed firmly upon the crimson-haired Blade Demon ahead. This night, he appeared far more composed than before. Chapter 156, The Blade Demon. I assert you are unworthy. The crimson-haired Blade Demon exhibited an unusual demeanor this night. Unlike their previous encounter, where he had immediately attacked Xu Taiping, he now scrutinized him closely. Ultimately, his gaze fell upon the broken water at Xu Taiping's waist. Is this what you have prepared for tonight over the past month? He sneered, his eyes narrowing upon the broken water. Clearly, the crimson-haired Blade Demon had misconstrued the situation, believing Xu Taiping intended to use Duan Tianya's broken water to counter him, entirely unaware that Xu Taiping could not extract it at all. Xu Taiping chose not to respond. There was no need to reveal his own shortcomings. Even if he could not unsheath the broken water, its mere presence could serve as a deterrent. Recently, it was indeed the master of this blade who suppressed my intent. Mentioning the broken water, the crimson-haired Blade Demon surprisingly did not erupt in anger, but rather inquired patiently about Xu Taiping. Yes, his name was Duan Tianya, a master of the blade. Xu Taiping affirmed with a nod. I have not heard of him. Perhaps my memory fails me, the Blade Demon replied, shaking his head. However, his blade intent possesses a certain resonance. If you can bring him to me for a duel, I might consider granting you a few more days of existence. He then turned his gaze back to Xu Taiping. At that moment, the dullness in the Blade Demon's eyes brightened slightly. He is no longer with us, Xu Taiping said, shaking his head. Ah, no longer with us, the crimson-haired Blade Demon replied, a look of melancholy crossing his face. Indeed, no longer with us, Xu Taiping confirmed earnestly. He passed his blade to you? The Blade Demon once again looked at the broken water at Xu Taiping's side. And his blade manual, Xu Taiping added with a nod. You are unworthy. The Blade Demon's gaze turned cold as he regarded Xu Taiping. Upon hearing of Duan Tianya's demise, the warmth in his eyes abruptly vanished, reverting to an icy demeanor. But the old man believed I was worthy, Xu Taiping stated, his resolve unshaken by the Blade Demon's dismissal. As he spoke, his hand rested upon the hilt, for he sensed the familiar murderous intent emanating from the blade demon. I said, "You are not worthy." The blade demon articulated each word with deliberate emphasis, and with that, his form abruptly transformed into a fleeting shadow. Boom. A blade light sliced down, nearly grazing Xu Taiping's face. Whoosh. Having long anticipated the murderous intent of the crimson-haired blade demon, Xu Taiping deftly evaded as the blade light descended upon him. Nonetheless, he paid the price with the loss of one arm. As he dodged the deadly strike, he swiftly drew the spring tiger from his waist, pivoting on one foot to launch himself into a rapid spin, raising the spring tiger to converge the blade's momentum and intent. Alas, it was too slow. Just as Xu Taiping hoisted his weapon, the blade demon had already twisted his form, unleashing a horizontal sweep of his long blade without warning. Boom. As the blade demon executed his sweeping strike, an invisible force akin to a colossal hand suppressed the ferocity of his blade. Though merely a fleeting moment, it sufficed for Xu Taiping to bring his spring tiger down. With a piercing, resonant sound akin to a tremor, a blade shadow, thin as a cicada's wing, yet spanning several meters in width and over 10 meters in length, cleaved towards the crimson-haired blade demon. Having extricated himself from the resonance of the cicada's blade, the blade demon did not choose to evade this strike. Nor did he employ the force of his blade domain. Instead, he met it head-on. A blade shadow, entirely obsidian and resembling a massive boulder, collided with the delicate, cicada-like shadow of Xu Taiping's strike. Boom. With a resounding explosion, Xu Taiping was thrust backward by a tremendous backlash, the sound of his bones cracking echoing in the air. Gasping for stability, he could no longer suppress the blood that erupted from his mouth. Meanwhile, the blade demon remained utterly unmoved, though his gaze towards Xu Taiping brimmed with astonishment and perplexity. As Xu Taiping coughed violently, he cast a glance at his chest, where a slender wound slashed diagonally across. Though shallow, it was undeniably a wound. More crucially, to block Xu Taiping's recent strike, the blade demon had resorted to wielding his true weapon for the first time, the long, rough blade known as equi, exuding a heavy aura of malevolence. This was the swordsmanship of Qianjiang. The blade demon drove the ominous equi into the ground with force, his expression devoid of emotion as he addressed Xu Taiping. "Is it so?" Xu Taiping nodded, wiping the corner of his mouth, and then raised the spring tiger once more. "A month?" the blade demon inquired again. "Indeed," Xu Taiping replied, beginning to circle around the blade demon with his weapon poised. "One more strike. If you can compel me to use equi, I shall restore your body. If not, I will continue to subject you to a fate worse than death, and then restore your body." As the blade demon spoke, he sheathed the ominous great blade and replaced it with an ordinary ring-handled knife. Simultaneously, he employed the power of his blade domain to instantaneously heal Xu Taiping's injuries. Feeling the pain dissipate, Xu Taiping's lips involuntarily curved into a slight smile. Just as I suspected, the demon-slaying blade piqued the interest of this blade demon. This is a promising start. With this thought in mind, he raised the spring tiger once more and, with a thunderous surge, launched himself forward, delivering another cicada slash toward the blade demon. Chapter 157. 3 months later. Sister Lingyue should be awakening 3 months have elapsed. On a clear morning, after a full 3 months. Your technique of Mingchan still fails to achieve the harmony of 100 cicadas singing in unison. I must express my profound disappointment in you. Should you show no improvement by next month, I shall cease to employ you as my test blade. As Xu Taiping exited the blade domain, a dissatisfied roar erupted from within, resonating with his frustration. I understand. We shall meet again next month." He wearily waved his hand towards the blade ghost. This marked the 5th month since his return from Yunming's, and the 4th time he emerged from the blade domain unscathed. Though he felt the same all-encompassing pain as he did 3 months prior, with his spirit teetering on the brink of collapse. His current state could be aptly described as one of calm acceptance, a stark contrast to his condition 2 months ago. During these 3 months, a subtle evolution had occurred in his relationship with the blade ghost, while the blade ghost still harbored a desire for his demise. Having witnessed the demon-slaying blade wielded by Qianjiang, it now yearned to ascertain the subsequent techniques of the blade, thus hesitating to let Xu Taiping perish. The instinct to eliminate Xu Taiping upon escaping its seal clashed with an obsession to witness more of the demon-slaying blade's prowess. Consequently, Xu Taiping found himself both tormented and honing his skills within the blade domain, a delicate balance of instinct and obsession. This equilibrium, he concluded, was essential for survival. To maintain it, he often concealed certain aspects during his duels with the blade ghost, intending to pique its interest upon his next entry into the blade domain, preventing it from immediately subjecting him to excruciating torment. Like this time, old ghost, I have indeed mastered the technique of 100 cicadas singing in unison. Xu Taiping opened his left palm, grinning at the manifested ghost sealing talisman. In a swift motion, he drew his spring tiger from his waist, balancing on one foot while raising the blade high with both hands. Suddenly, a cacophony of cicadas erupted, reminiscent of a summer night when cicadas in the forest begin to sing in unison. Boom! Amidst the sound of cicadas, a surge of ferocious killing intent erupted from the ghost sealing talisman in Xu Taiping's palm. A smile spread across his face, as if he could hear the blade ghost's roar of curses from within the talisman. Old ghost, do not be impatient. When we meet next time, I shall make you experience my technique of 100 cicadas singing in unison. Having spoken these words, he tightened his grip, and the killing aura that had surged from his palm dissipated. His mastery over the ghost sealing talisman had grown increasingly adept, barring the night of the full moon. He could now completely seal the aura within the talisman. Of course, the price for such mastery was a rapid depletion of his vitality. As for overcoming the blade ghost, he had long since relinquished that ambition. After all, he had only been practicing the blade for 3 to 4 years. How could he possibly contend with a creature that had trained for hundreds, if not thousands, of years? Moreover, this creature's mind appeared to be somewhat unhinged. Through these two encounters, he discerned that while the blade ghost seemed lucid, it was, in fact, still ensnared in a chaotic state. Its thoughts and desires required external stimuli to manifest. For instance, during his second foray into the blade domain, had he not brought along the water-severing blade? Imbued with the lingering essence of Duan Tianya, the blade spectre would scarcely have recalled the two formidable sword intents of Duan Tianya. This explains why he had previously employed the technique of 100 cicadas singing to provoke the blade spectre. Hiss! As he painfully maneuvered himself to the edge of the table, Xu Taiping could not help but draw in a sharp breath of cold air. On this night within the blade domain, he had intentionally concealed the 100 cicadas singing, managing to wound the blade spectre only 3 times before enduring a night of torment as the spectre flayed him alive. Gulp! Skillfully, he unwrapped a pouch of 8 treasures powder, extracting a vitality-preserving pill and an energy-augmenting pill, which he consumed with a swig of diluted Longdan liquor. His ability to endure against the blade spectre for so long owed much to these elixirs. Without them, he likely would not have survived to his second entrance into the blade domain, let alone have the opportunity to toy with the blade spectre as he did today. Yet, it was also thanks to the blade spectre. Otherwise, mastering the technique of cicada song would likely take him 3 to 4 years to achieve the 100 cicadas singing. Reflecting upon the past few months of sword practice, Xu Taiping felt a twinge of sentimentality. Over the last 3 months, aside from his daily endeavors at the moon-seeking pool to practice swordplay and methodically refining his energy to elevate his cultivation, he had devoted nearly all his time to the demon-slaying blade. It could hardly be described as mere diligence. It was more akin to a desperate struggle. However, there was no alternative, with the blade spectre relentlessly pursuing him. Any stagnation in his swordsmanship would inevitably result in the torment of flaying come next month's venture into the blade domain. Once or twice might be bearable, but enduring such agony repeatedly was beyond human capacity. Calculating the time, Sister Lingyue should awaken within the next few days, he mused softly after regaining some vitality. According to the instructions in that letter, the Fairy Lingyue was to remain in slumber for half a year, so if she was to awaken, it should be within these 1 or 2 days. Although he had devised a method to cope with the blade spectre, this solution could hardly be deemed a lasting one. After all, no matter how diligently he trained, he could not guarantee consistent progress in mastering the demon-slaying blade each month, especially following the technique of 100 cicadas singing. To continue provoking the blade spectre, he would need to cultivate new techniques, which were not easily mastered within a mere month or 2. Therefore, he still needed to consult Sister Lingyue on how to further seal away the blade spectre, at least to reduce the frequency of these full moon nights. Once every 6 months would suffice. Moreover, there were numerous inquiries he wished to pose to the Fairy Lingyue regarding the celestial relics of the Taishan sect. which he had suppressed in his heart for quite some time. Of course, aside from these matters, he found himself missing Sister Lingyue. He hoped that her recent injury had not affected her. As long as she was unharmed, it mattered not if her awakening were delayed, for he could endure for at least another 6 months. After replenishing his depleted vitality, Xu Taiping stretched lazily and rose to his feet. After freshening up, he needed to return to the moon-seeking pool for sword practice. Should Sister Lingyue be truly harmed, that old ghost, our feud will be unending. With this thought, Xu Taiping's gaze uncharacteristically gleamed with a fierce intent. Taiping. Before Xu Taiping could lower his outstretched hand, a familiar voice suddenly emanated from the courtyard of Qianjiang. Upon hearing this voice, Xu Taiping was momentarily taken aback, but then a joyful smile spread across his face. Sister Lingyue. After quickly responding, he hardly took the time to freshen up, pushing open the door and hastening towards the courtyard. Chapter 158. Night Conversations. What are Xumi and Jiuyou? In the courtyard of Qianjiang, Xu Taiping approached the bamboo grove, perplexed as he gazed at the figure within. This figure was not the familiar Sister Lingyue, but rather a young girl clad in plain attire, her hair styled in a bun, resembling a porcelain doll. Did I startle you? The girl spoke with a tone and demeanor far beyond her years. No, I was just a bit surprised, Xu Taiping replied with a smile. Shaking his head, with that voice and manner of speaking, he could now ascertain that this young girl was indeed the Fairy Lingyue. The fruit of the earth is not yet ripe, and my body is not fully developed, so what you see now is my appearance as a child. Fairy Lingyue explained with a hint of resignation. Yet you, Taiping, have suffered during this time. I will ensure that the knife demon pays the price. After appraising Xu Taiping, a fierce intent suddenly flickered in her once clear eyes. Compared to before her slumber, Xu Taiping had lost considerable weight, and his vitality appeared alarmingly diminished, leading her to conclude that he had been tormented by the knife demon. Give me the hand with the sealing talisman. Fairy Lingyue extended her hand towards Xu Taiping, seemingly eager to confront the knife demon immediately. Sister Lingyue, let us discuss the knife demon later. There's no rush. Xu Taiping shook his head. Why? Fairy Lingyue looked at him in confusion. Besides the knife demon, during your slumber, I also encountered the devilish cultivators of Jiuyou. There are many matters I wish to confirm with you. Sister Lingyue, Xu Taiping spoke earnestly. Jiuyou? Devilish cultivators? Fairy Lingyue's expression turned grave upon hearing this. That night, within the stone chamber of Fanlu, your Yunming's immortal palace ruins are actually remnants of the Taixian gate from the Xumi realm? After listening to Xu Taiping's account, the young girl-like Fairy Lingyue's mouth slightly parted, revealing her astonishment. Sister Lingyue, have you heard of the Xumi realm? Xu Taiping asked, his excitement palpable. During this time, he had sought numerous ancient texts, yet neither the travelogues of cultivators nor the tomes of sects had mentioned the Xumi realm. Fairy Lingyue nodded, her expression turning serious as she looked at Xu Taiping. I hail from the Xumi realm. Upon hearing this, Xu Taiping was once again taken aback. He had initially speculated that Fairy Lingyue must originate from one of the other realms of the upper clear world, never expecting that she was not from there at all. But Taiping, regarding the Xumi realm, there is actually little I can tell you for now, Fairy Lingyue added, seemingly aware of Xu Taiping's unspoken questions. Why? Xu Taiping inquired, puzzled. In the upper purity realm, there exist several immensely powerful beings who have been relentlessly seeking practitioners from the Xumi realm. Among them, one possesses a divine artifact known as the One-Leaf Book, which can discern the celestial mechanisms through the calculations of causality. After sealing many Xumi practitioners within this One-Leaf Book, if one becomes entangled with the causality of the Xumi realm, their name will inevitably appear on that leaf, allowing the wielder to find them. The more one knows, the more susceptible one becomes to the entanglements of the Xumi realm. As the stern Lingyue fairy solemnly warned Xu Taiping, is this why you advised me against carelessly employing the Red Crow Golden Flame technique in public? Xu Taiping inquired. Part of it is indeed this reason. Lingyue fairy nodded in affirmation. Xu Taiping's heart stirred with realization upon hearing her words. I can only tell you that a cataclysm once befell the Xumi realm, one that nearly reduced the entire realm to ruins. The beings responsible for this calamity possess the power to obliterate entire worlds with a mere gesture. The figures in the upper purity realm are but mere insects in comparison to these two entities, who fervently seek the remnants of the Xumi realm, hoping to unearth a fragment of the profound principles they left behind amidst the ashes. Before you reach the stage of transformation, you are not even qualified to know about this. Therefore, from this day forth, you must not seek anything related to the Xumi realm, she admonished. To prevent Xu Taiping from pursuing his curiosity regarding the Xumi realm, Lingyue Fairy, after careful contemplation, decided to elaborate further. Rest assured, before breaking through to transformation, I will not mention this matter again, Xu Taiping earnestly assured Lingyue Fairy, having never before witnessed her adopt such a serious demeanor. Am I also forbidden from demonstrating the 2 techniques I acquired from the Taishan sect in public? Xu Taiping continued to seek confirmation from Lingyue Fairy. That is unnecessary, she replied. Will they not be discovered by the one-leaf book? Xu Taiping questioned. Before the cataclysm, the Taishan sect had already vanished from the Xumi realm for millennia, and all knowledge of the Taishan sect seems to have been erased, as if it had never existed. Even in our generation, very few are aware of their existence, Lingyue Fairy stated with a grave expression. What about the matter of the Tai Su cataclysm? Seeing that the topic of the Taishan sect was permissible, Xu Taiping immediately inquired about the Tai Su cataclysm. I have never heard of the Tai Su cataclysm, Lingyue Fairy replied, furrowing her brow. However, given that it caused the Taishan sect to vanish overnight, we must treat it with caution and refrain from discussing it with outsiders, she cautioned Xu Taiping. Upon hearing that Lingyue Fairy was also unaware of the Tai Su cataclysm, Xu Taiping felt a twinge of regret. As for the demonic practitioners of the Nine Nether, they should also belong to a faction of the Nine Abyss. Lingyue Fairy suddenly added, What is the Nine Abyss? Xu Taiping queried, having seen the name in a letter from Duan Tianya. The Nine Abyss refers to 9 profound chasms hidden within the realms of the upper purity, said to connect to the void, from which the primordial seeds and wombs of demons originally emerged. During my travels in the upper Qing realm, I discovered that the Nine Abyss had largely been sealed away by the cultivation community of the upper Qing, with some locations even completely destroyed. For instance, the Jinhai Tower in the Qianjiang kingdom of Yuyun is, in fact, a site of one such seal. The Fairy Lingyue explained. Did our true martial heaven once possess the ruins of the Nine Abyss? Xu Taiping inquired, curious. Indeed, it once existed, known as the Yushin Cave. However, I have heard that an unnamed cultivator single-handedly obliterated it, but in doing so, he exhausted much of the fortune and spiritual energy of true martial heaven, transforming this once vibrant realm into a near wasteland. Yet, it was precisely due to the self-sacrifice of true martial heaven that several powerful beings from other realms collaborated to establish a barrier, preventing others from entering true martial heaven freely, thereby compensating for its sacrifice. Fairy Lingyue continued her narration. Xu Taiping realized that there was a historical connection between the cultivation community of true martial heaven and the Nine Abyss. It seems that the demons of the Nine Abyss must lead a rather difficult existence, lacking the demonic seeds and embryos that once flourished in Yushin Cave. They can only rely on blood fruits to enhance their cultivation. The blood fruit magic lotus, which truly awakens the power of the Nine Abyss demon god, is exceedingly rare, leaving them to engage in petty thievery in the shadows, Fairy Lingyue noted with a hint of sympathy. Clearly, she regarded the Nine Abyss with little concern. Yet, her superior demeanor did not instill in Xu Taiping any sense of aversion. Rather, it provided him with an inexplicable sense of reassurance. This world, he mused, is far more expansive than I had imagined. In contrast, true martial heaven resembles a cage. Though it confines the demons, it also restricts the cultivators within. With a sudden yearning, he sighed. Thus, Taiping, once we have dealt with the knife ghost, you should strive to break through to the Xian realm. At that point, we can venture to Yuyun heaven for training. It is only there that you can swiftly advance to the god-refining realm. And only upon reaching that realm can you truly be considered a part of the cultivation world, Fairy Lingyue advised earnestly. By your reasoning, does that imply that our sect leader and that junior master of Qingxiao are of little significance in the other realms? Xu Taiping asked, intrigued. That is not entirely accurate. Fairy Lingyue shook her head. I have witnessed many highly skilled transformation realm cultivators fall to the hands of God-refining realm practitioners adept in the art of slaughter. The level of cultivation can indeed determine one's lifespan and potential. For instance, cultivators proficient in alchemy are naturally no match for sword or blade cultivators. Of course, if they are 1 or 2 realms higher, that is a different matter altogether, she elaborated to Xu Taiping. Upon hearing this, Xu Taiping nodded in understanding. Indeed, during his recent excursions, he had begun to perceive this truth. For example, if a cultivator is constrained while casting spells, it becomes exceedingly challenging for them to contend against a martial arts master. Previously, the reason Six Peaks sought to invite him to the celestial abode ruins was precisely this. Additionally, exercise caution regarding your esteemed master ancestor. The Fairy Lingyue suddenly cast a grave look towards Xu Taiping. Sister Lingyue, why do you say that? Xu Taiping was taken aback by her words. During our expedition to the celestial abode of Yunmings, had it not been for our junior master, escaping from that demon sovereign would have been exceedingly difficult. He added thoughtfully, the issue lies with your journey to Yunmings. Had it not been for this matter, I would not have harbored suspicions regarding your master ancestor. The Fairy Lingyue solemnly shook her head. What issue? Xu Taiping inquired. Astonishment etched on his face as he gazed at the fairy. What transpired within the Yunming's ruins may superficially appear as the 9 nether demonic cultivators utilizing the flesh and blood of the 9 mansions cultivators to nurture the blood fruit essential for their breakthroughs. However, if one expands their perspective, it becomes evident that these demonic cultivators are also part of a larger scheme. The Fairy Lingyue cautioned Xu Taiping. Are you suggesting that someone is permitting the demonic cultivators to cultivate the demonic lotus, only to use the demonic cultivators who consume it as sustenance for that creature within the Taishan Hall? Xu Taiping was suddenly drenched in cold sweat upon the Fairy Lingyue's revelation. As you mentioned, the hidden treasures of the Taishan sect only emerged after that creature consumed the demon lord. Thus, it is clear that to obtain the treasures of the Taishan sect, one must bait that creature with a being of demon lord caliber, the Fairy Lingyue affirmed with a nod. Xu Taiping fell silent, still reluctant to believe that his 9th uncle was the orchestrator of such a scheme. This plot may not necessarily have been devised by your master ancestor. Yet when considering the entire situation, he remains the prime suspect. The Fairy Lingyue continued. If it truly were the case with our junior master, then why did he not seek the Taishan sect's legacy himself, entrusting you and Buyu to retrieve it? Xu Taiping questioned, perplexed as he looked toward the fairy. This is precisely what concerns me most, the Fairy Lingyue replied gravely. If it is merely because he recognizes your potential that he tasked you with obtaining the Taishan sect's legacy, that would be one matter. However, if your acquisition of the Taishan sect's legacy is merely a cog in his larger plan, it implies that you have already become entangled in his scheme. She proceeded to elucidate to Xu Taiping. I refuse to believe it. Xu Taiping pondered earnestly before shaking his head. Why not? The Fairy Lingyue, unfazed by his rebuttal, regarded him with a curious smile. In truth, I also find your reasoning to be sound, yet I cannot articulate why. Xu Taiping scratched his head before resolutely continuing. I simply believe that our junior master is not that kind of person. At the very least, he would never wish me harm, much like you, Sister Lingyue. He added thoughtfully, have you had any other interactions with that master ancestor aside from your time at Qingxiao residence? The Fairy Lingyue did not contest his inquiry, but instead delved into contemplation. Based on her understanding of Xu Taiping, he would never develop fondness for someone without cause. I believe not, Xu Taiping replied after careful consideration, shaking his head once more. This is merely my conjecture. Perhaps your esteemed ancestor simply finds you agreeable and has bestowed upon you a fortuitous opportunity. After all, during the selection at the 7 Peaks, he did express his desire to take you as his disciple. The Fairy Lingyue pondered seriously for a moment before speaking. That was merely a jest from my junior uncle, Xu Taiping replied, shaking his head. Upon hearing this, the Fairy Lingyue chuckled inwardly, silently reflecting. It seems it may not have been a jest after all. For some inexplicable reason, a sense of impending crisis arose within her, as if something precious were on the verge of being taken from her. Could it be that this old man has uncovered the identity of Taiping's extraordinary lineage and intends to vie for my disciple? She contemplated this alternative possibility. One must admit that a woman's intuition can indeed be quite formidable at times. Lingyue, what is the matter? Xu Taiping inquired curiously, noticing the Fairy Lingyue lost in thought. Oh, nothing at all, she replied, shaking her head with a serious expression like that of a child. By the way, she suddenly exclaimed, leaping from her chair and extending a hand towards Xu Taiping, her eyes gleaming with excitement. Come with me. Let us confront that sword demon. Chapter 160, Sword Demon. Why do you still live? Here lies the true scene within the ghost ceiling talisman. Xu Taiping gazed in astonishment at the pitch-black surroundings, where only a massive stone cage was visible. Moments ago, the Fairy Lingyue had merely traced a few strokes on his hand and recited a few incantations, and he had found himself here in an instant. Indeed, the Fairy Lingyue affirmed. You must be curious as to why I did not inform you of this method of controlling the ghost sealing talisman, she questioned with a smile. It is rather puzzling. Xu Taiping admitted honestly with a nod. The reason is simple. Ultimately, I am the one wielding this talisman, the Fairy Lingyue explained. Xu Taiping understood at once, turning his gaze towards the enormous stone cage. Within it sat a tall, red-haired elder, his head bowed as he rested on a stone bed. Beneath his feet were two shadowy figures, their expressions filled with terror. Whenever they attempted to flee, he would stomp down heavily upon them, causing them to howl in distress. That appears to be the spirit of a demonic cultivator I sealed within the Taimen ruins, Xu Taiping remarked, somewhat astonished. Though the sword demon is merely a fragment of obsession, his master's prowess far exceeds that of these two minor demonic cultivators. So it is quite normal for him to subdue them. The Fairy Lingyue did not seem particularly surprised. Why does the sword demon not react while we converse here? Xu Taiping inquired further. The stone cage isolates everything. If we do not wish for him to notice, then he will remain oblivious, the Fairy Lingyue asserted confidently. After saying this, she snapped her fingers. With a sharp crack, the previously bowed red-haired sword demon abruptly lifted his head, turning to face Xu Taiping. The visage that had merely been a mass of distorted spiritual energy now transformed into an ancient face filled with murderous intent. Upon encountering Xu Taiping, the murky depths of his eyes suddenly sparkled with brilliance. "Let me witness your cacophony of cicadas," he exclaimed, rising abruptly. His hands, resembling iron pincers, grasped the stone pillar of the prison, his excitement causing him to overlook the fact that he and Xu Taiping were not meeting within the confines of his domain. "Old fellow, do you still remember me?" Before Xu Taiping could respond, the celestial maiden Lingyue stepped forward, her gaze icy as she regarded the blade demon. Boom! Almost simultaneously with the sound of Lingyue's voice, the blade demon's face contorted grotesquely, transforming into a swirling distortion of spiritual energy, revealing only two cavernous eyes. He instinctively retreated a step, swiftly drawing his life-bound treasure blade, exclaimed, adopting a posture that suggested he was ready to fight to the death with Lingyue. "Why are you still alive?" The blade demon, his eyes sharp with vigilance, fixed his unwavering gaze upon Lingyue. Xu Taiping noted that the blade demon's demeanor now starkly contrasted with his earlier state during their sparring. It was more akin to a primal instinct for survival. Evidently, the appearance of the celestial maiden had awakened a profound sense of existential threat within him. "It is simply because I have not perished," Lingyue retorted, casting a disdainful glance at the blade demon. "Come, let us settle old scores alongside new grievances." As she spoke, she rolled up her sleeves and approached the stone prison. "I am bound by your sealing talisman. I am not your match. If you wish to fight, release the seal." At that moment, the blade demon reverted to his elder form, his gaze becoming somewhat clearer. "Releasing the seal is impossible," Lingyue stated, snapping her fingers. Instantly, the stone prison, which had previously spanned only a few tens of feet, expanded dramatically to several hundred feet, becoming immensely vast. Concurrently, both Xu Taiping and Lingyue found themselves within the stone prison. Seeing this, the blade demon grinned broadly. Then, with a resounding crash, his domain enveloped both Xu Taiping and Lingyue. "Laugh, laugh. I despise your laughter." At the very instant the domain unfurled, Lingyue erupted in a tirade, launching a punch toward the blade demon. However, as they were within the blade demon's territory, the distance between them instantly stretched to over 100 feet before her fist could land. This was the power of the domain. Within its grasp, the master could manipulate the environment at will. Previously, during his encounter with Xu Taiping, the blade demon had deemed him too weak to warrant the use of his domain's power. However, this time, he had miscalculated. Lingyue's fist, defying the distance that had expanded between her and the blade demon, connected with a resounding thud against his head, sending him hurtling backward. Yet, as he was propelled away, the blade demon suddenly raised his hand and clawed fiercely in Lingyue's direction. Boom! Amidst the thunderous reverberation, the stone pillars surrounding the altar lunged toward Lingyue. Observing this, a slight smile graced Lingyue's lips as she swiftly brought her palms together in a forceful gesture. In an instant, a resplendent statue of the thousand-armed bodhisattva emerged behind him. As the stone pillar descended, the statue's numerous arms simultaneously struck out. With a thunderous crash, the stone pillar disintegrated into ashes. Concurrently, the bodhisattva's arms clenched into fists and, like a tempest, surged toward the knife demon. At that moment, the knife demon, having steadied himself, raised his precious blade, the evil blade, and bellowed fiercely before delivering a sweeping slash. With a deafening whoosh, the blade's shadow descended upon the multitude of arms. Undeniably, the force of the knife demoness strike was formidable, yet the outcome was tragically disastrous. 1,000 arms, 1,000 fists, first shattered the shadow of the blade, and then relentlessly struck the knife demoness form. In the blink of an eye, he was reduced to mere pulp. However, this was his domain of blades. He could not truly perish, even when reduced to such a state. This is my domain of blades. I am its sovereign, its deity. With a roar, the knife demon's form instantaneously restored itself, and he swung his arm downward with great force. 2 enormous grinding wheels, one above and one below, rushed toward the celestial maiden, Lingyue. If caught, she would surely be ground into a mere paste. Lingyue, once these grinding wheels begin to turn, your body will be incessantly pulverized, without respite, warned Xu Taiping, who had suffered greatly under the torment of these wheels. Just as the wheels were about to close in, Lingyue's hand seal suddenly shifted, and a colossal figure, exuding an air of supreme authority, appeared behind her, replacing the 1,000-armed bodhisattva. With a resounding crash, the immense figure propped open the grinding wheels, its posture reminiscent of a deity from legend that once held the heavens apart. What do you consider yourself? A mere deity? Lingyue scoffed, her demeanor icy. Once again, her hand seal transformed, and with a thunderous sound, her figure vanished, replaced by that of the knife demon. In a resounding boom, the knife demon found himself ensnared between the very grinding wheels he had summoned. This trivial domain of blades cannot confine me. Lingyue raised an arm toward the heavens. Her fingers splayed wide before she clenched them fiercely. With a roar, the knife demon's domain, once under his control, was seized by Lingyue. The grinding wheels began to spin rapidly according to her will, repeatedly crushing the knife demon. Who are you? It is impossible for anyone to command my domain. His incredulous voice echoed throughout the realm of blades, but soon, his roars were drowned by the thunderous grinding. My blades, my blades. After countless iterations of being crushed, the knife demon's frantic cries reverberated through the domain. In that moment of frenzied despair, the ground of the domain erupted with countless blades. At last, even the grinding millstone, the altar, the crumbling walls, and even that sea of blood transformed into blades. Boom! With a resounding tremor, countless blades exploded outward, only to converge once more, merging into a single sword grasped by the blade demon. The demon, with hair as fiery as flames, emanated a frenzied aura upon seizing the elongated blade, making one feel that at this moment, the blade demon itself was a sword. Boom! Just then, the colossal manifestation behind the Fairy of Lingyue suddenly launched a fist towards the blade demon. Whoosh! In the face of that seemingly world-destroying punch, the blade demon merely nonchalantly swung its sword, causing the manifestation to shatter with a resounding crash. Immediately after, a statue of the 1,000-armed bodhisattva raised its 1,000 arms, striking towards the blade demon in unison. Clang! As a piercing metallic resonance filled the air, the long sword in the fiery-haired demon's grasp cleaved through the air, accompanied by countless sword shadows, aiming for the statue of the 1,000-armed bodhisattva. Boom! With a tremendous explosion, the 1,000 arms of the bodhisattva were severed by the blade demon's strike. Swish! After decapitating the arms of the bodhisattva, the long sword of the demon appeared right before the Fairy of Lingyue. In the face of this strike, the fairy maintained her composure. She suddenly raised a finger and pointed towards the blade's edge, coldly uttering, "Heavenly finger." In that instant, the surrounding sword domain shattered like glass, revealing the stone prison of the ghost sealing talisman. The blade demon, struck by her finger, shattered alongside its sword as if made of glass. Yet, almost instantaneously, its form vanished before the Fairy of Lingyue, only to reappear in a corner of the stone prison. Who are you? The blade demon, its aura considerably weakened, gazed at the fairy with disbelief. At this moment, Xu Taiping's expression was not much better than that of the blade demon. He knew the Fairy of Lingyue was formidable, but he had not anticipated her strength to be such that she could obliterate the blade demon's sword domain. Do you believe you are worthy of knowing? The Fairy of Lingyue, her fingertips shimmering with multicolored light, looked at the blade demon with a disdainful gaze. Upon hearing this, the blade demon fell silent, then silently raised its treasured sword, Eli. Boom! A heavy, mountain-like sword intent surged forth from the blade demon. I may not be worthy, but my sword is. With a roar, the blade demon left an afterimage in its wake. When it reappeared, the demon struck with its sword, accompanied by layers upon layers of sword shadows, crashing towards the Fairy of Lingyue like a great mountain. After training with the demon-slaying sword, Xu Taiping's perspective had greatly expanded. Thus, upon witnessing this strike, his heart involuntarily quivered, for he realized that the blade demon had perfectly fused its heavy sword intent and mountain-like momentum into this single blow. The mountain that surged towards the Fairy of Lingyue felt tangible, a true mountain towering over 1,000 zhang and weighing over 10,000 tons. One force overcomes 10 methods. One strength shatters myriad laws. The blade demon's sword has transcended into a realm unknown to Xu Taiping. Yet, in the face of this blade, the celestial maiden, Lingyue, merely raised her slender arm and pointed her finger, imbued with a radiant spectrum of colors, at the blade demon. This scene left Xu Taiping in a state of astonishment. Could such a delicate finger truly withstand the collapse of a mountain? However, with astonishing swiftness, Lingyue's finger struck the shadow of the blade that the demon had unleashed. With a resounding boom, the maiden's robes billowed, yet her form remained steadfast, having indeed blocked the mountain-like force of the demon's strike with but a single finger. Clearly unwilling to concede defeat, the blade demon roared in fury, his aura of malice surging once more. With a thunderous sound, Lingyue was forced to stagger back several steps. Yet at that moment, the vibrant light at her fingertip intensified, resembling luminous ribbons dancing forth from her hand. Following this, Xu Taiping heard her intone with rare authority, "No dwelling, no thought, no form." As her words echoed, the heavy, mountainous force of the blade demon shattered like a colossal bubble. Chapter 162, The Demise of the Blade Demon, a result of the sealing talismans. The blade demon, concealed within his own martial might, abruptly revealed himself. With a decisive gesture, Lingyue pointed her finger directly at the demon's forehead, summoning all his strength. The blade demon swung his weapon to meet her attack. With a resounding crash, the towering figure of the demon, along with his sword, disintegrated under Lingyue's finger as if it were made of fragile glass. Witnessing this, Xu Taiping's eyes widened in disbelief. Although he could not fully comprehend the spectacle, he sensed that Lingyue's power resided on an entirely different plane than that of the blade demon. Faintly, he detected the essence of the profound paths described in ancient texts emanating from Lingyue. Nevertheless, even as the blade demon's form shattered, Lingyue showed no sign of retreat. With a graceful lift of her wrist, she turned her palm upward, allowing a searing flame, hot enough to quicken one's heart, to coalesce within her hand. In an instant, a golden crow, enveloped in flames, took flight from her palm. The red crow golden flame technique. As Xu Taiping beheld this scene and felt the intense heat radiating from the golden crow, a sense of awe mingled with a tinge of shame washed over him. At present, he found it challenging to even conjure a flame akin to Lingyue's formidable red crow golden flame, let alone manifest a crow of his own. With a piercing cry, the diminutive golden crow suddenly soared into the air, its wings expanding to a span of 6 or 7 feet, transforming into a colossal firebird that screeched and spiraled within the stone prison as if searching for something. Soon, a scream pierced the air. Following the sound, Xu Taiping observed a shadowy figure of a demon being seized by the crow, which promptly consumed it whole. This demon was, of course, the one Xu Taiping had previously captured with the sealing talisman. It appears that Sister Lingyue intends to utilize the Crimson Crow fireworks, decisively eliminating the blade demon and several shadowy fiends in one fell swoop, murmured Xu Taiping. Having been tormented by the blade demon for an extended period, he naturally harbored no affection for it. The only regret he felt was the difficulty in finding another sharpening stone like the one he possessed. However, compared to the threat posed by the blade demon within him, the loss of a sharpening stone was utterly inconsequential. Bang! At that moment, the golden flame Crimson Crow seemed to have discovered something in a corner of the stone prison, yet as it reached out with its claws, a flurry of blade light surged forth, obstructing its path. That was undoubtedly the hiding spot of the blade demon. Upon identifying the blade demon, the celestial maiden Lingyue began to manipulate the Crimson Crow fire, using her wings and claws to penetrate layer upon layer of the blade aura surrounding the demon. Just as Xu Taiping had come to understand, the blade demon appeared dazed, yet when faced with imminent peril, it could be as cunning as a fox, employing various methods to ensure its survival. Clang! With a piercing sound of a blade ringing out, the blade demon, surrounded by a whirlwind of blade light, defiantly stood against the crimson crow fire. His crimson hair danced in the wind, one hand wielding the formidable sword, while the other clutched a sphere enveloped in blade light. Despite the imposing presence of the blade demon, Xu Taiping could sense that its strength was rapidly dissipating under the searing flames of the crimson crow. "You cannot kill me," the blade demon managed to utter with great difficulty after blocking the claw of the golden flame crimson crow with a resounding thud. Lingyue did not respond, continuing to command the crimson crow fire to incinerate the blade demon. Upon hearing those words, Xu Taiping felt a disquieting premonition, especially upon seeing the sphere in the demon's grasp, sensing it concealed something malevolent. With another cry, the last layer of blade aura surrounding the blade demon was pierced by the crimson crow fire. "If I perish, let this object take root within him," the blade demon declared, raising the sphere while fending off the flames. As the blade light surrounding the sphere gradually faded, a black lotus emerged in the palm of the demon. Could this be the demonic lotus? The sinister aura emanating from the black lotus bore an uncanny resemblance to the presence Xu Taiping had sensed outside the Taixian Hall. With a snap of her fingers, Lingyue summoned an additional 9 layers of stone prison outside. The eerie aura radiating from the black lotus was thoroughly sealed, rendering it akin to an ordinary black lotus flower. "Sister Lingyue, did you suspect this all along?" Xu Taiping inquired. "Not too long ago, just when I reverted it to its original form," Lingyue nodded. "Do not worry. It is merely a demonic lotus. I possess numerous methods to handle it," she reassured Xu Taiping. Nonetheless, Xu Taiping could still perceive a flicker of concern in Lingyue's gaze. Clearly, the demonic lotus is not as easily dealt with as she claimed. Indeed, beings of your caliber must possess numerous methods to contend with this demonic lotus. However, should I unleash my full power against it at this moment, even with this sealing talisman, the aura it emanates would undoubtedly attract the attention of formidable entities. The blade ghost revealed a cunning smile to the spirit moon fairy. Evidently, at this critical juncture between life and death, the blade ghost awakened a new consciousness. "Did you hide the root of that demonic lotus?" The spirit moon fairy refrained from responding to the blade ghost's words, instead coldly gazing at him with a counter-question. As she spoke, vibrant hues began to swirl at her fingertips, and a terrifying aura of destruction enveloped the blade ghost. "No," the blade ghost shook his head. "Initially, I was merely a remnant of demonic energy, absorbed by the sealing talisman. It was only after some days of growth that I realized it was the demonic lotus." Upon hearing this, the spirit moon fairy felt a slight sense of relief. Within this sealing talisman, the blade ghost's honesty could not escape her perception. According to the blade ghost's account, combined with her understanding of the demonic lotus, it should currently be in a dormant state, not releasing any aura that would attract demonic cultivators. At that moment, Xu Taiping also stood alongside the spirit moon fairy, with a demonic lotus growing within him. Regardless of how composed he might be, maintaining calm was an impossible feat. "It is not of human origin. It is all the fault of this sealing talisman." The spirit moon fairy turned to Xu Taiping with a hint of helplessness. "That is good to hear," Xu Taiping nodded in response. The knowledge that the demonic lotus was not of human origin and was contained within the sealing talisman provided him with a measure of solace. "Shall we make a deal?" Suddenly, the blade ghost exclaimed, cradling the slumbering demonic lotus. "What do you have to offer for this negotiation?" The spirit moon fairy coldly regarded the blade ghost. Although the demonic root was not introduced by the blade ghost, he had evidently concealed it, clearly intending to leverage it to threaten both her and Xu Taiping at this juncture. "As far as I know, once the demonic lotus takes root, removing it without harming the host requires extensive preparation and a considerable amount of time. During this period, the lotus will continuously siphon the host's essence, which could either delay the host's cultivation progress or completely halt their advancement. As powerful as you are, you surely possess methods to address this, but it would undoubtedly require significant effort and energy." The blade ghost spoke, wearing a smile as he looked at the two. Upon hearing this, while a flicker of concern arose within Xu Taiping, his expression remained unchanged and calm. He understood that the blade ghost was intent on negotiating with Sister Spirit Moon over this matter. "What exactly are you trying to convey?" The spirit moon fairy shot a frosty glance at the blade ghost, her disdain for his current consciousness palpable. I can use the blade domain to help you seal this demonic lotus. The blade ghost grinned with a somewhat flippant tone. Do not presume that I am unaware. Once the demonic lotus takes root, it can even devour your blade domain. The spirit moon fairy coldly regarded the blade ghost. As long as that young man continues to test his blade with me, I would not hesitate if the blade domain were to be entirely consumed by the demonic lotus. The blade demon suddenly reverted to his aged tone, solemnly assuring the Fairy Lingyue and Xu Taiping, "Merely allow me to test your blade?" Xu Taiping felt a flicker of surprise. He had initially anticipated that the blade demon would make an unreasonable request. The Fairy Lingyue, too, was puzzled. Yet she sensed no deception in his words. "Though I have forgotten much, and without others' reminders, I cannot recall, there is one lingering obsession I have never forsaken." "What obsession?" "I am in search of a particular sword technique." "What technique?" "I cannot articulate what it entails, but I know that should I discover this technique, I would attain liberation. Testing your blade will lead me to that technique. Not you, but rather the technique you inherit from that distant realm. It is the pinnacle of earthly swordsmanship. I have an instinct that if I can engage in a duel with one who has fully mastered that technique, I shall uncover the elusive form." At this juncture, the blade demon suddenly appeared exuberant. Upon hearing these words, Xu Taiping recalled how the blade demon had persistently urged him to practice his swordplay, and many of his doubts were suddenly dispelled. "Taiping." The Fairy Lingyue did not immediately respond to the blade demon, but turned to Xu Taiping. "Even without him, I possess means to restrain the growth of this demonic lotus." She then confidently added, "Little one, as long as you continue to test your blade with me, I can forsake everything to seal this demonic lotus for you." Upon hearing the Fairy Lingyue's declaration, the blade demon grew tense and, with a slight tremor in his voice, implored Xu Taiping. However, Xu Taiping was not a man swayed by emotion. "Which method poses a greater risk?" he inquired of the Fairy Lingyue. "That depends on whether you trust me more or him," she replied. "Naturally, I trust you, Sister Lingyue." Xu Taiping answered without hesitation. "Then it is entrusted to you, little one." Before the Fairy Lingyue could finish her sentence, the blade demon suddenly knelt before Xu Taiping, trembling as he gazed up at him. "Aside from my parents and mentors, I have never knelt before anyone. Yet today, I am willing to bow and swear that everything I have said is devoid of falsehood, and I shall never betray you in any way. I implore you, continue testing your blade with me." With that, the blade demon forcefully bowed his head to the ground. Xu Taiping stood in astonishment. Throughout their time together, what struck him most was the pride and arrogance embedded in the blade demon's obsession. Yet, this proud being was now kneeling before him, an inconceivable sight. Bang! The blade demon struck his head against the ground once more, causing the earth to tremble. "Please, continue testing your blade with me." That stubborn, aged voice resounded again. For the sake of that impractical sword technique, he was willing to relinquish both pride and dignity. The existence of a sword cultivator, at times, can be more formidable than that of a sword cultivator. The Fairy Lingyue looked at the blade demon with newfound respect. Elder Duan once said, "In the pursuit of swordsmanship, one either goes mad, becomes demonic, or perishes." Xu Taiping nodded in agreement. Bang! At that moment, the blade ghost forcefully struck his head against the ground. "Little one, I implore you to continue testing your blade with me. I am so close." Merely a hair's breadth away from discovering that elusive technique, he beseeched, his eyes brimming with earnestness as they gazed upon Xu Taiping. Xu Taiping quietly regarded the bloodied, aged visage before him, and, after a prolonged silence, turned to the Fairy of Lingyue, saying, "Sister Lingyue, I wish to see." "What do you wish to see?" she inquired. "I wish to behold the very strike that drives him to forsake his life and dignity." "Very well," she replied, rarely intervening in Xu Taiping's resolute decisions. "I shall grant your request." Upon receiving her affirmation, Xu Taiping turned back to the blade ghost, who, in an instant, widened his pupils and displayed a childlike ecstasy. However, the trials must occur once every 3 months, Xu Taiping stipulated. His engagement with the blade ghost was no ordinary sparring match, but rather a confrontation between life and death. Thus, even though resurrection was possible within the blade domain, once a month was too great a burden for Xu Taiping at this juncture. Agreed. The blade ghost readily acquiesced without hesitation. Following this, he swallowed the demon lotus and solemnly assured Xu Taiping, "As long as I draw breath, I shall ensure that this demon lotus poses no harm to you whatsoever." While the blade ghost consented to seal the demon lotus within the blade domain, It remained a temporary solution. We must prepare the necessary items for extracting the demon lotus in advance. That evening, beside the bamboo grove in the central courtyard, the Fairy of Lingyue, now resembling a young girl, earnestly advised Xu Taiping. What items do we require? He inquired, feeling a twinge of anxiety. Sister Lingyue's serious tone suggested that these items would be difficult to procure. Indeed, Taiping, just as the fairy was about to speak, a familiar feminine voice suddenly rang out from the entrance of Qianjiang Pavilion. It was Zhao Linglong. Taiping, come quickly. I bring joyous tidings, momentous news. You have secured a spot to enter the immortal gourd celestial realm. Before Xu Taiping could respond, Zhao Linglong eagerly exclaimed from the doorway. Immortal gourd celestial realm? Xu Taiping was left bewildered. Chapter 164. Competing for spots. An invitation from the 9 prefectures time rewound to half a day earlier at the peak of Qingxiao sect, within the Guiyuan Hall. Regarding the division of the medicinal gardens, celestial fields, and alchemical chambers among the various peaks, if there are no objections, we shall proceed as planned. The sect master Zhou addressed the assembly. Although the peak's leaders exhibited varied expressions, none opposed the proposal. Then it is settled, sect master Zhou nodded, casting aside several documents before picking up a jade slip. Additionally, a messenger from the 9 prefectures arrived yesterday with news. 3 years hence, the disciples to represent Qingxiang in the immortal gourd celestial realm have been determined. Upon hearing this, the leaders of the peaks were visibly invigorated, particularly Zhao Qian of the 7th peak and Meng Qingxiao of the 6th peak, as entry into the immortal gourd celestial realm was restricted to cultivators under the age of 18. Among the under 18 disciples, Xu Taiping of 7 peaks and Lin Buyu of 6 peaks undoubtedly stand as the most distinguished among their peers. Thus, their chances of securing a quota are significantly high. After careful selection by the 9 houses, the representative from our Qingxian sect to the immortal gourd paradise will be Yi Xian, stated Zhou Tong in a calm tone. The other peak masters exchanged glances, their expressions revealing a mixture of surprise and contemplation. Prior to the 7 peaks competition, there would have been no objections to Yi Xian representing Qingxian in the pursuit of the sacred vessel in the immortal gourd paradise. However, given the evident superiority of Xu Taiping and Lin Buyu's performances during this competition, it was undeniable that the allocation of this precious quota to Yi Xian stirred discontent among the assembly. Jinyu, the master of the 1st peak, expressed his gratitude on behalf of Yi Xian to the sect leader and the 9 houses. Rising from his seat, he bowed respectfully to Zhou Tong, his composed demeanor suggesting he had foreknowledge of this decision. Sect leader, might I request to see the documents from the 9 houses? I wish to understand the reasons behind the exclusion of our disciples, inquired Meng Qingxiao, the master of the 6th peak, her countenance cold. While the opportunity to enter the immortal gourd paradise does not guarantee fortunate encounters, it nonetheless represents a significant chance for young disciples to showcase their talents. And she was reluctant to see Lin Buyu miss out on it. I too wish to review that document, Zhao Qian added, stepping forward. Initially, he believed Xu Taiping's age and cultivation level, coupled with his previous performance in the ruins of Yunming's, made him a strong candidate for the quota. Thus, the news of his exclusion was unexpected. He had even boasted to his senior uncle about Xu Taiping's assured success, and now, without an explanation, he dreaded the inevitable ridicule he would face. Sect leader, are we unable to make such a small decision? Zhou Tong raised his gaze and cast a cold glance at Zhao Qian and Meng Qingxiao, releasing an aura of authority. His words were unmistakably clear. The allocation of the quota to Yi Xian was his decision. Although Meng Qingxiao and Zhao Qian felt displeasure, they recognized that arguing against Zhou Tong, given the gravity of the situation, would be futile unless they were prepared to confront him directly. Moreover, as the sect leader, he indeed held that authority. However, such an action could alienate the other peak masters. Just then, a disciple from the main peak hurried into the hall. Sect leader, the envoy from the 9 houses is outside, stating that he has urgent news to convey, he reported, bowing respectfully. Let him wait a moment. Zhou Tong commanded with a furrowed brow. The envoy insists that the presence of the other peak masters is required, the disciple added nervously. Hearing this, Zhou Tong's expression tightened, and Jinyu beside him wore a look of doubt. Let him in, he finally acquiesced, nodding in response to the collective gaze of Zhao Qian and the others. I am Su Xinghua, the envoy from the 9 houses. It is an honor to meet sect leader Zhou and the esteemed peak masters, the newcomer declared respectfully. A young disciple with an attractive demeanor entered the hall, promptly greeting everyone with utmost courtesy. Zhao Qian and the other peak masters nodded slightly in response. The sect leader, Zhou Tong, looked at Su Xingbo with a hint of confusion and inquired, "What pressing matter from the 9 mansions necessitates your urgent visit?" His tone bore a trace of displeasure. Indeed, the lack of prior notice was rather abrupt, and he hoped the sect leader and the peak masters would forgive him. Su Xingbo first offered a sincere apology to everyone, and then explained, "The truth is, I have only just received a message from the 9 mansions. This matter pertains to several other peaks as well, which is why I hastily came upon realizing that the sect leader and the peak masters were present." Upon hearing this, the peak masters cast curious glances at Su Xingbo. Given his explanation, Zhou Tong refrained from expressing further irritation and waved his hand, saying, "No matter. What is this urgent matter? Please, share it with us." Su Xingbo nodded in acknowledgement, then produced a communication jade slip, instructing a nearby disciple to pass it to the sect leader while exclaiming, "The Celestial Law Department of the 9 Mansions wishes to invite Xu Taiping of the 7 Peaks to represent the 9 Mansion Celestial Alliance in the competition at the Celestial Gourd Paradise 3 years hence." This announcement left everyone, including Zhou Tong, momentarily stunned. Wait. Are you implying that the Celestial Law Department seeks to invite Xu Taiping to represent them in the competition at the Celestial Gourd Paradise? After a brief moment of astonishment, Zhao Qian suddenly realized and turned to Su Xingbo with excitement. "Indeed, Master Zhao. Our Celestial Law Department seeks your Xu Taiping of the 7 Peaks to assist us in the competition at the Celestial Gourd Paradise 3 years from now." Su Xingbo affirmed with a serious nod. "Are you certain that the individual the 9 Mansions wishes to invite is Xu Taiping?" Zhou Tong scrutinized the jade slip in his hand, then looked at Su Xingbo with furrowed brows. "Absolutely," Su Xingbo replied emphatically. "In the Qiyue Pavilion." You cannot fathom how furious the sect leader was at that moment. Zhao Linglong animatedly recounted the tale she had heard from Master Zhao while continuously munching on fruits from the table. Chapter 165, Gaining a Quota. The Master of the Celestial Gourd Paradise. "Do take your time eating," her second senior brother, Qingxiao, remarked with a hint of exasperation as he glanced at Zhao Linglong. Then turned to Xu Taiping, saying, "Representing the Celestial Law Department at the Celestial Gourd Paradise is a splendid opportunity for training. Taiping, you must seize this chance." His tone was filled with expectation. "Senior sister, senior brother, I still find myself somewhat unclear about what the Celestial Gourd Paradise actually is, what the competition entails, and why the Celestial Law Department would invite me to represent them there." Although Xu Taiping had grasped the fact that he had obtained a quota for entering the Celestial Gourd Paradise, he remained in the dark regarding the nature of the Celestial Gourd Paradise itself. "My apologies, Taiping. You have only been a formal disciple for a year, so it is understandable that you may not have heard of the Celestial Gourd Paradise," Zhao Linglong exclaimed, slapping her forehead before enthusiastically beginning to explain to Xu Taiping. The Celestial Gourd Paradise is a renowned secret realm within the 9 Mansions. This secret realm, known as the Cave of Celestial Gourds, is said to be the nurturing ground for spiritual beasts and the cultivation of ethereal herbs belonging to an ancient celestial sect. Within its confines lie numerous herbs and medicines, some exceeding a millennium or even 10,000 years in age, alongside many mythical creatures that have long vanished from the 9 prefectures. Moreover, one might stumble upon the secluded abodes of ancient cultivators within. However, unlike other secret realms, this sanctuary is governed by a master. Without his consent, no one can trespass into the Cave of Celestial Gourds. The esteemed master of this realm is none other than the first governor of the 9 prefectures, the illustrious Yuqing. Renowned for his unparalleled cultivation, it is whispered that even our venerable master could not rival him. Had it not been for him, the celestial alliance of the 9 prefectures would never have come to fruition. Returning to the Cave of Celestial Gourds, it was during Yuqing's relinquishment of his governorship that he pledged to open this mystical domain to the disciples of the 9 prefectures every 12 years, albeit with limited spots available exclusively for exceptionally talented youths under the age of 18. Within this sanctuary lies a majestic snow-capped peak named Jade Gourd Summit, towering over several thousand zhang. Yuqing, in concordance with the 9 prefectures, established a rule: whoever first ascends the summit shall be entitled to draw a jug of the spiritual spring from Jade Gourd Summit, and the sect represented by the cultivator will receive generous rewards from the 9 prefectures. Over the past 7 to 8 centuries, The contest for the Jade Gourd has evolved into a grand spectacle within the 9 prefectures, with many prominent figures of the present having emerged from this very competition. Thus, for both the young disciples and the various sects of the 9 prefectures, this presents a splendid opportunity to shine and seize fortune. After delivering such an elaborate account, Zhao Linglong felt a parched throat and quickly reached for a nearby teacup, draining its contents in haste. Upon hearing Zhao Linglong's narration, Xu Taiping finally grasped the essence of the matter. Brother Qingxiao, does the Celestial Alliance of the 9 prefectures have the prerogative to select disciples from other sects to represent us in the contest for the Jade Gourd? While pouring tea for Zhao Linglong, he inquired of Brother Qingxiao. Indeed, Qingxiao affirmed with a nod. The 9 prefectures inherently gather disciples from various sects. Such an action is entirely customary and would not raise any objections. Xu Taiping, enlightened by this revelation, pondered further. But why would he choose me? He promptly directed his lingering question to Qingxiao and Zhao Linglong. I am unsure about that as well. Brother, do you have any insight? Zhao Linglong turned her gaze towards her second brother, Qingxiao. It was Huang Ke who recommended Taiping to the current governor of the Celestial Alliance. Qingxiao replied with a smile, producing a jade slip and placing it upon the table. He then lightly touched the slip, prompting a familiar voice to emanate from it. Qingxiao, you must express your gratitude to me this time. Under my earnest recommendation, the esteemed governor has finally consented to allow your junior disciple Xu Taiping to represent the 9 prefecture Celestial Law Division in the contest for the Jade Gourd. Do remember to treat me to a drink later. At this revelation, Xu Taiping's confusion was finally resolved. However, he deemed the words of this fellow to be only partially credible. According to another friend within the Celestial Law Division, prior to Huang Ke's recommendation, due to Taiping's performance in the ruins of the Yunming's celestial manor, he had already been under consideration by the governor of the 9 prefectures. Qingxiao continued, and Xu Taiping appeared somewhat taken aback. Senior brother, is the Immortal Gourd Cave as perilous as the ruins of the Immortal Mansion in Yunming's? He inquired further. Before Qingxiao could respond, Zhao Linglong, her cheeks full, hastily swallowed her food and introduced, though powerful beasts and ferocious creatures dwell within the Immortal Gourd Cave. They typically possess their own territories. As long as you do not encroach upon their domains, they will not attack you. This aspect alone renders it significantly safer than the ruins in Yunming's. Furthermore, upon entering the Immortal Gourd Cave, the 9 houses provide each disciple with 3 teleportation scrolls. These scrolls can whisk you away to a nearby safe location in times of danger. However, after 3 uses, you will be expelled from the Immortal Gourd's secret realm, forfeiting your qualification to explore it. Thus, despite the relatively low cultivation levels of the disciples entering the Immortal Mansion ruins, the number of cultivators who have perished there over the centuries is remarkably few. Upon hearing this, Qingxiao nodded in agreement, affirming the information. The Immortal Gourd Cave is vast in expanse. It is said that even the first-generation master has explored only a small portion. Consequently, during each contest for the Immortal Gourd, young cultivators often encounter great opportunities. Qingxiao added, isn't Master Yuqing the proprietor of the Immortal Gourd Cave? Why has he only explored such a small area? Xu Taiping found this rather perplexing. Qingxiao clarified, the term master merely indicates he has control over the entrance and exit of the Immortal Gourd Cave, not that he fully governs it. Xu Taiping rephrased, so, in a sense, does that make Yuqing merely the gatekeeper of the Immortal Gourd Cave? Your interpretation is not incorrect, Qingxiao replied with a faint smile and a nod. At this juncture, Xu Taiping had grasped the general concept regarding the Immortal Gourd Cave. By the way, senior brother, if I merely explore inside without vying for the title of the first to ascend Jade Gourd Peak, will the 9 houses hold it against me? Xu Taiping jested lightly. In truth, his curiosity about exploring the Immortal Gourd's secret realm far outweighed any desire for accolades. Of course not. Once you enter the Immortal Gourd Cave, no one can impose restrictions on you. Qingxiao shook his head, then added thoughtfully, however, should you assist the 9 houses in securing a position within the top 10, their favor towards you would undoubtedly increase, and you might even be considered for the role of a 9 houses envoy. Xu Taiping was not particularly interested in the identity of a 9 houses envoy. He preferred to cultivate quietly at Qingxiao Pavilion rather than running about assisting the 9 houses in acquiring benefits. If possible, I recommend that you pay a visit to Jade Gourd Peak, Qingxiao earnestly suggested. Why? Xu Taiping inquired. The paths leading to the summit of Jade Gourd Peak are said to have been carved out by a remarkably powerful sword cultivator, each strike imbued with the essence of that great sword immortal. Those who reach the peak are bound to gain profound insights. It is rumored that this individual attained enlightenment regarding swordsmanship atop Yufeng, leading to an extraordinary advancement in their skills. Who is this person? Xu Chan. Upon hearing this name, Xu Taiping felt a surge of emotion within his heart. At that moment, he resolved to make every effort to test his abilities. He pondered seriously for a moment before nodding his head. The allure of the name Xu Chan was indeed significant. Yet Xu Taiping was determined not to let it sway his intentions. When he arrived at the Qianjiang cave heaven, his primary focus would still be the exploration of relics and the pursuit of treasures. Senior brother, why does the 9 houses announce the candidates for entry into the Qianjiang cave heaven 3 years in advance? It leaves us in such anxious anticipation, Zhao Linglong interjected suddenly. She could hardly wait to see Xu Taiping embark on his journey to the Qianjiang cave heaven. With her own little junior brother involved, her excitement was only heightened. The tokens for entering and exiting the Qianjiang cave heaven, along with the teleportation scrolls, must be personally crafted by Master Yu Qing, tailored for each disciple, necessitating ample preparation. Qingxiao elucidated. By the way, Taiping, before coming here, I requested a map of the Qianjiang cave heaven and a catalog of various known heavenly treasures from Ziyuan. You might wish to examine them in advance. As he spoke, he placed a map alongside a booklet on the table. Thank you, senior brother. Xu Taiping expressed his gratitude with genuine surprise. The map and manual he had received from senior Sister Zijing during his previous visit to the Yunming's ruins had proven immensely helpful. Could this also have been procured from the 9 houses? He inquired curiously of Qingxiao. Indeed. This was originally prepared for our silent junior sister by the 6 peaks and cost a considerable amount of gold and precious materials to acquire from the 9 houses. It was only upon hearing that you desired it that Meng Peak Master permitted its loan, Qingxiao affirmed with a nod. The current master of the 9 houses truly excels in commerce. The annual profits from selling these maps and manuals are substantial. Zhao Linglong teased lightly, and Xu Taiping chuckled, subsequently unfurling the map in his hands. Oh, is this not a fragment of the ancient battlefield between immortals and demons that has astonishingly fallen into Jinwu heaven? As soon as he opened the map, the voice of Lingyue, the fairy, echoed in his mind, filled with astonishment. Meanwhile, at the first peak, in the dojo of Jinhaji, senior brother, you summon me with such urgency. Is there a matter of great importance? Yixian looked at Jinhaji with surprise. Junior brother, there is something I wish to entrust to you. Jinhaji replied with a smile, retrieving a long sword box from his ring. Senior brother, I already possess a sword and have no intention of changing it. Yixian frowned slightly. Most sword cultivators are reluctant to switch swords casually. This sword is unlike any other. Jinhaji shook his head and then opened the sword box. As the box was unveiled, a chilling aura surged forth like a ferocious beast leaping out, causing Yixian to instinctively retreat 2 steps. Whose sword is this? Yixian inquired, his face a mask of shock. Su Chan, Jinhaji grinned widely. Upon hearing this name, Yixian trembled, and his pupils dilated in astonishment. Not only did this box contain his sword, but it also held the techniques from the sword canon, a compilation of the world's swordsmanship that represented his true legacy. Jinhaji spoke with an alluring tone. Unbeknownst to him, Yixian's hand had already reached out, intending to grasp the sword box. Yet, just as his fingers were about to make contact, he hesitated, a look of confusion crossing his face as he asked Jinhaji, such a precious item, brother, do you truly intend to give it to me? It is not that I wish to give it to you. Rather, this item can only be bestowed upon you. Jinhaji replied with a shake of his head. Why do you say that, brother? Yixian inquired, perplexed. In order to extract Su Chan's sword and the accompanying sword classic from the box, one must wield a sword intent that resonates with Su Chan's own, thereby breaking the seals within. As he spoke, Jinhaji extended his hand towards the sword box, attempting to retrieve the sword within. However, before his fingers could touch the weapon, a sharp sword energy surged forth from the box, slicing his hand open. Seeing this, Yixian furrowed his brow. Could the sword intent that resonates with Su Chan's be the one I comprehended atop the Jade Gourd Peak? He had heard tales of Su Chan's enlightenment at that very location. If one can ascend the Jade Gourd Peak and gain insight during the climb, they will undoubtedly be able to extract this sword and obtain the sword classic contained within. As Jinhaji spoke, He placed the sword box into Yi Xian's hands. "Thank you, brother," Yi Xian exclaimed, his excitement evident as he nodded eagerly, no longer resisting. "In 3 years, I will surely represent the first peak atop the Jade Gourd Peak and strive for supremacy in the immortal Gourd Paradise," he declared with fervent assurance. "I believe in you, brother." Jin Haji patted Yi Xian on the shoulder, a sly smile unwittingly gracing his lips as he silently mused, "Su Chan, you will surely be pleased with my choice." Chapter 167. 3 years hence, the initial appearance of the 3-3 dweller that night, within the stone tower of Qianjiang Pavilion. "Sister Lingyue, how did you discern that this immortal gourd paradise corresponds to the fragments of ancient celestial and demonic battlefields you mentioned?" After holding back for quite some time, Xu Taiping could no longer contain his curiosity and posed the question to the Fairy Lingyue. "I was fortunate enough to acquire several maps of ancient celestial and demonic battlegrounds, one of which bears an almost identical topography to yours, particularly the Jade Gourd Peak. It is said that this peak was once a divine artifact belonging to a fallen ancient cultivator on the battlefield, and the spiritual spring you speak of is the residual spiritual energy of that artifact. It is precisely for this reason that I am convinced this is the remnant of that ancient celestial and demonic battlefield," Fairy Lingyue explained to Xu Taiping. "What is the origin of this ancient celestial and demonic battlefield?" Xu Taiping asked, his curiosity piqued by the notion of a damaged ancient artifact still emanating residual spiritual energy after all this time. "To trace it back, that great battle may have occurred nearly 1,000,000 years ago. It is said that during its height, the 9 abysses were exceedingly prosperous, with even the demon lord being regarded as a mere underling. The human cultivators spent several tens of thousands of years devising a strategy to confine the most powerful demon gods of that era within a specific realm. Ultimately, the 9 most formidable human cultivators, at the cost of their own destruction, battled those demon gods to a standstill, resulting in the obliteration of that entire realm. The 9 largest fragments were later collected by the Emperor Yan, who refined them into 9 secret realms known as the Dongtian, both to commemorate the 9 great cultivators and to inspire the younger generation of human cultivators. For the demon race, however, these 9 fragments represent their greatest humiliation. Consequently, during the subsequent celestial demon wars, they devised every possible means to seize and destroy these fragments. By the time of my era, only 2 fragments remained, while the whereabouts of the other 7, including your Dongtian, had become a mystery. The Fairy Lingyue spoke with a melancholic expression. "It is astonishing to learn of such a history associated with the Dongtian." Upon hearing Lingyue's account, Xu Taiping was profoundly shaken, never having imagined that within the long river of time, human cultivators had endured such a tragic past. Initially indifferent to the Dongtian's secrets, he suddenly found himself filled with intense curiosity. He felt that even if he did not seek treasures within the secret realm, merely paying homage to the glorious feats of ancient human cultivators would be worth the journey. However, there seemed to be discrepancies between this map and my memory. Furthermore, this fragment actually comprises 2 layers, and the map only indicates the uppermost layer, which is the least significant. Lingyue's ethereal form gazed thoughtfully at the map. Could it be that the esteemed Yuqing deliberately concealed the existence of the lower layer? Xu Taiping speculated. "Impossible," replied Lingyue with a smile and a shake of her head. "Why is that impossible?" Xu Taiping's curiosity was piqued by her certainty. If he had indeed known and explored that lower layer, and had possessed this Dongtian for so many years, his cultivation would have long since transcended to the transformation realm, traversing to other realms. Lingyue asserted with confidence. "Sister Lingyue, are you suggesting that the treasures hidden in the lower layer of the Dongtian could allow a cultivator to break through to the transformation realm?" Xu Taiping asked, astonished. "Not exactly treasures," she clarified. "Rather, there exists a vast lake formed from the blood of celestial and demon beings in that lower layer. If the lake has not yet dried up, immersing oneself in its waters would significantly accelerate one's cultivation." Lingyue shook her head. Xu Taiping listened, realization dawning upon him. "However, Taiping, even if you find the lower layer of the secret realm, you must never enter that blood pool. The demon lotus within you is particularly fond of such substances." Lingyue warned him again. "Understood," Xu Taiping nodded in acknowledgement. "Yet, by the edge of that blood pool, there grows a spirit herb known as jade bone, rumored to be formed from the marrow of cultivators who perished within it. It is highly effective in countering demonic energy. If you can bring some back, The only remaining ingredient needed to expel the demon lotus would be a vial of spirit essence. This spirit essence typically requires a substantial amount of spiritual stones to refine. But within the artifact that has transformed into the Yuhufu Peak in the Dantian, there will likely be a purer essence. Thus, it is evident that your journey to the Dantian in 3 years' time is imperative, Lingyue stated with a serious expression. Xu Taiping nodded firmly. The demon lotus within him undoubtedly posed the greatest threat, and expelling it as swiftly as possible would be the best course of action. Moreover, I have just glanced at the list, and if it is accurate, you should be able to gather all the medicinal herbs required for the refinement of the fire-returning elixir. The Fairy Lingyue continued. The fire-returning elixir is an essential potion for Xu Taiping, as a mere mortal, to transcend into the profound realm. There is also the grass-returning elixir. Xu Taiping added. He had recently discovered that the list also contained several rare herbs necessary for concocting the grass-returning elixir. Although your second senior brother and the others claim that this immortal gourd cave is not particularly perilous, based on my understanding of the fragments of the immortal demon battlefield, there exist several perilous beasts within, both in the upper and lower realms. I suspect you have not noticed them all these years because they have likely been slumbering. Nevertheless, you must prepare thoroughly, Fairy Lingyue reminded Xu Taiping. In the upcoming 3 years, I will endeavor to remain in seclusion, absorbing the insights I gained from the ruins of the Yumen's immortal mansion. Xu Taiping nodded earnestly. Having been preoccupied with the blade ghost, he had merely skimmed through the techniques of Distant Horizon and Qingxiao Great Sage Fist, without truly beginning his cultivation. Therefore, in the next 3 years, he wished to devote himself wholeheartedly to mastering these arts. Time in the immortal mansion flew by. 3 years passed in the blink of an eye. At the 7th Peak's Laiyue Pool, just like every morning during these 3 years, Xu Taiping, adorned with the mountain-subduing iron rings acquired from the demonic cultivator, leapt step by step from the foot of the mountain. Compared to 3 years ago, bearing 8,000 pounds of mountain-subduing iron, his steps remained extraordinarily light. Simultaneously, his stature had grown considerably more robust since that time. As per tradition, upon arriving at the pool, Xu Taiping first retrieved the wooden board from the cliff face and glanced at it. Today, not a single word is inscribed. He was somewhat taken aback that the hermit San had left no message on the board today. This was unprecedented since he began his sword practice. Perhaps he simply forgot? Xu Taiping pondered as he set the blank wooden board aside. Clang, with his fingers poised together. He gently lifted the long sword embedded in the cliff, which instantly soared before him like a streak of light. This sword, once tarnished and rusty, had transformed into a radiant weapon due to Xu Taiping's relentless daily training, shedding its dilapidated appearance from 3 years prior. San's request yesterday was for a single sword technique of 5,000 characters. Then I shall attempt 6,000 characters today, Xu Taiping decided, casting a glance at the blank wooden board. With this thought, he inhaled deeply, raised his sword, and with a resonating clang, a piercing sound of the sword echoed as beams of light converged into a waterfall, cascading down from above the cliff. In an instant, the entire cliff face was etched with a series of powerful and vigorous seal characters. This was the culmination of Xu Taiping's unwavering practice over the past 3 years. Since San had no further requests, let us meet again tomorrow, Xu Taiping remarked, eyeing the sword that had returned to him. The long sword emitted a quivering sound, as if reluctant to part ways. In the past, even after completing his writing, Xu Taiping would linger a while longer before descending the mountain. However, today he needed to prepare for the items required for his journey to the Qianjiang cave the following day, thus he had to return early. Why the haste? Just as Xu Taiping sheathed the sword against the cliff and turned to leave, a voice filled with authority and age suddenly resonated. Following that, a figure descended from the heavens, striking the large stone in the center of the pond like a sharp sword. San, the recluse. Xu Taiping was taken aback. After practicing swordplay for over 3 years, this was the first time San had appeared before him. Chapter 168, The Concealed Sword Technique. Do you wish to learn this swordplay? For reasons unknown, even without the other's explicit acknowledgement, Xu Taiping was convinced that it was indeed San. I have taught you for 3 years. Prior to today, I have not once shown myself. Do you harbor any grievances against me? The elder spoke. His back turned to Xu Taiping. None, Xu Taiping replied, shaking his head. That is a lie, the elder scoffed. Though I did not reveal myself until today, I have left guidance for you on the wooden board every day without fail over the past 3 years. How could you, Taiping, harbor grievances? Xu Taiping explained earnestly. Then do you believe my absence is preferable to my presence? The elder inquired further. Since San, you are free to act according to your own will. Without concern for your disciple's opinion, Xu Taiping answered. And do you think this method of teaching qualifies me as your master? The elder adjusted his sleeves. Naturally, Xu Taiping nodded with certainty. As long as San is willing, I shall descend the mountain now to present you with a cup of tea in reverence. He continued, convinced that San's unwavering guidance over the past 3 years warranted such respect. That is unnecessary. San abruptly waved his hand. I merely acted at the behest of your peak master, offering a few pointers. What I have taught you over these 3 years has merely been inscribed on the cliff. I have not imparted a single sword technique. How could I be considered your master? His tone was firm. Although Xu Taiping did not place great importance on the title of master and disciple, hearing San speak in such a manner left him feeling somewhat disheartened. He could not shake the feeling that San perhaps deemed his talent too lacking to be worthy of such a title. Throughout the 3 years, while San had only instructed him in sword inscription, each character, each stroke, contained profound insights into the art of swordsmanship. This, though unspoken by San, was evidenced by Xu Taiping's rapid advancement in swordplay. Even the ethereal Lingyue was intrigued by San's unique teaching methods. Both concluded that San must be a reclusive grandmaster of swordsmanship from the Qingxiao sect, especially considering the peak master Zhao Qianjiang's words that San's sword technique was second only to Jiushu. Thus, it was quite understandable for such an extraordinary figure to exhibit selectivity regarding the acceptance of disciples. Might I inquire, Elder Sanson, what brings you to meet with your disciple today? Xu Taiping observed the silhouette of the elder with curiosity, having not made an appearance for 3 years. The sudden encounter surely bore significance. I had wagered with your sect's leader that if you could steadfastly adhere to my requirements of inscribing with the sword, without uttering a single complaint during these 3 years, I would reveal myself to impart the mysteries of the sword to you. Elder Sanson turned to face Xu Taiping. At this moment, it appeared that he had employed some method to obscure his aura and form, rendering him merely a vague outline in Xu Taiping's eyes. Nevertheless, Xu Taiping was unfazed, his attention wholly captivated by the elder's previous statement about imparting sword knowledge. Thank you, Elder Sanson. Xu Taiping expressed his gratitude sincerely with a bow. Over the past 3 years, he had devoted himself to sword practice, accumulating a plethora of questions regarding the art. You have been training with the saber, have you not? Elder Sanson did not immediately begin teaching Xu Taiping about the sword. Instead, he inquired. Yes, I have consistently practiced with the saber. Xu Taiping nodded affirmatively. Why then? Do you seek to learn the sword? Elder Sanson further questioned. For me, at this present moment, the saber serves as the most potent means of offense. As for why I wish to practice the sword, I cannot articulate a clear answer. I merely sense that in my future path of cultivation, a sword will undoubtedly be required. Xu Taiping replied with utmost honesty. In response to Xu Taiping's answer, Elder Sanson did not express anger, but rather nodded slightly. So, for you, the sword is intended as a final safeguard, a support on your path of cultivation. Is that not so? Elder Sanson fixed his gaze intently upon Xu Taiping's eyes. Initially, Xu Taiping had not contemplated this deeply. However, upon Elder Sanson's inquiry, it was as if a light had been ignited within him, revealing that indeed, he harbored such intentions in his sword practice. Thank you, Elder Sanson, for enlightening me. Xu Taiping expressed his heartfelt gratitude with a bow. In truth, he had been perplexed by the question of why he should practice the sword for quite some time, feeling that an answer resided within him, yet unable to articulate it until today when Elder Sanson's words illuminated his understanding. If you practice the sword for this reason, there exists a particular sword technique that is well suited for you. Elder Sanson spoke once more. May I ask, Elder Sanson, what sword technique is that? Xu Taiping gazed intently at Elder Sanson. The hidden sword technique. Elder Sanson replied succinctly. The hidden sword technique? Xu Taiping found himself somewhat perplexed by what Elder Sanson meant by this. The hidden sword technique is a concept I stumbled upon during discussions of swordsmanship with a friend. Elder Sanson elaborated, stroking his beard before continuing. This technique lacks specific sword moves, and the mental formula serves merely as an aid. The essence lies in the concept of concealment. This sword may refer to the one in your hand or the one in your heart. If it is the sword in your hand, you shall conceal it within its sheath. If it is the sword in your heart, you shall conceal it within your heart. This sword, in ordinary times, cannot aid you in repelling foes, cannot assist you in showcasing your prowess before others, cannot help you vanquish demons or dispel malevolent spirits. Indeed, you may even forget that this sword exists. It is only when your fists are shattered, when your long blade is broken, when your spine is fractured, when your resolve crumbles, and you find yourself with nothing, that you will remember you possess this sword. This sword can serve as your fist when your strength is waning. It can act as your weapon when your long blade is splintered. It can become your backbone when your spine is shattered. It can reconstruct your resolve when your spirit is in tatters. No matter how desperate your circumstances may be, there exists a sword that can shelter you, assist you in combat, and safeguard your resolve. The voice of the monk Sanson was not loud, and his tone remained relatively calm. Yet each word resonated like thunder in Xu Taiping's mind. Xu Taiping. As Xu Taiping was momentarily lost in thought, Sanson suddenly bellowed at him. Do you wish for this sword or not? Like a bolt from the blue, Xu Taiping was jolted awake, and without hesitation, he replied, Disciple desires it. Upon hearing this, a satisfied smile graced Sanson's face. He then waved his sleeve grandly, sending a gust of fresh air towards Xu Taiping. In an instant, a vast ocean of swordsmanship comprehension flooded Xu Taiping's mind. As Sanson had just stated, there were no sword techniques nor mental formulas. There was only guidance on how to nurture the sword, how to conceal it, and how to gradually forget that you possess this sword. Before one can conceal a sword, it must first sound its call. Moreover, it must ring out astonishingly. Otherwise, what you hide is not a sword but merely a piece of rotting wood. Conversely, the louder and more astonishing the sound of the sword, the more it will cause the world to tremble when drawn again. Sanson continued, How can one achieve such an astonishing sound? Xu Taiping inquired, puzzled. It is naturally to let the world know that you, Xu Taiping, possess a sword capable of moving mountains and seas, of slaying demons and dispelling evil, of being invincible across the land, Sanson replied with a tone full of pride. For instance, your upcoming venture to the immortal gourd cavern is an excellent opportunity to sound your sword. He then reminded Xu Taiping. Upon hearing this, a look of realization dawned on Xu Taiping's face. Indeed, only a sword that instills fear in others warrants concealment. What use is there in hiding a piece of rotting wood? Thank you, Elder Sanson, for your guidance. He sincerely expressed his gratitude. If you truly wish to thank me, when you go to the immortal gourd cavern, cut down all the plum trees along the small path leading to the peak on the western side of Yahushan and bring them back to me. Sanson stood with his hands clasped behind him in the center of the pond. Elder, what do you need these plum trees for? Xu Taiping asked, perplexed. To make charcoal from the plum trees on Yahushan for warming wine. The flavor is quite unique, Sanson replied nonchalantly. Xu Taiping was left speechless, finding the monk's preferences rather peculiar. Just then, Sanson suddenly waved his sleeve, summoning the sword that was embedded in the cliff. And with a gentle push of his finger on the sword's hilt, he presented it before Xu Taiping. This sword, named Rusty Lion, is a righteous blade nurtured by the lofty spirit of the Confucian sect, once renowned for its ability to make all evildoers retreat and instill fear in demons. However, should its wielder harbor any unjust intentions, the blade succumbs to rust, rendering it unusable, which has led to its repeated abandonment and long-standing neglect. The esteemed Elder Sanson introduced it to Xu Taiping. Elder Sanson, do you wish to lend me this rusty lion? Xu Taiping, filled with excitement, was about to inquire if the elder intended to gift him the sword, but was interrupted halfway through his words. Thank you, Elder Sanson, for the loan of the sword, Xu Taiping said, momentarily stunned, before promptly clasping his fists in gratitude. Borrowing it is quite acceptable. At Qianjiang Pavilion, Elder Sanson's mastery of swordsmanship is not inferior to that of some venerable individuals I once knew. After hearing Xu Taiping recount the tale of Elder Sanson's sword teachings today, Fairy Lingyue reevaluated him. Particularly regarding the hidden sword technique, there once existed a sword immortal in my original cultivation realm who excelled in this art. His sword, when unsheathed, would resonate throughout the world. It is said that before his ascension, he wielded a sword nurtured for 100,000 years to vanquish 5 extraterrestrial demons attempting to impede his ascension, along with the calamity thunder above them. The hidden sword technique of Elder Sanson bears striking similarities to the swordsmanship of that immortal. Fairy Lingyue continued. More significant than the power of this hidden sword technique is its perfect alignment with my state of mind. To confront foes and vanquish demons, my fists and blades suffice. The sword serves its purpose when I am unable to raise my fists or wield a blade, providing me a 5-foot-long sword to take refuge. Xu Taiping's gaze was fervent as he absorbed Elder Sanson's words, which deeply resonated with him. The wisest decision your sect leader made was to have Elder Sanson teach you swordsmanship, Fairy Lingyue remarked with a smile. Xu Taiping, hearing this, offered an awkward smile in return. Since arriving at the Seven Peaks, sect leader Zhao Qian had essentially adopted a laissez-faire approach towards him, a statement not far from the truth. By the way, Sister Lingyue, is that sword not yet out? Xu Taiping suddenly inquired of Fairy Lingyue. No, she shook her head. The sword within the bamboo may not accompany you this time, and I can only leave a fragment of my consciousness in the gourd, which may not be of much assistance. There was a hint of regret in her voice. Regarding the ripening time of the earth fruit, she could only estimate. Unable to provide an exact date, perhaps it would ripen just as Xu Taiping departed. Fortunately, Fairy Lingyue had absorbed the majority of the power from another bamboo, and even if the sword could not emerge, she could still send a fragment of her consciousness into the gourd to accompany Xu Taiping to the immortal gourd paradise. That's all right, for Elder Sanson has graciously agreed to lend me the rusty lion, Xu Taiping replied, shaking his head, happily unsheathing a long sword from his waist. This rusty lion should be a spiritual sword, more than sufficient for you to wield. Fairy Lingyue nodded, then added, in truth. Given your current cultivation level and the techniques you have mastered, including the demon-slaying blade, the fist of the holy bull, and the distance of the universe, as long as you do not encounter those slumbering beasts, you could easily traverse the immortal gourd paradise without the sword. Its significance would be negligible. Over the past 3 years, Xu Taiping has not only made remarkable progress in his swordsmanship, but has also achieved a significant breakthrough in his cultivation, reaching the pinnacle of the Wanyu realm. His mastery of the demon-slaying blade, the Qinggu de Sheng fist, and the agility technique, Qianjiang, has improved tremendously. Even the notoriously challenging Qiwu Jinyanju has been grasped to the first level, allowing him to condense a sphere of Qiwu golden flame within a mere 10 breaths. Xu Taiping nodded in acknowledgement. During these 3 years, he has made ample preparations. Xu Taiping, you won't leave us behind again, will you? By you. Clutching Ping and with his claws, fluttered his wings, and soared to Xu Taiping and Fairy Lingyue's side. I wish I could. But the Xianhu Cave Heaven strictly prohibits bringing spirit beasts inside. If discovered, one would be expelled immediately, and it could even implicate the entire sect, jeopardizing future entry qualifications. Xu Taiping replied with a resigned expression. Upon hearing this, both Bai Yu and Ping instantly deflated. Xu Taiping, I overheard from the spirit birds in the mountains that the Peacock King is to be executed by the Qiyu Hall next month. Bai Yu suddenly flew atop Xu Taiping's head. I suspect that while it appears the Qingxiao sect intends to execute him, they actually aim to release him. Several of the Peacock King's commanders were abducted in a similar manner a year ago, he continued coldly. A month? That means I will still have time after I emerge from the Xianhu Cave Heaven, Xu Taiping pondered before nodding. As early as a year or 2 ago, he and Bai Yu had conferred on this matter. If the Peacock King were released from the dungeon and the Qingxiao sect attempted to slay him, that would suffice. However, if they chose to protect him, the two would take action to intercept him. They had even settled on a general location and some specific arrangements for the ambush. Taiping, given my current strength, I could easily kill the Peacock King, so I believe you need not involve yourself, Bai Yu asserted. Absolutely not. Xu Taiping interjected before Bai Yu could finish his sentence. If you go alone and something unexpected occurs, there would be no way to remedy it. If I accompany you, even in the event of an unforeseen circumstance, we can devise a means to escape together. At worst, we could leave the Qingxiao sect. Xu Taiping held Bai Yu firmly, gazing at him solemnly. Taiping has only just established himself within the Qingxiao sect. It would be a tremendous loss to abandon everything for my sake, Bai Yu expressed. His eyes filled with guilt. You, I, Pingyan, and Sister Lingyue are like family now. How could one forsake their family? Xu Taiping retorted, a hint of anger in his voice. Bai Yu paused, momentarily taken aback, before turning his head away, seemingly reluctant to let Xu Taiping witness his current expression. Sister Lingyue, please keep an eye on him. Until I return, he must not act without permission, Xu Taiping instructed Fairy Lingyue. Fairy Lingyue merely sent a strand of her consciousness to follow him, assuring that matters here would still be managed. With so many daily responsibilities in the herb garden, does this lad truly have time to indulge in leisure? Fairy Lingyue shot a glare at Baiyu. I am seeking vengeance, not indulging in play, Baiyu declared as he landed on Ping An's head. However, she was soon suspended by a bamboo stick controlled by the Fairy Lingyue. Whether it was for revenge or mere amusement, the insects in the medicinal garden must be caught clean every day. Otherwise, one could forget about going anywhere else. The Fairy Lingyue wielded the bamboo stick and forcefully flung the white-feathered figure towards the medicinal garden. Xu Taiping, you and this old woman are conspiring to bully me. I do not wish to remain here even for a moment. The white-feathered figure cried out in despair and indignation. Yet, immediately after, several tender green bamboo sticks, akin to countless whips, lashed out towards the white-feathered figure. Stop. Please, don't hit me. I will catch them, I promise. Oh dear sister, I assure you. During Taiping's absence, I shall go nowhere. The cries and pleas of the white-feathered figure echoed relentlessly. Ever since the bamboo stick had appeared, the combat prowess of the Fairy Lingyue had soared. Taiping, rest assured, this rascal is under my watch, the Fairy Lingyue said with a smile, continuing to lash the bamboo stick towards the white-feathered figure while glancing affectionately at Xu Taiping. Xu Taiping's lips twitched slightly. Sister Lingyue, there is no need to be so harsh. He smiled at the Fairy Lingyue. Are you questioning my methods of discipline? The Fairy Lingyue shot a glare at Xu Taiping. No, no, no. He quickly waved his hands, thinking to himself that the white-feathered figure should count their blessings. After all, if the Fairy Lingyue truly became angry, he would only be left to endure the beating. By the way, take good care of these 3 bamboo leaves. At that moment, the Fairy Lingyue handed 3 triangular bamboo leaves to Xu Taiping. Within each leaf, I have inscribed a fragment of my divine consciousness, to be activated upon discovering an entrance or encountering a perilous situation, as each fragment can sustain itself for the duration of half an incense stick. She then cautioned Xu Taiping. Thank you, Sister Lingyue, I will remember. Xu Taiping took the 3 bamboo leaves and nodded. Although the Fairy Lingyue had already assisted Xu Taiping in completing the map of the Immortal Gourd's secret realm according to her memory, detailing the locations of the demon beasts in the 2 layers, the entrance to the Jade Gourd, and the entrance to the 2nd layer of the secret realm. Much time had passed, and circumstances could have changed. He would need the Fairy Lingyue as personal assistance to verify things when the time came. 5 days later, in the bamboo forest of the back courtyard of the 7th Peak Yuxian residence, one must not only purchase the spiritual realm from the 9 houses, but also spend 300 pieces of gold essence to witness this competition for the Immortal Gourd. The current lord of the 9 houses truly excels in business. Zhao Linglong thought with a pained expression as she watched senior brother Qingxiao toss piece after piece of gold essence into the enormous copper mirror on the table. The price had doubled from last year. Had it not been for Taiping's presence this time, she would have been disinclined to witness it. Su Zian beside her also frowned slightly. Some smaller sects could only earn 200 or 300 pieces of gold essence in a month. Without the 3 of you contributing, I would probably be unable to attend. After tossing the last piece of gold essence into the copper mirror, Qingxiao sat down with a flourish. For the past 2 years, he had been in seclusion, rarely accepting bounties from the 9 prefectures, and his funds had nearly been exhausted, leading him to team up with several junior sisters to pool resources for witnessing the contest over the Celestial Gourd. Only Lin Buyu remained composed, her expression serene. At this moment, she was engrossed in a book titled The Chronicles of the Heroine of Qingxiang, occasionally fidgeting with the jade bracelet on her wrist. And when she came across amusing passages, a subtle smile would grace her lips. Observing this scene, Su Zian could not help but exclaim, I recall the last time we were all gathered together was also due to our junior brother Taiping. Indeed, Zhao Linglong, who was just setting a platter of snacks on the table, nodded in agreement. Last time, we were worried if Taiping could ascend the mountain. And now he is already contending with the talented youths of the 9 prefectures in the Jade Gourd's celestial realm. It truly feels like a dream. Su Zian added with a smile. Here it comes. Qingxiao, who had been fiddling with a copper mirror, suddenly spoke. Upon hearing this, everyone directed their gaze toward the large copper mirror on the table. Even Lin Buyu, who had been absorbed in her book, lifted her head, curiosity flickering in her eyes as she looked at the mirror. Within the mirror, an elderly man with white hair, emaciated to the point of appearing skeletal, sat cross-legged on a high platform, eyes closed, cradling a jade gourd. It is Master Yuqing, Su Zian remarked. Master Yuqing is indeed the owner of the celestial gourd and the inaugural head of the 9 prefectures. As the image in the copper mirror began to sweep across the youthful faces surrounding the high platform, it finally settled on Xu Taiping's countenance. Though it appeared only fleetingly, it ignited a wave of excitement among Zhao Linglong and the others. Boom. Just as the representatives of the 9 prefectures concluded the announcement of the rules for this contest over the jade gourd, the previously closed eyes of Master Yuqing suddenly opened, and the cap of the jade gourd in his hand unscrewed. A powerful suction force drew all the young disciples surrounding the high platform into it. Indeed, the celestial gourd realm resides within the jade gourd held by Master Yuqing. The image on the copper mirror, after a brief moment of darkness, soon brightened once more, revealing a landscape strikingly different from the natural scenery of Zhenwu. Although it was not her first encounter, Zhao Linglong still found the sights within the celestial gourd realm reminiscent of the fabled otherworldly domains. Her eyes widened in astonishment as she gazed at the mirror. There are indeed rumors that the celestial gourd realm originates from another realm. Yes, second senior brother Qingxiao nodded. Brother, quickly search the copper mirror to see if you can locate Taiping, Zhao Linglong urged suddenly. Her interest solely focused on Xu Taiping's current situation rather than that of disciples from other sections. I shall give it a try. Taiping may seek refuge in the mountains instead of contending for the gourd. Qingxiao nodded and began to trace his fingers across the surface of the copper mirror. Thunderous rumbles erupted suddenly from the mirror before he could locate Xu Taiping's whereabouts. As the crowd marveled at the source of the tremulous sound, a bloodshot eyeball suddenly materialized within the bronze mirror, nearly consuming the entire reflection, causing Zhao Linglong to stagger backward in fright. What is this? At that moment, her senior sister, Sister Zijing, rose in astonishment. Concurrently, a cacophony of anguished screams began to echo from the mirror, and the expressions of the onlookers shifted dramatically. Chapter 171. The Phoenix Nest Hall. The spiritual energy is indeed abundant. Time rewinds for a brief moment. Within the immortal gourd paradise, the spiritual energy flows abundantly. Before the ruins of a dilapidated palace, Xu Taiping vigilantly surveyed his surroundings while silently absorbing the celestial energy present in the realm. Just moments ago, he, along with another group of disciples, had been drawn into this immortal gourd paradise. Upon reopening his eyes, he found himself standing on the plaza of these palace ruins. He was then commanded by the recluse, Yuqing, to wait here, only permitted to proceed deeper into the secret realm upon receiving his orders. Xu Taiping glanced around and noticed that there were 2 or 3 dozen others who had also been transported to this location. Initially, over 100 individuals had been drawn into the immortal gourd paradise, yet only about 20 remained here, indicating that the remaining hundreds had been sent to other sites. As he pondered this, his gaze fell upon the dilapidated palace behind him. Although the palace was in ruins, most of the damage appeared to be man-made, with minimal signs of erosion from time, suggesting the presence of protective formations. In the center of the main hall stood a decapitated statue. Its form resembled that of a human, yet beneath its flowing garments extended a serpentine tail. Clearly, this was a deity worshipped by the demon race. At that moment, a ray of sunlight pierced through the shattered dome, casting an eerie glow upon the statue. Xu Taiping felt an inexplicable chill run down his spine and instinctively diverted his gaze to the weathered plaque above the hall. Half of the plaque had been chiseled away, but faintly, 2 peculiar characters could be discerned on the remaining portion. Had he not previously conversed with the Fairy Lingyue, he would not have recognized the inscription as Phoenix Nest. This must be the Phoenix Nest Hall that Lingyue spoke of, Xu Taiping mused with quiet delight. According to her insights regarding this secret realm, upon first entering, individuals are randomly transported to the outermost 5 grand halls of the domain. Among them lies the Phoenix Nest Hall. His delight stemmed from the fact that this hall represented the most direct route among the 5 paths he had predetermined. It seamlessly connected him to the spiritual herbs, spirit stones, the tunnel at the base of Yuhu Mountain, and the entrance to the lower layers of the secret realm, without the need for any convoluted detours. If all went smoothly, he could gather everything he sought within 3 days, perhaps even in time to witness the contest for the immortal gourd. With this thought in mind, he turned his gaze eastward. As his eyes traversed through the foliage and distant mountains, a towering snow-capped peak resembling an overturned gourd came into view, Yuhu Mountain. It was indeed 1,000,000 years ago, during the cataclysmic battle between celestial beings and demons, that the artifact wielded by the great cultivators of the human race transformed into the Jade Gourd Peak. This Jade Gourd Mountain serves as the very heart of the entire secret realm, with the 5 grand halls constructed around it as the focal point. However, Xu Taiping's primary objective on this journey is not to seize glory, but rather to gather the materials he requires within the secret realm. Naturally, he intends to visit the Jade Gourd Mountain as well, having promised the esteemed hermit San that he would procure a few plum trees in return, while also taking the opportunity to test his sword. Yet, unlike other disciples who scramble to reach the summit with utmost haste, he remains indifferent to their frenzied competition. You may fight tooth and nail. It bears no consequence to me. Consider this a brief respite after my prolonged seclusion, Xu Taiping mused to himself as he stretched lazily. For the past 3 years, his days had been consumed entirely by his cultivation, leaving him little time to ponder anything else. Walking 130 miles north from the Phoenix Nest Hall leads to Starfall Lake, where a unique mollusk known as the blue-silver pearl dwells at the lake's bottom, though one must be wary of the catfish spirits lurking there. After waiting for a considerable time without receiving the summons from the esteemed hermit Qingxiao, Xu Taiping began to mentally rehearse the steps of his impending actions, his gaze wandering aimlessly ahead. Where did this country bumpkin come from, with such impure eyes? At that moment, a man's stern voice jolted Xu Taiping from his reverie. Upon regaining his focus, he found his gaze landing upon a petite, striking young lady, who stood beside a burly youth glaring at him with evident anger. Xu Taiping quickly realized that the youth had misunderstood him, and with a hint of apology, he said, "I was momentarily distracted and did not mean to offend." He then shifted his gaze elsewhere. "Clearly, he is a lecher. Do you not know who we are? Enough." The youth attempted to berate Xu Taiping further, but was abruptly interrupted by the young lady beside him. "Sister, how can I not speak out when he has been so rude?" The youth protested, his face filled with indignation. "He was not even looking at me. You are overreacting," the young lady replied, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. Xu Taiping chose to ignore their quarrel, using the opportunity to continue mentally strategizing his plans from earlier. "Hey you." Just as Xu Taiping reached a critical point in his mental rehearsal, a haughty young man approached him, exuding arrogance. As he greeted Xu Taiping, he attempted to pat him on the shoulder. Instinctively, Xu Taiping sidestepped, narrowly avoiding the young man's hand. "What is it?" Xu Taiping furrowed his brow, casting a glance at the young man. Had he not restrained himself from drawing his blade, the young man's hand would likely have been severed by now. After 3 years of sparring with the sword demon, he had developed an innate wariness towards anything encroaching upon his personal space. Upon hearing Xu Taiping's response, the young man, whose hand had met only air, displayed a flicker of irritation in his eyes. "Do you even know who you are speaking to?" "This is the young lord of Qianjiang. Murong Song, Master Murong. Which sect do you belong to?" At that moment, several young men behind the noble scion encircled Xu Taiping, bombarding him with questions in a cacophony of voices. "What is the matter?" Xu Taiping inquired, a hint of exasperation in his tone. He merely wished to obtain what he sought within this secret realm. The fact that one of them was the son of the celestial emperor bore no relevance to him. "I am Murong Song. It is fate that we meet. If you are willing to join us and assist me in seizing the treasure at Jade Gourd Peak, I assure you a generous reward from Wuchan Island afterward," Murong Song said with a beaming smile. Wuchan Island ranks 5th among the 9 great sects, and his invitation was one that few could decline. "I'm afraid I must decline," Xu Taiping replied, shaking his head as he turned to leave. The practice of forming alliances had already begun before entering the immortal gourd paradise, as the prominent sects sought to rally the talented young cultivators under their wings, thereby strengthening their own positions and alleviating future obstacles. Had he not had other matters to attend to, Xu Taiping would not have minded joining one of the factions. After all, it would save time and effort. Murong Song's expression darkened at Xu Taiping's outright rejection. "So, you choose to ignore my hospitality? Very well. Each to his own aspirations," he said, extending his hand to restrain a few impulsive youths behind him. "However, should you encounter trouble upon leaving this place, do not expect assistance from anyone." His words were directed at Xu Taiping, but served as a warning to the onlookers as well. Suddenly, a deep rumble resonated from the heavens above. The world was abruptly shrouded in darkness, devoid of any light. Within the crumbling hall behind them, the once dry oil lamps flared to life, casting eerie shadows upon the shattered statues within. An uproar erupted before Fengqi Hall. with some individuals hastily opening teleportation scrolls in a desperate bid to escape the immortal gourd paradise. Yet, after attempting to activate 3 scrolls, none responded, inciting widespread panic. Do not be alarmed. Everyone, follow me into the hall. Our elders from Wuchan Island have assured us that no matter what occurs within the immortal gourd paradise, the 5 outer halls are the safest places. Amidst the chaos, the voice of Murong Song, the young master of Wuchan Island, rose above the frightened murmurs, calming the young cultivators. Upon hearing this, the previously panicked crowd began to gather towards the dilapidated hall, except for Xu Taiping. Instead of moving closer to Fengqi Hall, he took several steps back, a glimmer of fear in his eyes. Could it be that what Sister Lingyue mentioned was true? In the fragments of the battlefield of demons, there would be a day of demonic tide, a blood moon tide, occurring at intervals. As he pondered this, he cast his gaze skyward and indeed beheld a blood-red full moon hanging ominously in the pitch-black sky. The so-called demonic tide refers to the phenomenon wherein accumulated demonic energy within the fragments of the secret realm is released periodically. Time can span hundreds, thousands, or even tens of thousands of years. The dangers wrought by the tides of demonic energy first erode the sanity of both monsters and cultivators, driving them into madness. Furthermore, it can awaken ferocious beasts that have slumbered beneath the earth. For instance, the spirit moon fairy had instructed her to be vigilant of certain entities. Xu Taiping's decision to distance himself from the ruined Great Hall stemmed from the fact that beneath the Phoenix Nest Hall lay a monstrous beast nurtured by the demon clan. Not only the Phoenix Nest Hall, but the other 4 great halls also suppressed such beasts beneath their foundations. These ferocious creatures cannot be entirely eradicated. They can only be contained deep underground. However, most of the time, the master of the secret realm can sense the impending eruption of demonic tides, thus leading the master or guardian to seal the realm for centuries until the demonic energy dissipates, resulting in minimal harm. As the guardian of this secret realm, did Yuqing not perceive the arrival of the blood moon tide? Xu Taiping placed his hand upon the hilt of his sword, silently retreating behind a collapsed stone pillar in the open space before the hall, while doubts regarding Yuqing began to fester in his mind. What right do you have to deny us entry? What gives you the authority to bar us from entering? This is nothing but revenge for my siblings' refusal to join you. At that moment, a sudden uproar erupted at the entrance of the hall. Through the dim light within, Xu Taiping discerned a pair of siblings being obstructed by Murong Song and his companions outside the hall. Upon closer inspection, he realized that these siblings were the very ones who had previously misjudged him. At this moment, they were embroiled in a debate with Murong Song, the elder brother being the one who had berated Xu Taiping earlier. Suddenly, amidst the clamor, a colossal shadow of a palm surged forth from the hall's entrance, sending the burly youth flying. In a flash, the young girl beside him drew her long knife, and as another palm strike descended upon her brother, she cleaved through the shadow with a decisive stroke. To Xu Taiping's astonishment, this seemingly delicate maiden exhibited an indomitable will in her blade, shattering that palm shadow with a single strike. Meanwhile, her brother swiftly regained his footing, drawing his own long knife without hesitation, and charged towards the entrance of the hall. With their blades unsheathed, the siblings momentarily matched the imposing presence of Murong Song and his comrades within the hall. However, just as their momentum began to overshadow Murong Song's palm strike, he unexpectedly freed one hand to gently tap a short sword at his waist. With a resonant sound, his short sword transformed into a streak of light, hurtling towards the siblings. In an instant, with a single strike, the siblings' momentum crumbled, and their protective energy shattered. At this critical juncture, the elder brother recklessly pushed the young girl aside, his eyes blazing with determination as he swung his knife towards the flying sword. Crack! His long knife shattered upon impact. Boom! Yet at that moment, the young girl, having been pushed away, was suddenly enveloped in radiant symbols, and with a fierce cry, she swung her knife towards the flying sword with all her might. With a resounding crash, Murong Song's flying sword was unexpectedly cleaved away by the young girl. However, more than the sheer force of her strike, Xu Taiping was captivated by the girl's stance, one foot firmly planted on the ground, both hands gripping the sword, forming a straight line from the blade to her body. This posture bore an uncanny resemblance to Duan Tianya's demon-slaying blade technique, the cicada style. Yet, apart from the stance, there was no other similarity between her strike and the cicada. It resembled the form without embodying its essence. Could this girl hail from the Heavenly Blade sect? Xu Taiping pondered silently. Chapter 173, The Phoenix Nest Hall, the reckless maiden of the Heavenly Blade sect. Although Duan Tianya's demon-slaying blade was self-created, it was ultimately influenced by the techniques of the Heavenly Blade sect, sharing many similarities, a fact that Duan Tianya himself acknowledged in his blade manual. Brother. Before Xu Taiping could delve deeper into his thoughts, he was abruptly interrupted by the girl's cry. Raising his gaze, he saw her kneeling on the ground, her hands infused with true energy pressed against her brother's chest. Despite her efforts, blood continued to gush forth from the wound. It turned out that while she had deflected Murong Song's sword, the sword's aura had still pierced through her brother's chest. Those who dare to disrespect the young master shall accompany your brother on his journey. At that moment, two youths, standing behind Murong Song, suddenly leaped into action. One wielded a sword, the other a blade, both radiating fierce sword energy and blade aura as they charged towards the girl. She remained focused on staunching her brother's wound, seemingly indifferent to her own peril. Boom. In that critical moment, a massive fist shadow erupted from behind her, crashing heavily into the two assailants. With a loud thud, the armed youths were sent flying, hurtling directly towards the shattered Grand Hall. The one who unleashed that punch was none other than Xu Taiping. Although it was merely an ordinary punch, after 3 years of honing his martial intent, even his simplest strike was beyond the comprehension of ordinary cultivators. Brat, you're courting death. Witnessing this turn of events, Murong Song, who had already harbored disdain for Xu Taiping, was now filled with fury, preparing to summon his flying sword once more to attack Xu Taiping. Roar! Just then, a series of low growls echoed from the dense forest behind Xu Taiping and the others. Turning around, they beheld a swarm of green-eyed wolves, glimmering with a bloodthirsty light, encircling the plaza before the Grand Hall. It was the Wind Feather Green-Eyed Wolf. But wait, aren't the Wind Feather Green-Eyed Wolf spirit beasts? It is said they come to the aid of cultivators when confronted by demonic beasts. Do you not realize the heavens have changed? Murmured many cultivators within the hall. Meanwhile, Murong Song, observing the chaos, allowed a slight smirk to grace his lips. Everyone, you must have noticed that these rampaging Wind Feather Wolves are circling the Grand Hall. Therefore, as long as you remain with me inside, you shall be safe. For him, this scene was undoubtedly the most effective means of instilling fear in those present. After this battle, these individuals would undoubtedly follow him with unwavering loyalty. The fate of the three would serve as a consequence for ignoring the advice of the young master. Murong Song crossed his arms, a smug smile gracing his face as he observed Xu Taiping and the pair of siblings encircled by the Wind Feather Wolves in the open space before the hall. At that moment, the girl from the Heavenly Blade sect suddenly collapsed to the ground, despair etched across her features. Her brother's life force had entirely vanished. My condolences, Xu Taiping uttered, offering little comfort to the girl, turning away as he spoke and placing his hand on the spring tiger blade at his waist. Thank you, big brother. I will clear the way for you. Find a means to escape, she replied, retrieving her brother's body into her storage ring, then rising with a somber expression, her grip on the blade firm yet devoid of spirit. No need. Follow me. I know a safe place. Xu Taiping shook his head. Just then, a frenzied Wind Feather Wolf could no longer restrain itself and lunged towards Xu Taiping and the girl. With a swift motion, Xu Taiping drew the spring tiger blade and, with a resounding strike, severed the wolf's head. The scene left the onlookers in the hall astonished. Though they were at a distance, they could still sense the formidable aura of the frenzied wolves, each possessing strength equivalent to the peak of a cultivator in the opening realm. Fortunately, we have kept this fellow outside the hall. Otherwise, the addition of such an opponent would surely complicate matters, Murong Song scoffed. Despite the anomalies occurring within the Immortal Gourd's secret realm, he was certain it wouldn't be long before the people from the 9 houses restored it. For throughout the history of the 9 houses, the grand event of the Jade Gourd's triumph had never been interrupted. Just then, a massive Wind Feather Wolf howled, prompting 30 to 40 wolves to charge at Xu Taiping and the girl. Before Xu Taiping could react, the girl abruptly turned and positioned herself in front of him, swiftly dispatching a frenzied wolf with a single stroke of her blade. Big brother, you must flee. Leave this to me and save your strength for the beasts on the road. Despite her resignation to death, the girl shouted at Xu Taiping, valiantly blocking the onslaught of wolves. Xu Taiping furrowed his brow at the sight. Were it not for this girl, likely a descendant of the esteemed Duan Tianya, he might have truly departed. Consider it a favor owed to the old Master Duan, he thought, inhaling deeply as he steadied himself, gripping the spring tiger blade firmly. With a swift motion, he spun and executed a sweeping strike against the encroaching wolves. As a sound akin to a cicada's cry erupted like thunder, dozens of transparent blade shadows, reminiscent of cicada wings, radiated outward from Xu Taiping, centered on him. In that instant, the momentum of his blade felt like heavy hands pressing down upon the frenzied wolves surrounding him. With a piercing whoosh, the girl, wide-eyed and astonished, witnessed as Xu Taiping annihilated the surrounding wolves with a single stroke of his blade. The Wind Feather Wolf King was decisively beheaded by Xu Taiping himself. Upon witnessing this, the crowd in the hall erupted in astonishment. Murong Song's complexion turned pale, as even he dared not claim he could slay so many frenzied wind feather wolves with a single sword. Fortunately, that young lad did not manage to escape. He silently rejoiced in his heart. Chapter 174. The Phoenix Nest Hall and the Tentacles of the Underground Beasts with a resolute intention to avoid waste. Xu Taiping opened the lid of the azure gourd and began to absorb the corpses of the surrounding wind feather wolves. Each wolf could be exchanged for 100 merit coins. Should we leave? Xu Taiping glanced back at the girl behind him while tossing a returning pill into his mouth. The girl shook her head and then turned to Murong Song in the grand hall, her gaze resolute, declaring, "I must avenge my brother. I cannot assist you with that." Xu Taiping replied, shaking his head. There was no stopping the young girl from courting danger. "No need. I will handle it myself," she insisted, shaking her head once more. Murong Song, sensing the gazes directed at him by Xu Taiping and the girl, immediately grew cautious, drawing his sword with a swift motion. "May I ask your name, brother?" The girl inquired of Xu Taiping. "Xu Taiping," he answered nonchalantly, not bothering to turn around as he gazed at the dilapidated hall. He wished to wait a moment longer to ascertain whether a savage beast was truly suppressed beneath the hall. If such a beast existed, it would likely be the first to attack Murong Song and his companions. More importantly, as Sister Lingyue had mentioned, the body of this savage beast was a valuable treasure. Even scraps could serve as nutrients for the earth fruits in the future. Thus, he hoped to see if he could salvage something. The son of the island lord of Wuqing Island must possess numerous life-saving treasures. If he were to engage in a mutual demise with the savage beast, I could reap the benefits, Xu Taiping mused joyfully within. "Brother Taiping, I am Duan Xiaoyu, a disciple of the Tiandao sect from Baiju Mountain. Should I fail to escape this time, if you encounter any disciples of the Tiandao sect in the future, I kindly ask you to convey all that has transpired today," Duan Xiaoyu said, wrapping her hand and sword with a piece of white silk, evidently prepared to fight Murong Song to the death. "I believe it would be wiser for you not to act impulsively. Surviving and seeking revenge later would not be too late," Xu Taiping advised casually, his eyes still fixed on the ruined hall. "I cannot wait until that time." Duan Xiaoyu shook her head. "Oh, well then," Xu Taiping nodded absently. "Brother Taiping, your demeanor hardly resembles that of a persuasive companion," Duan Xiaoyu remarked, her previously resolute intent now tinged with complexity upon observing Xu Taiping's distracted demeanor. "We are hardly acquainted. If you truly wish to perish, I cannot stop you," Xu Taiping continued, unwavering in his gaze toward the hall. Had it been 5 or 6 years ago, he might have earnestly attempted to dissuade her. However, after witnessing numerous events over the years, his heart had grown considerably hardened. If the young maiden before him were not from the Tiandao sect, he might not have uttered a single word. Indeed, Duan Xiaoyu forced a smile, reflecting on how peculiar it was for her to anticipate a stranger's counsel. With this thought, her resolve solidified once more, and the long blade she gripped began to emit a resonant hum, the swirling aura of her weapon radiating with formidable intensity. Though she appeared slender, the might of her blade's energy was astonishing enough to catch Xu Taiping's attention. Just then, Duan Xiaoyu exhaled deeply, lifting her blade and slightly leaning forward, poised to charge. However, as she prepared to take a step, a hand suddenly landed on her shoulder, pinning her in place. It was, of course, Xu Taiping's hand. "Brother Taiping?" Duan Xiaoyu looked at him in confusion. "Do you not sense the commotion beneath our feet?" Xu Taiping spoke, his gaze unwaveringly fixed on the great hall ahead. "Commotion?" Duan Xiaoyu furrowed her brow, but after a moment of concentration, her expression shifted. "It seems there truly is something happening, and it appears to originate from the direction of that hall," she whispered in astonishment. Step back, Xu Taiping urged. "Oh," Duan Xiaoyu instinctively nodded, entirely casting aside her intention to confront Murong Song. Boom, Before the two could retreat several paces, a violent tremor resonated from below. Suddenly, a colossal black tentacle, covered in suction cups, erupted from the ruins of the Great Hall, accompanied by a surge of ancient, malevolent energy pouring forth from the earth. Swish! The disciples hidden within the shattered hall were unable to utter a single cry before being ensnared by the tentacle's suction cups, their forms swiftly consumed. Clang! Realizing the danger, Murong Song brandished his flying sword, thrusting it with all his strength towards the tentacle. Bang! Yet, the tentacle merely flicked, shattering the sword with a resounding crash. This scene sent a shiver through Xu Taiping's heart. The power of the ancient beast beneath the Fengqi Hall exceeded all his expectations. Golden armored deity, lend me your strength. At that moment, Murong Song suddenly shouted, tossing forth a talisman. With a thunderous roar, a golden armored deity, towering as high as the hall itself, descended from the heavens, wielding a massive blade that cleaved into the tentacle. Crucially, the tentacle was indeed sliced open. What grade of deity talisman is this, capable of injuring the ancient beast? Xu Taiping thought, astonished. The depth of the top sects in the 9 prefectures once again reshaped his understanding. However, the golden armored deity appeared to falter, its brilliance dimming after the strike, as the tentacle ensnared it, its form visibly dissipating at an alarming rate, urgently swift as the wind. At that moment, Murong Song suddenly let out a loud shout, casting a talisman. Instantly, a fierce gale enveloped his body, and with a thunderous boom, he vanished from sight in the blink of an eye. He has utilized the heavenly wind escape talisman, exclaimed Qianjiang in astonishment. To think that this rogue managed to escape. She stomped her foot in discontent. Indeed, I had hoped for a mutually destructive outcome, lamented Xu Taiping. Boom. Just then, the phantom of the golden armored deity shattered as it was ensnared by the beast's tentacles. Subsequently, another tentacle burst forth from the ground with a resounding crash, seemingly sensing the presence of Xu Taiping and the others. The elongated appendage suddenly struck towards them, creating a deep chasm in the earth with a deafening thud. Swish! Observing this, Xu Taiping swiftly darted away, covering dozens of yards in an instant. There was no time to linger. However, he was somewhat taken aback to see that Qianjiang, employing some unknown means, was escaping at a speed that matched his own. Didn't you wish for death? How can you run so swiftly? Xu Taiping inquired with surprise. Chapter 175. Huangya Slope, a message from the yellow sparrow. That creature is utterly repulsive and filthy. I refuse to perish at its hands. Qianjiang shouted, her face contorted from the exertion of her escape. Xu Taiping was rendered speechless. Boom. Just then, a tremendous noise erupted behind them, and the ground began to tremble violently. A horrific wave of spiritual energy, accompanied by a pungent stench, surged towards them like a tide. Even without turning back, they could surmise that the beast had emerged from the depths below. Clang! In response, Xu Taiping spared no effort, soaring into the air on his sword while extending his hand towards Qianjiang. If you wish to survive, grab hold. All right, Qianjiang, on the verge of tears from anxiety, grasped Xu Taiping's outstretched hand. With a swift whoosh, a beam of sword light shot forth from the forest, crossing over to the opposite mountain peak in an instant. An enraged roar echoed through the woods surrounding Fengqi Hall. Huangya Slope, fortunately, was not far from Xinglua Lake. After a stick of incense had burned, Xu Taiping meticulously examined a map within a stone tower constructed from massive boulders, finally confirming their current location. In his haste to escape, he had not kept track of direction or distance, only halting when his vital energy was nearly depleted. Gag! At that moment, a retching sound arose from a room adjacent to the stone tower. Are you all right? Xu Taiping called out to the neighboring room. I'm fine, Brother Taiping. Qianjiang's feeble voice came from next door. As long as you are well, Xu Taiping nodded. He had heard of many who suffered from seasickness, but this was his first encounter with someone so severely affected by flying on a sword. If memory serves me right, the blood moon tide should persist for at least 3 days without any external interference. This implies that during this period, it is advisable to refrain from venturing outside unless absolutely necessary. As he pondered this, Xu Taiping began to examine the nearby region for any lurking beasts. Consulting the map that Sister Lingyue had meticulously revised, which proved far more comprehensive than the one provided by the 9 houses. My luck appears to be rather unfortunate. Xu Taiping mused, furrowing his brow as he scrutinized the map. His finger inadvertently landed upon a skull icon. adjacent to which a delicate inscription read, "Here lies the ancient ferocious beast, the crimson-scaled leopard." For practitioners from our realm, this creature represents a commendable quarry. Its hide and bones possess medicinal properties, while its gallbladder can nurture the soul. However, for cultivators of your domain, it is merely a nightmare, possessing strength commensurate with that of a Transcendence Realm practitioner. Thankfully, unless the blood moon tide were to awaken it, the likelihood of the beast stirring from its slumber remained exceedingly low, which explained why it had evaded the hunters thus far. After reviewing Sister Lingyue's notes once more, Xu Taiping felt a shiver run down his spine. He could only hope that this ferocious beast would remain undisturbed, and if it were to awaken, it would not venture in their direction. Continuing his examination, he discovered that aside from the potentially awakening crimson-scaled leopard, there were no particularly formidable beasts in the vicinity, a stroke of fortune amidst the misfortune. Regardless, he resolved to depart this place immediately after 3 days, retrieve the necessary items along the predetermined route, and then shatter the scroll to escape. As he stowed away the map, these thoughts lingered in his mind. As for Yufeng, he had no intention of visiting this time, due to the excessive risks involved. According to Sister Lingyue, once the blood moon tide commenced, even more ancient ferocious beasts would awaken in that area, and some may not return to slumber even after the tide subsided. Under such circumstances, he hoped that the recluse, Sensan, would understand why he could not procure plums from the tree. While Xu Taiping contemplated this, he suddenly felt a warmth in his chest. Curious, he reached into his clothing and discovered that the source of the heat was the token given to him by the 9 houses upon their invitation. At the time, he hadn't paid much attention to its significance, dismissing it as a mere pass. Upon retrieving the token, he noticed several words inscribed on its previously blank reverse. Taiping. Can you respond? Are you still alive? Could this object serve as a means of communication? Xu Taiping felt a surge of excitement. Although he was unsure who was inquiring, he was eager to learn of events in the outside world. I am still alive. Who are you? He thought, gripping the jade pendant tightly. Following the method for utilizing the communication jade slip, he inscribed a line of text with his mental energy. Wonderful. Taiping, you are still alive. 2 lines of text emerged from the jade slip. Taiping, it is I, Huangke. Xu Taiping was taken aback by the unexpected revelation that it was none other than Brother Huangke reaching out to him. Dear Brother Huangke, what on earth is transpiring outside? Why has a blood moon emerged within Yufeng, causing the demonic beasts to become exceedingly ferocious? I even glimpsed a savage creature, one that has only appeared in ancient texts. Xu Taiping promptly relayed his observations and experiences from this side. Astonishingly, it is indeed true. A blood moon tide has manifested within the immortal gourd paradise. An hour ago, we completely severed our connection with the interior. The only image that materialized in the copper mirror was that of a single demonic eye. Presently, the token of the 9 houses in your possession is our sole means of communication with the interior. Soon, several lines of text appeared on the token. What exactly has transpired? Xu Taiping hastily inquired. It appears that Scholar Yuqing may be in dire straits. A mere line of text sent a shiver down Xu Taiping's spine. The details are far too intricate and involve many secrets that cannot be disclosed. Hence, I cannot elaborate further here. Taiping, for the moment, cast aside these questions. I have a matter of utmost importance that requires your attention. This task pertains to the life and death of you and the disciples of the 9 houses within.